The story began with Chan Yu playing a video game where soldiers stood with their weapons and shouted onwards and kill the devil. They looked at Knox von Lienhaber in surprise, and then all the soldiers rushed to attack him. Knox von Lienhaber killed them all and then turned his eyes towards Thalia von Steeliner in confusion. Thalia von Steeliner asked why he made that choice and said he bargained with the devil and betrayed them. She asked again why he did it and demanded an answer from him. Knox von Lienhaber said he had not betrayed her. He replied that from her view it might look like betrayal, but that was not the case. He said it was she who betrayed him. Thalia von Steeliner called his words lies and begged him to answer, asking why he did it and how he ended up like that. Knox von Lienhaber answered that it all started with a crash landing. A dark blue light appeared on the stat window. Then it showed that Inner Lunatic Part 1 was completed. Congratulations were given for the win, and the number of completed runs was 27. Chan Yu said that it was not a bad run and that he picked up good items. The stat window then showed hidden achievements with names such as the falling moon, a rose picked by the sickle moon, and the sun burning in the east. Seeing this, Chan Yu said that he cleared some hidden achievements and that everything was good. Chan Yu then saw on the calendar that the 6th was marked for the hospital, and he thought that he was due to fall dead next month. He remembered going to the doctor 2 years earlier, and the doctor said that they received the results and that Chan Yu should brace himself. Later, Chan Yu remembered the visit to Q Clinic, where the doctor asked if he was at the university hospital. The doctor said he knew Chan Yu was already tested twice elsewhere, that they checked everything carefully and reached the same conclusion. The doctor said that all they could offer then were palliative care drugs and that Chan Yu should take them with discretion. As he remembered this, the bottle of medicine fell from his hands and the pills scattered. Chan Yu told himself that it was 2 years. He looked at the trash on the floor of the room and felt a cough coming, and when he put his hand to his mouth, the blood from his mouth stained his hand. Chan Yu thought that he was really dying, and he decided that repeating that thought would not change anything. He wiped his mouth with a tissue, and a notification appeared on his phone, and when he unlocked it, he saw an appointment reminder for a patient named Chan Yu. He told himself that at least he had no one to call, noting that no one reached out since his memory began to fail, and no one to reach out to. Chan Yu looked at the bloody tissue and wondered where he would go in that state. He saw a paper on the table titled Terminal Cancer Support Group, and he told himself that faith did not make sense. Then he told himself that faith could make miracles. He picked up all the papers, including a beginner's guide to hospice care, and threw them into the air. He looked at the stat window where a prompt asked if he would like to start a new game, and he told himself that he was kidding, and that this was all that was left to him. He clicked yes. He asked himself what kind of character he should make this time, and the stat window began to load. He selected Ultra Sensitivity to Mana first, and then he selected Genius Swordsman and Fighter as well. The stat window warned that selecting more than one genius trait invoked penalty traits, and it advised choosing only one to avoid penalties. Chan Yu selected Life-Limiting Illness in the negative traits. Then he said that it was just like him, a soon-to-die character. The stat window asked if he would like to proceed with this character. He decided there was no harm in trying, and he clicked to proceed. A blue light flashed and his vision blurred, and he trembled as he thought that he might be dying. The stat window confirmed that the character was successfully generated. He thought that he knew death was near, but hoped to choose the time and the manner of leaving. The stat window showed the character name was modified. Synchronization reached 4%, then 6%, and then 19%. It froze at 71%, and the character configuration was completed. In this world, Chan Yu was known as Knox von Lienhaber. He lay on the bed and quickly sat up, surprised. He asked himself what was happening. As he got out of bed, he felt a suffocating sense of déjà vu and wondered if it was real. Looking around, he admitted that his grim hunch came true. When he looked in the mirror, he realized he became the worst spoiled wretch in the game, Knox von Lienhaber. He thought to himself that he did not know why, but the phrase came to his mind that it all started with a crash landing. The Lienhaber family was one of the 3 prominent families who controlled the element of darkness, and they had close ties with Lunatic, the most feared crime organization within the game. Knox von was the youngest of 5 sons in the family, and while the Lienhaber name was famous for producing the finest swordsmen, Knox von achieved distinction as an exception. Living as the one mediocre son, he stepped into the forbidden realm of magic and made a deal with the devil, and he became the greatest scourge of the inner lunatic universe. Chan Yu wondered if he was dreaming and asked himself if he really became Nox Vaughn. At that moment, the stat window appeared and displayed his details, showing the name Nox Vaughn, sex male, age 14, human, with primary element darkness and no accomplishments. He looked at it in shock and asked himself if the stat window was real. It showed his attributes as stamina 2, MP 9, luck 7, willpower 10, and charm 25. Seeing this, he cried out in disbelief at the stamina being only 2. Chan Yu wondered what the negative traits were. The stat window showed neutral as manifestation of darkness, negative as life-limiting illness, cold hands and feet, and possession. He then realized with horror that he was the customized character he just created. Chan Yu saw on the stat window that life-limiting illness meant he had only 1 year left to live. He thought that he was a dying man in the real world, and in the game as well. He wondered why he made a character like that. He did not remember, but deep down he thought he knew why. He remembered sitting at the gaming table and wanting to make a character like himself, dying and with no one to lean on. Holding the stat window, he thought that back then he had no idea what tragedy that choice would lead to. The stat window then showed that he had one unread message and asked if he would like to check. He clicked to check and read a greeting that called him Chan Yu or Nox Vaughn. He thought about his name, the name his parents gave him, and he was not even sure if his parents were alive. He wondered if whoever brought him here knew of the past he could not remember. The stat window said that he might not remember the sender, but that it was a long time without him. It said that over the past 2 years he was brave and strong and proved himself deserving of coming back. It welcomed him back. He thought that perhaps he was back and that perhaps he belonged here. Chan Yu wondered if he should believe that this world was real and the one he came from not. He told himself that it sounded like nonsense. The stat window told him that there was much it could not tell him yet, including who it was, but that it intended to help him. Chan Yu asked himself how it would help him. The stat window instructed him to enter a Lydene Academy, to find companions who could help, and to get as close to the main storyline as possible, and it said that doing so would set him on the path to finding all the lost truth. Chan Yu told the window not to go, and he clutched his head when the message vanished, and he told himself to think. He looked at his reflection and reminded himself that he was Nox von Lienhaber, the future final boss of the game, and that he must push himself close to the main story. He told himself that however it was put, that instruction felt like being asked to throw himself into a flame. Chan Yu remembered the message that greeted him with both his name and wondered if this world was real and the message true. He considered whether he could afford to ignore it and possibly lose the chance to reclaim his memory. He decided that he could not ignore it, and he resolved that his path was set, and that he must get near the main story to reclaim his memory, to learn what the game had to do with it, and possibly to survive. He reminded himself that he was living on borrowed time, and he decided that if becoming the ultimate villain was the price to pay, he would accept that cost. Chan Yu told himself he would be honest, and that this was not worse than the life he lived in the other world. He thought that he had no memory before the diagnosis 2 years earlier. During the 2 years he did remember, he always lived as a dying man. Every tick of the clock felt like a countdown to the end. Every second filled him with fear of impending death. He wondered how bad this could be. He thought that it was the same life in different surroundings, and he believed that he knew these new surroundings well. He called the system and asked what the date was. The stat window displayed that it was February 4th, 1812. Chan Yu noted that 1 year remained until Lydene's next enrollment cycle, and that his demise might come then. He said that it was fine, and that he would prepare for a successful 28 run. He opened his room door and felt a sudden pain in his wrist. He muttered in surprise, and the stat window informed him that a negative trait named sickliness activated and caused a level 1 wrist sprain. It advised plenty of rest for a full recovery. He cursed under his breath and gripped his wrist while walking down the corridor. He thought that even a sunfish would be sturdier than this body. He asked himself what was wrong with it. At that moment, Chan Yu nearly collided with a maid named Lona. The dishes fell and Lona slipped to the floor. Lona cried out that she was in pain. Then she saw Chan Yu and stammered in alarm. She called him Master Nox Vaughn. He first held his wrist and thought that it hurt. Then he looked at Lona and thought that she seemed familiar. She was a brunette with amber eyes, and he thought she might be Lona. Lona bowed and said that she committed a mortal sin and begged him not to cut her with the splinters. He remembered Lona telling another maid that she was sure Nox Vaughn stood for obnoxious and that he had a temper. He thought that she was a minor side character, and what made her memorable was how she gossiped about Nox Vaughn at every chance. Tears filled Lona's eyes. He pictured those innocent doe eyes sparkling with joy while she talked behind Nox Vaughn's back, and he understood that people saw Nox Vaughn as evil. He leaned close and told her that he would let her off the hook that once. He warned her not to repeat the same mistake. Lona pleaded that she would not, and she addressed him as Master Nox Vaughn. He looked at the other maid and thought that it was not like he was terrorizing anyone. The other maid stood silent, and he stood thinking that he was Nox Vaughn the spoiled wretch. He wondered what kind of horror he spread in the manor. Lona asked where he was heading so early in the morning. He said that he was going to the drill hall. Lona apologized, and Chan Yu said that he was glad she asked and told her to follow him. Lona agreed and addressed him as Master Nox Vaughn. Lona thought to herself in fear if he intended to strike her with a wooden sword. They both walked toward the drill hall, while Chan Yu remembered how he died in the other world. He told himself that his first task was survival. That near-death experience made him realize that he was not ready to die, and the first step was to adapt to the circumstances as quickly as possible. He then spoke that it was not completely impossible. Lona looked at him with doubt while he thought that he beat the game no less than 27 times and that there was no hidden aspect he did not uncover. He called for the traits panel. Chan Yu thought that the main story of Inner Lunatic unfolded against a backdrop of conflicts involving the divinity, the devil, and the empire, but that alone had not earned the game its international popularity. He considered that what made it special was the countless combinations of character traits that allowed thousands possible ways to progress through the game. He noted that traits belonged to different tiers depending on how remarkable they were. Players could pick several traits from lower tiers like normal or gifted, but when it came to genius traits they could only choose one. As he descended the stairs, he thought it was no surprise that any genius trait could open a shortcut to the apex in its related field. But he wondered how he gained 2 genius traits. Chan Yu thought to himself that it was thanks to how the game worked, especially because of a penalty system called penalty traits. While selecting the options in the game, he remembered that instead of completely banning players from choosing more traits than allowed in a tier, the game discouraged them by adding oversized disadvantages. He told himself that being a genius swordsman and fighter would speed up his progress to the top in combat arts with white arms, including swords. He considered that ultra-sensitivity to mana would increase his mana sensitivity and sharply improve his efficiency in any activity that required magic. He said to himself that it was not just those 2 genius traits that could be useful. He thought that perceptive eye must be a benefit trait given only to the main character, since it would allow him to see into the stat windows of other characters. He believed that gifted actor would help him act as a more convincing Nox Vaughn, and told himself that this was something he would need more than anything. He reflected that Heart of Steel could help him when he needed to center himself in combat and danger. He then wondered about the negative traits and saw that life-limiting illness was at the top of the list. He remembered what was written in his stat window and thought that this collection of traits was like a murderer's row. He realized that characters with cold hands and feet could not step into glacial terrain without heat-inducing skills, and that sickliness meant he was bound to collapse at least once before the end of every chapter. Chan Yu thought to himself that it was simply a penalty, but he could tackle them one by one. As he stood outside looking at the building, Lona watched him and thought that he was not bluffing and wondered if he truly intended to drill himself. At that moment Chan Yu moved forward, opened the door, and thought that he would start with the Curse of Frailty. He recalled that it meant being born with a curse-grade delicacy, where his stat growth was half of what it should be and his vulnerability to debuffs was twice as high. He told himself that it was indeed the Curse of Frailty. In the drill hall, Chan Yu held a sword in his hand and thought that he considered the matter from different angles, but felt that he was ruined, much like the stranded protagonist of a sci-fi novel. After only a short practice, the sword slipped from his hands and he collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. He thought that this was his considered opinion, as he made less than 10 swings. He wondered why he did not know how intense the Curse of Frailty would be. While sitting on the ground, he looked at the impeccably kept swords and thought that it should not be a surprise, since swordsmanship defined the Lienhaber family. He recalled the formidable sobriquets that the Lienhaber family earned and thought that the most prominent was Sons of Darkness and Swords. As he turned to his right, he considered what afforded them such renown. He remembered that it was primarily the esoteric art of infusing dark mana into a sword, and none other than the Vanquisher, also called the Black Blade of Domination. He knew that the sword was historically passed down only from the head of the house to their successor. He then told himself that it really did not concern him, and that there were many other perks the named family offered apart from swordsmanship, such as the money, and the money. Chan Yu thought that the Lienhaber were among the highest of the high-born in the world, which meant they had plenty of money to burn. He reflected that it was the kind of wealth that would not even mind the black sheep of the family wasting it. He was certain that Knox Vaughn's father, Theodore, would not care if his spoiled youngest son threw money away. He told himself that no one could blame him, as Knox Vaughn was always the pampered last-born of the Lienhaber family. As Chan Yu stood up, he thought that there was an upside to this character and declared that he was off on a splurging spree. His legs trembled, and seeing this, he admitted that perhaps not, since his cursed body was weak. He thought that it might be better to wait until Lona brought him the things he asked for. He recalled that a few minutes earlier Lona spoke while carrying a wooden sword, a towel, and some water, saying it was what he ordered, Master Knox Vaughn. She thought to herself in surprise if Knox von Lienhaber was really serious about being in the drill hall. Chan Yu asked if anyone was watching and told her to come closer. Lona, crying, asked why, insisting that she knew he was going to beat her. He told her that it was nonsense and then held her ear, saying he had a word for her. When she reacted in confusion, he leaned in and whispered into her ear. She responded with a hesitant sound, then reacted in surprise. Lona said in a worried voice if he was quite sure, telling him that those items would cost a fortune, and that, in terms of utility, they were nothing but garbage. Chan Yu asked if it was back talk he was hearing. Lona quickly denied it, begging him not to yell at her. As she left, she thought to herself that of course he did not change at all, and wondered what she was thinking. Back in the present, Chan Yu walked toward the tea trolley and thought about how resourceful she could be. He hoped she would manage to bring him those items by tomorrow. While pouring water into a cup, he thought that his stamina being only 2 and the curse burdening him were problems he needed to fix as soon as possible. At that moment, the major domo appeared behind him and greeted him with a good morning, Master Knox Vaughn. Chan Yu looked at him in surprise and stammered his name. He thought to himself that it was Rodwell de Ernerock, the major domo, and remembered that very few could afford to be short with him. Given the authority he held in the manor, Knox Vaughn, the train wreck, certainly could not. He reflected that Rodwell was the chief butler who assisted Theodore, the head of the Lienhaber family, and reported directly to him. He wondered what chance Knox Vaughn could possibly have against such a man. Chan Yu's hands trembled as he thought that a major obstacle appeared so early in the game. Placing the cup back on the table, he reflected that he had believed the whereabouts of a good-for-nothing little brat would be beneath the major domo's notice. He wondered if the major domo sensed that something amiss, but then reminded himself that he was not entirely defenseless. He remarked aloud that he understood the major domo's duty was to attend to the head of the family. His stat window showed that the positive trait gifted actor was active. The major domo then said that he came bearing an order from his father. Chan Yu thought to himself about the weight of an order. The major domo explained that his lordship expected his presence at the dinner table that night. Chan Yu wondered in disbelief at a family dinner on his very first day as Knox von Lienhaber, knowing nothing about the family or the man he was supposed to be. He then said aloud that his father would be disappointed. The major domo thought to himself that he could not understand why his lordship insisted on having Master Knox Vaughn attend as well. He then informed him that Miss Thalia von Steeliner would be joining them that evening, as she was visiting to train as a knight. He warned that if Knox Vaughn failed to join his brothers in welcoming her, Lord Lienhaber would be furious. Chan Yu gave a short reply and agreed. The major domo looked at him closely, apologized, and said that he seemed rather unlike himself that day. Chan Yu asked sharply what that was supposed to mean. The major domo remarked that Knox Vaughn never much enjoyed wielding a sword, but for some reason he found him in the drill hall that day. He asked if he might be bold enough to inquire what the inspiration was. Chan Yu addressed him by name and told him to be clear once and for all. As his master, he would not tolerate such insolent questions in the future. He declared that the things he did and the reasons for them were none of the major domo's concern, and that he alone determined what he took interest in. He asked if that was clear. The major domo replied with a quiet yes, Master Nox Vaughn. The major domo then silently watched him leave and thought to himself if Nox Vaughn was getting wind of something. He decided that he should inform Lord Lienhaber. Chan Yu returned to his room, closed the door, and leaned against it while thinking that he did not expect an event of that kind to happen so suddenly. He then wondered aloud what might happen if he were caught, and whether they would come after him. He paused as the name Thalia von Steeliner came to mind and questioned why she would appear so soon. Night fell and the scene moved to the dinner table, where Hatz remarked that the Major Dunce was gracing them with his presence, and he said that it was a vulgar touch to a dinner. Chan Yu sat quietly as Alan asked if he still considered himself a Lienhaber, and Hatz said that it appeared so. Brother. Chan Yu thought that Hatz and Alan were the twins. Hatz said he thought Chan Yu was thick-skinned, but showing up at the family dinner proved he lost the last of his shame. He added that he had heard Chan Yu beat a maid and a butler, and that there was no redemption for that cur. Chan Yu thought that he knew he did not do it, but that the words still stung. At that moment the door opened and the maids bowed as Theodore von Lienhaber entered. He noted that everyone was present, and Chan Yu stood, thinking that this was Nox Vaughn's father and the head of the Lienhaber family. Miss Thalia von Steeliner then entered and introduced herself with a polite greeting, and Theodore explained that she came to receive night training and would be staying with them for a while. Hatz and Alan watched her from their chairs. Theodore von Lienhaber said that they should give her a cordial welcome. Chan Yu remained standing as he looked at her and thought that she was Thalia von Steeliner, the heroine of Inner Lunatic. He told himself that she would end up Nox Vaughn's corruption with her righteous blade, and that somewhere along the way she would stab him in the heart. Theodore von Lienhaber said that he was surprised to see Nox Vaughn among them that night. Chan Yu remained silent, while Thalia von Steeliner looked at him with quiet curiosity. Theodore von Lienhaber then suggested that they begin eating, and as they dined, Hatz and Alan kept watching Chan Yu. He wondered to himself about their stares. Hatz turned to Theodore von Lienhaber, addressed him as father, and mentioned that he heard the enrollment cycle of Elydine Academy would begin next year. Alan added that they were thinking it would soon be necessary to decide who was the most worthy of representing their family name. Theodore von Lienhaber agreed and said that it was indeed time to discuss the matter. Chan Yu recalled that Elydine Academy was the most important place in the game, since the main storyline centered around episodes where students experienced incidents at school and fought demons. He thought to himself that he must get into Elydine Academy and gather as many companions as possible without causing cracks in the storyline. Theodore von Lienhaber continued and explained that Elydine Academy had measures to prevent aristocratic families from forming cliques, which was why only 3 students were accepted from each household. He stated that the 2 eldest brothers already claimed their spots, which meant that only one among the 3 remaining would get the chance to enroll. Chan Yu thought that for now he should focus on getting chosen for the last spot. Theodore von Lienhaber declared that naturally the one to enroll would be chosen by their time-honored Lienhaber method. Chan Yu said that they meant sorting it out by dueling. Theodore appeared surprised that Nox Vaughn showed an active interest, and he confirmed that the duels would take place 1 month from that day in the drill hall of the manor. Hatz warned that if Chan Yu planned to withdraw, he should not join at all. Alan added that there was no point and asked if he really believed he had a chance with his delicate body and callous-free hands. Chan Yu said that he certainly was, and knowing his rivals he felt rather optimistic. Then he started drinking. Hatz became angry and asked if he was suggesting that they were on the same level as his pathetic self. Chan Yu thought that the duel was a hurdle he would have to clear to get into Elydine Academy, and he felt resentful of their jeering. He replied that as a future student of Elydine Academy, he considered himself above their level. The room fell into a brief hush as Hatz and Alan glared at him, and Thalia von Steeliner appeared intrigued and wondered on what grounds he was so confident. Chan Yu realized with a start that she was the last person whose attention he should be drawing. In his office, Theodore sat and looked at the papers on the table. He told the major domo that it was as he had said, and that it seemed as if Nox Vaughn became a different person overnight. The major domo agreed. Theodore thought that if he had not seen it for himself, he would have thought Rodwell was jesting. He wondered what triggered that sudden change of heart. He thought that possession by a demon would be ludicrous. He decided that whatever it was, things were getting far more interesting than he expected. He asked Rodwell to keep an eye on him. The scene shifted to the courtyard where Chan Yu was running, and the maids watching him spoke among themselves, saying that Master Nox Vaughn was back at his drill. Another maid said that she was not joking, and a third added that it must be for the duel next month, and another wondered why he only ran around. Chan Yu heard their whispers and thought that he could not understand why he could hear them so clearly. His stat window showed that his stamina increased by 0.1. He thought that 0.1 was hardly anything, and he reminded himself that he was running because stamina was a major obstacle in his plan. Chan Yu remembered that the trait Genius Swordsman and Fighter could only be activated when the character's stamina point was higher than 4. He thought that any normal character apart from Nox Vaughn would have met that condition from the start, but he remained bound by the Curse of Frailty with just 1 month to raise his stamina by 1.9. He recalled that the Curse of Frailty halved stamina gains, and he thought all the running he did so far resulted in nothing more than a meager 0.1 increase. He knew that since life-limiting illness also hindered growth, he would need to work 4 times harder to overcome this double burden. Looking at his stat window, where stamina was 15 and MP 30, he thought that matters were even worse because life-limiting illness also capped his stamina at 15 points. At that moment, Lona came carrying a tea trolley and said that she brought the items he ordered yesterday. Seeing her, Chan Yu thought that she was better than he expected. He told her that she was finally being helpful. Glancing at the items on the tea trolley, Chan Yu thought about his strategy to push his stamina up to 4. He remembered the venom of a 3-headed snake, the spring water of reminder fairies, the golem's nucleus, and the scroll of rapid stamina growth. He decided that he would adopt an expedient, and he thought proudly that he did so masterfully, like a pro who had already beaten the game 27 times. The scene shifted to the drill hall, where Lona asked Master Nox Vaughn why he needed all those items, saying they were venomous or extremely difficult to handle, and that people avoided using them for good reason. She added that the only thing useful among them was the scroll. Chan Yu replied that of course they were useless if one did not know how to use them. Lona admitted she did not understand. Chan Yu turned, picked up a bottle, and began to drink. Lona cried out in alarm, telling him that it was poison. Chan Yu thought that it was not just any poison. His stat window showed that he consumed venom of the 3-headed snake, which gave a temporary stamina bonus of 50% but would kill him in 10 minutes, with the countdown already started at 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Lona panicked and said she was going to call Mr. Ernerock, but Chan Yu told her not to. He then began to consume a golem's nucleus. Lona shouted that he was not supposed to eat that. The stat window displayed that he consumed a golem's nucleus, and that his body would soon begin to petrify. A hidden effect was activated as the venom of the 3-headed snake and the golem's nucleus reacted with each other. Chan Yu thought that this was exactly it. The hidden effect he had been waiting for activated, and he reminded himself that everything was going as planned. He recalled that a golem's nucleus was usually used to maximize a user's defensive power by petrifying their skin or to give life to an artificially fashioned golem. But when used with the venom of the 3-headed snake, it conjured a special effect. The stat window revealed that the venom of the 3-headed snake had been neutralized and the negative trait Curse of Frailty eliminated. Chan Yu thought triumphantly that the Curse of Frailty was lifted. Lona, however, thought in fear that he was dying. Chan Yu told himself that it was not the only hidden effect he planned to activate. Lona rushed to him in worry and asked if he was all right, and then stopped in confusion as she saw him unbuttoning his shirt. She exclaimed again in shock, calling out to her Master Nox Vaughn. Lona called out to Master Nox Vaughn and then placed her hands around her eyes in frustration. Meanwhile, Chan Yu poured the Reminder Fairy's spring water over himself, and the stat window displayed that the Reminder Fairy's spring water was used. It showed that the petrifaction effect of the golem's nucleus was neutralized, and that the Reminder Fairy's spring water and the golem's nucleus were reacting with each other. Chan Yu thought that the sensation was strangely pleasant. The stat window then displayed that a hidden effect was activated, and that he received a temporary bonus trait called the Blessing of Growth. Chan Yu thought that everything was going as planned. The stat window showed that the blessing of growth gave him 100% stamina growth bonus and that the effect would last until his stamina reached 5 points. Chan Yu felt pleased and thought that it was nice. He then thought about the final touch and tore the scroll into 2 pieces. The stat window displayed that he used a scroll of rapid stamina growth and that his stamina growth rate was doubled. Chan Yu thought that he broke the curse of frailty and offset the growth penalty of his life-limiting illness with the blessing of growth. On top of that, he also used a growth scroll. He thought that if his calculation was correct, then his new stamina growth rate was now twice that of average characters. Lona suddenly hugged Chan Yu and he staggered in surprise. She then stepped back and asked Master Noxvon if he was alright. Chan Yu pushed her away and she explained that when she saw him take off his shirt, she thought he finally lost his mind under the influence of the venom. Chan Yu only told her to bring him a towel. Looking at the tears in her eyes while she still held on to him, he thought that he could not raise his voice at her when he was feeling so relieved about breaking the curse. He then told her that he was quite alright. Lona asked if he was sure he did not need Mr. Ernerock or perhaps some rest. Chan Yu refused and said he has things to do. When she asked what exactly, he replied that he was going to run. Soon he was running outside under the open sky while Lona followed behind with a towel in her hands. Watching him, Thalia von Steeliner wondered what possessed him to accept a duel with his brothers when he was built like a garden weed. Emma, her handmaiden, reminded her that such words were not proper for a guest to speak about a member of the Lienhaber family, since they were hosting her, and warned that it would be troublesome if anyone heard. Thalia von Steelina replied that Emma should not pretend to think otherwise and said that all he did was run as if he never intended to train with a sword. She added that she even heard some followers of the Lienhaber family offered to teach him. Thalia von Steeliner said that he turned all the offers down without a second thought, and that he would end up being beaten witless with no chance of change. She kept thinking that there was no chance at all and wondered in frustration why she could not take her mind off it. She admitted that she could not, and when Emma called her, she apologized and told her she would be back shortly. With that, she stepped forward. Chan Yu was sitting to rest while Lona lay flat on the ground and greeted her with a cheerful morning. Thalia von Steeliner came near Chan Yu and introduced herself again. As he looked at her, he thought with surprise about what she was doing out there. He stood and told her there was no need to remind him of her name and asked what business she has with him. She wondered about his standoffish attitude and then convinced herself that he must have been stunned by her beauty. He kept looking at her and she told herself that it was the only explanation. She then said it was good that there was no wasting of time and asked if he honestly believed he could defeat his brothers. When he nodded, she pointed out that he was doing nothing but running and questioned how much that would improve his sword skills. Lona stood up from the ground and thought that this was what she meant, feeling thankful at last. Thalia von Steeliner said that if he needed her help, she would be more than happy to provide it. Chan Yu walked away and told her that he did not need it, that he showed little to no interest, and that she should leave. Thalia von Steeliner grew shocked and asked how he could dare to treat someone offering help in such a way. Lona thought in alarm that Master Nox von should not speak to a lady like that. Thalia von Steeliner then turned to leave, saying that he could have it his way. Chan Yu muttered in frustration, and as he watched her go he wondered what just happened, while Lona, who stood close by, thought that his words were far from tactful. Chan Yu sighed and thought that the matter was spiraling out of control and called her a perceptive eye. The stat window displayed her name as Thalia von Steeliner, her sex as female, her age as 14, her race as human, and her primary element as fire. It showed that she had no accomplishments. It then listed her attributes as Stamina 6, MP 3, Luck 5, Willpower 7, and Charm 20. Her traits were listed as positive with yearning for heroes, chivalry, righteousness, and gifted swordsman and fighter. She had no neutral traits. Her negative traits were a sense of inferiority, bridled potential, and being quick to take offense. Chan Yu thought that she was remarkably talented, and looking at her stamina alone, considering that the average stamina of adult males in that world was only 4, he considered her an exceptional case. He thought that although she was not on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, she might easily claim a place in the league just below them, and that she was certainly capable of killing a couple of devils. Chan Yu thought about Thalia von Steeliner's primary element, which was fire. He knew that once it awakened, her elemental fire would be upgraded to white fire, giving her the power to burn the corrupt Nox Vaughn into oblivion. He decided that winning Thalia von Steeliner over and becoming friends with her was not an option, as no one knew how much of a twist that would cause to the story. He reminded himself that he needed to find a way to survive while complying with the storyline, and he thought it was utter nonsense to fraternize with someone who would one day become his vanquisher. The scene shifted to 1 month later. Thalia von Steeliner practiced in the drill hall, and one boy watching said he was speechless because he never saw anyone move so fast. Another boy commented that her talent truly befitted the high reputation of the Steeliner family. Thalia wondered if they really thought so. She remembered a time when she was practicing with her sister, when she fell and her sword broke. She asked her sister if she would ever be good enough to become a knight. She remembered her sister's reply, that knights must be able to live frugally without greed, and from time to time sacrifice themselves for the triumph of justice. She said that with this mentality as the cornerstone of their training, knights must master countless swords and forms. Thalia von Steeliner then remarked that there was still that Nox Vaughn boy who believed running alone was enough to defeat his highly trained brothers, and she thought he stood no chance at all. The next day in the drill hall, Alan and Chan Yu stood facing each other. Above them sat Theodor von Lienhaber with his first wife Scylla, while Rodwell and Thalia von Lienhaber were also present. They all gathered to witness the match. Theodor von Lienhaber asked Rodwell how he thought the duel would turn out, and Rodwell replied that he could only assume. At that moment, the duel master announced that the contest would determine which master would represent the Lienhaber family as a student of a Lydene Academy. He then declared that the duel should begin. Chan Yu and Alan gripped their swords and prepared to strike. Theodor von Lienhaber asked Rodwell for his predictions about the match. Rodwell replied that he believed the years of training Master Alan received would place him in a commanding position. Theodor von Lienhaber agreed and said that he had his reasons. Scylla, his first wife, watched in silence. Rodwell wondered if his lordship was predicting a different outcome. He admitted that it was true Master Nox Vaughn changed, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine him overpowering Master Alan. He asked himself what kind of outrageous circumstances would be required for that to happen. He recalled that during his days as a knight at Lord Lienhaber's side, he learned that as intricate as the art of swords could be, it was still governed by a simple rule. The achievement of a swordsman could be measured by asking how much time was spent with the sword in wielding and study. He thought that if there was one factor that could allow a swordsman to transcend this unchanging law, it would be a talent that came from realm beyond, an overwhelming natural gift. Yet he questioned whether there were any grounds to believe Master Nox Vaughn possessed such a gift. Theodor von Lienhaber then said that even so, it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities, especially when the swordsman in question was a son of the Lienhaber family. He added that for all they knew, any one of his sons might possess a gift comparable to that of the three Supremes. The stat window showed that the trait of genius swordsman and fighter was inactive. Chan Yu thought with frustration about why he remained so unlucky even in that world. Since the last time he checked his luck it measured 7 points, and he was supposed to be fortunate. He reflected that after all his running still failed to raise his stamina to 4 points. He remembered when the window displayed that he was under the influence of the blessing of growth and that his stamina increased by 0.1, then again by 0.1, until he reached 3.8. He recalled Loner running behind him and asking if he was certain she needed to run with him. He told her that as his servant she was to suffer with him, then quickly corrected himself by saying she should assist him by his side. Loner remarked that he just revealed his true intentions. He handed her another towel and said it was one more article for her to clean. She only looked at him and he accused her of cursing inwardly. She answered that she merely bit her tongue. He thought that all this running must have given her much stamina as well, and he called her a perceptive eye. The stat window then displayed her stamina at 4.5, her MP at 3, her luck at 4, her willpower at 2, and her charm at 16. Chan Yu thought that it was 4.5. He wondered what the family drank from the well to grow so strong, since even their maid was stronger than average men. He thought about how after all his hard work for a month, he was still weaker than a side character. Lona looked at him in silence while he felt wronged and thought that it was pure injustice. She then reminded him that the sun was about to set and asked if it would not be wise to rest since his duel was tomorrow. Chan Yu thought with despair that the time already came and he still needed more of it. Back in the present, Alan called to Knox Vaughn and suggested, as a loving brother, that he withdraw. He said that Knox Vaughn was as much his little brother as a disgrace to the family. He added that it would pain him to beat him badly. Chan Yu replied that it was odd, since Alan's face showed that he did not want him to withdraw. Alan admitted that it was obvious and said that he wished to make a good impression on Miss Steeliner. He said he relied on him to help with that. Chan Yu warned him against it. Chan Yu thought that Alan's stamina was 8 and that there was no way he could defeat him with his current state. Chan Yu wondered what he should do, and at that moment the duel master announced the duel would decide who represented the Lienhaber name at the Elidine Academy. He declared that Master Knox von Lienhaber and Master Alan von Lienhaber must accept the outcome of the duel and under no circumstances challenge it. He wondered what he should do, since losing here would end his chance to recover his memory, learn who sent him the message, and most importantly, live beyond the 1-year deadline. At that moment the duel master ordered that the duel begin. Chan Yu barely managed to parry Alan's first attack, and he muttered in pain as he avoided falling backward. He saved himself from a tumble, and Alan remarked that Chan Yu was lucky. Chan Yu and Alan's swords clashed again. Chan Yu thought that if the world of this game had one rule, it was that losing meant losing everything. But if somehow one managed to overcome it all, then everything could be gained. The stat window displayed that his stamina increased by 0.1. Smiling, Chan Yu told himself that by overcoming it all he could truly claim everything. Alan asked if his strikes shocked him out of his senses. Chan Yu struck back and said that perhaps a few more would help him recover them. Alan blocked the blow and groaned. Scylla, the first wife of Theodore von Lienhaber, thought that all her worries about the little boy's change of heart were in vain, since like the first two, the third Lienhaber spot at the academy would also go to one of her sons. At that moment Alan struck hard against Chan Yu's sword. Watching this, Theodore von Lienhaber called it pathetic. Scylla thought that one day the family would be hers to claim. Theodore von Lienhaber admitted he might have placed too high expectations on Chan Yu, and added that if this was the limit of his change of heart, it proved disappointing. Rodwell turned to Theodore von Lienhaber and asked if it would not be wise to interrupt the duel, warning that if it continued any longer Master Knox von might need a long recovery. Chan Yu and Alan were still locked in their duel when Theodore von Lienhaber thought that Alan and Hatz were reasonably talented, but their gift was in no way uncommon. Compared to their eldest brother, they were mediocre at best. He wondered if he was to accept that none of his sons possessed the temperament to overpower all and put the world under his heel. Chan Yu stood wheezing. Theodore von Lienhaber asked himself if none of them truly merited the title of vanquisher. Theodore von Lienhaber rose from his chair and ordered that the duel be halted. At that moment, the stat window displayed that Chan Yu's stamina increased by 0.1. He blocked Alan's strike, and the stat window showed again that his trait of genius swordsman and fighter was activated. Chan Yu smiled while Alan asked if he finally lost his mind. The stat window then revealed a new skill, Time of a Genius, was activated. As Chan Yu struck with his sword, he thought of the words of a wise man he could not remember, who once said that a genius and an average man experience time differently. Chan Yu thought that this was how time flowed for a genius, as everything moved slowly and the flow of time seemed several times slower. He knew, however, that seeing his opponent in slow motion did not mean his control of the sword was perfect, and that the skill alone could not guarantee his dominance. But he was no longer a dormant genius swordsman and fighter, and for him that was enough. With that, Chan Yu struck Alan's sword aside, sending it flying. Alan stood in shock while Chan Yu thought that the victory was his. Alan's sword whirled through the air and fell to the ground as he clutched his hand with a cry of pain. Chan Yu raised his sword and said that it was interesting. Alan stared at him in shock and demanded to know what he just did, while Chan Yu thought that it did not mean he could take his sweet time and the effect of his skill would last only 5 minutes. He wondered how he should bring the fight to an end within that span. He then said that he thought of fighting at a leisurely pace, but the match was becoming tedious. Alan rose to his feet and glared at him, and Chan Yu declared that he would put a swift end to it. He dared them to come at him together. Both Alan and Hatz exclaimed in surprise, but Chan Yu turned to his father and asked if he has permission to face both of his brothers at once. Theodore von Lienhaber was taken aback while Master Domo looked on in shock. Thalia von Steeliner thought in disbelief about what got into him. while Theodor von Lienhaber reflected that he was seeing a spirit in him he never witnessed before. He wondered if his son had been hiding such a card all along, and admitted that his curiosity was piqued. Rising from his seat, he lifted his finger and granted permission. Scylla objected in alarm, but Theodore ordered the duel to proceed. Alan picked up his sword while Hats shouted in anger, asking how he dared humiliate them in their father's presence. Chan Yu stood in silence, watching them. Hats declared that he would make him pay, and both brothers advanced with their swords, striking at him together. Chan Yu dodged their attacks and pushed them back. Alan quickly ordered Hats to corner him from the side, but Hats snapped at him to be quiet and charged on his own. He swung his blade, but Chan Yu bent low and avoided the strike. At that moment, the stat window revealed that a hidden effect of Time of a Genius was activated, raising Chan Yu's proficiency in the elementary sword craft of the Dark family. He thought it was perfect timing, and that he could now see the path before him. Alan attacked again, but Chan Yu blocked the strike and pressed forward, driving his shoulder into Alan's with force. Alan staggered with a cry while both brothers looked at each other in shock. Thalia von Steeliner called out his name in disbelief. Chan Yu thought he could almost hear what they were thinking. Alan wondered how someone like Knox von, the disgrace of their family, could fight this way. Alan turned and looked at Hats, and the two of them were watching each other closely. Chan Yu advanced toward them and reminded them not to take their eyes off their opponent, calling it a basic rule. Both Alan and Hats gasped in realization. At that moment, Chan Yu struck at Alan and Hats with his sword, and neither of them managed to dodge the blow. He thought that even with the weight of survival on his shoulders, wielding a sword could still be genius fun. His attack sent both brothers crashing to the ground. Thalia von Steeliner gasped, Master Domo stared in astonishment, and Theodor von Lienhaber watched the scene in surprise. Alan cried out in disbelief, calling it impossible, while Hats groaned as he fell, both of them cursing their defeat. The stat window then revealed that the time of a genius ran out, and Chan Yu thought it ended too quickly. Scylla rose from her seat, calling for her sons in alarm. Chan Yu calmly declared that the duel was concluded. The duel master, flustered, confirmed it and announced Knox von Lienhaber as the winner. Alan cursed under his breath while Chan Yu's sword slipped from his hand in a graceful spin. Theodor von Lienhaber looked pleased, and Chan Yu smiled before bowing in thanks. He then turned to leave the drill hall, and as Thalia von Steeliner watched him go, she thought it was her chance and resolved to speak with him. The scene shifted to the courtyard where evening was settling. Chan Yu started coughing and covered his mouth with his hand, the blood from his mouth staining his hand. He looked at the blood on his hand and thought that he crossed the time limit. He remembered that as impressive as the time of a genius was, it carried a severe drawback. Using it beyond 5 minutes triggered a counteraction, a debuff. The stat window displayed that his misuse of the skill reduced his lifespan by 2 days and 17 hours. He recalled that losing time and growing weaker was the worst kind of debuff he could endure. He then thought that now his life was cut to less than a year. Though he considered himself fortunate, the effect did not show itself inside the hall, as it would have raised doubts about whether he was fit to attend the academy. At that moment, Thalia von Steeliner approached from behind and spoke, asking if he was hurt and if he had been injured during the duel. Chan Yu turned back in surprise to look at her. Then he thought in frustration. Chan Yu thought in frustration why it had to be her of all people. He feared that if Thalia von Steeliner told Theodor von Lienhaber about the counteractions, everything would only go downhill. Then Chan Yu said that he was. Thalia von Steeliner looked at him closely and said that he managed to defeat his brothers even in such a condition. Chan Yu, caught off guard, questioned her words. She then admitted that she judged him wrongly. She recalled how she observed him for a month and never once saw him train seriously with a real sword. The only story she ever heard was that he swung a wooden sword a few times during his very first day of training. But he somehow defeated his brothers, which made her conclude that he must have been hiding immense natural talent. She thought back to the day she ran and wondering how he unleashed that talent and honed it so well. She felt she must know. She also recalled the scene after the duel, when she saw him alone. She stood behind him and noticed his frail state. She wondered if he was about to collapse from exhaustion. She questioned if it was really true that he defeated his brothers with sheer overwhelming strength. She then thought that the rumors might be wrong. Realizing that Knox von Lienhaber was no weakling but a hardworking swordsman who fought desperately for his victory. Back in the present, Chan Yu coughed again, and blood lingered at his lips. Thalia von Steeliner, seeing this, extended her hand towards him and asked if he was all right. Chan Yu flinched, pulled her hand away, and told her firmly that she was not to lay a finger on his body. Chan Yu thought to himself that he must admit the 2 years he spent doing nothing but playing games drained what little strength he once had. Thalia von Steeliner then said she only wished to express her apologies. Chan Yu looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. She told him she misjudged his devotion to the sword, that she heard he was frail since birth, and that she should have realized he had his reasons for putting effort into endurance. She said she was sorry for misjudging him and added that she would not judge him based on the tales of his rampage either. She explained that her handmaiden Emma reminded her that anyone could make such mistakes. Chan Yu wondered what he should say in response and noticed that she was just as humble as in the game. He thought that although chivalry was one of her traits, she was still the daughter of a duke, and many in her place would never have apologized. He finally told her that if she truly felt sorry, she could do him one favor and keep quiet about the blood she just saw. Thalia von Steeliner quickly promised that she would never speak of it. Chan Yu felt that it looked like he would not have to worry, and as he walked away, he said it was good to know, while Thalia von Steeliner stood silently watching him go. The scene shifted to Theodor von Lienhaber's office, where he remarked that his sense of foreboding proved true. He asked Rodwell for his opinion on Knox von. Rodwell replied that although he could not understand why Knox von stayed so passive during the first half of the duel, he believed the young Master Knox von already reached a stage none of his brothers had at the same age. Theodor von Lienhaber said that he shared the same view and admitted that he had a suspicion, though difficult to explain, that what Knox von showed that day was only a fraction of his true ability. He ordered Rodwell to watch and report his every move, but never to interfere, no matter the situation. Rodwell accepted the command. Theodor von Lienhaber then wondered aloud if Knox von might indeed be a talent worthy of inheriting the title of Vanquisher. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and said that from then on Rodwell's reports would hold greater importance than ever, adding that he did not have much time left. Rodwell bowed and said that he would strive to achieve his utmost. The scene shifted to Chan Yu's room where night fell. The stat window appeared with a message that the tutorial quest was completed and his first victory claimed. He said it was no longer a game for him, though some of the game-like features still remained. The stat window showed that his reward was 3 attribute points. He expressed relief that they arrived just in time, after he spent a whole month running to gain only 2 points in stamina. Chan Yu thought that the points were for attributes, then he said the word attributes aloud. Chan Yu clicked on luck in the stat window and thought that it would not be stamina, so he chose luck. He added 3 points to his luck and raised it to 10 points. Then he thought that the reason was simple, as in inner lunatic luck was more important than any other attribute, and he decided to test the improvement right away. The stat window then revealed that New Game Plus 27 benefits were available, including 1 attempt at the skill scroll dispenser and a one-time use of the skill conjurer. Chan Yu noted that the New Game Plus feature was preserved and chose to use the dispenser. When the skill scroll dispenser appeared, he thought that the machine was the strangest thing to see in reality. Then Chan Yu turned the key and said that now that he maxed out luck, his chance of getting a scroll of normal grade or higher was 95%. The machine began to shake and Chan Yu thought about the scrolls. The ragged ones were low grade, the silver ones were normal grade, the gold ones were high grade, and the rainbow ones were prime grade. He hoped for gold or perhaps rainbow. A moment later, a gold scroll popped out. He grabbed it with excitement and exclaimed his relief. The stat window confirmed that he obtained a gold scroll and congratulated him. He then turned his thoughts to the skill conjurer, already knowing which skill he planned to summon. The stat window asked if he wished to use the one-time conjurer at that moment. He reasoned that if he wanted to uncover the hidden treasure inside the Lienhaber Manor, that particular skill would be indispensable. Since Theodor von Lienhaber would soon summon his sons together, he decided to delay using it. The stat window displayed that he received a high-grade skill called Suppressing Hand of Superiority. Looking at the scroll, he asked in disbelief if it was his birthday. The stat window displayed that the skill info was being retrieved. The active skill was suppressing hand of superiority of high grade with no element. Its effect was that anyone whose sum of attribute points was lower than his would get a 20% debuff in all attributes against him. Chan Yu said that this was the reason he loved the game. He then thought that he gained a debuff skill along with another reward he planned to save for later. The stat window once again asked if he wished to use the one-time skill Conjurer. He considered that Grain Vaughn would be returning to the manor soon, since his graduation from Elidine already passed. He recalled that Grain von Lienhaber was the second eldest son of Theodore von Lienhaber and believed that at that moment he must be on his way home from his night training. He thought of the hidden treasures and Grain Vaughn's return, realizing there would be no rest for him for a while, though the bright side was that he would not need to worry about Thalia von Steeliner any longer. He knew she was not the kind to break a promise and believed she had no reason left to bother him. When the scene shifted, Chan Yu found himself facing Thalia von Steeliner. He felt uneasy and thought to himself that clearly he was wrong. He remarked that he assumed their conversation was over and asked her what she wanted. She suddenly asked if he could teach her. Surprised, he asked her to repeat herself, and she said that she wanted him to teach her how he made such fast progress, hoping to learn the way he did it. Thalia von Steeliner said she wanted to make fast progress like him and begged him to teach her how he did it. Chan Yu stood silent for a while and then walked away, saying that she had not cracked the secret even after a whole month of watching. Thalia von Steeliner said that she was not peeping and then ran after him. She told him to wait and asked if they could at least have a duel. She also asked if he could consider sharing his method with her. Chan Yu thought that he clearly remembered how much she craved her sister's approval. Then he turned and looked at her, saying she mentioned the method. He said before asking what it was or wondering what kind of training it would require, she should first think of the strengths she already possessed. Thalia von Steeliner stood quietly and looked at him. Chan Yu thought about what one was supposed to say and wondered if he ever consoled anyone in his life. Then he added that above all she must stop drawing comparisons with others. Then Chan Yu walked away while Thalia von Steeliner watched him in silence. She asked if that was all he could tell her. As Chan Yu passed through the courtyard, he thought that he hoped she was not following him. He told himself there was no need to have her beside him as he moved to claim a hidden treasure of the Lienhaber Manor. He thought that no one would want their future killer near them for that. The scene shifted to the horse farm where Chan Yu looked around in amazement, thinking how the Lienhaber family horse farm appeared even more magnificent in reality. He noted that it was no surprise it was counted among the 3 best farms on the continent. Rodwell bowed before Theodore von Lienhaber and informed him that everything was prepared as ordered. Theodore von Lienhaber replied that they should proceed. Theodore von Lienhaber then turned toward Hatz, Allen, and Knox von and reminded them that they surely knew why he called them together at the Steed farm. He explained that they were there to choose a horse that would become their lifelong companion. Chan Yu thought to himself that he knew it and that the time finally came. He recalled that of all animals, the horse held the most sacred place in both the traditions of the Lienhaber family and the entire continent. Anyone aspiring to become a knight or magician was required to acquire a horse early in life and form a bond that would last a lifetime. He also remembered that Elidine Academy even had a course dedicated to horsemanship, and that as time progressed in the game, cavalry warfare became increasingly common. He reminded himself that if a horse died, the bond must be formed again from the beginning, which made proper care all the more essential. Chan Yu thought that despite all struggles, since teleportation magic cost a fortune, the horse remained an indispensable part of life in Inner Lunatic. This made choosing the right horse even more important. Theodore von Lienhaber announced that as the winner of the duel, Knox von would have the first pick, warning that he has only one chance. Hatz and Allen looked at Chan Yu with hatred while he grinned at them and stepped forward. Watching him, Theodore von Lienhaber wondered if he also possessed sharp discernment. As Chan Yu approached the stables, the man tending the horses bowed in welcome. Chan Yu looked at the horses and thought that they were stellar, but the one he was searching for was different. Then, as his eyes fell on a particular horse, he thought that it was the one. He walked closer and declared that he chose it. Hatz and Allen reacted with shock, and Theodore von Lienhaber himself seemed surprised, advising him to reflect on his decision. Chan Yu thought they were encouraging him to change his mind and believed everyone must think he made a foolish choice. but he also noted the presence of a perceptive eye. As he fixed his gaze on the horse, the stat window appeared, first loading and then revealing its details. The stat window showed the name as none, sex male, grade high, age 0, breed horse obsidian, and primary element darkness. Chan Yu thought that the horse being high grade was as he expected, since the grade of a young pet could rise by a tier over time, usually one step higher. He considered that this little one might grow into a prime grade horse or even something greater once fully matured. He reminded himself that it was an obsidian, the rarest of all horse breeds in the game, known for its strength and beauty worthy of its name. He thought that Theodor von Lienhaber himself might have taken it if he knew its true breed. For now, it only seemed frail because of all the debuffs weighing it down. The stat window displayed that the traits were listed as positive tirelessness debuffed and deactivated, gallantry debuffed and deactivated, neutral unwavering loyalty, and negative born to die, with the active remaining time in life marked as 2 days 16 hours and 12 minutes. Chan Yu thought that the negative trait might even be worse than his own life-limiting illness. Still, he firmly declared that he stood by his choice and wanted this one. He then thought that he knew how to stop it from becoming a problem. Theodor von Lienhaber thought about why it happened and wondered if it was because Chan Yu saw too much of himself in it. He believed that Chan Yu must have let his emotions carry him away and found it disappointing. He told him he hoped Chan Yu would not regret his choice. Saying this, he turned and walked away, leaving Hatz and Alan shocked as they called out to their father. Chan Yu watched Theodor von Lienhaber walk away and thought that he must have been truly disappointed. Rodwell then turned to Hatz and Alan, urging them to choose their horses and saying that assistance was still at hand. Afterward, Rodwell approached Chan Yu, bowed, and reminded him that his steed needed a name. Chan Yu agreed and, while looking at the horse, declared that its name would be Carl. He thought that it was the same name he always used in the other world while playing the game, a name that carried much meaning for him. Chan Yu brought Carl to his room, where Carl sat down on his bed. He covered Carl with a blanket and thought that it was best not to let anyone see what he was about to do, so keeping him in his room was the right decision. Looking at Carl, he wondered if it was just his imagination, or if the horse was trying to show that it could not give up on life. He thought that perhaps they were quite alike, both struggling to hold on to the little chance they had. He then called for Lona, saying he knew she was outside and demanding her presence immediately. Startled and trembling, Lona stumbled forward, confessing that she was there and asking how he knew. Chan Yu replied calmly that it was rather obvious. Chan Yu gestured toward Carl and said that Lona would take care of the steed from that day. Lona stood aghast and thought that a horse on the bed was absurd. She wondered who he thought made his bed for him. Chan Yu told her that Carl was ill and that she needed to be very gentle with him. Lona stammered her agreement and promised to follow his orders. Chan Yu then thought that what he planned to do with Carl later might be frightening, and he worried that faint-hearted Lona might collapse if she saw it. Lona knelt beside the horse, called him Carl, and asked if he was hungry. The scene shifted to 3 days later where the horse Carl died and his head lay in Lona's lap. She wept and said that Carl was dead. Chan Yu thought that she could cry as much as she wanted, and he remembered how she fed Carl carrots and cared for his mane. He thought that she truly cared for the horse and became attached. But he also knew this was bound to happen, and that keeping Carl alive had never been an option. Chan Yu told her to stop crying because she was disturbing his focus. Lona said that Carl was gone. Chan Yu replied that there was no need to worry because Carl would return to their side very soon. She rose and asked how that could be and whether his death unsettled Chan Yu's mind. Chan Yu told her to be silent and step back. He drew a scroll from the inner pocket of his jacket and placed it on the ground. Lona asked what the scroll was, and Chan Yu thought that he only needed to pour his magical energy into it until it worked. Purple light spread at once, and Lona looked on in shock. She asked if he was using his magical energy, while Chan Yu thought that he was losing control. He then demanded whether she wanted to see Carl die again, and if not she should remain silent. Lona quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Chan Yu thought that concentration was the key. He could not handle any mana yet, and his ultra-sensitivity to mana was still inactive. He knew that the laws of the Empire allowed only the royals to use magical energy before the age of 15. This gave them a head start in the practice of magic, and they usually achieved much more in its study. Since he was not a royal, All he could do was release whatever magical energy he could gather. Though weak, he felt a faint energy beneath his palms and realized that this was how it felt to use magical power. He smiled to himself and thought that he might enjoy it. He then decided to use his one-time skill as a conjurer, knowing there was no room for mistakes. The stat window showed that he conjured the skill Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. Chan Yu thought in surprise that it was black magic. A book appeared in his hand, and the stat window displayed that he could summon Carl back into his world as an undead pet, asking whether he wished to proceed. Chan Yu remembered that the undead in the game were defined by two common features. First, they were brought back through black magic and darkness-type magical energy. Second, although they died before, they still retained a sense of self, consciousness, and even gained enhanced strength. He thought that this also included their unwavering loyalty to their masters. He then considered the limitation. As desirable as the undead sounded, there was only one family with the power to create them, the Marbases, a renowned house known for wielding the darkness element. In that sense, they were similar to the Lienhabers, but while the Lienhabers were knights, the Marbases were black magicians skilled in undead magic. Chan Yu wondered if characters outside the Marbas family had no chance of using the skills they monopolized, but he knew that this was where the one-time skill conjurer played its role. Through it, he conjured the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. He then watched as hands rose from the ground and clutched the body of the horse Carl. At that moment, blood began to flow from Chan Yu's mouth. Seeing this, Lona cried out in shock, calling him Master Nox Vaughn. Chan Yu told her to be silent and then thought that he only needed to endure a little longer. After that, he let out a strange sound. Chan Yu saw smoke rising from his hands and he thought that he was out of magical energy. In that moment, the horse Carl came back to life and rose while neighing. The stat window reported that the skill use was successful and that Carl returned as an undead pet. Chan Yu felt happy as he watched Carl alive and he thought that he did it. Lona stood and looked at him in surprise and she asked whether that was really Carl. Chan Yu said that it was Carl. Carl glided in front of Chan Yu and the stat window showed Carl's name, his sex as male, his grade as high, his age as 0, his type as undead horse, his primary element as darkness. The stat window then listed traits. Positive traits included tirelessness, born warhorse, gallantry. Neutral traits included unwavering loyalty. Negative traits were none, and the trait born to die became invalid. A temporary growth boost of 50% was activated, and the effect would last 1 year. The stat window stated that an undead pet could be summoned and dismissed with the owner's magical energy. Chan Yu thought to himself that he did it. Chan Yu touched Carl's head and said that from now on he would be Carl's master. Chan Yu thought that now was the moment, but as he looked he spoke in surprise. Lona hugged Carl tightly, then wrapped one arm around Carl and the other around Chan Yu. Chan Yu called out to her, asking what she was doing. Lona, holding them both while crying, said that he was coughing blood and she thought he might be dying, and she told him how worried she felt for Carl. Carl made a sharp neigh and shook his head, and Lona scolded him as an ungrateful beast, saying she cared for him and told him to spit out the carrots she fed him. Chan Yu pressed his shoulder and thought that it was time to plan his quest for the next hidden treasure. A few days later at night he walked away from the stable carrying a glittering shard of stone. He headed toward the forest. He looked at the map drawn on the paper and thought that the paths were not much different from when he played in the other world. He put the map in his bag and felt some relief. He remembered a ring and thought that the second hidden treasure of the Lienhaber Manor would decide his fate. If he failed, he would not survive. If he claimed it, it might be the key to slowing the progression of his life-limiting illness. He felt a whispering on his left, and he looked that way. Then he thought that perhaps he was merely on edge, but he knew this was not a game anymore. He saw a wooden signboard that warned not to enter the forest of lost children. The signboard said that children got lost and died there. He thought that he did not want to die twice. The stat window showed that he entered the forest of lost children and warned that failure to defeat this stage would result in his death. Chan Yu remembered the forest of lost children, a place within the Lienhaber Manor that was strictly out of bounds for everyone. He recalled how pitch darkness and thick fog ruled over it, turning the forest into a labyrinth where even the most skilled rangers and pathfinders would lose their way. He thought that it was a perfectly descriptive name. For the moment anyone stepped inside, they were as good as lost. He also noted that it was indeed a forest of lost children. He thought that adult characters would not receive any reward, even if they cleared all the monsters in the forest. He also thought that, as if that was not enough, the monsters became several times more ferocious toward adults. He remembered that he lost count of how many times he faced game over while learning that lesson. He judged the difficulty of the forest to be at least 2.5 stars. Then he thought about how strange the game was. When he played from the other world, he did not care what the reward, but now he realized it gave exactly what a dying man needed. Chan Yu held a torch in his hand and said that without further delay he would begin. He lit the torch and moved forward, thinking that the key to passing through the forest was to observe the direction in which the smoke flowed and then walk in the opposite direction once certain. Before he moved, he asked how long someone planned to peep from behind the bushes and told them to reveal themselves. Looking to his right, he said that they left him no choice. At that moment he cried out and struck with his sword. The scene shifted to Thalia von Steelener's room, where she said that he did not fall for her beauty and she could not understand how. Her handmaiden Emma begged her to stop following Master Knox von and asked if she was not concerned that the blame would fall on her. Thalia von Steelener assured Emma that she would never be dismissed, but Emma replied that this was not her concern. Emma then took hold of a burning candle stand and left, thinking that Thalia von Steelener was unaware of her own achievements. She thought that though Miss Chell was extraordinarily talented, it was no reason for Thalia von Steelener to feel inferior or restless, for she was gifted enough in her own right to be regarded as a potential head of house. Emma opened the door to the room and thought that Thalia von Steelener must have calmed down and gone to bed. She looked at the empty table and called out in surprise, then thought in alarm that Thalia von Steelener might have gone after Master Knox von. The scene then shifted to the forest where Thalia von Steelener stepped out from the leaves, laughing softly. Chan Yu saw her and spoke her name in surprise. Thalia von Steelener stood before him and greeted him nervously. He asked why she was there, and she stammered as she tried to answer. At that moment Chan Yu sensed something behind the bushes. He turned and quickly told Thalia von Steelener to get behind him. She called out his name in shock. A gray wolf emerged from the bushes growling. Chan Yu wondered if the forest was always inhabited by gray wolves, and he realized he did not have a proper sword to fight it. The wolf circled them, raised its head, and howled. More howls soon echoed through the forest. The wolf growled again and moved to attack. Chan Yu stepped forward at once, and Thalia von Steelener gasped at his action. He struck the wolf with his torch, and the wolf fell to the ground because of the fire. Thalia von Steelener thought in astonishment that it was incredible, for though only one wolf, he handled it with such efficiency. Chan Yu turned and looked at Thalia von Steelener as she spoke. He asked her once more that if it had been his brothers, he would not have been surprised, but he wondered why she was pursuing him. Thalia von Steelener replied that it had been a little evening promenade. Chan Yu told her to answer frankly, or he would leave her there. Thalia von Steelener immediately grabbed Chan Yu's wrist, and he reacted with surprise. Thalia von Steelener said that she had not intended to pursue him, but he had made remarkable progress recently. Hoping to emulate his success, she had observed him a little and then saw him going somewhere in the depth of night. She thought there must be a secret discipline he was following, so she walked after him and then saw the forest. Chan Yu thought that some things had just become clear. First, Thalia was overestimating his talents. Second, she held no bad feelings against him. Third, she was clueless enough to think of tailing someone in the middle of the night. He saw tears in Thalia's eyes, and he thought that he could not leave a main character behind in this forest. He told her to follow him, and they began to walk together. He warned her that he was not helping her. He was only preventing a potential discord between their families by keeping her alive. Thalia von Steelener apologized and said that she felt bad. Chan Yu thought that hopefully she had learned her lesson. Thalia von Steelener then thanked him. Thalia von Steelener stood before Chan Yu and began to speak, but then she saw a group of wolves behind him and called out his name in alarm. The wolves growled as Chan Yu turned and raised his torch toward them. The wolves growled as they moved toward Thalia von Steelener and Chan Yu. Thalia clutched his arm and stood nervously, trying to steady herself. Chan Yu told her to stay away, and when she stepped back in fright, he warned her not to get in the way of his sword. He thought that things were going differently than expected and reminded himself to stay focused. He knew this forest was part of a prologue stage, not the main storyline. Thalia von Steeliner stood holding a torch while Chan Yu drew his sword and moved ahead. He thought that there could not be a stage boss, but there would be an elite monster just one tier below. Since he just fought a gray wolf, he was sure the elite monster would be an elite gray wolf. The wolves growled again, and Chan Yu thought that knowing the enemy's identity would not make the fight easy. As two wolves leapt toward him, he struck swiftly and killed them both. He thought that at any moment he could find himself at the edge of danger. When two more wolves rushed at him, he braced himself and admitted inwardly that it was time to drop all arrogance and face the battle as he once did in the other world. He bent back slightly, gripped his sword with both hands, recalled the old mantra, and struck down the wolves again. Chan Yu thought to himself that he was nothing, and then let out a relieved sound. Thalia von Steeliner watched in awe and thought that his strength was remarkable, and yet he was not even using his full power. She remembered how much more formidable he was when dueling his brothers and wondered if he hunted wolves before. Then she recalled his warning to stay away and thought that perhaps he considered her swordsmanship insignificant. The wolves' growls echoed through the forest, and at the sound both Chan Yu and Thalia von Steeliner cried out in alarm. Chan Yu thought that the moment came, and as another pack advanced toward them he realized it was the elite gray wolf. The scene then shifted, where Hats, Alan, and Master Domo were searching for them. They called out for Master Knox von and Miss Thalia von Steeliner as they moved with urgency. Master Domo ordered more torches to be fetched, and when they reached a wooden stand marked with a warning not to enter, they discovered footprints. One of the boys pointed out that the marks showed two pairs of footsteps leading into the forest, and he feared they belonged to Master Knox von and Miss Thalia von Steeliner. He added that Master Knox von entered the Forest of Lost Children with her for reasons unknown. Emma, Thalia's handmaiden, cried out in distress that they should not wait and must follow them at once. Master Domo stopped her, saying that unfortunately they could not. Emma, Thalia's handmaiden, asked for forgiveness and questioned why. Master Domo explained that the forest was one even the renowned Lienhaber family failed to vanquish. To the family, the forest represented nothing but shame. For the Sons of Darkness, the famed Dark Knights of the South, admitting that an entire forest within their manor remained unexplored was as good as declaring themselves incompetent. He added that the Lienhaber family still did not know the truth, that only children who had not come of age could claim full success in the forest. Master Domo wondered why Master Knox von entered the forest. He noted that the footsteps showed he moved with utmost caution, looking in all directions. He thought it seemed unlikely he was enticed by a monster that manipulating the mind, and the strong magical barrier around the manor remained intact. That meant it was a conscious decision on Master Knox von's part to walk into the woods. He admitted to himself that he was mistaken, and could no longer deny that Master Knox von truly changed, no longer his former weak-kneed self. Master Domo then said there was only one way for their safe return. With all his wisdom, Master Knox von had to find the path that led back to the manor. Emma, Thalia's handmaiden, wept in fear as the howls of wolves echoed. She thought with despair that she allowed Miss Thalia to walk off to her doom. The scene then shifted. Thalia von Steeliner stood firm with a sword in her hand. Chan Yu thought that she did not let her fear break her concentration. Then he told her that if she wished to save herself, she should stay back, preserve her strength, and run when they were attacked, giving her at least a slight chance of survival. Thalia von Steeliner remained silent and watched him closely. Chan Yu thought that fighting an elite gray wolf did not call for a life-or-death conversation. He only wanted Thalia von Steeliner to remain alert as they moved through the forest. He saw that she was vigilant, though he felt he could not entrust her with the rear guard yet, so he decided he would handle it himself. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he used a skill called Time of a Genius. He told himself he would use it to take the wolf down with a single blow. One wolf scoffed at him, making him exclaim in response, while Thalia watched in surprise. Then a wolf sat with its eyes closed, and Chan Yu clenched his teeth as he realized what it was about to do. The moment it attacked, he struck it down with a single slash of his sword. Looking at the remaining wolves before him, he sensed a pause, but soon they all leapt from every direction to attack at once. Startled, he fought back, evading and killing them one after another. Just then, when a wolf attacked him from behind, Chan Yu was caught off guard. To his surprise, Thalia, perched on a tree, threw her sword and killed it. He turned to her in astonishment, and she shouted for him to stay alert. She thought of his earlier words, that she must flee in danger, but she resolved not to follow that. Chan Yu wondered if Thalia von Steeliner was truly helping him. Thalia von Steeliner asked Nox Vaughn if he was alright. Chan Yu looked at her, and she asked again if he was hurt. He thought to himself that Thalia seemed to be helping him. At that moment a wolf came from the left side growling and attacked. Chan Yu turned in surprise and struck back, killing the wolf. He then said he was fine and thought that it was no time for idle thoughts. Thalia von Steeliner said it was a relief, and Chan Yu thought with regret that he must have looked pathetic. He felt his hands trembling and wondered if it was counteraction already. He cursed in frustration. Another wolf stood watching. Chan Yu thought that he could not fight it, at least not yet. The wolf growled and he grinned, thinking it finally decided to rise. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands while the wolf circled him. With a growl, the wolf attacked, and Chan Yu thought it was coming, but the wolf leapt towards a tree instead. Chan Yu was surprised and confused, thinking that the beast had another plan. As he turned at the sound of rustling, he realized it was too late. The wolf leapt back and clawed his arm. He cried out in pain. Thalia von Steeliner shouted his name in alarm as the wolf ran into the bushes. Chan Yu thought that the fight was not worth the 2.5-star rating he gave it and decided he would need to rethink it. Chan Yu scanned the bushes for the wolf and thought that the creature in the flesh was far cleverer than in the game. He realized he should have known, as it was orchestrating attacks with its minions and now using its surroundings. A rustle came from one side, and when he pushed the bushes aside he was startled to see the wolf. He thought he needed to take protective measures immediately but cut it short and attacked. The wolf dodged and saved itself. Chan Yu clicked his tongue in frustration. The wolf growled and opened its mouth wide with a rush of sound. Chan Yu thought that it was waiting for him to take a heavy swing and leave his weak point exposed. He gripped his sword tightly, gritted his teeth, and shouted as he swung. A trickle of weakness ran through him and he cursed, thinking it was not the right time. The wolf opened its mouth wide again and lunged at him. He thought that he beat this game several times, but wondered if he was stupid enough to become overconfident. He asked himself if he was foolish to believe he could do anything. He realized that this was not the way he imagined he would die. He closed his eyes as the wolves came closer. At that moment Thalia von Steeliner threw her sword and struck the wolf in the eye. Chan Yu realized it was a dagger, and thought that if he had a weak point to reveal, so did the elite Grey Wolf, and for now the one who could force it to reveal it was not him. He shouted and swung his sword with force, cutting across the wolf's body. The wolf fell dead to the ground. Chan Yu sat on the ground while Thalia von Steeliner called his name. 2 wolves whimpered and fled from the place. Thalia leapt down from the tree and hurried to him, asking if he was all right. Chan Yu answered that he was, adding that he owed her a great deal. Thalia wondered to herself if she was really thanking an enemy, the one destined to kill her in the future. Chan Yu told her not to worry for his sake. She noticed the wound on his arm and said he was hurt, asking if he was truly fine. He stood up and said he was fine, and that they should keep walking. She tried to protest, but he said it was only a superficial wound. Thalia then said she was relieved to hear that. At that moment she felt something crawling on her shoulder. When she looked and saw a spider, she screamed in fright. Chan Yu turned to her in surprise, thinking there might be more of them. Suddenly Thalia clung to him in fear and hugged him tightly. Chan Yu, startled, spoke her name in confusion. Thalia von Steeliner held on to Chan Yu and stammered that it was a spider. As she looked at the spider on her shoulder, she shivered even more and cried out. Chan Yu thought in irritation that she was clutching his windpipe too hard and wondered if she was truly afraid of spiders. He brushed the spider off her shoulder with his hand and told her that if such a small spider frightened her so much, she should not have followed him into the forest. She stuttered that it was a spider and asked if it did not frighten him. He replied by asking if there were knights who feared spiders. She moved back from him and said that of course there could be. He answered that it was good because now he could breathe, and then covered his mouth as he began to cough. She asked with concern if he was really all right. He thought bitterly about counteraction, and then told her it was not something she needed to worry about. In his mind he reflected that she did not really hold him down, and she even saved his life. He could not quite bring himself to thank her, but he admitted to himself that he was grateful. For now, he thought, he only needed to find a way out. The scene shifted to Emma weeping, saying it was her fault and she failed her mistress. Master Domo wondered if matters had truly gone wrong, fearing that Thalia's disappearance could spark a dispute between families. He thought it might not be the only repercussion, as there were already reports of children from the manor vanishing into the forest. He feared that whispers about the incompetence of the Lienhaber family would soon become public discourse. At that moment, a boy pointed with his finger and called out to Mr. Ernerock that the forest fog was lifting. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. Emma thought that the forest was being subdued. She rose from the ground and wondered if the lifting of the forest's magic meant that her assumption was right. Master Domo replied that it was so, adding it Seinfeld the forest had been vanquished, and their only hope might be coming true. Emma then asked if it meant that Master Knox von succeeded. Just then Chan Yu and Thalia von Steeliner emerged from the forest. A boy exclaimed to Mr. Ernerock that it was Master Knox von. Another shouted in amazement, asking if he truly conquered the forest and returned whole. Yet another cried out in disbelief. Master Domo thought that he could not yet gather his thoughts, but one thing became clear to him, that the succession of the Lienhaber family leadership would not be without turmoil. Chan Yu asked what the gathering was for. Emma ran forward to Thalia, calling her milady, and embraced her while asking if she knew how worried they all were. Master Domo told Chan Yu they were searching for him since his disappearance. Chan Yu answered that being anxious over the family black sheep going astray was truly befitting of the Sons of Darkness. Emma wiped her tears and told her mistress that she might benefit from another recitation of the 71 Steeliner codes of conduct, asking her to follow. Thalia apologized softly, but Emma replied that as a lowly handmaiden she could not admonish the lady she served, for it would be the head of the Steeliner family who would deliver the lesson. Chan Yu thought to himself that the way she lifted her mistress showed she must be freakishly strong. He then recalled Lona's 4.5 stamina points. Emma bowed to Chan Yu and expressed her gratitude, saying he kept her lady safe. Chan Yu answered that he did not intend for her to follow him, yet she proved capable, and he would not reproach her so severely. Thalia remained silent. The scene then shifted to Chan Yu's room. He placed his bag and sword on the sofa, removed his coat, and said the problem was solved. He thought that he did not expect a crowd to be waiting for him. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a ring and thought more importantly he obtained a hidden treasure. The stat window displayed that he acquired a new artifact, the Ring of Black Fire. It was recorded as an accessory item of normal low grade, bearing the element of darkness, with attributes of stamina +1 and MP +1. It also showed the restriction that the wearer must wield darkness-type magical energy. Chan Yu remembered the special effect of the artifact, that the wearer could draw a tiny fraction of an opponent's life span upon defeating them. He recalled that the stronger the defeated opponent, the more life could be taken. He thought to himself that the only artifact capable of stealing life span from others was the Ring of Black Fire. Looking at it, he reflected that the ring alone could not save him from death. It would not allow him to extend his life as much as he wished, for as the description said, only small fractions could be taken. It was no true remedy against his life-limiting illness, yet he admitted that having even this faint hope of moving forward was better than having nothing, as he once did before dying in the other world. He slipped the ring onto his finger, and the stat window confirmed that he equipped the Ring of Black Fire. He felt his stamina and MP rising and smiled at the change. He then called out to Lona and told her to come in at once, saying that he knew she was outside. Lona opened the door and entered, asking if he could see through things. He replied that perhaps he could. She gasped and asked if he used that ability to peer beneath people's clothes. He answered sharply, asking if that was truly what she thought of him. She winced and said it hurt, then wondered aloud if his ability became stronger. Chan Yu told her to take a seat as they were about to have a bout of arm wrestling. Lona sat down and reminded him that if she won he would owe her 50% more in wages. He said he knew, but added that if he won, she already knew the rule. Lona sighed and answered that in that case her wage would be cut by 20%. Chan Yu and Lona held hands for an arm wrestling match. Lona counted to 3 and told him to go. At that moment Chan Yu defeated her in the match. Lona was surprised and asked how that happened. She then said that it was not right to cut 20% from the little wage she was already earning. Chan Yu admitted it was true, but explained that he was known as a lout of the Lienhaber family according to some rumors spread by a maid. Chan Yu said he thought a lout would have no concern for his nobility. Lona apologized but reminded him again about her wage. Chan Yu wondered at her words in surprise. At that moment, the stat window showed that the trait sickliness was activated. It caused a level 2 wrist fracture and a level 1 cold. Chan Yu thought that it was a terrible negative trait. He then told Lona to forget about the wage cut and asked her to bring him some ice and a towel. He thought that he should be grateful for having the ring and needed to take some rest, though he wondered why he was struck with such a combination. He then thought the name was something of that sort and recalled his own name. Chan Yu thought about Carl and the Ring of Black Fire, the two hidden treasures from the Lienhaber Manor. With both of them in his hands, he spent 6 months locked inside the manor without any chance to use them. A wooden board hung on the door with the words Order of Confinement written on it, signed by Knox von Lienhaber. When Chan Yu opened the door and entered the room, he said that he caused no trouble, that he vanquished a forest no one even dared to enter, and that this was the praise he received. He considered it outrageous and unjust, and then asked Lona if she agreed. Lona replied nervously that she was only a maiden employed by Lord Lienhaber and that speaking against his decision could affect her wage. Chan Yu told her that failing to keep him in a good mood could do the same, and then wondered if he actually liked being contradicted. Lona quickly called the decision outrageous, preposterous, absurd, and inconsiderate, and said that his lordship was hurting Chan Yu's tender heart with such an unjust act. Chan Yu sat on the sofa and thought that he was getting more comfortable with this life, and that watching Carl grow filled him with joy, but he knew it could not continue. His death was approaching fast. At that moment, the stat window showed that he would die 147 days later due to his life-limiting illness. Chan Yu thought that these alerts cared more about his remaining time than he did and thanked them bitterly for the reminder. Chan Yu rose from the sofa and said that he had enough and needed to talk to his father to reclaim his freedom. Lona opened the door and told him that his bath was ready. At that moment, Master Domo arrived. He bowed and said that Master Knox von was wished to be seen by his lordship for a conversation. Chan Yu sat back in silence on the sofa. The scene then shifted to Theodore von Lienhaber, who sat on a chair with his eyes closed as he remembered the time when countless swarming devils surrounded him. He recalled standing among them with a sword in his hand. He remembered the fateful night that later came to be known as the Night of Change. More swarming devils were flying across the sky, and as they attacked him, he struck back and killed them. He thought about the devils, the piles of human corpses, and the carnage that took place. Theodore then opened his eyes and reflected that if anything, it was a scourge. For that reason, one of his sons had to succeed to the ownership of his sword, the Vanquisher. He thought that half-baked potentials would not be enough and wondered which one of his sons had the decisive talent strong enough to end him. At that moment, Master Domo knocked on the door and entered. He informed that Master Knox von was on his way. Theodore von Lienhaber told him to let him in promptly upon arrival. He then thought that even he failed to resolve the mystery of that forest. He reflected that the triumph of Knox von deserved to be recognized with a reward, but the homagers intervened and blocked the recognition. He considered that they found it hard to believe Knox von changed and insisted on a thorough inquiry to confirm the forest was indeed vanquished. He admitted that he could not ignore their demand and that the inquiry would have been necessary in any case. At that moment, Chan Yu entered after opening the door. Theodore von Lienhaber looked at him. Chan Yu bowed and greeted him respectfully. Theodore von Lienhaber told him to lift his gaze. Chan Yu raised his head and thanked him. Theodore von Lienhaber said that Chan Yu must be aware of the wrongs in his past conduct. Chan Yu replied that he was naturally aware. Theodore then said that regardless, as the head of the house, he was bound to acknowledge his accomplishment and that he called him to discuss his prize. He told him that he may name it. Chan Yu remained silent and only looked at him. Theodore von Lienhaber said that whatever it might be, he would grant the reward of Chan Yu's choosing. Chan Yu was surprised and thought that Theodore would give him anything he wanted. He reflected that he played the game many times but did not remember Theodore granting such a boon. He wondered what happened to the authoritative and cold man he knew and even questioned if Theodore was struck on the head. He found it hard to believe that such generosity was in his nature. Chan Yu then asked if he could name any prize. Theodore von Lienhaber rose from his chair and declared that as the head of the Lienhaber house, he swore on the history of their black blade that whatever Chan Yu wished would be bestowed upon him. Chan Yu thought that Theodore was serious and admitted to himself that he did not expect this. Theodore von Lienhaber added that an immoderate request would affect his opinion, but he trusted that Chan Yu would not make a senseless demand. Chan Yu replied that of course he would not and asked for time to contemplate. Theodore agreed and also granted him permission to leave the estate at his discretion, advising him to take care and to avoid creating commotions as was his habit. Chan Yu thanked him respectfully. Theodore reminded him to always bear in mind that he was a Lienhaber. The next day in the courtyard, Master Domo stood with Chan Yu, Thalia von Stieliner and Emma. Thalia von Stieliner said farewell and added that they would meet again at the Elydine Academy. Chan Yu remained silent. Thalia von Stieliner called his name, but Master Domo reminded him that she bid him farewell and that it was courteous to respond. Chan Yu then replied and wished her farewell until she became a venerable knight. Thalia von Stieliner asked what she would need to become one. Chan Yu told her that for a start she would need a brave heart that did not fear a gigantic spider. Thalia von Stieliner blushed, looked at him and playfully struck him with her fist. Chan Yu thought that he should have mentioned a wolf instead. Thalia von Stieliner then declared that he should keep his nape clean to greet her blade when she returned as a venerable knight. Chan Yu thought to himself with surprise if that was how she decided to kill him. Emma then bowed and said that jests aside, they were most grateful. Chan Yu replied that he hardly saw any reason for an attendant of the Stieliner family to thank him. Emma reminded him that he saved her lady and asked if he did not recall. Chan Yu told her that as he explained, it was not his intention, and asked them to set forth without further delay. Thalia von Stieliner and her handmaiden Emma left in the carriage. Watching them go, Chan Yu thought that one of the characters departed. He felt that he could not explain how, but he was slowly getting used to that strange way of existence, and for some unknown reason he might even have been enjoying it. At that moment the stat window appeared, showing that he would die 146 days later due to his life-limiting illness. He thought that with so few days left a man could hardly catch a break. A few days later, Lona remarked that incidentally the master would need a new maid and a squire to attend him at school. Chan Yu wondered about the mention of a new maid. At that moment Master Domo knocked at the door and entered. He bowed and greeted Chan Yu respectfully. When Chan Yu asked what brought him there that morning, Master Domo explained that he wished to present the maid who would attend him during his time at Elydine Academy. He added that as a probationer she would be at his service starting that day. Ziadi de Lobelia then entered and greeted him. She introduced herself and asked him to consider her exclusively at his disposal. Chan Yu introduced himself in return as Knox von Lienhaber. Chan Yu thought about the name Ziadi de Lobelia and felt certain that he already knew it. At that moment the stat window appeared, showing her name as Ziadi de Lobelia, female, age 15, human, with earth as her primary element and no accomplishments. The stat window also showed her traits, marked as positive genius assistant, neutral unwavering loyalty, and negative two-faced misfortune, mechanical, consummate liar, and espionage. It displayed her stamina as 6.5, her MP as 5, her luck as 1, her willpower as 3, and her charm as 22. The stat window further showed her passive skills as faultless housekeeping and her active skills as none, while stating that she was surveilling him at the behest of Theodore von Lienhaber. The stat window showed that his death from the life-limiting illness was scheduled in 140 days. Chan Yu thought that time was passing quickly without any concern for his life. He took some solace in the fact that the stat window also showed his stamina as 4.5, his MP as 9, his luck as 10, his willpower as 10.2, and his charm as 25. He reflected that despite the penalties he was making fast progress and that soon he would be entering Elydine Academy. Lona remarked that in only 2 months he would be a student at Elydine and asked if he felt nervous about it. Chan Yu asked why she sounded almost festive when talking about his departure. Lona quickly excused herself and said that he did not know how much he would be missed. Chan Yu told her that he was not reducing her wage and asked her to stop. He then thought that he should not waste his time bullying Lona and should instead dedicate himself to improving his attribute points. He considered that otherwise he would not be able to make his way through the Elydine program. He reminded himself that it was the best academy of the empire and would surely be filled with students of great talent from across the land. He thought that he must survive among them, become a part of the main storyline, and then act as the villain that he, Knox von Lienhaber, was meant to be. Finally, he wondered why everything was so complicated. Lona mentioned that incidentally Master Knox von would need a new maid and a squire to attend him at school. Chan Yu wondered about the mention of a new maid. At that moment Master Domo entered the room, bowed, and greeted him respectfully. When Chan Yu asked what brought him there that morning, Master Domo explained that he wished to present the maid who would serve him during his time at Elydine Academy. He said that as a probationer she would be at his service starting that day. Zitri de Labilia then entered the room. She greeted him and introduced herself, asking him to consider her exclusively at his disposal. Chan Yu introduced himself in return as Knox von Lienhaber. He thought about the name Zitri de Labilia and felt certain that he already knew it. At that moment the stat window appeared, showing her name as Zitri de Labilia, female, age 15, human, with earth as her primary element and no accomplishments. The stat window also showed her traits, listed as positive genius assistant, neutral unwavering loyalty, and negative two-faced, misfortune, mechanical, consummate liar, and espionage. It displayed her stamina as 6.5, her MP as 5, her luck as 1, her willpower as 3, and her charm as 22. It further showed her passive skills as faultless housekeeping, her active skills as none, and stated that she was surveilling him at the behest of Theodore von Lienhaber. Zitri de Labilia pledged to assist him to the best of her abilities. She thought that of course he acted as he did. She remembered that Theodore von Lienhaber was one of the most powerful and diabolical men in the inner lunatic universe. She thought that it was far from true that he became what he was through excellence in swordcraft alone. She knew the crucial factor in his rise to power lay in his distrustful nature, as he observed everything and everyone with suspicion. When she bowed before Theodore von Lienhaber, he placed great expectations upon her. She answered that she would serve him. He noted that she was once first in line to lead the Labilia family and promised that in return for her service, the Lienhaber family would provide unsparing support for her restoration to that rank. She vowed to assist Master Knox von as best she could. Theodore asked her to try again. He looked at her and she flinched, then bowed and said that she would observe Chan Yu and apprise him of every detail of his movements. As she stepped outside and rested her back on the doorframe, she reminded herself never to forget whom she served. She touched the locket she wore at her throat and looked at the picture of her parents and decided that she must hesitate no more. The scene shifted to night. Chan Yu lay on his bed, thinking that a spy was placed on him. He reasoned that Theodore must have felt it necessary to make sure he was indeed Knox von, and not some possessing spirit. He found it understandable, as possession by devils was common in that world. In the original story, the possession of Knox by Baal, the supreme devil, marked the beginning of his undoing. He muttered to himself that whatever happened, they would not find out who he really was. Yet he frowned as he thought of Zitri, realizing she was the real problem. He remembered that Zitri de Labilia did not appear in the main storyline, which he found a waste, as she was meant to become the next head of the House of Labilia. He remembered that her uncle murdered her parents and took her claim to the family leadership. He thought that the rest went without saying, as she fled from her own family and home to end up as a maid in the Lienhaber family. He recalled how she put on a bright and cheerful front. He also remembered what the stat window showed, marking her as a positive genius assistant, neutral with unwavering loyalty, and negative with two-faced, misfortune, mechanical nature, consummate lying, and espionage. He thought that beneath her exterior, her heart was eroding, and soon enough she would give in. If his memory was correct, she would meet her end even before the first chapter of the story began, throwing herself off in despair. He wondered what he should do, whether he should save a character who was meant to die, risking aberrations to the story and fully understanding that the choice might turn into a noose around his own neck. The scene shifted to the next day where Lona and Zitri de Labilia were seated on the sofa in Chan Yu's room while he stood before them. He told them that from that day onward he would be hunting the monsters within the manor, and that they would naturally accompany him as his assistants. Both of them immediately rose from the sofa. Lona said in a stammer that hunting monsters in the manor made her feel unwell, and that perhaps a day's respite might be needed. Zitri de Labilia simply agreed, addressing him as Master Knox von. Lona turned to her in alarm and told her she must not say yes to everything. Chan Yu thought that she should indeed be frightened, as asking handmaids to join a monster hunt was an absurd demand at the very least, yet an immediate yes was unexpected. He then turned to Lona, who was trembling, and reminded her that she exhausted all her vacation days. Lona protested that she should not be forced and called it injustice. Chan Yu replied that he was a lout and a lout saw no justice, telling her to stay behind if the prospect of a wage cut did not trouble her, and asked her to remind him how much half of her current wage was. Lona muttered whether she should ready an arrow or a sword. Chan Yu chuckled while Zitri said that she would join Lona in preparation after she apprised Mr. Ernerok. Chan Yu thought to himself that he needed to focus, to gain more days to live, especially now that he was free. The scene shifted again as Chan Yu rode on one horse while Lona and Zitri rode together on another, urging the horses forward. Theodore von Lienhaber watched all of this from a window. A few days later the scene shifted to the forest where Chan Yu was fighting a wolf. As he struck it down, he remembered that after being vanquished, the forest of lost children turned into an ordinary forest. At that moment the stat window appeared, showing that he took a tiny fraction of the gray wolf's life and that his remaining time increased by 2 hours. Chan Yu thought to himself that he must have hunted all the wolves around and that gaining 2 hours of lifetime from a single hunting session was a fairly successful result. Zitri de Labilia said to him that he had been hunting for an hour and asked if he was not tired. Chan Yu thought in frustration that it took forever to hunt without the time of a genius. He took the water bottle from Zitri, drank from it, and thought that gaining only 1 net hour was extremely unprofitable since he could not chase monsters all day and night. The worst part of all was that there were not infinite monsters, and he practically decimated the population of the forest. He thought that at this rate his grand plan of stretching his life would soon end up in the gutter. He then said aloud that this was terrible and asked if there were no monsters left. Zitri de Labilia told him that he might want to refrain from saying that again, as those who did not know better might think he lost his senses. Lona silently wondered if her master lost his senses. Chan Yu stood quietly as the sun shone brightly above their heads. Chan Yu said that they were out of luck that day and told them to return to the manor. Zitri de Labilia asked if he would like a bath drawn and told him that, upon his order, she could prepare water at a comfortable warmth. Chan Yu thought to himself that she was indeed a genius assistant and then told her to see to it that he could bathe before supper. Zitri de Labilia replied that it would be as he wished and addressed him as Master Knox von. Lona asked what she could do and suggested that she could perhaps tidy his chamber. Chan Yu said indifferently that she could do whatever she wished. Lona rushed off while Zitri chuckled quietly. Chan Yu then called out to Zitri de Labilia. She answered him respectfully. Chan Yu told her that he had a query for her. Zitri de Labilia winced. Chan Yu asked her whom she served. She looked at him and asked for pardon. Chan Yu thought to himself again about the stat window and its display of positive genius assistant, and reflected that however sharp and beautiful a dagger might be, if its blade faced him he should not try to claim it. Zitri de Labilia remained silent. Chan Yu told her to answer loud and clear. She flinched and said hesitantly that she was yet to provide a reply. She began to speak again, calling him master. Chan Yu cut her off, saying that he already happened to be aware of her intended reply and that she need not worry, for he had no intention of inquiring further. He added that he might even thank her, for at the very least she did not try to feed him a lie. Zitri de Labilia twitched at his words. Chan Yu then said that to whom she was in service he cared not, for all he was aware of was that she was his servant. Zitri de Labilia stood silently as Chan Yu walked away, telling her that if need be, she might use him as he would her, and that would be all. Chan Yu thought to himself that trust might be a luxury, and that as long as they both had benefit to take from each other, it would be enough for them. The scene shifted to later that night where Lona sat on her bed. She complained aloud that he was evil, that he demanded too much of his attendance, and that when she asked why she must join him, he answered in a way that left no room for refusal. She remembered his words about how there would be no joy if she did not join and groaned in frustration, calling him a devil incarnate. Zitri de Labilia sat at the table reading a book. She looked at Lona and said that one might say so. She thought to herself that she was familiar with the whispers regarding Master Knox von's change of heart. She remembered that they already reached her when she was still with her family, and she assumed they were baseless rumors. She reflected that it was rare for anyone to undergo such a sudden and profound change, yet it now seemed to be true. She reflected on how he defeated his two brothers in a single duel and rightfully earned the right to represent his family name at Elidine. He was consolidating his position within his family, unlike her, once the legitimate heir to her family's leadership, but now floundering in the abyss. Her mind went back to the words he said to her earlier. She remembered him telling her that she might use him as he would her, and that would be all. She wondered quietly what those words could mean. Zitri de Labilia remembered that a few days later a rumor began to spread within the Lienhaber manor. It was said that she had been expelled from the Labilia family and, being a commoner, no longer deserved to serve as an attendant to the Lienhaber family. She looked at the piece of paper where her name was written, and then crushed it in her hand. She recalled that as an unfit head of the Labilia household, Darren de Labilia committed the grave transgression of seeking to trade away the family honor. She was considered guilty by association, and that all her privileges as a Labilia were revoked. She thought that they would not allow her to remain in the Lienhaber manor. That much was expected, since even among families of darkness, the Lienhaber family held the highest authority. She knew that even in serving their neglected son, they would never employ a commoner without a family name. She realized she would soon face dismissal and be replaced. Zitri de Labilia entered the kitchen and greeted everyone with a good morning. All the maids turned to look at her, and she thought that the rumor clearly spread and wondered if she grew too used to such disdainful looks. At that moment Lona called out from behind, asking where she was. Zitri wondered if Lona was unaware of the matter, or if it was her way of slighting her. Lona grabbed her hand and pulled her, making her think in surprise. Then again she thought whether the little companionship Lona formed with her was what made her act in that way. She knew that whatever the reason, it would bring no good for her, for Lona, or for Master Knox von, for it would only affect them all. The scene then shifted to Chan Yu, who thought that the end for her might soon arrive. He knew that Theodore von Lienhaber must have already received a letter announcing Zitri's expulsion. He was certain that the accusations against her father were fabricated, yet he also knew that he could not help her, especially when he could not predict what consequence even the smallest action could bring in that world. The scene shifted to Chan Yu as he struck down a wolf. Watching him, Zitri de Labilia remarked that he seemed somewhat scarier that day. Lona added that usually he showed at least a minimal degree of mercy, though she was unsure if that was the right word, but noted that such a trace was absent in him that day. Zitri asked if she really thought so, and then wondered to herself if she should be nervous. Chan Yu thought that it was about time he encountered one of them, but realized he still has no luck that day. He recalled that a hidden boss would appear when the monster population in the forest dropped to less than 20% of its usual level, though its species and timing were always random. He thought that defeating one could have helped strengthen his attributes, but he admitted to himself that it was what it was. As he avoided an attack, he suddenly noticed its speed and realized it was on a whole new level, confirming that it was as strong as a boss. It was an elite giant hornet. Striking back at it, he thought it was a troublesome opponent, but not entirely undefeatable. At that moment Zitri stepped forward and called out to him. Seeing the elite giant hornet rushing towards her, she cried out again before it struck her directly. Chan Yu thought that he probably could block the attack and wondered why Zitri shielded him with her own body. He asked himself how many people would throw themselves in front of a monster's strike to protect someone else, especially to save a person who only recently made clear that he would use them for his own ends. Chan Yu gritted his teeth, and at that moment the stat window appeared, showing that he activated the time of a genius. Zitri de Labilia recalled how, as a child, she fell and hurt her knee, crying while her parents spoke to her with worry, calling her their heart and their treasure, asking if she chafed her knee and reminding her that her previous wound was not yet healed. She remembered how they used to say that she always had an open wound and thought that, though they did not spoken those words as prophecy, they still rang true even after she grew beyond childhood. She then remembered Chan Yu's words asking whom she served and wondered where her allegiance truly lay. She recalled her uncle's words when he declared with pride that the family was now in his hands, and she remembered Theodore von Lienhaber as she questioned again where her loyalty should be placed. Chan Yu's words returned to her mind, telling her that if necessary she might use him as he would use her. Chan Yu, kneeling on the ground, called the unconscious Zitri by her name. At that moment the stat window appeared again, declaring that the elite giant hornet was defeated and that a special reward awaited. He told her to stay with them, assuring her that the danger passed and that they were taking her to safety. Zitri thought to herself that he was a liar, that he said he would use her, but his face betrayed those words. She wondered why in his voice she could sense a tremor and a faint fury as tears slipped from her closed eyes. The scene shifted to Theodore von Lienhaber, who remarked that the matter certainly placed them in a quandary. Master Domo informed him that upon investigation, it was confirmed that the rumor was true, and that the Lobelia family completely and irrevocably expelled Zitri. Theodore thought that the only reason he took her in was to use her as leverage in order to engulf the Lobelia family, who were faltering after the death of their previous house leader. He considered how it could have been the perfect chance for him to infiltrate them, perhaps by claiming that their heir was in jeopardy and using their internal instability as proof. As her protector, he would have had the perfect pretext to interfere and eventually subjugate them. But all of that collapsed before it could begin. He looked at the written words on the page, stating that Zitri, daughter of Darin de Lobelia, would be stripped of all privileges as a Lobelia, and he thought to himself that she was indeed expelled. He then said aloud that the situation left him with few options and asked Master Domo for counsel regarding her position as an attendant. Master Domo replied with regret that keeping a servant without a family name would only bring disdain upon Master Knox von at the academy, and that it would be wise to remove the issue discreetly. Theodore agreed fully with his advice. At that moment a boy opened the door and entered, calling urgently to Theodore. Master Domo turned on him sharply and demanded to know the meaning of such impertinent behavior. The boy, stammering an apology, explained that Master Knox von returned from his hunt, bringing back his new servant who collapsed after being struck by a monster. The boy explained that she was in a precarious state and, in an attempt to save her, Master Knox von ordered the use of a very costly antidote. He added that he thought Theodore must be informed. Master Domo asked if he was referring to the Mandrakian decontaminant, and the boy confirmed it with hesitation. Master Domo remarked that calling it costly would be an understatement. Theodore von Lienhaber wondered to himself if Knox von already took a liking to that servant girl and if he yet to understood the consequences of such sentiments. The scene shifted to Zitri de Lobelia lying on a bed while Lona hovered near her, calling her name and asking if she could see her. Lona clutched her hands and sobbed, saying she thought they lost her. Zitri wondered what happened, whether Master Knox von was all right, and for what reason she acted as she did. Lona told her that Master Knox von ordered the physician to use an antidote, the Mandrakian decontaminant, which the physician said was highly effective. She added that the physician turned pale and begged him to retract the order, but Master Knox von threatened to kill him instead. Lona remarked that his loudest shriek was clearly alive and well. Zitri thought of the Mandrakian decontaminant and questioned silently why Master Knox von did this. Sitting up, she said aloud that he told her he would use her. Lona tried to stop her, saying that the physician ordered absolute rest. Zitri asked where Master Knox von was. Lona replied that he went to have a word with Mr. Ernerock and suddenly remembered she must inform him of Zitri's awakening. As she left the room, she called back that she would return shortly. Zitri de Lobelia rose from the bed and walked to the table where a briefcase lay. She opened it and began placing shirts and books inside, thinking to herself that she could not remain there, and that, in truth, there was no place where she truly belonged. She clutched the necklace at her throat and drew from it a picture of her parents. Then she took a sheet of paper and wrote that she was told Master Knox von used a precious antidote for her sake, and that she believed the pendant would be enough to settle her debt to him. She added that she would always hold him in heartfelt gratitude. She lifted the briefcase and was about to leave the room when Chan Yu saw her. He called out, asking where she was going. They stood facing one another, and he repeated his question, demanding to know where she intended to go. Chan Yu asked if the physician normally valued a vial of potion more than the survival of his charge. The physician explained that it was not within his authority to give the draft without permission from Chan Yu's father or Mr. Ernerock, which was why he could not comply. Chan Yu mentioned his father and questioned if Rodwell's word held greater authority than his own, demanding an answer. The physician nervously asked for forgiveness, addressing him as Master Knox von. Chan Yu stated that he would inform his lordship personally and ordered the draft immediately. The physician obeyed at once. Lona asked if Zitri de Lobelia would be all right, and the physician replied that the venom was neutralized. Lona expressed relief, while Chan Yu turned away. When she softly called to him, he instructed her to inform him when Zitri de Lobelia regained consciousness. The scene then shifted to where Theodore von Lienhaber expressed surprise at Chan Yu's unannounced visit, saying he would not have expected it and asking if it concerned the servant girl. Chan Yu remained silent, and a message appeared on the stat window indicating that he activated a trait called Gifted Actor. He addressed Theodore respectfully, reminding him that he owed him a wish. Theodore von Lienhaber confirmed it, and Chan Yu said that his wish was to keep Zitri de Lobelia, or simply Zitri, by his side. Theodore von Lienhaber thought that preserving the story or worrying about the butterfly effect or her position as a spy under his command no longer mattered. Chan Yu remembered the moment she threw herself before him to protect him and realized the truth then. She was unable to answer his question, but her action spoke more clearly than words ever could. Theodore von Lienhaber finally said that Chan Yu might have his wish if he so desired. Chan Yu rose from the ground, bowed, and turned to leave, but he stopped and asked if he might elaborate further on his wish. Theodore permitted him to speak. Chan Yu said that he would not tolerate anyone who toyed with his people. A warning appeared on the stat window that his agitation was affecting his trait performance, but he continued, saying that whether it was his lord or his father, they should stop doing so. The scene then shifted to where Chan Yu and Zitri de Lobelia stood facing each other. Chan Yu asked her where she was going. Zitri said she was taking her leave, believing she did not deserve to stay and had only gratitude to offer. Chan Yu replied that perhaps he was not clear, saying he asked where an attendant currently in service was going while leaving her duties behind. Zitri, in tears, said that he knew she was surveilling him under Lord Lienhaber's orders and that she had not been honest with him. She cried, asking why he continued to give her chances even after knowing everything, and why he was not dismissing her despite her attempts to deceive him. Chan Yu smiled to himself, thinking that he caught a rare glimpse of the real Zitri hidden beneath her disguise, and he found it far more genuine. To him, it was the look of someone who struggled yet had not given up on finding her way out of the darkness. He then said that deception was a destiny shared by all humans. Zitri replied that she wronged him, but Chan Yu reminded her that leaving without correcting those wrongs was no solution and asked when he gave her permission to go. Zitri, confused, asked for clarification. Chan Yu told her that she was to stay, saying he could not speak for his father but cared little for family names. What he sought from her was her talent and service. When she softly called him Master Knox von, he walked forward and told her that she would atone for her wrongs by continuing her duty as an attendant by his side. Zitri appeared surprised and began to weep, then promised that she would assist him for as long as needed. Chan Yu approved of her response. She then mentioned his earlier question about whom she served. When he acknowledged it, she turned away and said she hoped her answer satisfied him. Chan Yu smiled again and said that it most certainly did. The scene shifted to where Lona was cleaning and excitedly told someone that Chan Yu threatened the physician with death, insisting she was not exaggerating. At that moment, Chan Yu entered and asked if she found it wise to speak about him while he was present. Lona was startled and apologized, saying she did not notice him. Chan Yu remarked that she was not even trying to deny it and wondered if that could be considered progress. Lona quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, then reminded Zitri that she was supposed to be resting and should not strain herself. She tried to take the wash basket from her, saying she has to go air the linens. Chan Yu sighed and wondered if she has to be so scatterbrained all the time, then turned to Zitri and mentioned that their departure for the Elidine Academy was in 2 months, asking if she forgot. Zitri replied that she did not and already arranged some necessary items, listing tools, books, potion ingredients, emergency supplies, garments, and uniforms. Chan Yu thought that after that night, Zitri stopped giving him her practiced smiles. He remembered her saying she was tired of pretending and not skilled at it anyway. He reflected that it suited him better this way, as they no longer needed to keep up false courtesies or empty pleasantries. He felt certain that neither of them would turn their back on the other or betray one another when cornered. That, he thought, was enough for both of them. Zitri de Lobelia asked if Chan Yu was certain he was all right. When he looked at her, she mentioned that there were some unfavorable rumors in circulation about him lately. Chan Yu sat down and repeated her words, wondering what kind of rumors she meant. He thought to himself that if it was something other than the usual talk, It was surprising that things could still go further downhill. Zitri then said that the rumor claimed the reason he did not dismiss her was related to his personal feelings toward her. Chan Yu was taken aback and thought to himself how absurd it was, then thought that he never questioned more deeply why he continued playing the role of Nox Vaughn. He then told her that such talk must have placed her in an uncomfortable position and offered his deepest apologies. Zitri quickly said that was not her intention, explaining that she was only concerned that the rumors might trouble him. Chan Yu told her not to worry and said she surely heard other rumors about him as well, the youngest Lienhaber, the boorish and foolish simpleton. Zitri hesitated, but Chan Yu told her to lie if she wanted to be dismissed. She admitted that was exactly what she heard and added that people also called him lecherous, asking if it was true. Chan Yu thought that his reputation as a swordsman improved somewhat. In the past, people saw him as a weak and arrogant fool, but now they called him a careless talent with the same inflated ego. He reminded himself to stay true to the character, thinking that a villain must remain a villain to let the main characters shine. He thought that it was Nox Vaughn's role to stay evil and help the main characters stand out. After all, he told himself, he was not the hero of Inner Lunatic. Chan Yu dismissed the matter of rumors and said that there was something she could fetch for him. He explained that she was not the only one who needed preparations. He added that to survive at Aladdin, he would need some preparations of his own. Zitri asked what kind of supplies were meant, and Chan Yu thought that her trait of unwavering loyalty would make her trust him implicitly. He decided that letting her into his plan could only help, because knowing him better would make her better at her duties. Then Chan Yu said that it was his plan to study magic before his enrollment, and that he required her assistance for that purpose. Zitri reacted with surprise and reminded him that such an action would breach imperial law. Chan Yu admitted he knew this, and Zitri described the plan as brazen. Chan Yu said that, as a loutish lecher, he did not get easily intimidated, and Zitri observed that he did not hold grudges. Chan Yu watched in silence as Zitri de Labilia said that she trusted he has his reasons for making such a decision and that she would begin her search for introductory textbooks at once. Chan Yu thought that she always knew what to do. He told her to look lively, and Zitri de Labilia answered with a prompt yes. He then told her to hurry. After that, he wondered what the noise outside was about. Looking out the window, he heard that if anyone was found dawdling, they would all face dismissal, and announced that Master Grain has arrived. He then thought that it was about time Grain returned home as an Aladdin graduate. He almost forgot that it meant an important event was approaching, one that could add many days to his life. Chan Yu turned and said to Zitri de Labilia that he might soon depart for a distant place and that if fortune favored him, he might spend a good while there. Zitri looked at him and said she could already sense another of his schemes. The scene then shifted to the dining table, where everyone was seated and eating. Theodore von Lienhaber congratulated Grain on his graduation, and Grain thanked his father. Chan Yu recalled that Grain von Lienhaber was Theodore's second eldest son, and naturally one of Nox Vaughn's brothers. A display appeared on the stat window showing his name, age, element, and background. It listed him as a 16-year-old human whose primary element was darkness, with no notable accomplishments. The next display showed his skills, none in passive form and only one active skill called mental detection. Chan Yu thought of himself as a snob and a lecher. Then the stat window appeared again, showed his traits as positive for being quick to admit, neutral for being calculating, and negative for hypocrisy, contempt, advocacy of the caste system, aristocratic bias, and opportunism. Chan Yu thought of the word opportunist and reflected that the only reason his traits were not widely discussed was because Nox Vaughn was seen as the greater ruffian. He believed that Master Grain must have found an easier path to graduation through his shrewd nature and political schemes. Chan Yu thought that this explained Grain's successful completion of the famously demanding Aladdin program. Each cycle, the academy admitted fewer than 1,000 students, and only about half managed to graduate. He was certain Grain could not have done it fairly. Theodore von Lienhaber asked if Grain arranged his travel to Chaders, and Grain replied that he did, saying he intended to set out in 3 days. Theodore noted that given the time of year, Grain's main duty would likely involve subduing monsters, and Grain nodded in agreement. Chan Yu recalled that Chaders was a neutral territory situated south of the Lienhaber Manor. It shared its border with the eastern kingdom of Tahalan, where an undeveloped desert acted as a natural frontier between them. He recalled that the land was known for its barrenness and the overwhelming number of monsters that made it the worst wastelands in the Empire. The first task assigned to Grain by the Empire was to prevent a monster wave, an important task for him. Chan Yu knew that completing this first assignment was required to be recognized as an Imperial Knight of the Empire of Arkheim. Grain said that the Chaders swarmed with monsters every winter and assumed that His Majesty's intent was to take preventive action. Theodore responded that although Chaders was desolate, it served as a natural barrier that protected the rest of the Empire from harm. He told Grain to defend the land well and, in doing so, uphold the honor of their family name. Master Grain assured his father that he certainly would fulfill his duty. Chan Yu thought that the assignment in Chaders involved far more than slaying monsters. For a sub-story chapter, it held intricate connections with many others, meaning there was much to gain from it. He then asked his brother if he could inquire about the assignment, and Grain allowed it. Chan Yu thought about the potential gains and asked if his brother would mind his company, deciding that he must personally take part in the Chaders campaign. Grain addressed him as Nox Vaughn and said that he suspected he failed to understand the true nature of Chaders. Chan Yu replied that he knew it was a neutral territory often troubled by monster attacks, where bands of thieves were growing in both influence and size through secret actions. Grain remarked that he heard much about him since his return, and Chan Yu thought to himself that this was where Grain's skill, mental detection, would come into play. Grain asked if it was true that Chan Yu conquered the forest of lost children with the company of the younger Miss Thalia von Steeliner, and Chan Yu confirmed it. Chan Yu knew that Grain's skill allowed him to detect agitation in others and became more effective against those with lower attribute scores. He knew that this skill was the secret behind Grain's clever and manipulative behavior. Grain said that he assumed Chan Yu defeated Hats and Alan in combat and chose to keep a common-born girl as his aide. Chan Yu thought for a moment, and at that instant, the stat window showed that Heart of Steel was activated against mental detection. He grinned and said that it was all true. Master Grain replied that he understood Chan Yu had accomplished much lately, but added he had his reasons for refusing the company of a novice yet to train at Elidine. He added that his duty would keep him too busy to recover Chan Yu's dead body and told him to leave. Theodore von Lienhaber rose from his chair and everyone stood. Master Grain addressed his father, and Theodore von Lienhaber replied that he could assure him there would be no need to drag Chan Yu's corpse home. As Theodore von Lienhaber was leaving, he told Grain that he would take his brother with him on his assignment in Chaders. Grain protested, addressing him as father, but Theodore replied that it was an order. Theodore von Lienhaber looked toward Chan Yu, then said that he could depend on the family for provisions and that he should use his remaining 3 days wisely. Then Theodore left and closed the door. Chan Yu thought that it was too easy and wondered if Theodore was planning something. Master Grain asked what Chan Yu was playing at and if he finally lost his mind. Chan Yu replied that he probably lost it long ago. Grain asked if Chan Yu was trying to be clever with him, then grabbed him by the collar and clenched his fist. He told him that if he were in his place, he would be more cautious, and said it would be a shame if he were to get seriously hurt even before setting off for Chaders. At that moment, Zitri de Labilia bumped into Chan Yu, exclaiming in surprise as the juice from her glass spilled onto his shirt, and Chan Yu reacted to the sudden splash. Zitri de Labilia slipped with a startled cry and collided with Chan Yu, causing the glass of juice in her hand to spill onto his shirt. Chan Yu looked at her in surprise, and she quickly bowed, apologizing for her clumsiness and asking if he would kindly wait in his chamber while she fetched him a fresh shirt. Master Grain released Chan Yu's collar and remained silent. Chan Yu then apologized to his brother, saying he would retire to change. Zitri bowed again, and Chan Yu added that if they would pardon him, they could resume their acquaintance in 3 days. Grain clenched his teeth while Chan Yu thanked Zitri for saving him from that tiresome conversation. Zitri remarked that he truly had a gift for attracting trouble, and asked if he was certain about going to Chaders. Chan Yu, opening the door, replied that he was quite sure. At that moment, Lona flung the door open from the other side and shouted his name in a sharp tone, demanding to know if he lost his mind for deciding to go to Chaders. Chan Yu thought that she must have forgotten he was her master, then calmly said that the decision had already been made. He thought that a ruffian in Chaders was nothing unusual, and that it suited him well. Zitri de Labilia then said that she shared the same opinion as Lona. She told Master Knox Vaughn that despite his gallant spirit, Chaders was far too dangerous, as hundreds and even thousands of monsters and bandits were known to inhabit the land. Chan Yu thought that it was exactly what he wanted, as more things to hunt meant more lifetime for him. He then told them not to worry and said he had plans to deal with the dangers ahead. He instructed Lona and Zitri to remain in the manor, saying it was his intention to carry out the campaign alone. Zitri de Lobelia immediately interrupted and apologized, saying that as an aide in his exclusive service, she was duty-bound to assist him regardless of his location, and that he would find her accompanying him. Chan Yu argued that she might get hurt, to which she replied that she understood, but reminded him that he also knew they were bound for Chaders. She added that she believed Lona was not exaggerating when she mentioned how delicate he was. Chan Yu then asked if she believed her own delicacy would allow her to endure a long and unassisted journey, mentioning her forgetfulness and her lack of experience in laundering. Zitri calmly asked if he truly believed a journey without an aid was even possible. Chan Yu thought that he forgot it was no longer a game and that such details of life now mattered. He realized that if he died, Zitri's position in the manor would become even more unstable, and that accompanying him might actually be her safest option. He then agreed and told her not to slow them down, advising her to become familiar with Carl. Zitri replied that she already was, and that she happened to be on excellent terms with him. Lona placed a hand on Zitri's shoulder in disbelief and asked how she could have befriended Carl so quickly. Zitri smiled and said that it took only the finest sugar lumps, which cost her half of her monthly pay, but it certainly helped strengthen their friendship. Lona exclaimed in frustration, asking why Carl chose Zitri when she fetched him assorted hay herself. Zitri replied softly that few could wonder why, as it was only natural when one's owner happened to be who Lona was, and then added that Lona could continue with her usual manorial duties. Chan Yu turned and told Zitri that she would accompany him and must prepare herself thoroughly. He then thought to himself that she seemed so worried only minutes earlier and wondered how she already got over it. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Master Domo entered, informing him that his father was summoning him and wished to furnish him with an item. Chan Yu thought that Theodore wanted to give him something and recalled his father's earlier words that he could depend on the family for provisions. He wondered if this was what Theodore meant and thought that since his father supported him in that argument, whatever his reason was, he was now about to discover it. The scene then shifted to Theodore von Lienhaber's office, where Theodore told him that he was expected. Chan Yu said he was informed that there was an article his father wished to grant him. Theodore confirmed it and said that whether he could truly wield it depended entirely on his own capacity. He then handed a sword to Chan Yu, saying that it once belonged to the very progenitor of their family. Chan Yu glanced at the sword and thought that it was the sword of the first leader of the Lienhaber family. He felt surprised as this was not what he expected. He thought about how, in all the times he played this game, he never even caught a glimpse of this sword. After 27 completed runs, he considered himself a pro, yet here was a sword he never heard of. He wondered why his father was offering it to him and thought that he could not make sense of Theodore's intentions, which made him believe he would absolutely need the sword later. However, he found it rather unusual. Theodore said that though the sword appeared humble in its looks, he was not jesting, as it was truly the sword their ancestor first took up as a child and wielded throughout his life. Chan Yu asked how he might demonstrate his ability to assume it, and Theodore told him simply to hold it. Chan Yu, hesitating briefly, grasped the sword, and as he did, a soft click echoed while a purple light began to emanate from the blade. He then realized in surprise that the sword was absorbing his magical energy. Purple and blue light surrounded him as he noticed the color of the blade changing. Theodore rose from his chair and said that it was as expected, as Chan Yu began to sense the flow of magical energy. Black smoke started to rise from the sword, and Chan Yu winced and nodded slightly. Theodore stepped closer and explained that the sword indeed absorbed magical energy from its wielder and then multiplied it severalfold. Chan Yu thought in astonishment that it actually amplified his magical energy, and then asked if that meant it should not be brandished lightly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp drain within himself, and a warning appeared in his mind, stating that he was losing magical energy at an alarming rate and that the change was negatively affecting his gifted actor performance. He thought in alarm that his magic was being drained dangerously fast. Theodore then told him that if he wished to become the next owner of the sword, he must not loosen his grip for the next 10 minutes. Chan Yu thought in disbelief about holding the sword for 10 whole minutes and cursed inwardly at the demand. Theodore finally said that the sword was called the Stormbringer. Theodore von Lienhaber said that the sword was called the Stormbringer. The stat window appeared, showing that Stormbringer was currently under restraint. It identified the weapon as an arm type, with its current grade ranging from normal to low, upgradable up to high, and its element being darkness. Another line displayed that its special effect was to absorb the magical power of its victims and convert it into attribute points. It also revealed that the sword awakened by absorbing a great amount of the wielder's magical power, amplifying it, and then emitting it. Chan Yu thought bitterly, thanking the window for its so-called kind information. The next message declared that his magical energy was completely drained, causing him to twitch in shock. The following message warned that the sword chose his life as an alternative fuel. Alarmed, he saw another warning stating that his remaining lifetime was decreasing at an alarming rate. He thought in panic that he could not let the sword drain his life, and that he had to let it go, but his hands would not release it no matter how he tried. He felt the strength leaving his body and knew he was losing control. In his mind, he cursed the sword in frustration. Theodore von Lienhaber watched him in silence as Chan Yu remembered the legend of the Stormbringer, a wicked sword that drove its wielder to destruction in return for its fearsome power. He recalled that the history and renown of their family all stemmed from that blade, yet no descendant of its first owner had ever succeeded in taming it. Theodore von Lienhaber thought that most of those who attempted to wield the sword fainted the very moment they held it. He believed that anyone lasting 10 minutes on their first attempt would achieve a remarkable feat. He thought that even after years of practice, he himself only managed to endure it for an hour. Then Theodore von Lienhaber remembered that something within him kept urging him to test the 14-year-old Nox von, who had not yet developed his magic. He thought of the moment when he saved the dying servant girl and how it became clear that amid all the recent disturbances, Nox von stood at the center of it. He believed that such a thing could not be a coincidence. Theodore von Lienhaber thought that Nox von was growing and that his potential was beginning to show. He wondered if Nox von might surpass his expectations and if his talent could be compared to that of the three Supremes. He felt that was reason enough to test him. He thought that if Nox von managed to endure the given time, he would become the most powerful leader in the history of the Lienhaber. He believed that one day Nox von would surpass him, and with time, rise above him and bring his end. Chan Yu turned as Theodore von Lienhaber spoke, saying that, as he suspected, Chan Yu was concealing the power he held within. As Theodore began to leave, Chan Yu demanded to know what he meant, but Theodore only said that the sword was his. Chan Yu thought in frustration that the sword drained a part of his lifetime, leaving him to wonder what would become of it now. 3 days later, the scene shifted to their departure for Chaders, where a group of riders was seen moving through the forest on horseback. On one of the horses, Zitri de Labilia sat behind Chan Yu. She remarked that all his belongings fit easily into the subspace pouch his father gave him. Chan Yu thought that he must have anticipated this expedition, yet his attitude seemed oddly composed, as though he had something else in mind. He sighed and wondered if he was supposed to feel grateful to Theodore for the pouch after losing most of his remaining lifetime to that cursed sword. Then Chan Yu thought that Theodore packed as if for a whole household. He noticed Master Grain speaking quickly about the monsters they examined at the academy. Chan Yu thought that he must have gained a small fortune by exaggerating the trouble of having him along. He decided it did not matter, for he would be using him as well. At that moment, Ron's voice called out, scolding them and saying the way was this way. Chan Yu reacted silently. Another boy said that Ron was joking and insisted the path was clearly the other way. Ron shouted that it could not possibly be that way. Chan Yu wondered if they were already led astray and how long it would take to reach their destination. Master Grain scolded Ron, asking if he had not sworn that he could be trusted to find the correct path. Ron apologized and admitted that he was not well acquainted with the route. He was Master Grain's orderly, hired to guide them. Chan Yu felt that they took the wrong way and thought it was foolish of them. Zitri de Labilia addressed him uncertainly as Master Nox von, but he told her that he was not. He said he meant the people who led them off the right path. He pulled the reins of his horse, and the sound of the hooves echoed on the ground as he spoke to his brother, saying that it looked like they had a problem. Master Grain told him that it was nothing he needed to worry about. Chan Yu said that maybe they lost their way. Master Grain turned and asked sharply if he had not just said that it did not concern him. Chan Yu asked if that was still the case even if he could find the right path. Master Grain looked surprised by his words. Chan Yu thought to himself that after spending most of his life inside the manor, his brother now believed he could guide others. He then suggested that he be allowed to prove his skill for one day, saying that many of their homagers told him he had a good sense of direction. Master Grain asked if they really said that. Then Chan Yu thought that it was an audacious lie spoken without a hint of hesitation. He knew that a late arrival could cause serious trouble, but he also thought that if the man failed in front of everyone, it would satisfy him deeply. He felt that risking a slightly longer journey was not the worst decision. Master Grain finally said that if he was so sure, he could lead them. Chan Yu smiled and told everyone to follow him. The scene moved to the campsite where several tents stood and a fire burned quietly on the ground. Master Grain asked Ron and Schultz how Chan Yu managed to find the path so quickly, knowing that the Southern region was undeveloped and difficult even for skilled wayfinders. He thought it was impossible to believe that Chan Yu found the way in an instant and felt that none of it made sense. Chan Yu thought that he could not help it because he already knew the area well. He felt it was only natural, since Chaders was a strategic foothold where he had been many times before. Zitri de Labilia asked how he managed to find the way so fast. Chan Yu said it was the ground. When she looked puzzled, he explained that the marks on the ground were made by an evil bear, a monster from the southern region that took the form of a bear. He said their lairs were usually near the southern frontier of Chaders, and that one could find the path there by following the trail they left behind. Zitri then asked if that meant they were camping in a place where those monsters often appeared. Chan Yu said that the evil bears feared fire, so it was unlikely they would come near or disturb their rest. One of the boys whispered that Chan Yu seemed like a completely different person. Another said quietly that he might even be better than his brother who studied at the academy. The first boy warned him to be careful because Master Grain could hear him. Grain frowned and asked Schultz if it was true that Chan Yu defeated Hatz and Allen. Schultz, who was his servant, said that it was. Master Grain said that he would have to see Chan Yu's skills for himself. Schultz said that he might have the perfect item to offer. Master Grain looked at it and began to laugh, saying that it would be a long night for his brother. Zitri de Labilia pointed ahead and said she could see their tent in the distance. Everyone soon went to their tents to sleep. A few soldiers stayed outside, but the fires slowly went out, and before long they too fell asleep. In the stillness of the night, a faint rustling came from the bushes. Chan Yu, half asleep, felt a twitch that made him uneasy. He quickly sat up and thought that it was about to begin. As he stood and moved to leave, Zitri de Labilia saw him and spoke softly, calling him Master Nox Von. Chan Yu, while stepping out of the tent, told her to stay inside and not to come out. As Chan Yu stepped out of the tent, he saw 4 ogres standing ahead of him. Chan Yu thought that the 4 ogres must have been lured in, and that the mud was likely mixed with ogress pheromone. He knew the ogres, whose senses grew sharper during the breeding season, would not have been able to resist it. He believed it was Grain's clever plan to put him in danger by using them. Chan Yu gripped the handle of his sword with a faint smirk, seeing it as his lifeline. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that Stormbringer was reacting to his magical energy. One of the ogres growled and lunged toward him, but Chan Yu blocked the attack with a swift strike and saved himself. He struck again at the ogre and then turned to the others, cutting through them until the blood spilled from their bodies. Then Chan Yu thought to himself that the sword called Stormbringer was fine after all. He felt that this earlier fears of it draining his strength like it had first time were unfounded. At that moment, another ogre moved forward to attack, but Chan Yu struck it down with his sword. He thought that the sword seemed to read his mind and move before he did. 3 ogres lay dead on the ground, and only one remained standing. It staggered backward and rushed into the forest, and as Chan Yu watched it retreat, he thought that it would not escape so easily. He whistled sharply and called for Carl. His horse arrived almost instantly. Chan Yu mounted and rode back toward the tents. As he reached the campsite and stopped to look around, the stat window appeared again, showing that his remaining time had increased by 1 day and 9 hours. Zitri de Labilia came out of the tent and asked with concern if everything was all right. Chan Yu told her that he asked her to stay inside. She said that there had been ogres and wondered how it was possible when they were not even deep in the forest. She asked if they should call the night patrol to wake the others, but Chan Yu told her there was no need. He said that the ogres came because they were invited. When she looked confused, he explained that Grain used their nature to bring them there. He added that it also explained why Grain chose to place his tent at such a distance from theirs. Zitri de Labilia asked if he meant that Master Grain was trying to restrain him. Chan Yu said that was exactly what he meant. He believed that Grain saw him as a possible obstacle to his aim of taking over the household leadership and wanted to test the extent of his abilities. Chan Yu thought to himself that Grain was trying to gather information through such cowardly means because that was the only way he could gain an advantage over their elder brother, Garen, who was the better swordsman. He then thought that Grain still needed to learn that such tricks would never work against him. Zitri de Labilia asked what the vial was for. Chan Yu said that there was something that provoked ogres even more than mud mixed with ogress pheromone. He collected the ogre's blood in the vial and thought that the scent of a fellow ogre's blood had the power to drive them mad. He stood from the ground and reflected that, like humans, they could never let go of revenge when one of their own was killed. The scene shifted to Master Grain's tent where he woke up suddenly, startled by a faint rustling sound. He looked toward the crystal ball on the table, thinking that it had no reason to hum now. He thought that only thing that made magic detector crystals hum was the presence of a monster's magical energy. He wondered if the crystals were defective. He reminded himself that his father claimed the crystals were entirely new. He found it was absurd, for in the shallow woods there could not be monsters strong enough to trigger them. He got up from his bed and stood near the table, staring at the glowing crystal ball when Schultz rushed into the tent in panic. He called out to Master Grain and said that they needed to escape at once. Grain stepped outside, confused, and asked what the commotion was about. Schultz stammered that there were ogres. Grain looked around and saw soldiers struggling to fight against several of them. He exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of the swarm and cursed under his breath, thinking that they should not have been attacking him. Some of the tents already collapsed, and the ground was scattered with the bodies of dead ogres. Grain turned to Schultz and shouted at him, asking if he spread the mud around their tent. Schultz, terrified, said that he did not. He said he was certain he smeared it on Master Knox Vaughn's tent instead and could not understand what went wrong. The scene shifted to the next morning where Chan Yu stretched and let out a yawn while Zitri de Labilia watched him quietly. He smiled and said that it was a fine morning, asking if she agreed. She told him that his breakfast was ready. Chan Yu sat on a wooden box near the fire where the food was cooked and thanked her, inviting her to join him. Zitri de Labilia hesitated and said that maids did not sit with the masters they served. Chan Yu replied that it was different when they were on a campaign, saying that arranging another table could hardly be pleasant and asking what she would do if monsters attacked while she was busy setting it up. He added with a half smile that perhaps she had not heard how a group of ogres went for Grain's tent during the night. Zitri watched silently. Chan Yu asked what it was. She paused and said that it was nothing. Only a sudden realization about the depth of audacity in the one she served. Holding the bowl of food in one hand and a spoon in the other, he glanced at Zitri de Labilia while eating. At the same time, Master Grain sat on his horse giving orders to strike the tents, and the soldiers answered in unison. Chan Yu kept eating and thought that Grain's men did not seem to realize that keeping that tent was a mistake. He felt it was as if they were inviting the ogres to find them again. Zitri de Labilia then asked carefully what they should do next and how they should handle the bloodied tent. Chan Yu reacted with surprise, asking who was to do what. She tried to explain that the bloodstains might draw trouble, but before she could finish, Chan Yu said that wherever they went, the ogres would follow in great numbers. Chan Yu thought to himself that this was exactly what he planned. He knew that if he told Zitri de Labilia, she would scold him, but the thought amused him. To him, more ogres simply meant more time to live. He smiled slightly, thinking that he would soon need even more of them. Just then, the ground beneath the bushes began to rumble and shake. Chan Yu sensed the movement and said that they should take down their tent and rejoin the others. An ogre was walking through the forest when he felt the ground rumble and heave. It turned its head in confusion, startled by the sound that echoed through the forest. The scene shifted to the second day of the journey. Chan Yu said that he now managed to grasp the topography of the area. He thought to himself that it was a relief, for given the length of the journey, he was not sure he could manage it. Master Grain called out to him, asking what his plan was regarding the ogres that were still following them and whether there was any way to lose them. Chan Yu replied that it was absolutely possible. He then said that they could choose to quell the disturbance now, but that would only create its own problem and attract other monsters toward them. He added that it would be wiser to leave the forest as quickly as possible, and if they moved fast enough, the ogres would no longer be a problem. Master Grain thought to himself with frustration that the soldiers seemed to be rallying around Chan Yu rather than him. Ron then noticed Chan Yu tapping the ground with a wooden stick and asked what he was doing. Chan Yu explained that some monsters were known to rise from beneath the earth. A soldier, alarmed, repeated his words in disbelief. Chan Yu calmly confirmed it and said that they were crossing the habitat of one such creature. Before anyone could respond, the ground began to shake violently. Zitri de Labilia gasped, and a terrified scream echoed through the trees. Chan Yu shouted that it was coming, calling it the worm. A massive worm burst from the ground ahead of them, ready to attack. Chan Yu recalled that the worm was a monster that looked like an enormous earthworm or python, but behind that resemblance lay the truth that it was a dragon deformed by nature. Chan Yu thought that the worm could not use magic because of its deformity, yet it was still immensely strong. He recalled that even when dozens of ogres attacked it together, they often met their end. That was precisely why he searched for it. He knew that no one needed to find out. He stamped the ground to lure it out, believing it was better for their peace of mind. He reflected that he knew everything while others did not, and then he called everyone to arms, instructing them to take cover in the bushes. One soldier asked hesitantly if they were supposed to hide, while another questioned whether they should not attack instead. Chan Yu smiled to himself, thinking that two could play the game, except that he was not playing. He recalled his earlier words about making haste and avoiding issues with the ogres, realizing the twist in his own plan. The soldiers turned in surprise as he thought that misleading the ogres was never part of his intention. Moments later, a group of ogres appeared. Chan Yu and Zitri turned toward them, and Zitri exclaimed in alarm that it was an entire legion of ogres. Chan Yu calmly replied that it was all part of his plan and assured her not to worry. He then asked her if she could guess which creature the worm liked and disliked the most. When she seemed confused, he said that the answer was the same: ogres. At that moment, the worm lunged forward and attacked the ogres. Chan Yu explained that ogres were the worm's favored prey, but they were also vindictive, so the two could never coexist peacefully. He remarked that a skilled adventurer should know how to use such animosity to his advantage. Zitri then asked him what his plan truly was. The battle between the worm and the ogres raged fiercely while everyone hid among the trees. Zitri de Labilia thought that both sides seemed ready to destroy each other completely. Master Grain cursed under his breath, wondering if Chan Yu somehow predicted such an outcome. Zitri then asked if they were supposed to wait until the fight was over. At that moment, Chan Yu picked up a small stone and threw it at an ogre. He then tossed another one toward a different ogre. Zitri called out in confusion, asking how that could possibly help and if he was trying to draw the ogre's attention. Meanwhile, the worm continued devouring the ogres one after another. A message appeared before Chan Yu, showing that his stamina increased by 0.1. Another message soon followed with the same result. Then another appeared, stating that he defeated an ogre and gained 8 additional hours of lifetime. Chan Yu thought apologetically that he needed to contribute at least a little to raise his stats, even if it meant interfering in the battle. The stat window displayed again that his stamina increased by 0.1 and that he gained more lifetime from another ogre's death. As the worm swallowed another ogre, Master Grain watched in disbelief. He thought that the fight seemed to have ended already. He admitted that using the ogres was a clever move, but since they were wiped out and the worm still remained strong, he began to panic. He realized that facing the worm himself was impossible. He thought that he had to escape and wondered how he could do so without harm. Chan Yu called out firmly for everyone to take up their arms. He ordered the archers and spearmen to aim straight at the worm's mouth. One of the soldiers stammered in fear, calling out to him, but Ron shouted for everyone to follow Chan Yu's command without delay. The soldiers quickly obeyed and drew their bows, firing arrows that struck the worm and made it writhe in pain. Chan Yu gripped the handle of his sword and thought that it was time for him to step in. As the soldiers continued their assault, he moved forward and attacked the worm directly. After a fierce exchange, the worm finally fell, and the stat window appeared before him, showing that he defeated it and gained 10 additional days of life. Another line soon appeared, stating that his death was scheduled in 122 days. Chan Yu thought in satisfaction that 10 days were far more than he expected, realizing once again that large monsters were truly rewarding, though he admitted that without the help of the ogres, the task would not have been so simple. The stat window showed again that his stamina reached level 5. Another message followed, declaring that the temporary trait known as the Blessing of Growth fulfilled its purpose and expired. Chan Yu remembered that the trait was meant to last only until his stamina reached that point and thought that at last, he achieved it. Ron then called out in concern, asking if he was injured. Chan Yu replied calmly that he was fine and praised the soldiers for their effort. The men responded with pride, saying that they did well, but that their master's actions were truly splendid. Chan Yu said that it was nothing, then told them that it was time to resume their journey. The ground began to rumble again as another worm started to emerge. Chan Yu turned sharply in surprise while the soldiers around him looked in every direction in panic. They shouted that another worm appeared and quickly called for everyone to return to formation. Chan Yu thought in disbelief that there was indeed a second one. The soldiers urged him to retreat, pushing to clear the way. At that moment, Paracelsus stepped forward, drawing his sword with precision and striking the worm in a single powerful motion that split it cleanly into two. Watching this, Chan Yu froze for a moment and thought in astonishment, wondering what Paracelsus was doing there. Chan Yu looked at Paracelsus in disbelief and wondered what he was doing there. Paracelsus stood with his foot resting on the dead worm. Chan Yu thought that he was a pupil of Celsus. Everyone around watched him in restless silence, while Chan Yu believed that he was the genius swordsman known as the strongest warrior in the universe and one of the 3 supremes alongside Theodore. He recognized him as Paracelsus. Paracelsus looked at the Master Grain and asked if the rules of nobility dictated that they must refrain from expressing gratitude when their lives were saved. Chan Yu thought that he was known for his deep hatred toward the nobility. Schultz grew furious and demanded if Paracelsus knew who he was addressing, calling him insolent. Paracelsus replied with mock courtesy that he offered his sincerest apologies. When Schultz asked who he was, Paracelsus introduced himself and said that he was a mercenary by trade. Chan Yu thought that given his background, such contempt was no surprise, but what truly disturbed him was that Paracelsus was not supposed to appear at that point in time. He remembered that in every version of the game he played, Paracelsus only appeared when the Elidine chapter began, after the academic year started. Chan Yu clenched his fist and wondered what was happening and what he should do next. A soldier asked Paracelsus for proof of his identity, and Paracelsus replied with confidence. Soon after, they all mounted their horses and continued their journey forward. Master Grain noted that Paracelsus called himself a mercenary and remarked that the newcomer must be heading for Chaders as well. Paracelsus confirmed this and added that it would be his first journey there and that he heard this season was the best time for hunting monsters. Chan Yu thought about the mention of hunting monsters and recalled that Paracelsus traveled across different realms of the Empire to train before the school year began. Chan Yu wondered if the realm Paracelsus traveled to was randomly chosen for each run. Master Grain remarked that a young swordsman traveling alone showed great confidence in his skill. He then offered Paracelsus the chance to join the campaign against the monster wave under his command, mentioning that he was known to pay his men well. Paracelsus considered the offer and said that he was somewhat intrigued, noting the connection to the sons of the Supreme Lienhaber. Chan Yu and Zitri de Labilia watched in silence as Schultz swore he would teach the insolent mercenary a lesson, and Master Grain told Schultz to hold back and consider the matter carefully. Grain thought that Paracelsus struck down a worm with a single sweep. He decided he must have him under his command, believing only then could he regain the trust of the soldiers Nox Vaughn had taken from him. The scene shifted to their arrival in Chaders, where Chan Yu told his brother that they had reached their destination. He thought that the place looked even more desolate in reality than he imagined. As they entered the town, a small girl approached Master Grain and asked softly if he had any food to spare, but Grain ignored her and walked ahead. The girl flinched with tears gathering in her eyes, while Chan Yu looked at her quietly, and Paracelsus also noticed her. Soon after, Taigen appeared before them, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as the chief of the town guard. He greeted them and confirmed their identities, mentioning that Master Grain was there on his post-graduation mission and that Nox Vaughn was lending support, further explaining that they were assigned to lead this season's operation. Paracelsus thought that he might have set his hopes too high. He wondered if the sons of a Supreme could be different, since they were chosen to represent the powerful Lienhabers. He admitted to himself that the one who fought the worm showed some skill with a sword, but he knew they were still pampered young masters through and through. He found it disappointing. Paracelsus thought that the town was disordered and poorly managed. He noticed that the knights were busy filling their pockets with public funds and that the townsfolk were unable to withstand the monster wave. He wondered if those who did not die of hunger were truly the more fortunate ones. Tigan pointed to the left and said that the sun was about to set. He added that they could discuss the details of their duties the next day. He hoped that, though the inn was modest, they would still find some rest there. The soldiers began leading the horses toward the stable while Paracelsus turned to Master Grain and brought up the earlier offer. Grain asked if he reached a decision, and Paracelsus replied that he decided to decline. Grain was taken aback and asked if he understood what he was saying, questioning whether he truly intended to face the monster wave without aid. Paracelsus calmly replied that he intended to proceed as originally planned and wished Grain good fortune in his campaign. Grain muttered in irritation that he was a wretched commoner, to which Paracelsus replied that as a wanderer, he endured far worse insults and he wished him luck in overcoming the challenges ahead with his abilities. Chan Yu quietly thought that perhaps their paths would cross again in the near future. As the scene shifted to night, Chan Yu was seen opening the door to his room, telling Zitri de Labilia to rest well since the next day would be busy. After entering his room, he opened the window and looked outside. There, he noticed a small boy, a little girl, and another boy sitting by a small fire in the alley. He stepped outside toward them and asked if they were the ones searching for food. Then, taking out some food, he handed it to them and told them to take it. The three children quickly accepted the food, and the little girl looked up at him with surprise, asking if she could really take the whole loaf. Chan Yu thought that he could not save everyone. He realized that his actions likely came from whatever small trace of goodwill his other self once possessed. The little girl looked up and softly thanked him. Chan Yu thought again that he had to make sure they would no longer need to beg for food, and to achieve that, he and his companions first needed to find ways to survive in that place. Standing behind a wall nearby, Zitri de Labilia was quietly watching him. She thought to herself that his cold demeanor earlier was only an act. The scene shifted to the moment when Chan Yu and Master Grain were walking with Tigan. Tigan explained that every year the southern region of Chaders suffered from the hibernal surge of monsters, and in their efforts to resist it, they had no choice but to depend on the subsidy and support from His Majesty. Master Grain asked if the palisade served as the only defense of the town, and Tigan replied that it did, adding that it was old and required repairs. Chan Yu thought that the condition was pitiful and that once the wave began to advance, the entire town would be destroyed within an hour. He reflected that this campaign was merely a sub-episode in the game, meaning he could decide whether to save the town or not. He remembered that he almost always chose to save it for the clear reason that it later became extremely valuable. Chaders eventually turned into one of the most profitable lands of the Empire. Tigan then mentioned that this year the monsters were multiplying at an alarming rate and that such an intense surge was not seen in many years. Chan Yu thought that they had no idea how that unusual surge would eventually benefit the land. Tigan said that a townsman claimed to have seen a griffin. Master Grain said that the appearance of a griffin did not bode well and asked where it was seen. Tigan replied that it was sighted in the wasteland. Chan Yu thought that blocking the advance of the griffin was crucial for the success of the campaign. The griffin was the king of the wasteland. At least in the game, it was a unit meant to be warded off and not hunted. Nevertheless, he planned to hunt it. Tigan explained that at present they were looking at the endless wasteland. It was neutral territory serving as their border with Tahalen, and said he was sure Chan Yu heard of its notoriously infertile soil. Chan Yu reflected that it was curious that the known habitats of griffins did not adjoin the towns of Chaders. He wondered whether griffins were not known to inhabit Tahalen for the most part, and he sought an explanation for their presence here. Chan Yu thought that the reaction answered his question about who would prove to be the traitor, and he understood that this signaled the beginning of a sub-quest. He decided that the first thing was to scrape off the festering rot of the town. The scene then shifted to Schultz, who was flipping through pages before crumpling one. He thought that Knox von Lienhaber and all those words calling him a good-for-nothing wretch made him heedless. He admitted that he allowed himself to fall prey to those schemes and was now out of Grain's favor. Schultz gritted his teeth, thinking that all the days he spent fawning on Grain went to waste, and he vowed to make him pay. Zitri de Labilia descended the stairs, and when she saw Schultz seated at the study table, she thought that she must wait. She then bowed. Schultz wondered whether that was Zitri and noted that she was a commoner. He reached out to take her hand. Zitri stepped back to protect herself and cried out, but Schultz had already seized her hand. Zitri asked what that was supposed to mean. Schultz asked what she thought, adding he was not asking for much, and suggested that they find a place for a conversation. Zitri pulled her hand free and said that she did not need to have a conversation with him. Schultz accused her of being coy and reminded himself that although he was a knight on a mission, he still needed some amusement. He grabbed her by the shoulder and implied that it was the same for her. Zitri demanded that he let her go. Then Zitri thought that if she spurned him there, Master Knox von would end up on the wrong side of Master Grain, which would expose him to many kinds of scorn within his family, and she did not want him to suffer. Schultz said that thanks to her master his decade-long effort fell by the wayside, and as his servant she would pay the price. At that moment Chan Yu arrived. He said that he was more than willing to pay it himself. He struck with his sword and cut Schultz's arm. Schultz cried out in pain. Tears rose in Zitri's eyes. Schultz continued to cry out. Chan Yu told him to name the price he would have him render for the foiled effort. Schultz protested that this was outrageous and insisted that Chan Yu would not get away with it. He warned that Master Grain would take action against him for maiming his knight. Zitri flinched. Chan Yu said that he was hearing a menace. Schultz declared that this would not be pardoned and that Chan Yu could not hide behind his family name after what he did. Chan Yu said that it was ironic because only seconds earlier the one who tried to hide behind a Lienhaber name was Schultz. He then drove his sword into Schultz's waist. Now, Schultz was lying dead on the ground. Zitri thought that Master Grain would surely seek retribution. At that moment, Master Grain arrived with Tigan and Ron and demanded to know what the devil happened. He accused Knox von of killing Schultz. Chan Yu admitted that he did so, and Master Grain repeated his disbelief. Master Grain cried that Chan Yu was a scoundrel for slaying one of his knights, and he protested that Chan Yu could not confess with such nonchalance. Chan Yu told his brother that he was confusing the order of things and asked whether it would not be fair to inquire of him what happened first. Master Grain seized Chan Yu by the collar and demanded a reason for the killing. He vowed that if the reason proved inadequate, Chan Yu would endure befitting retribution. Chan Yu answered that Schultz attempted to violate his aid and asked whether he, as her master, should have stood idly by and allowed it. Master Grain challenged that claim. He asked whether a servant girl honor justified the murder of a knight. Chan Yu replied that Master Grain should examine his priorities. A purple light gathered around Chan Yu, and without effort he freed his collar from Master Grain. Master Grain thought in surprise about what Knox von was capable of. He wondered how the family wretch came to possess such strength. Master Grain said that Chan Yu could at least have reported to him beforehand. Chan Yu reminded him that he was known as the family wretch, and that reporting and waiting were not his strong suits. He suggested that they defer judgment and let their father render the final decision concerning his justification. Master Grain thought that Chan Yu intended to play that card all along. Then he said that they would beseech their father to serve as an arbiter in the matter. Chan Yu remarked that it was a wise decision. Then he looked toward Zitri and called her name. She answered respectfully. Chan Yu and Zitri began to leave, and as he watched them go, Master Grain wondered since when Chan Yu became so composed. He found the sword that Chan Yu wielded strangely familiar and admitted to himself that he could no longer take him lightly. Chan Yu then looked at Zitri and asked if she was hurt. Zitri and Chan Yu stood near the water well outside the house. Chan Yu thought that the incident would stir considerable unrest among the soldiers, who would now be weighing their options and deciding whether to follow Grain or him. He noticed Zitri trembling and asked if she was all right. She replied that she was, though her voice shook. Looking at him, she asked if he would be all right and why he did such a thing. In tears, she said that discord of this kind would only draw more hostility toward him, and that he was bringing danger upon himself. Chan Yu reminded her that it was her duty to know best whom she served, and he told her that he was the bad news, the lout of the Lienhaber family. he instructed her never to lower her head in humility under any circumstance. Wiping her tears, Zitri quietly answered that she understood. The scene then shifted to Master Grain, who sat in his room at the dining table holding a cup in his hand. He thought furiously that the little mongrel dared such defiance before everyone. He recalled how he once considered Chan Yu a trifling annoyance when their father forced him to accompany the journey. Yet now he was proving to be much more. He wondered whether he was imagining it, or if Chan Yu's sword truly bore an uncanny resemblance to their father's, and he decided that the matter called for vigilance. However, with Schultz gone, he wondered upon whom he could now rely. At that moment Ron entered after knocking, bowed, and informed him that the scene of disturbance was handled. He added that Master Knox Vaughn was quite unlike what the rumors made him out to be. Master Grain thought that it was quite unlike what the hearsay claimed. He found it rich of him to speak that way. He reminded himself that Ron was supposed to be the chief knight of a long-serving local order, yet his understanding of the area seemed inferior to that of Chan Yu, who spent most of his life confined to his room. He reflected that he did not pay such a hefty sum for that kind of confused path-finding, if it could even be called that. Still, as the monster wave had not yet begun, he knew he would continue to have use for Ron and his order. He then told Ron to attend to the thieves and monsters in the vicinity, but ordered him to report immediately should Knox Vaughn engage in any unusual or seditious behavior. Ron bowed and replied that his word was command before leaving. The scene then shifted to Chan Yu, who asked Zitri how her daytime endeavor went. She inquired if he was examining the town's palisade, and he replied that he was, describing it as a veritable chip in porridge. Zitri then asked how the monster wave could possibly be stopped. Chan Yu simply told her to follow him. She asked where he was headed, pointing out that the inn was behind them, but he answered that she would soon see. He said that it was time to enlist a new talent into their group. Chan Yu thought that geniuses could be found anywhere, even in a small town like this. He then remembered Elena, the genius potion maker he always made sure to win over whenever he visited Chaders, and he thought of her as his potion slave. Zitri and Chan Yu were passing near a drain underground. Zitri asked if he meant that this odd and quiet corner was where the genius potion maker lived a simple life, and Chan Yu confirmed it. She said she could not understand why a potion brewer of such remarkable skill would choose to live in hiding in such a modest place. Chan Yu replied that Elena certainly had her reasons and that she would soon see them. He thought that her reason would become the hidden key to his success in Chaders. He knew that Elena was programmed to leave afterward and continue her work outside the Empire, so unless he exploited the hidden story at that moment, he would never be able to enlist her in his party. He then told Zitri to follow him carefully and to mind her steps. She agreed, calling him master, and thought to herself whether he could be right about this. Noticing a faint glow, she was startled and exclaimed that there was a light over there. Chan Yu thought that it must be the way. Both of them entered through the narrow passage that glowed with flashes of light. Inside, Elena was seen lamenting her situation, saying that she was trapped in that small nook without a day's outing, hiccuping as she spoke. Looking to her right, she pitied her own fate and called it miserable. Then, noticing movement, she turned and was startled to see Chan Yu and Zitri standing there. Chan Yu exclaimed that he found her and thought that she was indeed the potion maker. Elena screamed in fright, asking who they were and how they managed to find that hidden corner. Zitri turned to Chan Yu and asked if the inebriated maiden before them was truly the one he mentioned, the genius potion maker. Elena hiccuped again. Later, they were seated around a dining table. Elena apologized nervously, saying that she did not usually expect a visit from a nobleman. Chan Yu said that it was not important and that what mattered was the reason he came. Elena agreed softly. Chan Yu thought that she was not just any genius, but at this point the unit in the game with the greatest potential for growth, and it was essential for him to have her on his side now, even with her flaw. Elena sobbed quietly, and at that moment, the stat window appeared, showing her name as Elena, female, age 21, a half-elf with the principal element of wood and no listed accomplishments. The stat window displayed her traits, showing positive ones such as cheerful, genius potion maker, gifted craftsman, open-minded, and average spirit summoner bridled, while the negative trait was drunkard. Her attributes appeared next, listing stamina 6, MP 4, luck 5, willpower 8, and charm 22. Her skills section showed a passive skill called Blessed Crafting Hand. Chan Yu looked at the stat window and noticed the negative trait drunkard. He sighed inwardly. He thought that as expected there was no wholesome genius unit that the known brat of the Lienhaber family could collect. He judged that potioners were rare even among geniuses and concluded that there was little chance of finding a perfect candidate. He resolved that he would have to endure certain habits of hers. Elena stammered that she did not know which habits were being referred to and offered her apologies. Zitri suggested that it was an established wisdom that one should not admit a drunkard under one's roof. Chan Yu acknowledged that he knew this and added that they were short of alternatives. Zitri remarked that things did not always go one's way. Elena interjected with a tentative excuse, and Zitri said that she remained in the dark about what brought him to that humble place. She excused her forwardness. Chan Yu offered that Elena should work for him. He promised in return to give her the thing she desired most. Elena asked for forgiveness. Chan Yu watched silently. Elena clenched her hands. She protested that she could not and said she had business to attend to there. She apologized sincerely. Chan Yu indicated that she meant the business concerning her friend, Mei. Elena was startled and asked how he knew. Chan Yu warned that before long her friend would meet her fate at the gallows. Elena reacted with shock. Chan Yu said that if she accepted his offer, he might be able to save her from that fate. He wondered if that would change her answer. Chan Yu thought that before long she would meet her fate at the gallows. Then he said that he would spare her from that fate. He considered silently that it would only be possible if she promised to work for him. Elena murmured her friend's name, Mei, and her mind drifted back to the day Mei shouted before Taigen that they could not pay more tax, reminding him that it had only been a last month since he increased it. Elena remembered her as her one and only friend. She recalled Mei's words when she cried that they were perishing and pointed to the decrepit palisade, asking whether the royal subsidy was not enough to repair it. Elena regretted not offering herself in her friend's place and thought that if only she had the courage to step forward things might have been different. With tears in her eyes, she called herself a feeble coward who could not even protect her only friend. She believed that he would not be able to make any difference and could not save Mei either, but she felt that his words would haunt her for a very long time. The scene then shifted to a restaurant where the soldiers were sitting at dining tables, eating and drinking. Ron too was drinking among them. One of the soldiers asked what his judgment was regarding Grain. Ron replied that the man was as sharp as a marble, saying that he gave only a half-effective impression of a knight and Grain swallowed it like a country bumpkin. All the soldiers were laughing. One remarked that the trick worked wonders, noting that although they startled the others on a whim, the act made their plunder from Ron's orders seem worthy. He added that with the little beauty in hand, they landed a big catch. Ron held up the badge and said that as soon as he flashed it, the Lienhabers treated him like a special guest. They believed him to be Ron, the order master. Another soldier observed that it was fortuitous that although he was not truly an order master, he was indeed called Ron. Ron then suggested they imagine the heap of gold they could extract from the Lienhabers as ransom for Grain. He reminded them that they were holding a Lienhaber hostage and wondered if he already said that. All the soldiers laughed. Then one of them worried aloud about whether they would be all right. He recalled that the Lienhabers stood as the mightiest of the three renowned families of darkness, and he wondered whether any band that tried to challenge them had survived. Another soldier insulted him as a milksop, and a different soldier burst out that this was why they said the worried man dragged them down with his foolishness. The soldier who had been cowering straightened. Ron raised his hand and said that they should remember where they were. He tapped the table and declared that they were in Chaders, the wasteland even forsaken by the throne. He planned that they would hold those young masters hostage and flee to the east once they received the ransom. He argued that the Lienhaber family might be mighty, but they did not have the power to extend their reach to Tahalin, a hostile kingdom in the heart of the desert. He decided that all they needed to do was take refuge in Tahalin and planned that they would live off their pile of gold there. The men cheered at the thought of easy wealth. One called Ron their chief for his cunning. Another soldier stammered that Grain was not alone and mentioned Nox Vaughn as a possible threat. He wondered if Ron was worried that Nox Vaughn got wind of their scheme. Ron thought that Nox Vaughn might indeed prove a threat to their plan, and he was a wiry prick. He decided they must take care not to rub against him until their plan was complete. One soldier said that Nox was only a bantling, and they need not lose sleep over him. Ron laughed and agreed that it was true, then called them to return home to their heaps of gold. At that moment, the candles went out. The soldier startled and asked who was there and who blew out the candles. Ron tried to calm them and told them to compose themselves. In that moment, drops of blood splattered across Ron's face. He wiped his face with his hand and looked at it in shock, realizing it was blood. At the same time, he saw the severed head of one of his soldiers lying on the table. A soldier screamed. Ron turned and felt a thud, wondering what was happening. He saw the body of another soldier lying on the ground and thought that it was a raider. He demanded that whoever it was show themselves. Chan Yu stood behind him. He demanded that Chan Yu show himself and called him master. Chan Yu told him that was how scums were supposed to address him. Ron turned to look at Chan Yu and said that he saw him head off somewhere else. Chan Yu remarked that they were hiding in a hole in the wall like a family of rats. He noted that for rats, they had big guts, scheming to extort money from the Lienhaber family. Ron feared that there was a misapprehension and began to explain. But Chan Yu said that they were colluding with Taigen and engaging in all sorts of crimes. He asked where the misapprehension lay and whether it concerned Ron's attempt to use grain as a pawn in his game. Ron clenched his jaw and thought that this was dire. He then argued that there was something to be gained from the scheme. He suggested that once grain was gone, Chan Yu's status in the family would rise. He urged that all he needed to do was look the other way just once. He implied that by cooperating, he would spare himself needless attempts on his life. All the soldiers rushed at Chan Yu. Ron declared that he would find one gullible simpleton to trust. Chan Yu drew his sword and a black and purple light flowed from it. Ron accused him of a murderous lie and ordered the soldiers to kill him. As soon as they attacked, Chan Yu struck back and brought them all down one after another. Ron realized in anger that the wretch was hiding his true power, and the dead soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Ron gripped the handle of his sword and thought that Chan Yu was dangerous. He decided to finish him with a single stroke. He warned that as Chan Yu faced death, he should remember that his arrogance would be to blame for it. A soldier lying on the ground cursed and said that Ron would soon be bested. He spat and watched the fight with a hard look. Ron attacked and boasted that this was the swordcraft of the South. Chan Yu replied that he would not have imagined it would be so simple. He countered Ron's blow and broke the attack with his sword. A stat window briefly showed that Chan Yu's sword destroyed his enemy's attack with great power. Ron was stunned. One soldier whispered that Chan Yu might have blocked the sword of traitors. Chan Yu thrust his sword into the soldier's side and struck him down. Chan Yu stepped forward and thought that Ron was a lowly mutt. He considered that there might be something to gain from this. He added that he needed no bargain. A stat window confirmed that he acquired the swordcraft of the South. Chan Yu thought that he already took it from the man. Chan Yu thought that he had no reason to make any bargain. At that instant, the stat window appeared, showing that his sword broke through the enemy's attack with great skill. He then thought to himself that he already took what he needed from his opponent. Ron stood still in confusion while Chan Yu's hand tightened around the handle of his sword. Another message flashed before him, saying that he gained the swordcraft of the South. His thoughts drifted back to a question that often came to his mind. He wondered what truly made someone a genius. He remembered standing before a mirror once, lost in thought, wondering if being a genius meant merely surpassing others, or if it was something beyond that. He thought that it might be about proving one could reach higher than once believed possible. With his palm pressed against the mirror, he thought about how life and struggle always brought him back to that same question. The mirror shattered soon after, leaving him with the same doubt about what defined a genius. Back in the present, Chan Yu reminded himself that what he possessed now was still far from the swordcraft he aimed to master one day. Even so, he believed that his current skill was enough for the moment. As he swung his sword, the blade struck with force, and the soldiers before him cried out in pain. One of them called out to Chief, urging him to act. Ron sat on the ground, thinking that the swordcraft of the South was the secret art of traitors, which took him decades to attain, and he suspected the brat might be using it against him. Chan Yu stepped forward and placed his foot on Ron's sword. Ron looked at him and stammered that if Chan Yu murdered him, he would have to answer to Taigen's retribution. He added that perhaps Taigen was already informed of his actions. Chan Yu dismissed that as rubbish, saying no one here would be able to tell Taigen that he killed Ron. Ron insisted that those who survived would surely testify. Chan Yu addressed Ron as the chief of thieves and stated that no one would testify about a murder, for it was an assassination. Ron looked in shock and questioned it. Chan Yu warned him to understand that when no witness remained alive, it became assassination, not murder. Chan Yu raised his sword, grinned, and struck at Ron. He explained that this was the common definition of the word. The scene then shifted to a dim place where Mei was shown standing inside a cage, bound tightly in chains. Taigen stood before her, saying that she neither wished to work nor consented to be sold to a nobleman. Without warning, Taigen struck Mei across the face with a hard slap and asked if he understood her words correctly. Mei glared at him and said that he should not have imagined she would ever obey someone as vile as him. Taigen clenched his face in anger and reminded her that she failed to realize there was nothing she could possibly do. He looked at her with disdain and said that someone of her low standing was never up to any good unless she was already defeated on the ground. Mei spat at him in defiance, which enraged Taigen further. He demanded to know the meaning of her act and struck her across the face once again. He then remarked coldly that perhaps she would rather be sold to a black magician. Taigen thought that Mei was diligent in her efforts, but he noticed that the proportion was wrong once again. At that moment, Mei's thoughts drifted to a memory of a young woman telling her that potion making required an innate sense that she simply did not possess. She protested weakly, yet deep down she already known the truth. She always felt that she had no talent, not as a potion maker, not as a knight, not even as a swordswoman. In every way she could think of, she believed herself good at nothing at all. Mei's thoughts drifted further back to the time when she stood before the instructor and Elena entered the room. The instructor gasped in amazement, saying that she had nothing more left to teach Elena, and wondered how such a gift could exist in that remote place. Mei thought then that Elena was completely different from her. She remembered the instructor telling Elena that if only she were not a war orphan, and if she belonged to even a low-ranked noble family, or had any means to escape that orphanage, her life would have been entirely different. Mei reflected that Elena was a true genius, a born potion maker who seemed to have appeared in those ruins by mistake. She shone brightly and effortlessly, while Mei only watched her sparkle from afar. Mei remembered when Elena called her to go outside for a run. She thought that she could never stay jealous when Elena's bright smile was turned toward her. Mei thought that was why she decided to give herself up in Elena's place. She believed it was never meant to be her. She thought that if anyone could find a place in the world, it was Elena, not her. Now standing before Taigen, Mei looked at him and said that she was no stranger to being thrown to the ground. She told him that whatever he chose to do with her body after her death no longer mattered to her. With firm resolve, she declared that she would not allow Elena to be dragged down because of her. Taigen struck Mei repeatedly across the face until blood began to run down her face. Enraged, he called her insolent, his voice filled with fury. At that moment, a calm voice came from behind, telling him to stop hurting himself. Taigen froze mid-motion and turned to look back. Chan Yu stood there, his expression firm, and asked if Taigen could not imagine the grief Elena would feel when she saw Mei return as a lifeless body. Taigen stared at him in surprise and asked what brought him there, addressing him as Master Nox Vaughn. Chan Yu replied in a cold and steady tone that by the decree of the monarchy, he was pronouncing upon Taigen the judgment of summary execution. He added that he already had the authority to carry out the task. He informed Taigen that his comrade Ron already met his end and believed that surrendering would make things more peaceful. Taigen said with mock sadness that he was grieved to hear it. He then asked if Chan Yu came there alone. Chan Yu replied that it was as Taigen could see. Taigen thought with false pity that he was further saddened to know how little regard the young master held for him. He questioned whether Chan Yu truly believed he could vanquish him single-handedly. Chan Yu replied that there was no reason to believe otherwise. Taigen drew his sword and thought that he would leave Chaders earlier than he planned. He thought that this mattered little to him now. At that moment many soldiers closed in around Chan Yu. Taigen ordered them to kill him. The soldiers advanced to attack Chan Yu. At that moment, the stat window appeared showing that the skill time of a genius was activated, and a 5-minute countdown began. Within the first 2 seconds, Chan Yu moved past all the soldiers, unlocked the cage, and stood before Taigen. In the next instant, he was already beside Mei. The stat window showed the remaining time as 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Chan Yu quickly freed Mei from the chains and helped her drink water from the bottle. Weak and fading, she asked who he was. He answered that he was Nox von Lienhaber, then told her to close her eyes and rest, assuring her that everything would be over before she awoke. May closed her eyes, trusting his words. Taigen turned in panic, stammering in disbelief as he tried to understand how it happened. He began to run, but Chan Yu swiftly struck his legs, cutting them down in a single motion. Taigen was shocked and cried out in pain as he felt the blow. Chan Yu thought that Taigen was wrong to believe he could escape. Taigen wondered what just happened. He could not accept that he, Taigen, was defeated by a mere boy. Chan Yu remembered the moment the mirror shattered and thought again about what truly made a genius. He found himself asking the same question once more. Chan Yu pointed his sword at Taigen and thought about the genius that he, or rather Nox Vaughn, possessed. Taigen stared at him in shock and confusion. Chan Yu spun his sword back and wondered what such power truly meant in this world. Taigen panted heavily and tried to grasp what just happened. He wondered if he was truly to believe that he, Taigen, was defeated by a mere boy. He thought of himself as the commander of the garrison of Chaders and remembered that his father was the most prominent man in the village. Taigen remembered his childhood when his father struck a woman across the face. He thought of his father then as the man among men, the idol of all men. But the memory darkened as he recalled another moment when his father grabbed a woman by her hair. His father turned to him and asked if he knew what made people follow him. The young Taigen, uncertain, replied that he did not know. Taigen's father placed a firm hand on his head and told him that it was power that made others follow. He said that when a man overshadowed everyone with his strength, accountability no longer bound him. He believed that this was the law that ruled the frontier town of the Arkheim Empire. Taigen looked up at him and asked if his father was the strongest man on the continent. Taigen's father's hand slipped from a woman's hair, and she ran away. His father told him that he was not the strongest man. He said that even he was only one among countless small men compared to the great ones. He added that the continent had no shortage of unskilled knights, but was also filled with young geniuses no older than Taigen. He patted his son's shoulder and said that many already reached a realm far beyond his own. He thought that this was a continent where the shadow of war loomed over all. Taigen thought that he survived all this time only because he never faced any of those extraordinary beings his father once spoke of. Chan Yu whirled his sword and drew it back. Taigen realized that Nox von Lienhaber was one of those prodigies his father described, a sublime talent that reached the sky and struck down upon the earth. He murmured that he was meeting his end now only because he chose to cross swords with him. Chan Yu then drove his sword deep into Taigen's waist, ending his life at that very moment. The scene shifted to Elena, who was sitting on a chair when she heard a familiar voice call her name from behind. She turned quickly and saw Zitri de Labilia standing beside May. Shock filled her eyes as she rose from her seat and ran toward May, calling her name in disbelief. She threw her arms around her and, trembling, said that she had spent countless days and nights in fear, terrified that May might have been sent to some distant realm. May held her tightly in return and softly told her that everything was all right now, that she was here, and that she was sorry. As she embraced Elena, May thought with guilt how selfish she had been and wondered how she could ever have thought of leaving Elena alone in that world. Elena turned to Zitri and asked where Master Nox Vaughn was at that moment, adding that she wished to express her gratitude to him. Zitri replied that as for his whereabouts, she believed he must have already handled the situation and gone to attend an important conversation. Elena looked puzzled and repeated the word in question, while Zitri explained that she could only assume the two masters of the Lienhaber family had matters to settle between them. Inwardly, Zitri thought that Chan Yu's expression before leaving seemed as if he was prepared for something far more serious. The scene then shifted to night, where Master Grain sat at a table, tapping his fingers impatiently. He muttered angrily about Ron. He wondered what the man believed himself to be. He considered it audacious that Ron kept a Lienhaber waiting and questioned if any harm had come to him. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Grain called out to know who it was, and Chan Yu entered, saying that it was him. Grain looked up in surprise and called his name, while Chan Yu asked politely if he might propose a conversation, explaining that the matter was of great importance. Grain scoffed and demanded to know what made Chan Yu think he had time to talk to him. Chan Yu calmly replied that the significance of the issue itself did. Taken aback, Grain hesitated for a moment before agreeing nervously, telling him to take a seat or do as he wished. The scene then shifted to Master Domo, who was reading a letter and speaking aloud as he went through it. He summarized that Master Knox Von resolved to eradicate corruption in Chaders and to punish the guilty as he deemed fit. He added that Knox Von also requested that any resulting compensations be covered graciously. However, Domo admitted that he still could not determine Knox Von's true intentions and expressed his regret for being unable to provide further clarity. He gave the letter to Theodore von Lienhaber, and he addressed him respectfully and apologized once more. Theodore studied the letter in silence, his thoughts turning to Chaders. He reflected that the growing corruption there was no secret, yet no one took action to resolve it. The reason, he thought, was simple, for there was no profit to be gained from doing so. From the Master Domo's seat, he believed, the situation must appear even more complicated. Theodore considered how, to the royal family, Chaders was nothing more than a troublesome region demanding careful handling. He knew that if the eastern front line was left unguarded, the monsters could soon threaten the heart of the empire. That was why the monarchy continued to entice mercenaries and soldiers of fortune to remain there by offering both financial and military support. To them, Chaders was an empty and barren land that could not be abandoned, yet one that offered no true gain in return. Theodore von Lienhaber then remarked that the rogue named Tigan and the bands of thieves roaming the region were extremely dangerous and could become a serious threat to grain. Master Domo agreed and said that if the Order of Ron, or rather the brigands led by a man named Ron, were to join forces with them, the situation could indeed become perilous for Master Grain. He added that if one could not overcome such a challenge, he had no right to call himself a Lienhaber. With the Order of Dark Blades watching over Grain, Domo believed there was little need to worry about his safety. Then, returning to the subject of Knox, he waited for Theodore's view. Theodore admitted that what puzzled him most was Knox's sudden and seemingly selfless desire to eradicate corruption, which stood in clear contrast to his usual nature. Equally strange to him was Knox's growing interest in Chaders. He mentioned that Knox even requested the transfer of the land's ownership from the royal family, though he could not understand what value could be found in such a barren and desolate region. He further noted that Knox went so far as to declare that he would renounce his privileges as a Lienhaber if he failed. Master Domo then asked whether it would not be wiser to reject the request, but Theodore replied that he intended to grant it. He reasoned that transferring the land into their realm and granting it to Knox would not be difficult, provided Knox truly succeeded in eliminating all the rogues. Theodore von Lienhaber then said that rather than refusing, they could use this as an opportunity to assess Knox's ability to govern a domain. Master Domo agreed and said that if that was Theodore's decision, he would begin the communication with the Empire regarding Chaders. Theodore approved his response. Master Domo then bowed respectfully, and as he departed, Theodore looked down at the letter once more and thought to himself, wondering what exactly Knox was anticipating and how far ahead into the future his sight truly reached. The scene then shifted to daytime when crows were flying above, calling loudly in the distance. Master Grain said that Ron and Tigan conspired together, trying to take advantage of him, and he wondered if he was merely a pawn in their scheme. Chan Yu replied that, to his regret, it was indeed true. Master Grain held his head and thought in frustration that surely their father must have confirmed their identities, and he cursed those men for deceiving the Lienhaber family and exploiting his trust. He thought about their audacity, but reminded himself that he should not be distracted by a few unworthy men, for his focus must remain on the matter before him. Chan Yu looked at him and then remarked that his brother's gaze seemed strange and that one might even think he was afraid. Master Grain responded with a faint laugh, saying that his brother was quite the jester. He then thought that Chan Yu intended to toy with him as if he were some plaything, but he reminded himself that he must not lose his temper. He knew that if he failed the trial, his dream of becoming a knight would be lost. He realized that his only option was to accept whatever proposal his brother was about to present. Master Grain then asked what he wanted. Chan Yu replied with amusement that he could rely on his brother and on his careful calculations. He considered that he did not seek much. He decided to begin by asking for the authority to command all the men under his brother's charge. Master Grain said that the authority now belonged to his brother. He then thought that whether he gave up authority or not, his survival depended entirely on Chan Yu. Though it troubled him to admit, he was uncertain about the true extent of his brother's strength. He then told Chan Yu that he must ensure his safety and let all achievements be credited to him. Chan Yu agreed but remarked that it seemed strange to demand both safety and recognition at the same time. He wondered whether he was mistaken or if his brother truly expected both. Master Grain then said that he could also take the rights to the vast mine in his name, along with the artifact he owned, but he must carry out the task with precision. Chan Yu replied that he would do so and told him not to grieve over what he gave away, for nothing could hold greater value to him than his own life. He then rose from his chair and said with delight that the thought of their collaboration in Chaders was truly exciting. As he smiled, he thought that his brother would be wise to avoid any reckless actions. The scene shifted to where Elena considered the potions of petrification and corrosion. She admitted that she had never attempted to brew those before, but she was confident that she could make them. Zitri said that this was just the response she needed. She questioned whether Master Nox Vaughn was certain of his plan, and she noted that it was exceedingly dangerous. She saw herself only as his aide, but felt compelled to express her strong reservations about the need to confront a griffin. May agreed with Zitri. She said that she owed him her life, and that his early demise was the last thing she wished for. Chan Yu told them not to fret, and said he would not have proposed the plan if it were impossible. He thought that their concerns were completely justified. He knew he could not yet reveal why he needed to kill the griffin or what he would gain from it. He considered that there was no choice but to keep it to himself. Chan Yu declared that he had his reasons and needed no further doubts. Zitri understood and said that she would hasten to acquire all the requisite items without delay. Chan Yu looked on and thought that taking a griffin down in Chaders so early in the campaign was practically impossible. He reflected that no one was known to have accomplished that feat. Chan Yu grinned and thought that he meant no one else but himself, if that was not already clear. He then decided to explain the plan. He warned them to pay attention. He said he would not repeat himself. Chan Yu thought about the hidden route. He believed that an average player with no knowledge of it could not defeat a griffin here. He considered it a small advantage, visible only to trained eyes, meaning experienced ones like himself. He thought that having completed the game 27 times, he certainly counted as an experienced player. He asked whether that was clear to all and Zitri Elena, and May replied that it was. He then considered why he must defeat the griffin now, and decided that the simple reason was that big gains matched the difficulty of the task. He said that that would be all for the day, and that on the morrow they would execute the plan. He fed the horse a carrot and patted it. He said that one must risk life to seek survival. He thought that this was the rule of the inner lunatic in the world he was now part of. At that moment he felt a rumble in the forest and saw many monsters approaching. He told them that it had begun and ordered them to prepare. Elena and May complied, and Master Grain assented. Chan Yu told his soldiers that they had only one chance and ordered them to etch that into their minds. All the soldiers replied in unison, affirming his command. He then thought that for some reason, it finally struck him deeply that he was Nox von Lienhaber and the only one in that world who ever beat the game before. Zitri said that she could not help but ask once more if Master Nox von would be all right, saying that the situation was far too dangerous. Chan Yu told her to have more faith in him and said that he would never die. He then thought that it might have been from that very moment that he began making promises which a man with limited time could never keep. At that instant he leapt down from the building and began to fight the monsters, spinning his sword as he struck. Master Grain also jumped from the building and hurled a chemical flask at the monster's eye. Chan Yu continued his attacks, cutting down the creatures with swift precision. The stat window then showed that he defeated an iron golem, and that his proficiency in the swordcraft of the south increased. He thought that without making such promises, it felt as though he might die at any moment. Chan Yu continued to fight the monsters and thought that they should squirm and struggle as much as they could. All the soldiers joined the battle and attacked the monsters alongside him. He then thought that he would now enjoy to his heart's content this cursed game that turned into reality. He looked up at the sky and saw an eagle flying above. He thought that it was arriving and asked himself if it was time to begin. The eagle hovered above Chan Yu's head while everyone watched in astonishment. Elena exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if her eyes were deceiving her. She said that she had seen countless knights, but none who could wield their blades like him, and she questioned if such skill was even humanly possible. May said that she suspected as much, but was still amazed. She remarked that ordinary people could not even follow his movements with their bare eyes and wondered what kind of lineage the Lienhabers belonged to. Zitri said that master swordsmen were guided by the will of dark blades and driven by a constant quest for supremacy, and that this was the true nature of the Lienhabers. She added that the one she served, Master Knox von, possessed an exceptional talent that far surpassed all others of his kin by a wide margin. Master Grain gave a faint groan while Zitri thought that she did not fully understand why Master Knox von allowed malicious rumors about himself to spread, though she believed there must be a reason. May agreed and said that some rumors were only rumors, and that she was beginning to think the young master had his own reasons. She wondered what reasons could make the young master choose to be seen as a wretched master, yet she could not grasp what they might be. Zitri said that she might be thinking the same and took a step forward. She added that she believed maintaining a modest reputation was part of his plan. Zitri bowed and said that if they, like her, believed him to be wiser than he appeared, then they must act accordingly. Before she could finish her words, Elena placed a hand on her shoulder and said that they should keep silent and conceal his true nature. Elena immediately agreed and said it was settled. May assured them that they would keep their lips firmly sealed. Zitri smiled in response. At that moment the eagle screeched loudly, and everyone was startled by the sound. Master Grain looked at Chan Yu and the eagle and thought that Chan Yu lost his senses for facing such an aberrant creature. As the eagle dived toward Chan Yu, he swiftly dodged and counterattacked, but the eagle evaded as well and soared back into the sky. Master Grain winced in frustration and thought that he had no choice but to follow Chan Yu's directives. He turned and commanded his soldiers to wait until the griffin came close to the rampart, then to launch the ballista at his signal without delay. He asked if they understood, and all the soldiers responded together in affirmation. All the soldiers took aim with their ballista as Master Grain gave the order them to launch. The arrow was released and pierced through the wing of the flying eagle. In that moment, the eagle lost its balance and fell from the sky. Chan Yu held a chemical flask and thought that the first step to taking down a griffin was to deprive it of its absurdly strong wings. He opened the flask cap and threw it downward. The stat window showed that he consumed a potion of petrification and that his stamina would be temporarily increased by 1 point. Chan Yu wiped his face and thought he prepared everything for this. At that moment Chan Yu remembered when Master Grain protested in disbelief. Master Grain accused him of making his own brother perform such a menial task. He complained that he was to craft ballistae, and that there were many others more suited for such humble work. Chan Yu then suggested that perhaps Master Grain would prefer to confront the griffin himself. After a pause, Master Grain asked in a lowered tone how many ballistae would be required. Chan Yu looked at the fallen eagle before him and thought that Grain proved to be quite resourceful. The ballista worked perfectly. He told himself that all that remained was to test the effectiveness of Elena's potions and to prove his own strength. The eagle then rose with all its might, but, weakened by its wounds, fell back to the ground shortly after. Chan Yu remarked that it was strange for its wings to fail so suddenly, and then explained that normally they would not, since a small hole in the wing was no obstacle to a griffin, a mid-high grade monster. He added that the arrow which pierced its wing was soaked in a poison he thought the creature might find interesting. As water began to flow from the eagle's beak, Chan Yu said that it was in for quite an experience for the next 5 minutes. The eagle screamed and attacked him again, while Chan Yu thought that 5 minutes were all it would take. As Chan Yu watched the eagle's talons draw near, he thought that the sight was imposing and overwhelming. The experience of facing it directly was nothing like what he knew before. Yet he reminded himself that it would not be him who would be struck to the ground, at least not that day. He immediately launched an attack on the eagle. Then he called out to Grain. Master Grain watched in disbelief, wondering if that was truly Knox. Clenching his fists, he agreed and gave the order to launch. The soldiers once again fired their arrows at the eagle. Chan Yu exhaled and said that it was time to bring the fight to an end. Chan Yu struck the eagle with his sword, making it scream in pain as everyone watched in astonishment. He thought of the stroke of annihilating darkness and attacked again, cutting off one of its legs. With another powerful strike, he cleaved the eagle into two, and the eagle lay lifeless on the ground. Chan Yu then placed his sword into its sheath and felt himself panting with exhaustion. Seeing this, the remaining monsters fled from the area. Everyone cheered loudly in triumph. The stat window appeared, showing that he defeated a griffin, and that his lifetime increased by 60 days. Another message followed. stating that his death was scheduled in 179 days. Elena, Zitri, May, and the rest were all filled with joy. Chan Yu said that it did not feel half bad. Master Grain thought that this was nonsense, knowing that a griffin was a mid-high-grade monster, a powerful one at that. He wondered how a mere youth, barely come of age, could manage to defeat it. He considered that such a feat was expected only of a professor at the academy and questioned if it was finally time for him to accept the truth. Master Grain thought that what he recently witnessed from Knox von Lienhaber's was no illusion. He considered that Knox might become a force capable of drastically shifting the succession of their family leadership. He told himself that he must handle his politics wisely. As Chan Yu approached, everyone around was celebrating with loud cheers while the bodies of the monsters lay scattered across the ground. Master Grain said that he would instruct the men to retrieve the griffin's body and bring it back safely, and he added that Chan Yu could lay full claim to it. Chan Yu looked at him in slight surprise. Master Grain then turned and told him to take some time to rest. Chan Yu thought that his brother seemed frightened to the core, but he decided that it was better that way. He then reminded himself that it was time to make use of the hidden reward. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he had acquired one item. It indicated that the item was named the Heart of a Griffin, of miscellaneous type, high grade, with the element of wind and no listed attributes or restrictions. It further explained that the Heart of a Griffin, a rare treasure of the wilderness, could be used to craft an elixir to enhance stamina and agility, with the brewer's skill affecting its effectiveness both positively and negatively. The scene shifted to where Elena was seen holding a griffin heart in her hand, saying that Chan Yu was quite right since the heart indeed possessed the elemental power of wind. She added that with skilled hands, the heart could be turned into potions and weapons of a kind spoken of only in old legends. Chan Yu replied that the time was the most important thing and that he intended to have the heart made into an elixir. Then he asked how long she would take. Elena answered that the duration might vary depending on the situation, and that even with all her effort, the limited tools available would make the process take considerable time. Chan Yu told her that he could provide any tools she required and took the moment to make his offer official, telling Elena that he was extending to her the opportunity to serve the Lienhaber family. Both Elena and May stood in surprise, and May said in disbelief that they were of humble birth and could not understand how such a thing could be possible. Chan Yu replied that their birth held no significance, that their talent suited his purpose, and for that reason, he was requesting their service. He saw no reason for them to refuse him, or to turn against the one who offered them opportunity. He then thought to himself that at that moment, almost no one could manage a heart taken from an advanced monster, and that this one was even rare, being the heart of a hidden boss never meant to be defeated. He believed that only the skill of a truly gifted individual could make it serve its purpose. Elena said that they owed him their lives and assured him that they would never betray him, promising their lifelong loyalty with complete sincerity. Chan Yu replied that it was the correct answer and thought to himself that he had gained another genius unit. As he turned to leave, he instructed them to make haste in their preparations, saying that they would depart in 3 days, and upon arrival, they would begin crafting the elixir in secret, free from any prying eyes. He asked if he had made himself clear, to which Elena quickly responded with a hesitant agreement. As Chan Yu and Zitri walked through the corridor, she suddenly stopped and said that she was now convinced he was not as the rumors portrayed. Chan Yu turned to look at her and asked what she meant by that. Zitri explained that he was not selfish nor concerned only with his own matters, for that much was clear to her, and then she asked if he could grant her a single wish. She said that she did not know when that moment would come, but if he ever found himself in deep distress and believed her humble service could ease his pain, she wished for him to tell her the reason he was so widely despised. Chan Yu turned and began walking ahead, saying that very well, one day he might tell her. He then asked if she intended to stand there against the cold night, and told her that if not, she should continue with him before she caught a chill. Zitri silently watched him as he walked away. The scene then shifted to show Chan Yu lying on his bed with a cold compress placed on his forehead. He said that he already knew what she was about to say, but asked her not to, admitting that he was already mortified. Zitri gently replied that he had no reason to feel that way, saying he was still maturing and it was entirely possible. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that level 3 sickliness was activated and that he had caught a level 2 cold. Another message appeared stating that he had acquired a negative trait, level 4 habit cough. Chan Yu thought to himself that it was a miserable nightmare. The scene then shifted to a man announcing that Master Grain and Master Knox Vaughn had returned from their expedition. Master Grain, Master Knox Vaughn, and the others were seen approaching on horseback, while Master Domo stood before them waiting. Master Domo asked if the young women accompanying Chan Yu were his newly employed aides. Chan Yu replied that in a way, they were. At this, murmurs spread among the onlookers as they remarked he once again brought women to the manor, this time 2 at once. Someone whispered that they were now certain the rumors about him were untrue, while another warned them to be quiet, fearing that speaking in his earshot might cost them their necks. Others muttered that he must think himself the charming rake of the region, and one remarked that in the old days, he had not changed at all. Some doubted the truth of his supposed feat in conquering the forest, but another reminded them that Lord Lienhaber himself confirmed it and asked if they now thought their lord a liar. Chan Yu thought to himself that his cursed reputation would not fade no matter what he did and decided that he might as well make the most of it. He then told them that it seemed the household was granting the servants far too much leisure and asked if they did not have tasks to attend to. Master Domo then stepped forward and informed him that his father wished to have a private conversation with him. Chan Yu thought that it was about time. The scene then shifted to the office where Chan Yu and Master Domo stood before Theodore von Lienhaber. Theodore remarked that Chan Yu came, to which Chan Yu replied he was told his lord wished to speak with him. Theodore confirmed this, saying that there was a matter he wished to discuss and that he believed Chan Yu had his own as well. Chan Yu nodded in response. Theodore said that he first wished to congratulate him on his safe return and, more importantly, that he had been informed that his efforts played an instrumental role in eradicating the corrupt practices in Chaders. He added that even Grain was generous in his praise of Chan Yu's accomplishments. Chan Yu asked in surprise if his brother truly said that, and Theodore replied that Grain went so far as to say his campaign succeeded only because of his presence. Chan Yu thought in suspicion that his brother must be scheming something again. Theodore went on to say he did not summon Chan Yu to dwell on such trifles. He stated that by proposing and accomplishing a grand endeavor many considered impossible, he brought great honor to the Lienhaber family name. He then handed a scroll to Chan Yu and told him that he would now uphold the promise he made to him. Chan Yu opened the scroll and looked at the seals upon it. Theodore von Lienhaber declared that thenceforth Chaders would be his to manage. Chan Yu said that the Lord's generosity was beyond comprehension. Theodore tapped his fingers upon the table, wondering what more he intended to say. Theodore asked his son Knox Vaughn if he ever entertained the thought of inheriting his study and his title as the youngest scion of the Lienhaber family. Chan Yu was left in astonishment and thought in frustration what new scheme he was trying to pull this time. The scene shifted to a chamber where a man watched events through a magic mirror. He observed the griffin was dead. Kramzer said the Lienhaber family was on the move and word spread of their claim over Chaders, where they granted governance to their youngest member. The man ordered Kramzer to prepare the troops for war. Kramzer asked if he was certain. The man said they drained him of his heart's blood and he had nothing left to lose. Kramzer declared that the man's word was his command. He spoke to a small girl and thought that it would not be long before the kingdom fell into his grasp. He believed that afterward she would awaken once more. The scene shifted to where Chan Yu stood before Theodore von Lienhaber. Master Domo remarked that it might be too soon to involve Master Knox Vaughn in such discourse, for the weight and significance of leading the Lienhaber family were heavy even to conceive. Theodore dismissed the objection and declared that the moment had come. Chan Yu expressed with calm certainty that he lacked both the desire and the ability to assume the position, believing that his eldest brother Garin possessed the strength and competence to fulfill the role instead. Theodore replied that such a judgment was not for him to make. Chan Yu calmly said that he did not wish to inherit the title and feared the suffering that such a burden would bring. Theodore reminded him that as his son, he had no reason to hold such fear. Chan Yu answered that there was no reason not to feel the same fear either. Theodore then said that if that was so, he could only honor his decision for the time being. Chan Yu expressed his gratitude with quiet sincerity. Theodore von Lienhaber replied in a calm tone, reminding him that the brilliance within a person could never remain hidden. He reflected that such light often brought constant trials and challenges to those who carried it. Chan Yu respectfully accepted the command of his lord. Theodor von Lienhaber responded with approval and told him that he could retire to his chamber and take the rest he deserved. Chan Yu expressed his gratitude for his lord's consideration. The scene then shifted to Chan Yu's room, where he sat on the sofa. Zitri asked if his father scolded him for any reason. Chan Yu said he did not and told her there was no need for concern, as it was only an offer he could freely decline. Zitri remained silent for a moment before mentioning that the arrangements for the two misses were settled. Chan Yu thanked her for handling the matter, but she replied that there was no need for gratitude, as attending to such things was her natural duty as his aide. Chan Yu said that if everyone saw their duties as naturally as she did, the world would have no place for hatred, jealousy, or wars. She grew quiet, and he thanked her again. Zitri bowed slightly and said his gratitude was well received. Chan Yu then thought to himself that the real game was about to begin. He recalled Aladdin Academy, the place known as the cradle of the Empire's finest knights and magicians, and resolved that he must rise to the top of his class. The scene then shifted to Theodor von Lienhaber and Master Domo, who were deep in conversation. Theodor said that speaking with his own son was proving far more difficult than he expected. Master Domo replied that perhaps the matter was raised too soon, adding that if Master Knox von were mature enough to understand its full meaning, his response might have been different. Theodor disagreed, saying that his son's eyes showed the look of a man who already had a clear plan, one that only awaited execution. He noted that Knox spoke truthfully about his fears, yet those fears were not related to him or to the question of family succession. They were of something far deeper and more absolute, something rooted in the abyss of existence itself. Theodor then thought to himself that his son was afraid of death and wondered why. Master Domo carefully said that maybe it was something to do with what happened to his mother, and that it might have left a wound that never healed. Theodor admitted that it was possible and added that his son might hold resentment toward him, for in his son's eyes, it was his father who failed to protect his mother. Master Domo then added that there was another matter that might demand their attention sooner. He said that Master Garin seemed to be working on something again, a plan that looked both large and carefully arranged. Theodor von Lienhaber quietly said that he understood. Then a memory came to him of the time when Master Garin stood before him and told him that it was about time he accepted and recognized the power of the Duke. The scene shifted to where Thalia von Stieliner stood in front of a mirror, dressed in a gown while her handmaiden Emma helped with the clothes. Thalia cleared her throat and asked what Emma thought, wondering if the gown suited her. Emma replied that it was already the 21st time she tried on the same dress. Thalia remarked that the gown looked fine and that the others were not bad either, adding that she must now decide which jewels would look best with it. Emma mentioned that her lady seemed unusually excited. Thalia cheerfully admitted that she had every reason to be, since they were leaving for her entrance ceremony at Aladdin. Emma reminded her that she was not talking about the ceremony but about Master Knox von, as it would be their first meeting as an officially betrothed pair. Thalia went quiet for a moment and then decided she would wear the gown adorned with frills. Emma replied lightly that it was fine. Thalia sensed a lack of attention in Emma's reply and questioned sharply, while Emma thought that her lady never failed to notice such things. The scene then shifted to the room of Elena and May, where Chan Yu entered and saw Elena sitting bent over the sofa. She lifted her head and greeted him, calling him Master Knox von. Chan Yu told her there was no need to stand and then asked about his elixir, pausing when he noticed her pale face and asked if she was feeling unwell. May assured him there was nothing to worry about, saying it was Elena's usual expression whenever she was deeply focused and that she would take care of her health. Elena laughed softly and told May she was the best. She then pointed to her right and asked Chan Yu to have a look. Chan Yu turned and noticed a flask on the table, glowing with a faint blue light. He picked up the flask, and at that moment, the stat window appeared, showing its name as Elixir of Wind. It was marked as a consumable item of high grade, belonging to the wind element. Its attributes increased stamina by 1 and agility by 3, with no restrictions or special effects listed. Elena looked at him nervously and asked how he found it. Another message appeared on the stat window, showing that the genius of the potion maker enhanced the potion's effect twofold. Chan Yu thought that the elixir of wind was finally in his hands and felt certain it would raise his stamina by a full point while unlocking the hidden attribute of agility. He knew agility would give him the perfect boost whenever he used the skill called Time of a Genius. He considered it a wise move to have the potion prepared at this stage of the game and thought that Elena truly lived up to her title as a genius potion maker. He felt glad that he chose to bring her to his side in Chaders. He then spoke quietly, calling it admirable, and drank the blue liquid from the flask. After finishing it, he said that everything was ready. Soon after, Chan Yu and Zitri were seen walking through the corridor. Chan Yu said it was time for them to make their way to Alidine. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing the name Knox von Lienhaber, sex male, age 15 years old, human, with darkness as his primary element and no listed accomplishments. Another window followed, describing his traits. His positive traits included being a genius swordsman and fighter, having ultra-sensitivity to mana, a perceptive eye, the gift of memory, a heart of steel, and the skill of a gifted actor, while his neutral trait included the manifestation of darkness. His negative traits showed life-limiting illness, sickliness, cold hands and feet, and possession. The stat window then displayed Chan Yu's attributes, showing his stamina at 6.1 plus 1, MP at 9 plus 1, luck at 10, willpower at 11.1, and charm at 26. It also listed his active skills as Time of a Genius, Intermediate Swordcraft of the Dark Family, Swordcraft of the South, Ignition, and Type Change. A message followed, stating that his death from a life-limiting illness was scheduled in 150 days. Another notice appeared, showing that his MP reached 10 points and that his trait, Ultra-Sensitivity to Mana, was activated. The scene then shifted to the entrance ceremony of Alidine Academy, where Chan Yu and Zitri arrived to attend. As soon as they stepped out of the wagon, a few students began whispering among themselves after noticing him. One of them, surprised by his appearance, remarked that the boy with white hair and lavender eyes must be the youngest Lienhaber. Another said that he heard of his enrollment but thought it was only a rumor. Someone else questioned if he was the troublemaker everyone spoke of, while another quickly hushed him, warning that speaking too loudly might bring the boy straight to his door. Chan Yu muttered to himself, wondering if he would ever get used to acclamations that came from mouths and snouts. Around him, the crowd tried to quiet one another as he and Zitri approached the entrance. Just then, a wagon stopped nearby, and Emma stepped out, calling out to him. Chan Yu turned to look and remarked that she arrived early as well. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he was experiencing agitation, which was affecting the performance of his trait Gifted Actor. Emma replied cheerfully that of course she came early since it was none other than the entrance ceremony. She then turned to the wagon and addressed Thalia von Steeliner, asking her to step out from the wagon because Master Knox von was waiting outside. Thalia exclaimed in surprise at hearing his name and hesitated, saying she needed a moment to do something first. A moment later, she stepped out of the carriage. Watching her, Chan Yu thought that she was now more than just the one fated to kill him and felt a trace of irony as he silently thanked both families for arranging such a match behind his back. At that moment, Chan Yu remembered the time when his sword slipped from his hand. He recalled asking in shock what was just said, and Loner replying nervously that he was to be betrothed to Miss Thalia von Steeliner, adding that she thought it was common knowledge. Chan Yu exclaimed that it was anything but common knowledge since he himself was never informed. He thought with irritation that, to his great displeasure, the two families promised an engagement without consulting him. He could only sigh inwardly at the thought. Back in the present, Thalia von Steeliner greeted him with hesitation, wishing him good morning. Chan Yu gave a short reply. Zitri whispered beside him that the girl was Miss Thalia von Steeliner, his fiancée, to which Chan Yu quietly reminded her not to use that word. Thalia then asked if he was well. Chan Yu replied casually that he was, and returned the question. Thalia said she was well too. Just then, the horse neighed loudly, drawing their attention. Both turned toward it, and Chan Yu noticed a figure stepping out of the wagon. It was Eleanor, and he thought to himself that this was yet another one of the genius figures to be encountered at Alidine, the head of the Rivalans, the family that held dominance over the continent's merchant sector. Chan Yu thought to himself that Eleanor de Rivalin was known as the star of the merchants and also carried a certain reputation beyond that. At that moment, Eleanor noticed him and spoke brightly, saying it was quite a surprise to see Master Knox from the renowned Lienhaber family, adding that she did not expect to meet him there. Chan Yu thought that she was likely the one who held the greatest hostility toward Knox. He then greeted her calmly by name. Elena responded with a confident smile, saying that yes, she was indeed Eleanor de Rivalin, the nouvelle noblesse, the so-called lowly merchant parvenu, and admitted that she never imagined she would ever meet him again, calling him Knox von Lienhaber with deliberate emphasis. Eleanor introduced herself proudly as Eleanor de Rivalen, the nouvelle noblesse and the so-called lowly merchant parvenu, saying she truly did not expect to meet Knox von Lienhaber again. Chan Yu thought to himself that she was the only daughter of the Rivalans, a merchant family known for its immense wealth and influence across the continent. He knew that she would one day take control over the empire's merchant sector and earn the title of the Star of the Continent, though for now she was more widely known as the Gold Vixen, a name whose story was well known. Just then, the stat window appeared, showing that his agitation was affecting the performance of his trait-gifted actor. Chan Yu recalled that she once shared an unpleasant history with Knox from their childhood. He remembered a time when both were still young, and he looked at her with disdain, asking how a girl born to a mere merchant could ever call herself a noblewoman. He mocked her for buying status with gold, calling it pathetic, and warned that no amount of wealth could ever grant her true prestige or class. Some of the people around them whispered among themselves at his words, while Eleanor, holding back her anger, only thought to herself that the arrogant fool should simply be gone. Back in the present, Chan Yu thought that it was no surprise Eleanor was not on good terms with Knox. He silently blamed Knox for gathering so much bad karma in the past, leaving him to deal with the consequences now. He looked at Thalia and Eleanor together and thought that both were capable of wounding his heart in their own ways. Eleanor noticed his expression and asked if something was wrong, saying he seemed rather unlike himself. Chan Yu replied with a dry tone, asking what he could possibly do to appear like himself. Eleanor said there was no need to ask since he surely already knew, then added that perhaps he enjoyed hearing others praise his noble name while recalling his past misdeeds. Chan Yu thought to himself that nothing ever went smoothly in this man's life. He then told her that if her intention was to start a quarrel, she should leave at once. Eleanor laughed lightly and said he had not changed at all. Chan Yu asked what she wanted from him and whether she expected him to treat her as his equal. Elena replied that he might be disappointed to hear it, but she sought nothing from the little master lout she stood before. Chan Yu thought to himself that one thing was certain: Elena utterly despised Knox. He then decided it was time to gather more information. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he activated the perceptive eye skill and that data on Eleanor de Rivalen was being loaded. The stat window displayed her details, listing her name as Eleanor de Rivalen, sex as female, age 15 years old, human, with wind as her primary element and no recorded accomplishments. Her traits appeared next, showing her positives as gifted data processor and genius actor, with no neutral traits, and her negatives as honeyed tongue, heart of gall, vanity, and stubborn pride. Her attributes followed, showing stamina 5, MP 7, luck 9, willpower 7, and charm 21. Under skills, the stat window showed her passive ability as discerning eye of a tycoon and no active skills. Chan Yu thought that she was exactly as he remembered her from his previous runs, and he felt a small sense of relief at the familiarity. Chan Yu thought about how Eleanor's story carried another layer. Eleanor's father, Clarkson, spent a large amount of money to change their family name from Rivalen to de Rivalen. Eleanor disliked the new name, believing it mocked the long-standing traditions of the aristocracy she already held in contempt. Even so, she often relied on that very name to pursue her ambitions. To Chan Yu, it was clear that her elevated status lay at the center of her inner conflicted feelings about her existence, and in the past, Knox carelessly pressed the very button he should have avoided. He muttered under his breath that it was no surprise she hated him so much. Eleanor said she would take her leave as he wished, adding that she would have offered him luck if their relationship warranted it. Chan Yu replied that he had no need for her lowly luck. Eleanor smiled faintly and said of course, then turned away. Chan Yu watched her go and said that they should also proceed, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. Thalia nodded softly, realizing he was right. Chan Yu thought that since he and Thalia were now engaged, avoiding her was no longer an option. He believed that in every situation he should find a way to make the best use of this bond and always remain constantly alert. The scene then shifted to the hall where everyone gathered for the entrance ceremony. Chan Yu remarked that the sons and daughters of many distinguished families were present. He thought that some of them could be useful, and that he would need to win over as many as possible on his side without disturbing the game. He also thought about those who were rightly called the best. He realized that forming alliances with such crucial characters would inevitably distort the story, so he decided that a cautious approach would be wiser. He then mentioned that he could feel many eyes watching him and wondered if he was mistaken. Zitri replied that she did not think so, and that she too noticed many secret glances directed toward him. She added that he seemed to have already gained considerable popularity. Chan Yu wondered aloud who he could blame. Thalia asked if popularity also covered murderous stares. He remained silent in response. At that moment, the voice of Noah von Trinity was heard saying that she was testing and asking if everyone could hear her. Chan Yu thought that the moment had arrived. All the maids bowed as Noah von Trinity stepped onto the stage while eating a lollipop and greeted everyone cheerfully. Seeing her, murmurs spread through the crowd. Someone questioned if she was just a little girl, while another wondered who she was. Some asked what she was doing there and where their professors were. One person exclaimed in disbelief, asking if she even understood the importance of the ceremony. Another remarked that her parents must have lost her, while someone else noted that her greeting sounded rather official. Another added that she might simply be a polite young girl. Chan Yu looked at Noah von Trinity and thought that those fools had no idea who they were speaking about. At that moment, the stat window appeared, displaying her name as Noah von Trinity, sex as female, age as unknown, tribe as unidentified, primary element as ice, and accomplishments as Solis, headmistress of Elidine and one of the four sages. The stat window then displayed Noah von Trinity's traits. It showed her positive traits as ultra-sensitivity to mana and an easygoing nature. Her neutral traits were listed as none, while her negative traits included insecurity, dumpiness, feigned cuteness, and laziness. The attributes appeared next, showing her stamina as 21, MP as 26, luck as 8, willpower as 22, and charm as 10. The list of skills followed, showing passive skills such as Mono Wave and Suppressing Hand of Superiority, and active skills such as Water Ball, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. Chan Yu thought that he should try very hard to stay in her good favor. When Thalia looked at him in confusion, he said it was nothing and advised her to remain silent about Noah von Trinity if she valued her life. Noah von Trinity then greeted everyone, addressing the new students as esteemed newcomers. She introduced herself as the new headmistress of Elidine Academy. She said that she would overlook their earlier disrespect since they only just arrived, but warned that if she ever again heard anyone call her a little girl or anything similar, they could consider themselves dead. She then announced that their entrance examination to Elidine would now begin. Everyone reacted with shock, and one boy said that they were not informed of any entrance examination. Noah von Trinity replied that it was natural since it was her intention to exclude those lacking talent and merit who were unworthy of receiving their education. Noah von Trinity wished him a safe return but gave up midway, telling him simply to try to come back. At that moment, the floor of the hall began to flash, leaving everyone in shock. Chan Yu thought that it began and that he had to survive. The scene then shifted to the forest ground where all the candidates were lying unconscious. There, Takoyaki Head shouted for everyone to rise at once. He scolded them, calling them foolish youths still wet behind the ears, and complained that they had the nerve to sleep before their instructor. While the others remained on the ground, only Chan Yu managed to stand up. Seeing this, Takoyaki Head looked at him with interest. Chan Yu thought that one among them endured the effects of the transferring magic and managed to remain conscious and on his feet, which was a relief. He then realized why force transfer was considered intermediate level magic, as it took a heavy toll on his body. He looked at Takoyaki Head and thought that the man shone like a flawless crystal, just as he appeared in the game, almost as if a halo surrounded him. He reflected that time was indeed cruel, since the backstory mentioned the man once had an exceptionally full head of hair. Chan Yu then thought that unless he was mistaken, the man before him was Vernon, an alumnus of Elidine who now served as a combat instructor. Though among gamers outside the game, he was more commonly known as Takoyaki Head for an obvious reason. Chan Yu thought that as a soldier the instructor showed impressive footwork, and he decided it would not hurt to stay on good terms with him. Takoyaki Head glared at Chan Yu and asked if something was wrong, demanding to know what purpose he sought with that rueful glance directed at him. Chan Yu thought about the blinding Takoyaki halo and answered that he sought nothing. "Sir?" At that moment, the stat window showed that his gifted actor trait was functioning at full capacity. Takoyaki Head warned him to listen carefully. saying he was a man of keen intuition. He said that if his intuition discerned any ill intent from Chan Yu, then his fate will already be sealed. Chan Yu said that he sought guidance about the entrance examination and that discussions on other matters could wait for another time. Takoyaki had agreed, but he said he must rouse the unconcerned nappers before giving instructions, and he advised him to shield their ears if they wished to retain their hearing. Chan Yu immediately covered his ears with both hands. At that moment, Takoyaki had attacked the remaining candidates, forcing them to stand up. The startled candidates cried out in confusion, one shouting in pain and another angrily asking which fool made that noise. Takoyaki head slapped the head of the one who spoke and declared that it was this fool, then asked if anyone had any objections. All the candidates turned to look at him in shock. Takoyaki head scolded them for cursing at their instructor and for daring to frown at him, asking if they were seeking their own destruction. The frightened candidates quickly replied that they were not, sir. Takoyaki head then ordered the soldiers to move those still unconscious to the safe zone, and the soldiers carried them away. Once the situation was settled, Takoyaki had announced that he would explain the rules for the entrance examination. Chan Yu thought that the rules were actually quite simple. The candidates had to hunt monsters with all their strength in the field, which was the island of magic. He recalled that when a monster died, it dropped magic stones of various colors, and the fewer magical energy the stone contained, the higher the score would be. Chan Yu thought that the rules seemed rather counterintuitive since people were naturally inclined to believe that more magical energy meant better results. He then reasoned that it was not true, at least in this situation. He understood that the examination was designed to test two specific qualities of the applicants. First was their resistance to magical influence, which must have already been recorded on their score chart based on how quickly they recovered from the headmistress's magic. Second was their ability and potential talent in detecting magical energy, a skill that greatly increased a combatant's chance of surviving a battle. Chan Yu commented quietly that it was like picking out gems from pebbles right from the start, and thought that this must indeed be the purpose. Takoyaki head then announced that they stood within a maze created by the headmistress herself, filled with monsters far beyond the understanding of novices like them. For that reason, he said, collaboration was permitted if they deemed it necessary. The candidates began murmuring among themselves, and at that moment sword appeared in the hands of all the participants. Takoyaki head announced that any group formed must not exceed a total of 8 candidates and urged them to move quickly, saying that it would increase their chances. The candidates stood in confusion as he turned and began to walk away, saying that he would await them at the peak. The group murmured among themselves, one calling out that he did not explain how to proceed, another asking if he was gone, and a third confirming that he was. Someone complained that his head still hurt, saying that the instructor struck him right on the crown. The forest then grew silent until Echidna von Zynos stepped forward and asked who among them would bravely assist Her Royal Highness, the princess, with her. Then Eleanor declared that those who joined her would be handsomely rewarded, swearing it upon her family's honor. Meanwhile, Chan Yu advanced alone through the forest, thinking that there was no place for mediocrity in such a ruthless game. He thought that what could save him above all was knowledge, and he resolved to use every bit of what he knew about the field to seize every hidden opportunity and to keep his frail, growth-resistant body alive. Chan Yu wondered what he could do other than play it solo. From the mountaintop, Takoyaki head wore a cap on his head and remarked that it was remarkable, even curious, indeed odd, that a newcomer had withstood a spell cast by none other than the headmistress. Seeing Chan Yu, the instructor observed that he now ventured forth to brave the forest alone, and he thought it was not mere lack of fear, but absence of reasons to fear that his expression revealed. He added that the young man was not ashamed to his family name, and he told him to show his talents if he truly was the dark horse among the Lienhabers. At that moment Chan Yu slew a wolf and 2 monsters. Chan Yu defeated a wolf and 2 monsters before entering a cave, unaware that Noah von Trinity was following him. As he moved deeper inside, he struck down another wolf and monsters. Meanwhile, Thalia, Echidna, and Princess Penelope were fighting off monsters that surrounded them. Thalia wondered where Nox went, thinking that she did not even the chance to ask for his company. Echidna scolded her, calling her Steeliner, and reminded her that this was no time for daydreaming. She told her to remember that she was given the undeserved honor of assisting Her Highness and to focus on her task. Thalia quickly came to her senses and agreed. The three of them then joined forces and defeated the monsters. After climbing for a while, Princess Penelope asked if the purple stone she held might be the best among all. Echidna doubted it and said that since the test was created by the sage Noah von Trinity, there must be more to expect. Princess Penelope agreed, and elsewhere, the other candidates were also fighting monsters and bringing them down. Princess Penelope said that it seemed climbing any higher might be beyond their ability. Echidna thought that she could not allow that, as she pledged to give her all to ensure Princess Penelope's rise to the throne. She thought that the Arkheim Empire was decaying from within, and that only under the princess's rule could it regain its former integrity. She resolved to find a way to push them forward. Thalia said that she still felt in good condition and suggested that, with the princess's permission, they should gather only those who still had strength and continue onward. Echidna agreed, saying she held the same opinion. Princess Penelope, clutching the purple stone, agreed hesitantly and said that they should march on and persist in their efforts. The scene then shifted to Chan Yu, who crossed through the cave and emerged into a snowy forest. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he was under the influence of level 3 cold hands and feet. It then displayed that all his attribute points were temporarily reduced. His cardiorespiratory capacity was declining, and his movements were restricted, slowing his advance. Chan Yu thought that he should let his frustration out. He clenched his fist, then snapped his fingers to create a small spark of fire. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he used Ignition, an elementary spell, and that the penalties of cold hands and feet were offset. He thought that if he had to drag his cursed body through this place, he would first need to survive the cold. He then said that he was walking for quite some time, and could not be far from the Sorceress of Frost. Looking around, he muttered that even for a mountain top, the place was far too frozen and dreary. With a sigh, he placed his hand on the ground and thought that anyone who imagined this island to be charming was mistaken. He recalled that Noah von Trinity created the labyrinth using her near-infinite magical energy, and that every object and monster on the island was a manifestation of her power. Rising to his feet, he said that to build an entire island, she must have believed she had more magic than she could use. He added that, whatever the case, he had more immediate concerns ahead of him. At that moment, 3 ice trolls appeared before him. Watching them, Chan Yu thought that they were known for being extremely difficult to destroy. Chan Yu said that the monsters seemed meant to discourage newcomers from advancing, but that it made no difference to him. As soon as one ice troll attacked, he avoided the strike, then dodged another attack from a second troll. He thought that Noah might be determined to choose only the most gifted pupils, but she would not allow untrained students to their deaths before even entering a Lydene. He knew that real ice trolls were mid-low grade monsters or higher that an ordinary student could never hope to defeat. He thought that those poor students would be as good as dead if they ever faced real ice trolls in the wild. He realized that the ones before them were only imitations bound by restrictions. While Noah von Trinity secretly observed the scene, Chan Yu carefully studied their movements. He noticed that their attacks followed simple, repetitive patterns. The first troll always swung vertically, striking only at what stood directly before it. The second one attacked in a horizontal sweep, covering a wider area but moving more slowly than the first. The last one seemed capable of only stabbing straight ahead. Chan Yu blocked an attack from one of the ice trolls and thought that it was disappointingly weak, believing he could easily deflect it. At that moment, he struck with his sword, cutting through all the trolls and bringing them down. He then bent to pick up a black stone from the ground, thinking that he finally found it, his black stone. He reflected that he ignored all other stones for the sake of this one, which might appear to be an ordinary colored stone, but was, in truth, a hidden artifact that Noah intentionally concealed within her labyrinth. He thought that this would be his key to obtaining the scroll he now urgently needed, and once this chapter was over, he would move forward to upgrade his title as a genius. The scene shifted to a girl holding a purple stone in her hand, saying that without doubt this stone would let them attain one of the highest marks. Another girl agreed, saying that it was indeed of a rare hue. A third girl praised it as excellent, and the second one added that it was an astonishing move by Miss Rivalin. Elena replied that it was indeed not lacking, then thought silently that they were not wrong and that this stone would secure them a decent mark. Elena wondered why she could not shake off the uneasy feeling that lingered within her. At that moment, she remembered when her father, Clarkson scolded her for having a dispute with the young Lienhaber. He demanded to know what possessed her. Her father told her that he made himself clear about freeing their family from disdainful glances directed at their family. He shouted that they needed to rise higher and that she should have captured the young man's heart at any cost. He told her that she failed him and the entire family. Tears filled Eleanor's eyes as she thought of the man who regarded her as nothing more than a tool. Eleanor thought about how Knox von Lienhaber vanished unaccompanied, realizing there was no advantage in acting alone during the examination. She wondered if he knew something that the others did not. Then she spoke to the group, saying that she had a proposition for them and that if they ascended higher with her, they would receive greater support from the Rivalan family. One girl asked if she was displeased with the stone they found, while another suggested that it might be wiser to stop, as going further could be dangerous. Elena replied that the greater the danger, the greater the reward they would receive from her family. A boy immediately volunteered to join, followed by a girl and another boy who insisted on accompanying her. Elena thought to herself that, in the end, everything revolved around gold. Though she did not know what Knox's true intention was, but she believed there was no harm in following Lienhaber's path. Then she asked the others if they were ready to move on. The scene shifted to where Chan Yu was thinking that he was right to act alone despite the risks, believing it was one of those moments when high risk promised high return. He thought that opportunities to upgrade the time of a genius were extremely rare and would have been nearly impossible without having activated his agility beforehand. He then said that he would simply have to endure all the suspicious eyes watching him. As he turned, he suddenly stopped in surprise and quickly defended himself with his sword. A voice came from ahead as Paracelsus appeared, greeting him with exaggerated cheer and saying it was an honor to meet the young master of the Lienhaber family. Chan Yu looked at him in disbelief, realizing that this was not how the story was supposed to unfold. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing the name as Paracelsus, age 15-year-old, sex male, human, with steel as his primary element, and no recorded accomplishments. The stat window then displayed his traits. Positive traits included genius, swordsman and fighter, and gifted healer. Neutral traits included competitive spirit, strong to the strong and weak to the weak. Negative traits included laziness, obsession, and blind contempt toward aristocrats. His attributes were shown as stamina 10, MP 8, luck 2, willpower 10, and charm 25. The stat window displayed Paracelsus's skills, listing his passive skill as Sword Max and his active skills as Sentiment du Fer, Swordcraft of a Vagabond, and Slay One Save All Elementary. Chan Yu thought that as one of the three Supremes, Master Celsus was among the strongest figures in the world, and that Paracelsus himself was formidable. Still, he had no reason to confront Chan Yu here. He recalled that in the story, Paracelsus was only meant to fight the protagonist, witness him save Elena from danger, and then, moved by his virtue, decide to change his ways. Chan Yu realized that the situation was now completely messed up. As Paracelsus attacked, Chan Yu raised his sword and blocked the knife before it could reach him, wondering where the protagonist, who was supposed to be fighting this opponent, went. Paracelsus looked at the weapon in Chan Yu's hand and said that the brilliant little thing caught his interest and that he must surrender it to him, as he found himself too captivated by it. At that moment, the stat window showed that Chan Yu's trait, Gifted Actor, was activated. Chan Yu called him a wretched man, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. While fighting, Chan Yu thought that if he was not mistaken, the world no longer had a protagonist to guide the story, which meant he needed to stop whatever Paracelsus was trying to do. In frustration, he cursed under his breath. Chan Yu demanded if Paracelsus had any idea what consequences his deviation would bring to the story. Paracelsus replied that he did not understand what it meant, but it confirmed his suspicions. He said that when he first saw Chan Yu in Chaders, he found his swordsmanship unusually advanced. Chan Yu asked what he was trying to say. Paracelsus replied that he suspected Chan Yu was hiding a grand secret. He suggested that if Chan Yu surrendered the Black Stone, he would allow him to leave. He added that he believed the Black Stone would earn him the highest mark in the examination. When Chan Yu asked what would happen if he refused, Paracelsus replied that he would then be forced to take it by strength. Chan Yu called him contemptible and said he already knew this was his plan from the beginning. Paracelsus laughed, saying that if Chan Yu already knew, then there was no need for him to pretend any longer. As the tension rose, Chan Yu thought that although Paracelsus had the potential to become one of the strongest in the world, for now, he was still only a teenager. He acknowledged that Paracelsus possessed the genius trait, but once his own time of a genius was activated, then he would stand no chance. Yet, he also knew he could not afford to use that power at that moment merely to fight him. Chan Yu thought that if this world no longer had a protagonist, then his only way to preserve the storyline was to rescue Eleanor himself. He decided to save his power for that moment, leaving him no choice but to rely on his luck for now. He then spoke with a faint smile, saying it was amusing that Paracelsus, of all people, chose to threaten him with talk of a grand secret. Paracelsus replied that the young master remembered his name and asked if that was supposed to earn him mercy, also wondering what nonsense he was speaking. Chan Yu addressed him by name, saying that his only reason for enrolling in the academy was to uncover the truth behind his father's death. As he raised his sword toward him, Paracelsus asked if he was courting death. Chan Yu answered that this was more like it and asked if he now felt more inclined to have a conversation. The scene shifted to show Eleanor climbing the mountain with a few other candidates until they reached the same ridge where Princess Penelope was already present with her companion. Princess Penelope looked at her and said that she was not surprised to find her there. Eleanor bowed respectfully and replied that she would never dare obstruct Her Royal Highness's advancement, saying it truthfully. Below them, everyone could see Chan Yu and Paracelsus locked in battle. Eleanor said that there was a matter she needed to verify personally. When Paracelsus launched an attack, Chan Yu swiftly dodged it. Princess Penelope observed the fight and said that she understood and assured that they had no intention of involving themselves in that foolish conflict. Echidna protested, but Princess Penelope replied that the harsh truth was they could not overpower the fighters without causing great harm. She added that if those two ever saw them as a threat and decided to unite against them, the danger would be unimaginable. After a brief pause, Echidna nodded and said her words were noted. Eleanor kept her eyes fixed on the duel and thought that it was strange. Her memory told her that Knox von Lienhaber was once a hopeless libertine with no real ability. She wondered since when he became capable of fighting like that. Thalia von Steeliner was also watching the fight between Chan Yu and Paracelsus when Echidna remarked that it was quite remarkable. Thalia turned to her in surprise and called her name softly. Echidna continued, saying that no one could have imagined they had among them the dominator of the East in their class. She recalled his name as Paracelsus. Thalia asked if she meant the one opposing Knox and whether she was familiar with him. Echidna replied that she was familiar with his stories, saying that Paracelsus, known as the Ashen Wolf, wiped out several bands of brigands in the eastern lands in recent years, and he was only 15. She added that it was quite impressive and that she would have to reconsider her earlier opinion about the youngest Lienhaber. She went on to say that she had no idea he was so skilled with a sword. She added that if he were not such a lecherous rogue, he could become a formidable knight. Thalia asked in surprise if she was really lecherous and whether Echidna could not be mistaken about him. Echidna replied by questioning whether Thalia considered herself any wiser. Thalia gave a small sound of frustration, unable to answer. The scene shifted where Paracelsus furiously called Chan Yu a son of a curse. Chan Yu thought that he seemed agitated, and it was no surprise since Celsus was the only man ever called his master, who was later murdered by someone at the Elydine Academy. Paracelsus declared that whatever mercy once existed in him was now gone and attacked Chan Yu with his sword, but Chan Yu managed to avoid the strike. At that moment, the stat window showed that his trait Gifted Actor was activated. Chan Yu remarked that it was unfair since he was not the one who slew him. Paracelsus launched 3 more attacks, but Chan Yu dodged each one and thought that his opponent's movements became reckless and repetitive, showing that though Paracelsus was a genius, he was still just a boy. Chan Yu dodged another attack and pushed Paracelsus back. Regaining balance, Paracelsus laughed faintly and attacked again, but Chan Yu avoided it once more. Paracelsus warned him to keep talking while he could, for it would not last long. Chan Yu replied calmly that they would see about that. Chan Yu thought that Paracelsus's blade was regaining its usual finesse, and at this pace things could easily turn against him. Paracelsus began attacking again while Chan Yu recalled that Celsus was one of the 3 supremes and certainly passed his skill to his pupil. He knew that once Paracelsus activated Slay One, Save All, he would have no chance left. Gritting his teeth, Chan Yu narrowly avoided the strike. Paracelsus remarked that it was an intriguing choice to drift into thought in the middle of combat. Chan Yu responded with a taunt, saying that trying to claim what did not belong to him suited his lowly nature. At that instant, the stat window showed that Paracelsus's trait contempt towards aristocrats was activated. Paracelsus then asked if he ever wondered what caused their condition, saying it was the decay of those at the top, the aristocrats. 2. Swords clashed again between Chan Yu and Paracelsus. Chan Yu said that it was scoffable, accusing Paracelsus of seeking only to shift the blame onto others. He asked how many hours he wasted blaming the nobles for his misery. Their swords clashed and ground against each other, and Chan Yu asked if this was truly the end Paracelsus desired, wondering if he was no longer desperate to learn what happened to his master. Chan Yu glanced at the time and thought that just a few more minutes remained. Eleanor would fall victim to the planned monster attack at 9 o'clock sharp. At that moment, the stat window showed the current time as 8:58. Paracelsus gestured to his left and declared that to force a secret from someone all one needed was their tongue. He said he did not care if he severed all his limbs. Chan Yu swung his sword and asked if Paracelsus was bold enough to believe he could evade retribution for harming a nobleman. Paracelsus glanced back and answered that he could be bolder once he ended him, and he added that soon a crowd would gather to bid Chan Yu farewell. Chan Yu declared that Paracelsus finally noticed the crowd, but said it was too late, for that would be his final strike. Paracelsus replied that he seemed brimming with confidence and then attacked again, saying that the final strike Chan Yu desired was now upon him. Chan Yu countered the attack, thinking in disbelief how that could be, and then told Paracelsus to get off his path. Before Paracelsus could strike again, Chan Yu defeated him with his sword and thought that he now had a foe of far greater importance to face. Eleanor watched in astonishment, thinking that Chan Yu accelerated like that against none other than Paracelsus, the best swordsman of their class. She stumbled backward as she sensed something approaching her, a pitch-black shadow moving with terrifying swiftness, and she wondered if it was a Nightwalker. Eleanor thought that it was too late to dodge and wondered if this was truly her end, if she was going to die like this. She then murmured that it was scary and pleaded for it not to happen. At that moment, Chan Yu struck the Nightwalker with his sword, cutting it cleanly into 2 parts, and he looked at it with contempt, calling it pathetic. After slaying the Nightwalker, Chan Yu stood before Eleanor. Trembling, she asked him why he did that. Chan Yu replied by questioning the purpose of her entourage if it could falter against a mere Nightwalker. He then thought that it was unfair of him to say that, as a Nightwalker was a mid-high grade monster far beyond their capability. He realized that the one they had faced was not even a fake created by Noah for testing, but an actual Nightwalker. He recalled that the murderer of Celsus was also behind this attack. He further thought that, according to the story, after being saved and moved by her savior's selfless act, Eleanor was supposed to open up her tightly closed heart. Yet that was clearly not happening now because the protagonist who should have saved her did not exist. Princess Penelope then remarked that his judgment was harsh. She acknowledged their gratitude for his bravery in rescuing Miss Rivalin, but added that he must have realized it was an unforeseen assault. Chan Yu bowed respectfully before her and addressed her as Her Royal Highness. Princess Penelope declared that the incident was an outrageous transgression that demanded an investigation into the conduct of the headmistress and the instructors, stating that a Nightwalker was by no means a monster beyond the ability of ordinary students like them to defeat. Chan Yu said in a calm yet defiant tone that he was astonished, adding that he assumed of all people, she would understand that in life no one was granted the privilege of choosing their adversaries. Echidna immediately warned him not to insult Her Highness in her presence and declared that he was fully aware of the grave anomaly, asking if that was not the reason he came to Miss Rivalin's aid. Chan Yu observed her features, thinking of her dusty pink hair and vertical pupils, recognizing her as Echidna von Zynos, the closest ally of the royal princess and the next in line to lead the House of Zynos, also known as the Greedy Viper. He knew she was entirely incompatible with Nox, since a son of darkness and a daughter of sanctity could never be friends. He reminded himself that this was inner lunatic, where anyone who entertained such a thought was deluded. He then remarked that it was a pity he did not speak the language of her sacred family, which he mockingly referred to as the tongue of the vile. Echidna furiously asked if he was extending his insult to the family of Zynos, and Chan Yu replied indifferently, asking what if he was. At that moment, Takoyaki Head shouted furiously that the young candidates were impudent, demanding to know since when their task included quarreling among themselves. He descended swiftly from the peak of the mountain, his tone sharp with authority. Chan Yu asked if that meant their examination came to an end, and Takoyaki Head confirmed that it had indeed concluded. Chan Yu stepped forward holding the black stone in his hand, which caught Takoyaki Head's attention. Observing it, he exclaimed in surprise that the young man managed to secure a black stone, remarking that he might even begin to favor him regardless of his luxuriant hair. Chan Yu looked puzzled, while Takoyaki Head announced that Cadet Lienhaber claimed first place with his black stone, followed by the groups that secured purple stones, and asked if anyone objected. Princess Penelope questioned whether the assault by the Nightwalker was a deliberate part of the examination, saying it was clear that such a creature did not belong in that space, and asked if she was misguided to expect an explanation. Takoyaki Head replied that an inquiry was already in progress regarding the matter and added that, though modest in comparison to the incident that occurred, compensation would be granted to Cadet Rivalin. He further declared that a special reward would be given to the white-haired cadet for his valiant efforts, but Chan Yu calmly stated that he had no need for any reward. Then Chan Yu thought that he would not write a whole new chapter with Elena in such a situation, as even in this distorted version of the story without a protagonist, it felt too excessive. He considered that accepting the reward would be the same as admitting that he acted for her sake, and further misunderstandings were the last thing he needed. Elena then asked why he saved her life, and Chan Yu thought with frustration that he knew things were going too well. At that moment, the stat window showed that his agitation was affecting his trait, the gifted actor. Chan Yu replied coldly that she should not flatter herself, saying that he merely subdued a monster, and she was just in its vicinity. Elena looked puzzled, while Chan Yu realized he mishandled the situation. He reflected on Elena de Rivalin, who was known for being cold, calculating, and living up to her title as the Gold Vixen, a girl who believed that everything, even people's hearts, could be bought. But he felt there was more to her than that. The scene shifted to the wagon where Elena sat. She remained perplexed that he had no reason to save her, and that he even declined the instructor's reward. She remembered Chan Yu saying that he subdued a monster and that she was merely in its vicinity. She considered that to be a load of bullocks. The handmaiden wondered if he might have spoken sincerely and reminded Elena that she herself often said he was nothing but a bore. Elena disagreed and surmised he must have harbored an ulterior motive. The handmaiden conceded that it was possible. Elena decided that the matter required a thorough investigation. The handmaiden offered to gather as much information as possible. Elena refused the offer and resolved to take charge of the inquiry herself, because if Chan Yu learned that she sent the handmaiden to trail him, his family would not remain idle spectators. Elena looked at the scroll that listed required physical training joint combat studies history of Archive electives rules of decorum class 2 charms advanced arms studies. She said she would act as her lady wished. The scene then shifted to where Chan Yu sat leaning back on a chair with a cold cloth pressed to his forehead. Zitri asked with concern if he was sure he was all right, saying that he looked pale and wondering if he was again feeling coldness in his hands and feet. Chan Yu replied that it happened a few days ago and that he already recovered, assuring her that he was well. He then closed his eyes and thought with difficulty that someone had to fill the role of the missing protagonist. Only then could he focus on his grand plan of reclaiming his lost memories and uncovering who the mysterious messenger was. He resolved that there should be no more unexpected twists, but admitted to himself that he could not do it since he was the villain of the story. At that moment he suddenly stood up and exclaimed in realization. Zitri looked at him in surprise and called to him, while Chan Yu thought that he finally found the only way he could become both the villain and the stand-in protagonist of that cursed world. The scene then shifted to where Miss Luna already slew many monsters. A dove, struggling to speak, informed her that movements were detected in the devildom, and that he was soon to awaken. Miss Luna quietly remarked that the land would once again be drenched with the blood of the fallen. As she turned to leave, she told Duff to prepare himself. Putting on her coat, she declared that the time had come for them to fulfill their purpose, which was to bring about the fall of the Archive Empire. Chan Yu remembered the time when he sat before his monitor, clicking the mouse and staring at the screen. He recalled how, on online forums, he often saw countless RPG enthusiasts argue that there existed only a fine line between a hero and an anti-hero, and he found himself agreeing with them. He thought that, in most cases, their backgrounds bore an uncanny resemblance. He reflected that apart from a few inherently evil exceptions, most villains in modern stories were shaped by lives filled with trauma and pain, much like the heroes themselves. He realized that even the villains had their own stories to tell, and it seemed that people could never get enough of them. Later, as he walked through the market, he thought that this did not mean heroes and villains were the same, since the villain had to remain the anti-hero for the sake of the story. Grinning, he wondered what would happen if the story was no longer just a story. He then thought that in a hero-less world doomed to collapse, the only way for an anti-hero to survive was to take on the role of a hero as well. Chan Yu looked at the blue light rising from the ground and said that he could never quite get used to dicing with death. But if that was the only way to reclaim what he had lost, then he was willing to face it once more. He thought that this time he was going to infiltrate the secretive wall of the largest crime gang in the world, which was plotting to overthrow the royal family. As he glided forward, he thought of the name of that organization, Lunatic. The scene then shifted to a Lydene Academy, where Noah Von Trinity was seated at the dining table with the others. While she remained silent, Takoyaki Head asked if anyone knew why they were summoned and whether there was any cause for concern on his part. Professor Lars von Celestia spoke up and accused him of being responsible for the examination, asking what grave mistakes he made this time. Takoyaki Head angrily replied that he did nothing wrong. As Noah Von Trinity continued to eat, Moa Von Trinity cracked a stick and asked in a sharp tone what amusing subject occupied their conversation. Takoyaki Head quickly responded that it was nothing and urged everyone to continue the discussion, laughing nervously as he asked where they left off. Noah Von Trinity observed that no one spoke a word and wondered if neither of them took the effort to read her notice beforehand. A man suggested that this concerned her alert regarding the recent examination being trespassed upon by an enemy of Lydene, the headmistress. Noah Von Trinity sighed with relief, saying that he was correct. She explained that their enemy would not cease until Lydene, and perhaps the entire empire, crumbled. She added that the attack on Miss Rivalin was only the beginning and asked if everyone understood why she became the target. Professor Lars von Celestia replied that of course he knew. He said that at least 70% of all commercial goods in the empire passed through the enterprise managed by the Rivalin family. Takoyaki Head said that if the attack on the Rivalin enterprise was deliberate, he could only assume that there would be a second, or even a third, victim. Noah Von Trinity said that she agreed completely and that they must see the event as a warning and a challenge to the Academy. She told them to prepare for a resolute response. Everyone present responded with a unified "Yes, Mom." Noah Von Trinity rose from her chair but immediately sat back down. She remarked that there was a matter requiring careful observation. She mentioned that a student might be worthy of close attention. Takoyaki Head asked if she meant a student. Noah Von Trinity confirmed it, addressing him as Vernon. She then recalled the moment when she secretly followed Chan Yu. She continued that the student in question was not an ordinary one, but perhaps the most promising of the incoming class. Professor Lars von Celestia nervously asked who that could be. He thought to himself that if the headmistress Trinity was willing to acknowledge a talent, it would be the first time since Princess Penelope. Noah stated that it was Nox von Lienhaber. Professor Lars von Celestia then questioned in disbelief if she was referring to the notorious libertine of the Lienhaber family. Noah affirmed that she was. She declared that the boy might ascend to a level of power surpassing her own. Everyone present was stunned. One man whispered if he misheard. Another whispered that she indeed spoke of the silver-haired lout. The scene shifted to a bustling restaurant where Chan Yu entered quietly. Chiron noticed him and said that it was a tavern, not a place for a lone child, and asked if he lost his way. Chan Yu thought that the man must be Chiron, the keeper of the tavern, or at least that was what he claimed to be. Chan Yu then leaned closer and said the words, "Moonlight to the Talonfeather, cheers to the Empire." Chiron looked at him and told him to come along, adding that he still could not understand why she granted him parole. Chan Yu asked if he was not inclined to introduce himself. Chiron replied that his name was Chiron and that was what people called him. Chan Yu walked toward the cabinet, thanking him by name. He looked at the bottles placed there and thought about the headquarters of Lunatic. He picked up one flask and thought the number 3, then another and thought 1, then another and thought 8, and finally one more and thought 4. As he surged them all together, a blue light spread through the place. At that moment, the stat window displayed that Chan Yu was exposed to high-intensity magic and that the flow of his mana reversed. It showed that his trait, ultra sensitivity to mana, blocked the backflow and that transportation was in progress. Chan Yu felt nauseated and thought that his weak attributes were to blame. Just then, Luna placed her sword close to his neck and asked who he was. Chan Yu looked at her and addressed her as Miss Luna. Luna pressed the sword harder against his neck, and Chan Yu calmly said that she was the leader of Lunatic and the only one among the 3 Supremes who remained undisclosed, and that he sought her out. Luna asked if he managed to uncover the path to their secret headquarters and her identity, and told him that she would ask him one last time who he was. Chan Yu raised both his hands and introduced himself as Nox von Lienhaber, expressing his desire to become a member of Lunatic. The scene shifted to the night where Paracelsus was seen sitting near the window of his room. He said that Nox von Lienhaber spoke as if he possessed secrets concerning the death of his late mentor. He then recalled Chan Yu's words, where Chan Yu claimed to know that his master Celsus was gone and questioned his intelligence if he believed that a member of the esteemed 3 Supremes simply fell victim to an innocent, aimless blade. Paracelsus remarked that the so-called disgrace of the Lienhabers was a ridiculous lie, and that the lie itself was what brought disgrace. He then remembered Chan Yu saying that even for the briefest moment, Celsus reached a level far beyond his own, and that he saw no one swifter except for his late master. He also recalled Chan Yu's words that all the stories and rumors surrounding him were merely finely woven tales. Lying back on his bed, Paracelsus wondered aloud why they would conceal his talent, saying that no reason came to his mind and that he did not care much. Paracelsus thought that whatever impeded him he would crush beneath his feet, particularly when it concerned a blasted nobleman. He slept with his eyes closed and dreamed that a man spoke, saying that Esteban von Arckheim, the emperor, lost his brightness and persisted in tyranny, endangering the authority of the throne. He added that the emperor's daughter, Penelope, was famed for her benevolence and was rising in influence, evolving into a political adversary of the crown prince. He said that soon he would be forced to choose a side for his own survival. The man advised him to secure admission to Elydine, observe the status quo firsthand, and decide which camp to align with for survival. He added that this was the final task imparted to him, and that he was bestowed with all the wisdom within his grasp. Paracelsus saw that another man struck the man from behind and lamented, leaving him to traverse the path alone. Blood began to flow from that man, and Paracelsus woke in a panic. He stared at the pink light on his hand and cursed the blasted old coot. He rose from his bed and went outside, thinking that even in death the man could not resist tormenting him. The scene shifted to where Miss Luna stood with her sword pressed against Chan Yu's neck. At that moment, the stat window appeared, displaying her name as Luna, her sex as female, her age as 20, her race as human, and her primary element as moonlight, with no listed accomplishments. The window then revealed her traits, showing her positive ones as genius swordsman and fighter, warlike, and possessing a mind's eye, her neutral trait as cool-headed, and her negatives as cruel, frenzied, rampaging, and unrest. It showed her attributes next, stating that her stamina was 27, her MP 24, her luck 4, her willpower 25, and her charm 25. Her skills were listed as well, including passive ones such as boost, penetrating eyes, and overawe, and active ones like moonlight blade and mana explosion. Some information about the character was marked as currently undisclosed, to be revealed as the story progressed. Chan Yu thought that Luna was one of the 3 Supremes, an overpowered unit who, at the tender age of 20, ranked among the strongest knights of that world. Chan Yu thought that when it came to proficiency in swordcraft, she was in a league of her own. He thought that unlike the swordcraft of darkness, which he could inherit only with the house leadership, her swordcraft was accessible to those who succeeded in gaining her trust. He thought that of course he would first have to join Lunatic and prove himself. Luna wondered what drove a scion of an esteemed, noble family to align himself with a criminal gang. Luna pressed the tip of her sword against Chan Yu's neck, causing blood to flow. At that moment, the stat window indicated that he was suffering level 1 bleeding. Chan Yu declared that he wished to see the Arckheim Empire fall. Luna asked what he meant. He told her that he was sure she already knew that for the Empire to crumble, the Elydine Academy, as the cradle of its power, must collapse first. He offered himself as her spy. Luna questioned whether he considered himself of such significance. He affirmed that he did. Luna gazed, lowered her sword, observed that he was quite daring, and asked his name. Chan Yu grinned and introduced himself as Knox von Lienhaber. Luna called for Duff. Duff answered her hesitantly. Luna instructed him to ready a trial of the moonlight. Duff bowed and obeyed. He then turned to Chan Yu and told him to wear a cloak and follow his lead. Chan Yu nodded, took the cloak from him, wore it, and began following him. As he walked, he looked up at the moon and thought that everything was going according to plan so far. Duff then instructed him to ascend to the altar, vanquish the monsters that would assail him, and above all ensure that his cloak remained fastened. Chan Yu asked why he must ensure that. Duff replied that it was to shield himself from the frenzy. Chan Yu thought that it was right, remembering that frenzy was one of the worst negative traits. He thought that once exposed to it, players lost themselves in a delirious swirl, but could see the current higher limit of their power. Chan Yu then said that the red moon and its radiance drove most people either to madness or to wildness, which might be a more precise description. Chan Yu thought that for a successful trial, 2 goals had to be achieved. First was managing the radiance of the red moon and avoiding the frenzy state, and second was killing all the monsters that came forward. He thought that there was no known guide to surviving this trial. He considered that perhaps no one had ever tried to join an evil crime gang with a perfect presence to rally around, but he believed that such things had never been an obstacle and that it was still doable. Miss Luna then said that there were only 2 possible outcomes of the trial. Either he would succeed and join their ranks or fail and meet his demise. Chan Yu grinned and told her to observe. Duff then cut his palm, letting drops of blood fall to the ground, which began to glow pink. Duff glanced back where many monsters had gathered, all growling together. Chan Yu thought that it was hardly surprising, since all those monsters were far too strong for him to even engage. Each of those chimeras was a mid-low grade monster or higher, and they outnumbered him by what seemed to be 1,000 to 1. He then took off his cloak and threw it aside, thinking that there was always a way. Miss Luna, watching him, thought that he lost his senses. At that moment, the stat window showed that exposure to the red moonlight placed him in a new state, frenzy. The next message warned that he might lose himself in that state, and another warned that the loss of self could become permanent. The stat window then showed that some of his attributes received a 50% boost, with his stamina rising from 6.2 plus 1 to 9.3, his MP from 9.2 plus 1 to 13.8, his willpower from 11.3 to 16.95, his luck remaining at 10, and his charm remaining at 26.2. It also displayed that he was under the influence of a negative trait, frenzy, affecting all his attributes except luck and charm. Chan Yu stood holding his sword, and at that moment, the stat window showed that he was entering the frenzy state under the influence of the red moonlight. It then displayed a warning that he might lose himself in his new state, followed by another warning that the loss of self could become permanent. Chan Yu grinned, and the stat window showed that some of his attributes received a 50% boost. It then displayed his details, showing his name as Knox von Lienhaber, sex male, age 15, race human, and primary element darkness, with no accomplishments. His traits were listed as positive, including genius swordsman and fighter, ultra-sensitivity to mana, perceptive eye, gift of memory, heart of steel, and gifted actor. The neutral trait was manifestation of darkness, while the negative traits included life-limiting illness, sickliness, cold hands and feet, and possession. The stat window then showed his attributes, stating that his stamina was 6.2 plus 1 to 9.3, MP 9.2 plus 1 to 13.8, luck 10, willpower 11.3 to 16.95, and charm 26.2. The stat window then showed that his active skills included Time of Genius, Intermediate Swordcraft of the Dark Family, Swordcraft of the South, Ignition, and Type Change. It indicated that his death from the life-limiting illness was scheduled in 142 days. It notified that he was under the influence of a negative trait, frenzy, and that all his attributes except luck and charm were affected. Miss Luna wondered if he completely lost his senses. Chan Yu let out a short laugh. Duff suggested that since Chan Yu removed his cloak, he effectively condemned himself to death, and he considered whether he should intervene. Miss Luna refused with a simple no and answered that he was warned and chose to take no heed, and that whether he lived or died was no concern to them any longer. Duff hesitated as he spoke, saying that Chan Yu was a Lienhaber, the son of Theodore von Lienhaber, and that if he chose to direct his vengeance toward them, he could jeopardize the future of Lunatic. Miss Luna dismissed the concern. She declared that she would personally ensure that would not come to pass, and she asked Duff if he was under the impression that Theodore von Lienhaber was a loving father. Duff said that it was the last thing he was. Miss Luna replied that for the time being they would only observe, as for all they knew, that audacious young one might have his own plans. Duff responded that her word was his command. Chan Yu stood holding his sword before the monsters. The monsters were growling and shrieking loudly, and as one of them leapt toward him with a scream, he defended himself and struck back, killing it instantly. He thought that the whole world seemed to blink in red, and that was how the game described the brutality of this trial when seen from the outside. He then reflected that he came a long way, and with a short breath he thought that his body was growing stronger along with his skills, believing that he might even be quite built for his age now. The remaining monsters let out deep growls, and Chan Yu attacked another one, bringing it down, then struck again and defeated yet another. The rest of the monsters hesitated and began to back away. Chan Yu attacked again and thought that frenzy was probably one of the worst states to be in, appearing only under a red moon, which was exactly why he came there. He grinned and wondered why he would do that, then realized it was because he possessed some remarkable traits. At that moment, the stat window displayed that his 2 genius traits were blocking the negative effects of the new state brought on by the red moon. He thought of his traits as a genius swordsman and fighter with ultra sensitivity to mana, and the stat window then showed that his loss of self was postponed. He reflected that it was simple, as personal traits in that world were ranked by tiers, meaning life was truly unfair. Yet he struck an unfair jackpot that he planned for himself, wondering what anyone could do about it. As he continued attacking, he thought of the stroke of annihilating darkness and killed many monsters. Miss Luna and Duff stood in silence, watching everything. At that moment, the stat window displayed that his lifetime increased by 2 days and 7 hours. Chan Yu remarked that it seemed like jealousy, adding that it was unfortunate their days were not numbered. He felled the remaining monsters and observed that Luna appeared astonished. He reflected that there was too much talking from people he did not wish to hear. Chan Yu exhaled in relief and moved forward, then asked if the trial concluded, moments before he struck down another monster. Luna remarked that it seemed they found a new member. Duff replied that he would be astonished if there were more than 5 men on their continent who could match him in talent. Miss Luna then called out to Knox von Lienhaber, declaring that he passed his trial and ordering him to come down. Chan Yu struck down another monster. Miss Luna wondered if he let the frenzy consume him. Duff asked Madame Luna if he should end him before it was too late. He disarmed another monster, and then moved toward Luna and Duff, standing before them as he repeated his question about whether the trial concluded, and she acknowledged that indeed it did. Miss Luna observed that Theodore was nurturing a beast in his bosom. Duff agreed that it was indeed astonishing. Chan Yu thought with satisfaction that he nailed it and found it fascinating, believing he could not wait to see what would become of himself. Miss Luna called Duff's name, and he immediately responded with respect. She instructed him to take the ceremonial robe reserved only for the esteemed brethren of the Red Moon. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he received an item and acquired the ceremonial robe of a lunatic. The stat window then began loading the information of the item, revealing its name as the ceremonial robe of a lunatic, its type as a garment, its grade ranging from normal to high, and its element or attribute as willpower +1. It stated that the robe was restricted to authorized members of Lunatic only. The special effects described that the owner of the robe gained a special skill called Oath of the Moonlight, which allowed members of Lunatic to recognize each other through a symbol on the robe. It also explained that the robe was woven from the silk of a light blocker spider, which prevented the wearer from entering any light-type state. The stat window finally displayed that he acquired a new passive skill. The stat window displayed the name Oath of the Moonlight with a high grade. It then showed that the effect of the skill became active only when the ceremonial robe of a lunatic was worn. Once activated, it embroidered the robe with a shining symbol of moonlight visible only to fellow lunatics. The secondary effect indicated that after 6 in the evening, by game time, his attacks would gain a 20% boost. Chan Yu smiled to himself and thought in amazement that it was impressive. Chan Yu stood before Miss Luna and Duff, thinking that he obtained the robe and the new passive skill called Oath of the Moonlight, which fortunately carried no drawbacks. He reflected that if he had to find one, it would be that the attack boost worked only in the evening. But even so, a 20% increase in attack was rare and valuable, and such an advantage did not come often, even in this world. At that moment, the stat window displayed his attributes, showing stamina from 6.2 plus 1 to 9.3, MP from 9.2 plus 1 to 13.8, luck at 10, willpower from 11.3 to 16.95, and charm at 26.2. He noted his increase in willpower and thought that he even gained a full point, feeling that he could not have asked for more, though something still lingered in his thoughts. Miss Luna observed him and found it curious, then remarked that it almost seemed as if he believed he was entitled to more. Chan Yu asked if he was mistaken in assuming that no one ever performed at his level in that trial, and if not, he believed he deserved greater reward for his exceptional performance. Miss Luna responded thoughtfully, saying that he was fortunate she had a liking for bold characters, though she added that she would not bet on him being able to maintain his audacity for long. She then instructed Duff to fetch the mask. Duff obeyed immediately, mentioning the mask as he brought it forward. Miss Luna grabbed the mask from Duff and explained that it was not long since they obtained that artifact, known as the Moon Shadow. She gave the mask to Chan Yu and told him that it allowed him to summon another version of himself, similar to a shadow, which would assist him in his duties as her spy within the academy. She then asked if he was satisfied now, and Chan Yu replied respectfully that he was. He looked at the mask in his hand and thought excitedly about the Moon Shadow. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he could now use the artifact. It then displayed that it was preparing his duplicate and asked how he would name it and define its character. Chan Yu reflected that the very reason he reached out to lunatics so early in the game was because the artifact allowed players to create a duplicate of themselves. Chan Yu thought that, in other words, this was exactly what would allow him to be both the protagonist and the villain of this world. Looking at the mask, he thanked Madame Luna. Miss Luna then instructed him to listen carefully, explaining that there were 5 ranks within lunatic, consisting of the master, the deputy master, and the first, second, and third classes. She informed him that as a newcomer, he would begin in the 3rd class. Chan Yu acknowledged her words, and Miss Luna responded with approval, telling him to return to the academy and await her command. Chan Yu bowed respectfully, and Miss Luna warned him that he would be wise never to disappoint her, addressing him as Knox von Lienhaber. He quietly walked toward a magic portal. Watching him leave, Miss Luna remarked that he was quite a curious young man. Duff agreed and admitted that it puzzled him how Chan Yu endured the Red Moon without losing his composure. Miss Luna replied that she was wondering the same, noting that even the most gifted individuals struggled to withstand more than 5 minutes under its rays, and that not all recruits of genius caliber would have dared to face the moon without a cloak. Miss Luna clenched her hand and said that one thing became clear, that he was more than willing to risk his life for a cause. Duff agreed, saying that this was exactly his impression as well. Miss Luna then remarked that for the time being they would simply observe whether he could serve lunatics' purposes or at least provide them with some entertainment. Chan Yu stepped through the magic portal and entered a restaurant. Seeing him, Chiron commented that it seemed things went well. Chan Yu replied calmly that they did. He then thought that some people might question what he was thinking if he ever told them what he did on the altar, but in truth, he hardly risked his life. He reflected that the most foolproof way to fight against frenzy was simply to be a genius with 2 genius traits. He thought of his own traits as a genius swordsman and fighter with ultra-sensitivity to mana, and he concluded that, simply put, he was the only one capable of exploiting the power of the Red Moon in whatever way he desired. Chiron remarked that Chan Yu carried the triumphant expression of a man who achieved what he desired. Chan Yu replied that Chiron's own expression seemed to show a certain dissatisfaction toward him. Chiron acknowledged his perceptiveness and asked for his name, and when Chan Yu looked uncertain, Chiron reminded him that when a man offered his name, it was proper to return the courtesy. Chan Yu introduced himself as Knox von Lienhaber and asked if they settled the matter or if there was more to be exchanged. Chiron answered that there was nothing more, at least for that evening. He then advised him to rest, mentioning that the academy was known for its demanding curriculum, though for him, the greater challenge might be in concealing the full extent of his powers. Chan Yu opened the door and left the restaurant, and as he did, Chiron advised him not to overdo anything. The scene shifted to show Chan Yu entering his room, thinking with satisfaction that everything went perfectly that night and that nothing could go wrong. At that moment, Zitri saw him and called out in surprise, asking how he managed to sneak out for a night without alerting a single attendant, especially on his very first night at the academy. Chan Yu flinched and thought in frustration that she was fast asleep when he checked earlier. Zitri demanded to know if he was even listening to her and reminded him once again that he must refrain from engaging in any improper behavior. She insisted that while the stain on his name might be difficult to erase, he must still continue his efforts to restore it. Chan Yu nodded and calmly asked how her day went, noting that aides and squires attended their own classes. Zitri grabbed her arm and said that her day was uneventful. Chan Yu thought to himself that it was quite an eventful day for her instead. He assumed this was to be expected, since the attendants and squires held their own ranks. Most of them came from noble families, and they could not miss the chance to pick on Zitri. Zitri stood in silence, watching Chan Yu. He handed her a small pouch and told her to take it, explaining that she should open it only if she ever found herself in trouble during a class. She looked down at the small pouch in her hands and asked what it was. Chan Yu replied that she should open it only in moments of grave danger, as it contained a surprise that could provide a reasonable solution to almost any problem. Zitri asked if she could take a quick look inside, but Chan Yu refused. She then bowed respectfully and said that she understood and would wait until she was truly in trouble before opening it. Chan Yu approved and told her to use her discretion but not to overdo it. She agreed, addressing him as master. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he completed the mission titled Enter Elydine Academy. It then displayed that he completed part 1 of the main story. Chan Yu thought with relief that it was finally done. The stat window then showed that he received a new message and asked if he would like to check it. He tapped on the stat window and thought that he would. He thought that he should check it. The stat window then displayed a message saying hello to Nox, stating that it was meant to reach him upon his arrival at Elydine, and that the sender knew he would make it, but could not be prouder. Chan Yu thought that the tone of the message felt strangely familiar, as if the sender personally knew him. The stat window then displayed another message warning him to be careful, explaining that the true ordeal was about to begin. It said that while his previous trial was difficult, what lay ahead would test him with pains he never knew. It told him that no one else could share his burden, as only he could walk the path to see how the story would end. It then stated that the sender would do their best to help and not make the words meaningless, but for the moment, all that could be given him was an envelope. Chan Yu muttered in frustration that there was no luck this time either and no useful information. He then went over his thoughts again and concluded that the person most likely to be sending him those messages was the game master, which seemed the most reasonable assumption for now, since whoever it was controlled the system enough to reach him through it so casually. Chan Yu thought that if his assumption was correct, he would have to focus on the central storyline to get closer to the sender, beat the game, and recover his lost memories. That was the goal. He then looked at the envelope in the stat window and said that the rest were questions he could not yet answer, wondering what could be inside the envelope. When he clicked at the envelope in the stat window, he noticed a section labeled as the character library and looked at it with curiosity. He then clicked on the character library section and saw a list showing the names Theodor von Lienhaber, Alan von Lienhaber, Hatz von Lienhaber, and Thalia von Stieliner. He paused in surprise and clicked on Thalia von Stieliner's name, wondering if it was what he thought it was. However, nothing appeared on the stat window. As he thought about Thalia von Stieliner, the stat window suddenly displayed information about Theodor von Lienhaber, describing him as a 40-year-old human male whose primary element was darkness and who was recognized as one of the 3 Supremes and the head of the Lienhaber family. The stat window displayed Theodor von Lienhaber's traits, showing his positive ones as a supreme swordsman, a genius in both swordsmanship and combat, possessing a mind's eye, and gifted with high sensitivity to mana. His neutral traits were listed as manifestation of darkness and meritocratic, while his negative ones were possession, thirst for murder, and being cold-blooded. The stat window then revealed his attributes, stating his stamina as 25.2, MP as 24, luck as 8, willpower as 27, and charm as 21. His skills appeared next, showing passive abilities such as Black Blade, Phantom Sword, and Berserk, along with active skills including Black Blast of Domination, sword aura release, and psychokinetic swordplay. Chan Yu thought in surprise that until now, he needed to face someone directly to use his perceptive eye. But with this feature, he could now read the details of anyone he met before at any time. He grinned and remarked that this was getting interesting, addressing either the game master or whoever was behind it. Then he suddenly noticed an odd detail and said that Theodor von Lienhaber, that strange man, recently increased his stamina by 0.2 points. Chan Yu thought that it was unusual for a 40-year-old to be gaining stamina and wondered if a supreme like Theodor von Lienhaber was still training himself. He remarked to himself that he was being silly. He thought that, of course, he guessed it was finally hitting him now. He realized that regardless of certain game-like features, this was cold hard reality. He sighed and said that life always was difficult, then held the slip in his hand and muttered whether he should at least be thankful that enrolling in classes was easy. He looked at the slip again where it mentioned Joint Combat Magic Studies. The scene then shifted to where all the candidates and their handmaidens were gathered. The handmaidens turned their attention toward Zitri de Labilia, and many of them appeared surprised. Two of them whispered to each other, with one asking if that was really her. The other replied that she was the commoner who once belonged to the Labilia family. The first one agreed and said that Zitri must have no shame to show up there. She added that had she been in Zitri's place, she would never have dared. The other laughed softly and said that Zitri was probably dreaming of rising in rank. The first one remarked that Zitri was not lacking in looks and surely entertained thoughts of charming a few masters under her influence. A few other handmaidens began whispering among themselves. One of them mentioned that everyone knew about Zitri's master, the infamous libertine. Another remarked mockingly that whenever the insatiable master returned from his daily indulgence in the town, there would always be a maiden waiting for him in his chamber. The next one added that everyone knew how such stories usually ended. One of them asked what her surname was, saying that it hardly mattered since it never carried any worth. Zitri de Labilia clenched her fists and thought that she had endured countless insults thrown her way and always ignored them. She reminded herself that dignity was a luxury a fallen noblewoman could not afford, yet she could not allow anyone to insult Master Nox because of her lost surname. She stepped forward and calmly asked if they could have a quiet word outside. At that moment, the handmaiden Giselle of the Pola's family lightly tapped her companion and moved ahead to stand in front of Zitri. She smirked and said that a word was unnecessary since she was Giselle of the Pola's family, serving Master Kane, the son of an earl, and therefore too busy to entertain a commoner. Zitri de Labilia replied that she had no intention of overlooking the baseless slander spoken against her master. Giselle of the Pola's family said that it was baseless and asked if she was being held responsible for their master's reputation, which he tainted himself. She added that if she was about to demand an apology, she should save it. Zitri de Labilia thought that the master was right and that they would not miss any chance to flaunt their status. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small pouch, then pulled at its thread, and she felt that she had no other choice. At that moment, a sudden apparition resembling Chan Yu appeared, and the gathered people were taken aback. Giselle showed visible shock at the sight. Zitri addressed the apparition as if it were her master. The apparition identified itself as Nox von Lienhaber. It claimed not to know or care about the cause of its arrival and noted that Zitri opened the pouch. The apparition addressed them all. Giselle of the Pola's family asked if that was the real one. The apparition said that it would kill them all, while adding that they should not fret, for it would not charge their families for the carriage of their severed heads. The apparition then vanished, leaving Zitri stunned. Zitri thought that this was the reasonable solution the master meant. Giselle hiccuped and faltered, then asked Zitri for her name. Zitri said that her name was Zitri. Giselle thought that if a Lienhaber held a grudge against her in earnest, before long there would be no Polas left on the continent. Giselle lowered her head to the ground and said that she humbly begged pardon for her lack of manners and beseeched for an opportunity to correct her errors. All the other handmaidens bowed low. Zitri stood in silence, and she reflected that the problem was resolved now, but only at the cost of their already dismal reputation. She sighed and asked what the master was thinking. Then Zitri left the place quietly. The scene shifted to where Chan Yu and Zitri were walking together. Zitri looked at him with concern and asked if he was feeling unwell, pointing out the shadows beneath his eyes. Chan Yu rubbed under his eye and replied that he was fine, then added that he finished selecting the courses he would take. At that moment, a young man named Rick approached and stood before them. He removed his cap, bowed respectfully, and greeted him with a cheerful good morning, addressing him as Master Knox of the Lienhaber family. Chan Yu looked at him with slight confusion and asked who he was. Rick quickly apologized and introduced himself as a valet serving Miss Eleanor de Rivalin, expressing that it was a privilege to meet him. Chan Yu repeated the name Rick under his breath and thought in disbelief about what was happening. The stat window appeared, showing that he was getting agitated. Another line followed, indicating that his trait, Gifted Actor, activated and his agitation calmed. Chan Yu thought that this was dangerous and wondered why such an event was happening so early in the game. He recalled that Rick, known as the Trickster, would later betray the Rivalin Enterprise in Chapter 3, making the story more complex. He also remembered that Rick was a devil worshipper and concluded that, in other words, he would eventually betray Eleanor behind her back. Chan Yu thought that the saying about an enemy's enemy being a friend did not apply in this game. In his mind, he judged that Rick was the lowest of all deceivers who needed to be avoided no matter what. Rick held a small blue box in his hands and explained that he came on behalf of his lady to deliver a gift, calling it an invaluable artifact. He extended the box toward Chan Yu, but Chan Yu only looked at it and ordered him to leave. Chan Yu thought that he was curious about what the artifact was, but he realized it was a poison chalice and that he must not take it. Rick hesitated and quietly asked for pardon, but Chan Yu held the handle of his sword and said not to make him repeat himself. Rick flinched while Chan Yu walked past him without another glance. Zitri gave a brief bow to Rick before following behind, calling for her master to wait. As Zitri walked beside him and said that she needed to remind him how delicate he was and that if he ever stumbled and fell, it might do him serious harm. Chan Yu looked ahead and asked if that was truly the way his servant thought of her master. Zitri reminded him that only a few days earlier he was suffering from cold, shivers, and icy hands and feet all at once, and she admitted that she never imagined such weakness could exist in a living person. Chan Yu replied that he thanked her for the reminder, but told her that he was fine now. He said that he assured her he would not just fall dead. Zitri said that she knew he walked not, but she was still concerned for him, as he had a tendency to place himself in the midst of trouble. Chan Yu sighed and remarked that he was well aware of his popularity. Zitri remained silent, her gaze resting on him. Chan Yu looked at her and thought that to Zitri, Knox was far more than a master. He was the one who saved her life, and her trait of unwavering loyalty perhaps caused a kind of separation anxiety. Zitri then mentioned casually that she wished to know why he was so harsh with the valet boy. Chan Yu asked whom she meant, and she clarified that it was Rick, saying she never saw him react so strongly to anyone. Chan Yu tapped her shoulder lightly and told her to listen carefully, saying that if bad news could take human form, it would be Rick. Zitri wondered for a moment if his harshness came from some past disagreement with Miss Eleanor, but she dismissed the thought, knowing that the Master Knox she served and observed would never act without reason. She nodded and said that she understood, promising to follow his advice and avoid Rick whenever possible. Chan Yu approved of her response and continued on his way. As he walked, he thought that he already knew how the story would unfold. He reminded himself to stay away from Rick, and from Eleanor as well, especially after having made the mistake of engaging her earlier when it was unnecessary. He resolved to act with every possible caution. The scene then shifted to the auditorium of Elidine Academy, where all the candidates were gathered and the instructor stood on stage before the podium. Chan Yu took his seat among the others and thought with frustration that he must have been foolish to think life would make things easy. The semester only just began, yet every plan he made already seemed to be falling apart. The instructor announced that the students would form small groups with their classmates, explaining that these would be their class partners for the entire academic year. He added that it was a matter of great importance, since friendship built the kind of camaraderie that led to success on the battlefield. Chan Yu said in frustration that it was trouble. He thought about why he did not see it coming. He realized that even in this world, having no friends could create serious problems. The instructor adjusted his glasses and continued, saying that each group should have 4 members and that everyone should try to find classmates with similar goals. He gave them 30 minutes to complete the task. Chan Yu thought that no amount of time would be enough to find 3 people willing to tolerate someone like Knox. He then stood up and asked what would happen if he decided not to join any group. The instructor replied that anyone who made that choice would receive a failing grade and would not have another chance to take the course. He added that solitary behavior would not be well received and asked if he understood, addressing him as Mr. Lienhaber. Chan Yu hesitated for a moment before replying that he did. Chan Yu sat back in his seat and thought anxiously about how starting the school year with a failing grade would lead to immediate expulsion from Alidine. He silently cursed the strict academic rules and reminded himself that getting expelled was not an option. Around him, the hall filled with chatter as candidates began speaking to one another, forming groups with excitement. One candidate approached Princess Penelope and respectfully asked for the honor of joining her group. Echidna stepped forward and declared with loyalty that she would assist the princess with her life. Another student praised Paracelsus, saying he was deeply impressed by his skill with the blade. Someone else approached Lion and suggested they team up, asking for his agreement. Chan Yu tried to think quickly, wondering how someone with no social charm could possibly find companions in this situation. Not far from him, a candidate called out to Alina, asking her to consider forming a group and boasting about his strength and speed. Another candidate then tried to impress Alina by mentioning the fine chef employed by her family and the elegant gatherings she would be invited to. Alina moved forward and stopped close to Chan Yu, addressing him as Knox von Lienhaber, and she remarked that she heard her gift did not bring him much joy. Chan Yu swallowed uneasily as she continued, saying that he left her with only one way to repay her debt to him. When he asked what she meant, Elena replied that he needed colleagues and that she was offering herself as one. Chan Yu found her words bold but somehow sensed that teaming up with her was inevitable. He reflected on the old saying that certain things were simply bound to happen. At that moment, Thalia called out to him cheerfully, telling him not to worry and assuring him that he had her as well. As Chan Yu looked at the two of them, he could only think that misfortunes never came alone. Thalia von Steeliner called out brightly to Knox, telling him not to worry and assuring him that he had her as well. As he looked at her, he thought that misfortunes never came singly. He understood that Thalia was kind by nature, and that, whether he liked it or not, Knox was now her fiancé. Being as considerate as she was, she could not simply leave him on his own. He murmured quietly that if only good intentions always led to good results. Elena then spoke, saying she was surprised, and when he asked what she found surprising, she replied that it was the fact that someone was actually willing to stand as his friend. Chan Yu fell silent, then thought that, considering what Knox did, he should probably take her remarks in silence, but it still felt like a slap in the face. Thalia then asked softly if they would stand together, to which Elena quickly agreed, saying they certainly would and that they only needed one more teammate. Chan Yu asked if no one cared to ask for his opinion, and Elena answered that she would love to, but reminded him that he was not the one who had any choices left. Chan Yu remarked quietly that it would have been easier if Elena was not clever. He thought that, unfortunately, she was completely right. To regain his lost memories, he could not afford to be expelled from Alidine. More than that, he needed to secure good grades. For the first episode to progress as intended, his scores had to place him among the top 10% of the class. It would mark his first battle against a Grand Duke of the Devildom, and it would also be the first time he would be required to act as both the hero and the villain at once. While the rest of the candidates continued chatting among themselves to form groups, Fel appeared before Thalia and Elena. Introducing himself politely, he said that it was a pleasure to join their group and that he was confident they would perform well together. Chan Yu looked at him and thought that, at least, the last member appeared normal. At that moment, the stat window displayed Fel's details, showing his name as Fel, age as 15, sex as male, and indicating that he was a human with no primary element or accomplishments. It further listed his traits as positive traits of social charm, meek, prepared, and devout, while neutral traits were absent, and the negative trait was marked as obtuse. His attributes were recorded as Stamina 4, MP 3, Luck 3, Willpower 2, and Charm 10. Chan Yu noticed that Fel possessed no passive skills and only one active skill named Blessing, which could be used once. He thought with sudden realization that it was a fortunate discovery. Though Fel's attributes were below average, that did not matter. Blessing was one of the most significant skills in Inner Lunatic, capable of unlocking a dormant skill within a teammate. He then remarked that the user, however, could not unlock their own skill through it. He found the situation curious. Blessing was a rare skill usually granted to saint units who devoted their lives to abbeys. He wondered how an ordinary student of Elidine could possibly possess it, but decided to leave that question for later. Fel then turned to Eleanor and politely asked for her name. Eleanor introduced herself as Eleanor de Rivelin, expressing her confidence that they would bring out the best in one another. Thalia followed hesitantly, introducing herself as Thalia von Steeliner and saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Chan Yu, watching the exchange, stated that he believed he did not need to introduce himself and warned that anyone who tried to hinder his progress would soon regret it. At that moment, the instructor tapped the dais and announced that it seemed everyone found their teammates. He said that they had until the following week to learn more about each other. He added that unless there were special circumstances, their groups would remain the same until the end of the semester. He wished them the best of luck in their endeavors. Chan Yu muttered in disbelief, calling the professor crazy, and Thalia quickly pointed out that he was speaking out loud. He replied that it was intentional and made it clear that he wanted the professor to hear. Thalia, flustered, suggested that he was their professor and that it might be better to show a little restraint next time. As Chan Yu left the hall, he remarked that it did not matter and that he had his group now. Thalia followed behind and called out to him, asking what courses he enrolled in. She hesitated and added that she did not mean to pry but was only curious. Chan Yu thought that she really thought he did not know why the question was being asked. Thalia repeated that it was only curiosity. Chan Yu flicked her forehead lightly and said that she thought he would reveal his selection of subjects so easily, and that such information was the sort one had to pay for. As Chan Yu started to leave, Thalia called after him in confusion, trying to protest. While walking away, Chan Yu thought that she tried to approach him casually to get that classified information. He decided that his courses were his own secret and that he would not share them with anyone. The scene then shifted to District 4 of the Academy town, where the streets were bustling with activity. Zitri remarked that Elidine's reputation was well earned, saying she never saw such an extensive range of items for sale. She observed the scrolls, books of magic, and enchanted tools, and noted that it was no mere rumor that the few commoners who managed to enroll often failed to graduate because of financial strain. Chan Yu held 2 flasks in his hands and replied that such matters did not concern him. He reflected that commoners talented enough to be admitted and graduate were unlikely to have trouble finding patrons. He thought that if any of them entered Elidine but failed to graduate, the problem was lack of talent, not funding. At that moment, they heard the shopkeeper shout at the scoundrel to go rot in hell and to step away from the stand immediately. Zitri remarked that the crowd seemed rather noisy. Chan Yu agreed, saying that at times the town descended into complete chaos, as people from all walks of life gathered there. The streets were filled with chatter and movement, but Chan Yu said there was no need to pay attention to the noise. Then, as he glanced behind him with a twitch of curiosity, something caught his eye. The shopkeeper was scolding a young man named Lion, who stood holding a flask in his hand. The shopkeeper spat in annoyance and shouted that he should see the queue behind him and, if he was not going to buy it, drop it and leave. Watching the scene, Chan Yu recognized him as Lion von Marbas, the young head of the Marbas family, one of the 3 dark families. He recalled that the family already fell into ruin, but thought that Lion himself was not a bad person and would likely brush it off. Lion placed the flask back on the table and spoke calmly, saying he only wished to make a rational choice before purchasing. The shopkeeper snapped that picking up and putting down the same item for hours was nonsense and told him to get lost. He sneered that Elidine must truly be declining if it started admitting destitute lowborns like him. Lion stood with his head lowered as a faint green light began to surround him. The same glow flickered in his eyes, sharp and unsettling. His voice grew calm but heavy as he said that while it was true his family was going through a difficult times, but he did not care for their choice of words. Watching him, Chan Yu was startled. He thought that Lion could not possibly be serious. Then, without hesitation, he started running toward him. He realized that while the shopkeeper said some offensive things, this was still District 4, the commercial zone, and he could not use magic in front of everyone. What Lion was preparing was not ordinary magic either, and it was black magic. As Chan Yu closed the distance between them, 2 skeletons began to emerge near Lion. Seeing this, Zitri called out in alarm, asking where her master was going. Chan Yu told her to look at Lion's eyes, saying he had to intervene before something reckless happened. When Zitri asked how he could tell just from that, Chan Yu replied that those were the same eyes he had when he himself was on the brink. Zitri stood frozen in surprise as he rushed ahead. As the two skeletons advanced toward the shopkeeper shouted in fury, calling Lion a deranged fool and demanding if he had any idea of what he was about to unleash. He ordered him to step aside, his voice trembling with both anger and fear. At that instant, Chan Yu stepped between the skeletons and the shopkeeper, standing firmly in their path. He warned the shopkeeper to leave immediately, his tone calm yet carrying an unmistakable threat. His hand tightened around his sword as he added that unless the shopkeeper wished to die there, he should step back. The shopkeeper glared at him and asked if he had any idea who he was addressing, calling him a reckless youth and demanding to know who he thought he was. Chan Yu slowly removed his cap. He asked if the shopkeeper truly wished to know who he was, and as the crowd stood in silence, he repeated in a quiet voice that there was no need for an introduction. The scene shifted to where Emma spoke, saying as before. Thalia said that she was in the same group as Nox and tried to cheer for herself, but then complained that he would not even share his class schedule with her. She wondered if it was because of his puberty, his shy nature, or something else, and asked Emma what she thought. Thalia sniffed while Emma sighed and replied that she was no clairvoyant and could not know all of his intentions. She suggested that they compose themselves first before making assumptions. Thalia said that she made great efforts to be a mature lady, that she tried not to judge others too quickly, and tried not to impose on Nox, but still wondered why it turned out that way. Emma hesitated, unsure of how to answer, while thinking to herself that Thalia's mood would likely last for days and wondered what she should do next. She thought that if she knew attributing everything to puberty would cause such a reaction, she would have chosen her words more carefully. Emma's thoughts drifted back to the day in the wagon when Thalia turned to her and asked frankly why Nox was so distant toward her, reminding her that she was his fiancée after all. Emma replied that he was simply going through puberty. When Thalia repeated the word in confusion, Emma nodded with exaggerated assurance, saying that young men of his age were always grumpy and aloof. Emma thought that in retrospect, Thalia's feelings toward Master Nox must have started blooming around that time. She wondered why she spoke so carelessly and thought it would not become a problem. She realized that she put Thalia under an illusion, making her believe that Master Nox held a quiet affection for her. She thought that it was too late now to undo the damage. She concluded that there was only one way left. Emma said that she feared Thalia might be misunderstanding his actions. Thalia looked at her and asked what she meant by that. Emma said that perhaps now that Thalia was formally betrothed, Master Nox was simply trying to set a more proper and reserved tone for their public appearances together. Thalia suddenly took Emma's hand and said that she knew she could turn to her for advice about love. Startled, Emma could only stammer in confusion. Thalia said that Emma was now her trusted official advisor in such matters and wondered aloud how many boys cried to her, calling her a master in this art. Emma murmured faintly in response. Thalia smiled, and Emma thought that she was truly sorry, for in truth she was about as experienced as a hermit nun. At that moment, someone knocked on the room door. Thalia and Emma looked toward the door in surprise. Emma composed herself and introduced politely that she was Emma, a lady's maid in the service of the Steeliner family, and asked who was at the door. From outside, a calm voice replied that it was Elena de Rivalin, explaining that she was in the same group as Miss Steeliner for joint combat magic studies and asked if she could have a brief word with Miss Steeliner. Thalia looked puzzled upon hearing the name and repeated it softly in surprise. Emma hesitated and replied that if this visit was not previously arranged, then she must insist on knowing the reason. Elena smiled lightly and mentioned the name Nox von Lienhaber. At that, both Thalia and Emma flinched in reaction. Elena then added that she wished to discuss him. Hearing this, Thalia quickly opened the door and stepped out. Elena greeted her with a grin, remarking pleasantly that it was delightful to see her for the second time that day. The scene shifted to a moment where it was shown that Chan Yu asked if he needed to introduce himself. Seeing him, the shopkeeper thought about his silver hair and lavender eyes and suddenly realized who he was. The shopkeeper then spoke nervously, saying that he heard Mr. Lienhaber enrolled this year. Chan Yu replied that apparently he did not need to introduce himself. The shopkeeper quickly apologized, saying that he could not recognize him through his cloak. Chan Yu then said that his patience was wearing thin and told him to leave. adding that he would rather not repeat himself a third time. The shopkeeper, startled, hurried away. Watching this, Lion said that he believed he did not yet finished his discussion with him and asked for forgiveness. As soon as a skeleton attacked Chan Yu, he avoided the strike and countered, saying that discussion was a novel term for black magic. He then crushed the skeleton's skull in his grip, breaking it into pieces that scattered across the ground. Chan Yu said that Lion might as well have asked the royal guards to arrest him right there. Lion then realized his mistake and admitted that underage magic was unlawful, saying that it momentarily slipped his mind. He added that Chan Yu actually spared him from a difficult situation. Bowing politely, Lion apologized and thanked him. Chan Yu told him to collect what he needed and leave, then handed him a small sack, saying that he could take it if he ever found himself in need. When Lion opened the sack and saw the gold coins inside, he appeared surprised. He then asked why Chan Yu was helping him and warned that the word debt was not part of his vocabulary. Chan Yu replied that he was not petty enough to call that small sack a favor, though he admitted it was not without purpose. Lion thought for a moment and said that he understood. Then, using his magic, he made the two skeletons vanish. Lion stood in front of Chan Yu, holding a gold coin, and said that Chan Yu intended to buy his silence with that gold. He added that he could clearly sense from Chan Yu the aura of a man who possessed necromantic energy. With a flick of his magic, Lion made the gold coin float in the air and said that the deal was declined. He asked why Chan Yu possessed the power that only his kin were entitled to. The scene shifted to where Eleanor and Thalia sat facing each other on chairs around a tea table with teacups placed neatly before them. Thalia said that they were alone now and asked what exactly Eleanor wished to discuss about Nox. Eleanor thought in surprise that this was not what she expected and sensed a faint trace of emotion. She wondered if Thalia truly held affection for him. She dismissed the thought, believing it impossible. She thought that being betrothed to him could only be a burden for her, and she must be more forthright to draw out information. She then said that Thalia must surely know how dangerous a man he was. Startled, Thalia stayed quiet as Eleanor continued, saying that the Lienhabers belonged to the Triumvirate of Darkness. Taking a sip of tea, Eleanor added that not all the whispers about his conduct were mere rumors. Thalia then said that she did not see him as a man without redeeming qualities. At that moment, Elena recalled the time when she and Chan Yu stood facing each other as teenagers, while people around them whispered softly. Her expression twitched slightly as she said that she wondered how many others shared that opinion. She then let out a quiet sigh, leaving Thalia in stunned silence. Eleanor thought that the more she tried to understand Thalia's character, the more curious she became about her. She felt that Thalia seemed like a righteous person, and wondered how someone like her could show such kindness toward him. From the way Thalia looked at her, she sensed a quiet hostility and restrained anger. Thalia then said that she wanted to be clear. She admitted that he was indeed awkward and rough in manner, but she did not see him as someone wanton toward everyone. She explained that his gruff nature often caused people, including Eleanor, to misunderstand him. Thalia added she believed that side of him was only a part of his whole character. Elena replied that she was aware of the talks of marriage between their families, but she insisted that this was not enough reason for Thalia to align herself with Nox von Lienhaber. She reminded her that such noble arrangements were easily overturned overnight. Thalia responded that their engagement had little to do with her support for him. Eleanor told her that people did not change. Thalia agreed that she might be right, but added that Eleanor should remember that he once saved her life. She said that if not for him, Eleanor would not be sitting there, sharing tea with her, and asked if she was wrong to assume Eleanor already knew that. Thalia then said that if she was not mistaken, she wanted to ask why Eleanor questioned his intentions. Eleanor looked at her and admitted that it seemed she might have overstepped. Rising from her chair, she thanked Thalia for giving her time and said that the meeting was pleasant. Thalia simply replied with a brief farewell, and Eleanor turned to leave. Outside the house, Eleanor stood near the fountain in the courtyard when Rick approached her and greeted her politely. He asked if the conversation did not go as she wished. He noted that unlike her usual self, she seemed dejected. Eleanor asked him what he thought was the most important talent for a merchant. Rick looked curious and asked if it was a riddle, then answered that it was mistrust. Mistrust toward everyone without exception. Eleanor thought over his words, agreeing that mistrust always was the driving force behind her success and the secret of the star of the merchant, the Golden Vixen. She silently dismissed the thought that he had a change of heart as nonsense. Clenching her hands slightly, she said that it was far too late for a change of heart. The scene shifted to where Chan Yu and Lion stood facing each other. Lion began casting his magic again, and Chan Yu shouted, asking what he was waiting for and ordering him to leave. A sudden throb passed through Chan Yu as the people nearby started running in panic. He then asked if Lion summoned a barrier. Thinking to himself, Chan Yu realized that no matter how desperate Lion might be for money, he would never let anyone steal his family's magic. Lion spoke coldly, saying that if Chan Yu wished to make a deal, he should have brought a price worthy of what he took. Chan Yu laughed and asked if Lion meant that gold held no value for him, adding that with his family in ruins, there could hardly be anything more precious. Lion replied that Chan Yu spoke as if he knew him well. Chan Yu then called him by name, Lion von Marbus, and said that his family, like his own, belonged to the Triumvirate of Darkness. He reminded him that once, the Marbus family held the greatest power among the three. Lion's tone hardened as he repeated his words, asking if Chan Yu was certain about that. Chan Yu smirked and said that he assumed Lion already knew how the Sylvesters waged war against his kin, taken much of their fiefdom along with the head of their family. Lion asked if Chan Yu was trying to assert dominance through knowledge, and wondered if he believed Lion sought vengeance. Chan Yu replied that vengeance was not what drove him, saying that if only it did, like it did for others, things might be different. He explained that what Lion truly desired was to restore his family's honor to the highest standing on the continent and to be recognized as the rightful head of his house. He then asked if he was wrong in his guess, or if he struck the truth. Lion gave a faint smile and said that Chan Yu was quite perceptive, admitting that he almost felt understood. He then asked how Chan Yu came to possess a power that belonged only to his kin. Chan Yu answered honestly that it happened by pure chance and that he only recently learned of its link to Lion's family. Lion paused for a moment before saying that he would take Chan Yu at his word. Chan Yu gave a short laugh and asked if the questioning was already over. Lion said that he did have a question in mind, but it was already answered well enough. Chan Yu thought to himself that he finally understood. Lion was not curious about how he came to wield necromantic power. What he really wanted to know was how much Chan Yu knew about him and why he bothered to step in at all. Chan Yu then said that he was glad for how things turned out and thanked Lion for the day. He added that Lion could rest assured he would repay him someday, though probably not with gold. As he turned to leave, he remarked that he would not even dare to dream of it. The scene then shifted to the next day, showing Chan Yu standing before Noah Von Trinity. He thought that the moment finally came to strengthen his power, the light that guided him, his refuge, and his lifeline. In that moment, he called it the time of a genius, and a faint grin appeared on his face. Chan Yu thought that the time of a genius was one of the most powerful skills in the game, available only to characters with the genius trait, and that he obtained it by purchasing a DLC without really paying much attention. At that moment, the stat window displayed a message congratulating him for completing his 10th successful run and announcing that a new DLC was unlocked for purchase. It stated that he could now assign a new active skill, the time of a genius, to his character. Another message appeared, explaining that the skill could only be assigned to a character possessing at least one genius trait. Chan Yu thought to himself that he had no idea what the DLC package contained when he bought it, and that he only did so out of loyalty. Now, he felt grateful for that choice. He lost count of how many times the skill saved him when things went wrong. He thought that he got goosebumps imagining how many times things could have gone differently without it. Noah Von Trinity smiled and said that it was a truly memorable performance by Cadet Lienhaber and remarked that no one would have known the Lienhaber family was secretly raising a monster. Chan Yu asked if, as the headmistress of the school, she was truly calling one of her own pupils a monster. Noah Von Trinity responded sharply, questioning if he was suggesting she made a mistake, adding that she highly doubted it. She questioned how many of their young cadets could face a fully grown ice troll without even flinching, then said that was not the only thing about him that drew her attention. She wondered aloud why someone of his talent would be shunned by his own family, asking if it was possible that Theodore, a man of high standing, failed to see the potential of his own son. She quickly dismissed the thought as nonsense. Chan Yu thought to himself that she was beginning to grow suspicious of him. He felt there was no one to blame except Nox. He reflected that Nox's past failures made things harder for him. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that his trait, Gifted Actor, was activated. He thought that he was no longer the same hopeless Knox he once used to be. Another message flashed on the stat window, confirming that he successfully contained his agitation. Chan Yu said that if she was judging him based on mere rumors of his past, then she was being unfair. Noah Von Trinity said that his past was none of her concern. She asked if he would care to hear about a current concern of hers. She told him that his talent both thrilled and inflamed her so much that she might even entertain the idea of taking it from him. Chan Yu replied that such words did not suit the dignity expected of a headmistress and that, with her permission, he would simply choose to ignore them. He then recalled how she once followed him during the examination and added that he disregarded the fact that she changed her form to follow him during the examination. Noah Von Trinity gave a delighted laugh, saying that she was pleased he noticed. She told him that they would see how long he could keep his mystery to himself. She then lifted a scroll into the air, and Chan Yu's eyes focused sharply on it as he thought that the moment finally came. Noah Von Trinity announced that, as promised, he would receive his prize, a scroll of enhancement. She explained that it could increase the power of one of his skills. She added that its value was beyond measure. Chan Yu said that he did not doubt its value and admitted that he never saw such a scroll before. Noah Von Trinity smiled and told him to take it. As Chan Yu held the scroll in his hands, it began to glow with a soft yellow light. He felt a faint electric twinge and wondered if he only imagined it. As he unrolled the scroll, he thought that perhaps he was just too excited about what he planned to do with it. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing that he obtained a new item and that the data was being loaded. The stat window then displayed the details of the item, showing it as a skill-enhancing scroll categorized as a consumable of prime grade. It had no element, attributes, or restrictions listed, and its special effect was stated to increase the effect or the duration of a skill by 50%. Another message followed, indicating that the skill-enhancing scroll could be used immediately and asking if he wished to use it at that moment. Chan Yu answered that there was no reason not to. The stat window prompted him to choose the skill he wanted to enhance, and he selected the Time of a Genius. The message then appeared, declaring that the item's effect was now taking hold. Chan Yu looked at the scroll as the stat window appeared before him. It displayed that the selected skill was enhanced and upgraded to Time of a Genius Plus. Another message followed, showing that he acquired the item earlier than expected in the game, which triggered a bonus effect. The boost was now doubled, and the duration of his upgraded skill was adjusted to 10 minutes. Chan Yu thought that the chances to upgrade Time of a Genius skill were incredibly rare. In his mind, he noted that it was unreasonable to expect many ways to strengthen a skill that was already considered overpowered, and using a scroll like this was one of the few methods available. He felt that obtaining it so early in the game was pure luck and quietly admitted to himself that he truly hit the jackpot this time. Noah Von Trinity then asked if he found the scroll effective. Chan Yu thought that he could not entertain her conversation any longer. He replied respectfully that he did, and unless there was more to discuss, he would like to take his leave. She allowed it and told him to get some well-deserved rest, remarking that rescuing his classmate from danger must have been quite exhausting. Chan Yu started to speak but stopped midway, realizing that Noah Von Trinity already knew more than he expected. He thought to himself that it was troublesome, then calmly said that it was not intentional but simply happened that way. He asked if she could return the favor by keeping it to herself, explaining that he did not wish to become the subject of more gossip. Noah Von Trinity assured him that he need not worry and that it was time for him to rest. Chan Yu thanked her sincerely for the kind gesture and took his leave. As he walked away, he thought that he was right to stay cautious around her and decided it would be best to act carefully for some time. Noah Von Trinity remained seated, speaking to herself with amusement that she could hardly wait to witness the monster's final form. The scene then shifted to the auditorium of Elydine Academy, where Professor Lars von Celestia stood on stage before the dais. He instructed the students to acquaint themselves with the characteristics of each element, while Chan Yu sat in his seat thinking that the course on elementary magic never received much attention. Still, he knew there was a reason not to doze over it, as he thought about Professor Lars von Celestia. At that moment, the stat window displayed the details of Professor Lars von Celestia, showing his name as Lars von Celestia, gender as male, age 35, race as human, primary element as earth, and his accomplishment as a professor at Alidine. Then, the stat window listed his traits, showing his positive traits as passionate learner, self-reflection, and gift of memory, his neutral trait as by the book, and his negative traits as preoccupation, paranoia, trauma, vulnerability, and heartlessness. Chan Yu thought that Professor Lars von Celestia would later play an important role in the episode. Then the stat window displayed his attributes, showing stamina 12, MP 18, luck 3, willpower 21, and charm 19. Below it appeared his skills, listing active skills as Calling of the Earth, Heat Release, and Elementary Swordcraft of the North, while his passive skill was Fountain of Knowledge. Chan Yu thought that there was nothing impressive about him, but he felt there was no harm in leaving an impression on him now. He thought that managing to secure a teaching post at Alidine with such subpar statistics was a skill admirable in its own way. Professor Lars von Celestia then said that the lesson would now begin. Chan Yu thought that he was arrogant and already held all his classmates in disdain. He wondered how anyone could say that Professor Lars von Celestia showed any sign of supreme promise, and he felt that the headmistress surely had a strange sense of humor about her choices. The Professor Lars von Celestia explained that not only the cadets, but all humans on the continent possessed a magical element that defined them, and that day they were to learn how to manifest their own elemental essence. He then called for Cadet Lienhaber, and Chan Yu, slightly startled, responded with a respectful acknowledgement. The Professor Celestia asked about his primary element, to which Chan Yu replied that it was darkness. The Professor Celestia then inquired about its defining characteristics, and Chan Yu explained that unlike the four major elements, darkness was impure and resisted blending. He added that compared to other elements, it held greater destructive power. He said that only a few families and individual magicians were known to handle it skillfully. The Professor Celestia acknowledged his answer as correct and asked which element stood as its polar opposite. Chan Yu answered that it was sanctity. The Professor Celestia said that he was correct again and asked that if the two elements were to clash, which one would likely prevail, and Chan Yu again replied that it would be sanctity. The Professor Celestia clenched and said that most pupils were reluctant to speak modestly of the traditional element of their lineage. He noted that Chan Yu was clearly not among them. He added that he had one final question. He asked Cadet Lienhaber what his course of action would be if he were compelled to face adversaries wielding the sanctity element. Chan Yu answered that there would be no combat. He would ensure to slay them all before any combat could arise. He added that as a strategist he acted proactively. All the cadets turned to look at Chan Yu in surprise. The professor also appeared astonished and thought that was an unexpected answer. Chan Yu remained calm. The scene shifted to Rick in his room. He sat on his bed after taking off his shirt, tied a band around his arm, and injected himself while making faint sounds of pain. When the injection was finished, he told himself that it was done. He rose from the bed and stood before the mirror. He said that he was almost there and felt he was on the verge of casting off his pathetic guise to become a true demon. A demon's hand emerged from the mirror, and a voice spoke to Auschultz de Nefer, addressing him as the royal servant and saying that his birth into the demon dom was imminent. The voice promised that once reborn, he would be free from mortality and aging. Rick expressed his gratitude, said that he was much obliged, and added that in return he desired nothing more than to serve in the demon's resurrection. The demon smiled and Rick put his shirt and cap back on. The scene then shifted to Chan Yu, who said that there would be no need for a combat because he intended to eliminate them all before any battle could begin. Professor Lars von Celestia asked if he would slay them all before any combat arose and admitted that such a plan was not the answer he expected. Chan Yu whispered that he was sorry if his reply seemed inadequate. He stated that he deemed it the most efficient course of action and that he always would. At that moment, the stat window showed that Chan Yu's trait, Gifted Actor, was activated at full capacity. Chan Yu thought about the professor's unwavering gaze and absolute, unflinching resolve, realizing that he was not joking and that he was deadly serious. He considered that he might finally understand the reason behind the headmistress's keen interest in him, but hesitated. Just then, Professor Lars von Celestia called out to his assistant, telling him to fetch the imps right away. The assistant froze and asked for forgiveness, but Professor Lars von Celestia said that it should have been clear. He explained that he wished to assess his cadets' resilience against demons and told him to bring them at once. Chan Yu thought that excessive pride benefited from occasional humbling, and that even the sharpest blade must undergo many tempering sessions to achieve true refinement. The assistant soon returned, pushing a small cart covered with white cloth. Several cages were hidden underneath it. The cadets began whispering among themselves as the assistant pulled away the cloth, revealing what was inside. One of the cadets gasped in disbelief. Professor Lars von Celestia said that the demons of the lowest rank recognized by the Academy were more commonly referred to as imps. Hearing a faint growl from the demons in the cages, a cadet asked in surprise if Professor Lars von Celestia really said demons. Professor Lars von Celestia explained that despite their aggressive nature, the imps were not likely to cause any real harm, and their low endurance made them suitable for their practice. One of the cadets protested, saying that they were still demons, while another reminded him that it was their first lesson. Professor Celestia raised his voice and ordered them to be silent, reminding them that they chose to enroll in a Lydene of their own will. He told them to remember that their goal was not merely to become knights or magicians, but to conquer all demons that existed in their world. For that reason, he said, they must quickly learn to understand the nature of demons. The cadets exchanged uneasy nods as the Professor Celestia continued, saying that the purpose of the exercise was to make the imps submit to their magical energy. Chan Yu wondered what it meant to make the demon yield to his energy. He thought that it was unusual, since professors normally avoided using real demons for training until the second year, and he wondered what was happening. Professor Lars von Celestia instructed the cadets to focus their magical energy in their palms and direct it toward their targets. He told them they had 15 minutes to tame their imps. He thought that no first-year cadet ever expected to face a demon during the very first lesson, and he believed that, like the rest, Chan Yu Lienhaber would be no different, certain that the imp's whispers would trap him in a stupor. He thought it was unfortunate, but by the end of the lesson, his pride would surely be gone. The demon turned at the sight of Chan Yu, and Professor Lars von Celestia, confused, muttered in surprise as the demon began to shudder. His thoughts raced as he wondered what was happening. All the cadets were picking up their respective cages containing demons. Thalia turned to Emma and quickly apologized, promising she would behave. Another cadet groaned, saying she did not feel well, while someone else muttered nonsense about being a delicious pie. One more whispered faintly that unconsciousness was overtaking her. Thalia, struggling to stay composed, lifted a cage and called out to Emma, saying that she would conduct herself properly. Chan Yu then stepped forward and spoke to the professor, asking if he might exchange his imp for another. He explained that he did not harm it in any way, but it was already trembling in fear before him. Professor Lars von Celestia suddenly let out a long sigh that echoed through the room. Chan Yu looked up in confusion, wondering what was going on, and thought to himself who could possibly be making such strange, almost dramatic sounds in the classroom. Professor Celestia then exclaimed in surprise, calling out to Chan Yu and asking how he managed to subdue his imp so quickly. Chan Yu tried to explain that he barely did anything before the imp began trembling, but Professor Celestia exclaimed that it was excellent and admitted that he felt foolish for failing to recognize such talent earlier. Clapping his hands together, Professor Lars von Celestia announced that although he did not plan it, he wished to offer Chan Yu a special opportunity. Pointing toward him, he declared that from that day onward, Chan Yu would serve as his cadet assistant. Chan Yu looked puzzled for a moment. He thought about being a cadet assistant and realized that despite the odd title, it was clear what it meant. In this world, it was similar to that one position every student in higher education was warned never to accept, the one commonly known as a teaching assistant. One cadet said in disbelief that he was made the cadet assistant to Professor Celestia, while another remarked that no one in their right mind would turn down such an offer. Chan Yu said that he would decline the offer, explaining that the title of cadet assistant sounded far too much like a polite way of saying personal servant. Professor Lars von Celestia stared at him in disbelief and asked in surprise if he was declining. The cadets around them reacted with shock. One of them asked aloud if they heard correctly. Eleanor and Lion struggled to breathe as they wheezed in surprise, while Princess Penelope and Echidna gasped together. Echidna thought that whatever he said no longer mattered. She wondered how he remained completely unaffected while everyone else faltered. She questioned to herself what kind of person Lienhaber really was. Professor Lars von Celestia remembers a few hours earlier, when Takoyaki had declared that the silver-haired boy was as strong as he looked. a force of sheer madness for which he could personally vouch. Professor Lars von Celestia said that he was exaggerating. He reminded him that Chan Yu was still only a novice cadet and that it was never wise to judge younglings based on a single feat. He repeated firmly that Chan Yu was a novice and nothing more. Takoyaki Head let out a small curse and said that Lars never took his word for anything, calling him a killjoy. He added that even the headmistress herself held Chan Yu in exceptionally high esteem, saying that if that was not proof of his talent, then he did not know what was. He reminded Lars that their headmistress was one of the Four Sages, a title that meant a lot. Professor Lars von Celestia replied that he was more than capable of forming his own judgment. Takoyaki Head called him a smug varlet, shouting for him to slow down and asking if he could not see him trying to keep up. Back in the present, Professor Lars von Celestia asked in surprise why his offer was declined and seemed unable to believe the rejection. One of the cadets expressed disbelief over how Chan Yu could so bluntly refuse the chance to assist such a renowned Professor Celestia. Another cadet asked whether Chan Yu did not know who Professor Celestia was and reminded everyone that he was the most decorated magical theoretician of their time. One of them added that many pupils would have done anything for such an opportunity. Another remarked that it was no surprise since the libertine Lienhaber once again turned away a stroke of fortune that came to him. A cadet whispered that their mother warned them that there should be no sympathy for such people. Chan Yu thought that they could talk as much as they wanted because he decided to put his foot down. He felt that he already had enough to worry about, especially with Elainer constantly giving him trouble. A cadet then asked for permission to pose a question, to which Professor Lars von Celestia gave his consent. The cadet then asked why the professor extended his offer to Lienhaber alone, and if that meant he considered no one else among them suitable for the task. The cadet said that everyone knew the professor's brilliance came from his achievements in magic, and for that reason, he believed that Her Royal Highness or even Miss Zynos also deserved consideration. Chan Yu thought that the cadet was trying hard to please the powerful families and found him clever for doing so. He decided to remember his name. Professor Lars von Celestia then said that it was his own decision to choose who would serve as his assistant, and that would have been his answer if he intended to fuel false rumors. He said that people were spreading talk about him favoring those of certain lineage, so he wanted to make it clear once and for all. He stated that there were specific reasons behind his continued preference for Cadet Lienhaber as his leading pupil. Chan Yu thought with frustration that he had no interest in that position at all. Professor Lars von Celestia continued, saying that when the task of mastering the imps was assigned, Cadet Lienhaber, unlike most others, showed a remarkable difference. The scene shifted to show Chan Yu reflecting on what Professor Celestia said. He thought that, in summary, the professor pointed out two things. First, he defeated the imp in no time, though he himself still did not understand how it happened, and it made sense that the professor was surprised since imps, though weak, were still demons. Second, he possessed a rare genius trait known as ultrasensitivity to mana. He thought that although he did not know every detail of Celestia's research, he knew the professor long studied magical theory, which made it easy for him to distinguish true talent from the rest. Professor Lars von Celestia then stated that this was the very reason why Cadet Lienhaber's acceptance of his offer would simply be nature taking its course. Chan Yu replied that he would therefore disallow nature. The Professor Lars von Celestia looked toward the cadet and spoke with a hint of surprise, asking for pardon. He said that he was willing to grant him time to reconsider, since rash decisions often revealed their folly with time. Chan Yu remarked that the professor's celestial words might have carried more weight if they were not said with such desperation. He then turned away and said that he was sure there were cadets more capable than him, and that he would appreciate it if the Professor Celestia did not insist on discussing the matter again. As Chan Yu walked away, Professor Lars von Celestia called out his name loudly. Elainer, Echidna, Thalia, and Lion all watched the scene unfold. Princess Penelope remarked that he was not as she heard him described. Echidna apologized and admitted that she might have misinformed her with outdated details. Princess Penelope replied that there was no need for an apology, saying she did not mean to reprimand her but was simply curious. She wondered aloud what Chan Yu's role would be to the throne, whether he would become a hopeful ray of light or a shadow that clouded it. After leaving the auditorium, Chan Yu stood near the door with a sigh of frustration, muttering about how strange Celestia's behavior was. He thought that Professor Celestia's unsettling gaze made him feel as though he were being stared at like a piece of chocolate. Trembling with irritation, he questioned if there was anyone in this game who was still sane. Leaning back against the door, he told himself that it was over now, and that the Professor Celestia must have understood his refusal by then. The scene shifted to night when Chan Yu was sitting on a chair in his room. Zitri noticed his uneasiness and asked if the day was unpleasant for him. Chan Yu replied that it was indeed a dreadful day. Throughout the day, Chan Yu kept encountering Professor Lars von Celestia in every corner of the academy, in corridors, classrooms, and even the dining hall. Each time, he was asked if he reconsidered. The worst moment came when Professor Celestia's voice called out from above the washroom door, asking Chan Yu if it happened yet, if a change of heart finally occurred, leaving Chan Yu thinking that even the retiring room offered no escape. All the cadets looked on in surprise when Chan Yu stepped out of the washroom and found Professor Celestia still standing there. Professor Lars von Celestia told him that he already gave him enough time to think and that it was now time for him to accept the offer. Chan Yu told Professor Celestia that it was enough, calling him an impatient old fool. The Professor Celestia placed a hand on his shoulder and laughed, saying that Chan Yu had quite a sharp tongue and that it was marvelous. Chan Yu then said to Zitri that the man named Celestia was trying to convince him to serve under him. Zitri, slightly confused, said that she might have misheard him and believed he meant that Professor Celestia offered him an assistantship. She then asked in surprise if he was referring to the same Professor Celestia who was known as the most respected magical theoretician. Chan Yu confirmed that it was indeed the same person. Zitri said it was strange, since she only ever heard words of high praise for the professor, though it seemed Chan Yu was clearly not impressed by him at all. Chan Yu said that at first he too believed him to be a pleasant man, but then the truth began to show. At that moment, the stat window showed negative traits like preoccupation, paranoia, trauma, vulnerability, and heartlessness. Chan Yu remarked that his traits started to reveal themselves. The scene shifted to the corridor outside Theodor von Lienhaber's office, where Master Garen was standing. Seeing him, a soldier ordered to hold the line and block his entrance. Another reminded his comrade of their lord's command, and a third declared that they were to stop Master Garen, even at the cost of their lives. Master Garen remarked that such a measure seemed rather harsh. Advancing toward them, he said that it was strange for his lordship to forbid his own son from entering. He fought through the soldiers, defeating them all, and then opened the office door. Inside were Theodor von Lienhaber and Master Domo. On seeing Garen, Master Domo thought that his mere presence was enough to paralyze him and wondered if Master Garen grew even stronger since their last meeting. Theodor von Lienhaber said that he was surprised to see him again in his manner. Master Garen replied that there was nothing surprising about it, as he simply returned home to his father. Theodor von Lienhaber asked if Garen was certain he still had the right to call that place his home. Master Garen replied with a laugh and asked if he must be reminded him once more. He said that it was time for his father to give in and that his time was drawing to a close. Theodor said that it was not his concern and added that the Grand Duke was always with him, even at that very moment. He warned that once Garen grew frail, he would awaken anew and consume all that was near. He said it almost sounded as if Garen wished that fate upon him. Master Garen said very well. Master Garen said he gathered that he wanted him to be direct. He mentioned the sword of the first Lienhaber. Theodor, taken aback, asked how he knew about it. Master Garen continued and said that he was referring to the Stormbringer, and he wanted to know in whose possession the sword currently was. Master Garen asked if he needed to clarify himself and demanded to know where the Stormbringer, the sword of their forebear, Eugene von Lienhaber, was kept. Theodor von Lienhaber asked how he dared to utter the name of the first Lienhaber, accusing him of having lost his senses. Master Garen replied that so what if he did? Yearning for greater strength and greater power was second nature to noblemen. Theodor said that Garen's priorities were clearly misplaced. Master Garen asked in disbelief if that was a joke. He said his priorities were not misplaced and questioned what of theirs. At that point, Master Garen asked if Theodor's priorities were truly so proper that he allowed that woman to die. He thought no, anything but her, and begged the sir not to veer the talk towards her. Theodor von Lienhaber asked if that woman meant his mother and questioned if he was so unlearned to address her thus. Master Garen replied that there was only one woman he would ever call his mother, and her name was Scylla von Orel. while the other woman was nothing more than a stain on their family's history, an unwelcome guest in their manor who rightfully disappeared. Theodor von Lienhaber ordered Master Garen to be gone. Master Garen addressed him as father. Theodor repeated that he wanted him gone. He said he did not wish to be compelled to behead his own son. Master Garen warned that his father would come to regret it and would see before long. As he walked away, he declared that all things under the Lienhaber name were meant for him and none other. Theodor von Lienhaber watched him go. Master Domo spoke to Theodor and addressed him as Sir. Theodor told Rodwell that he imposed upon him a ghastly sight. Master Domo replied that he did not fail, and that he pledged an oath to serve the family with all his strength. He warned that, though nothing could be imposed upon him, he feared the danger that might follow if word spread that Master Garen was in league with the devil, for it would be dangerous for them all. He urged that this was why he believed a new successor must be named without delay to replace him. Theodor asked about a new successor. Master Domo held a scroll in his hand and said that fortune brought a letter bearing auspicious news, saying that Master Knox secured the top score in his entrance examination. Theodor von Lienhaber asked if that was so and mentioned that if his memory served him right, the newly appointed headmistress of Elidine was someone familiar. Master Domo confirmed that it was indeed Noah von Trinity and said that Master Knox's talent already earned recognition from one of the four sages. Theodor repeated the words quietly, as if in thought. Master Domo reflected that although Knox still had a long journey ahead, if his gift was as genuine as it appeared, then one day he might become the next Lord Lienhaber. The scene then shifted to Professor Lars von Celestia once again asking Chan Yu to become his assistant. Chan Yu replied that he must decline once more. The Professor Celestia asked if he mentioned the scholarship that came with it, saying that he would not have to pay tuition until graduation. Chan Yu reminded him that he was a Lienhaber and asked if it did not occur to him that he was drowning in his family wealth. The Professor Celestia asked what of the honor, to which Chan Yu responded that he was a careless man and that reputation was of least concern to him. Professor Lars von Celestia pleaded with him to reconsider. Chan Yu thought in frustration that it was as if the man's words were stuck on repeat. Chan Yu remembered the time he was sitting on his chair when Zitri spoke to him. She said that persistence was the key, and that if he remained sincere, the professor would eventually have to listen. She also mentioned that, from what she gathered, the Professor Celestia was not someone who sought favor only with the wealthy or the naturally gifted, and she heard that he once taught students who fell behind. Chan Yu said that she was right, and he could not avoid the professor forever, and that no matter how deranged he seemed, he would eventually give up once he learned of his weaknesses. Zitri tried to correct him, but then agreed in essence. Back in the present, Chan Yu told Professor Lars von Celestia that he remembered the reasons the Professor Celestia gave the previous day for wanting him as an assistant. He still could not understand why such a formidable scholar would seek him as his assistant. Professor Celestia began to explain that it was because of his talent, but Chan Yu interrupted and said that was not what he was asking. He said he wanted to know why the Professor Celestia was so desperate to have a gifted assistant in the first place. Professor Lars von Celestia asked if Chan Yu had much time to spare. Chan Yu thought his reputation as a lout would be sufficient indication. He then corrected himself and said he had all the time in the world. The Professor Celestia remarked that Chan Yu had quite the way with words. He hoped Chan Yu would not find his tale of woe tedious. He added that, at the very least, Chan Yu would enjoy the tea. It was the best herbal tea Rivalin Enterprises offered. Chan Yu told him to proceed. Professor Lars von Celestia poured tea into a cup and explained that he needed a Chan Yu, or any gifted student for that matter, to bring a long-awaited end to a study of his. Chan Yu asked what kind of study. Professor Lars von Celestia said it was a study, one that would open a path for those not blessed with magic. To fulfill this lifelong aspiration, he required Chan Yu's assistance. The Professor Celestia confessed that he could not bear to see any more innocent souls meet a cruel end without a chance to resist. He said it was the same way his own son faced it. Chan Yu thought that such backstories were ones he would never have heard if he were not transferred into this world. They opened a whole new level of depth and a whole new storyline. Professor Lars von Celestia said that he was born as the first child of a viscount and naturally took up the role of leading his household. He explained that his talent in magic was always weak, But through his advanced understanding of magical theory, he earned a place at Aladdin and later secured a teaching position. He said that his time as a student at Aladdin was miserable. He received terrible grades in magic, and no one hid their scorn for him. No matter how much he excelled in theoretical studies, their ridicule never ceased, and his only refuge was in his studies. He immersed himself in them, and by good fortune, he was offered a teaching position. He was fortunate enough to find himself a wife. Despite all those accomplishments, no one acknowledged him for his success. All his discoveries and writings were attributed to another man, and he continued to live under disdain until his son was born and brought light to his bleak life. Professor Lars von Celestia said that his son grew into a fine young man and later received an offer to study at Aladdin. He said that despite the shame and scorn his son inherited from him, he flourished there and graduated with pride. He recalled how his son told him that he would make him proud and bring honor to the Celestia name. He said that in his foolish joy, he was elated to hear those words. He explained that his son then enlisted in the battalion under the direct command of the throne and marched to the front lines of war, hoping to win glory for their family. He did so to make his father proud and bring honor to their family. But in that very battle, his son met his end. Professor Lars von Celestia was told it happened soon after the fight began, when his son was struck down by an arrow carrying only a faint trace of magic. He asked if this tale satisfied his question and explained why he devoted his entire life to the study of the ungifted. Chan Yu thought that the story was dull and nothing unusual for inner lunatic, where countless tales like it could be found without effort. Yet the irony of it lingered in his mind. Seeing the man before him instead of through a screen made him realize how frail and small his life had become. For the first time, he felt a faint sense of sympathy for the loneliness that others carried. Chan Yu said that he came to a decision and admitted that he was certain he was not the kind of talent Professor Lars von Celestia needed. He said that an earnest and empathetic listener who could truly lend an ear to his stories would be the right assistant for him. As he left, he said that he would see him in his next lecture and wished him a good day. Professor Lars von Celestia watched him walk away, then turned his gaze toward the photo frame of his son. He quietly said that Chan Yu did bear a resemblance to him. The scene then shifted to night, where Chan Yu sat on his bed after returning from that difficult conversation. He thought that upon his return, he was met with dreadful news. He asked in shock if it was absolutely true. Zitri replied that it was, explaining that Master Garen came to the manor and slaughtered many of his homagers. Chan Yu cursed Garen and thought that if not for Louis, the eldest royal prince, Garen would have been the most dangerous figure capable of driving the game toward a bad ending. He realized that Garen was now beginning to move. Chan Yu sighed and thought that the worst of all story ruiners was beginning to move. He asked Zitri if she visited the manor recently. Zitri replied that she did and explained that Mr. Ernarok summoned both her and Lona. Chan Yu asked what happened next. He then thought that Garen deeply despised Nox's mother, who was Theodore's only true love. He believed it was because Theodore never showed any affection for Garen's mother, Scylla. He wondered if Garen also held hatred toward Nox, and concluded that if that were the case, he feared Garen would try to harm Zitri. He grew frustrated and thought that Nox truly went too far in making enemies everywhere. He asked Zitri if Garen tried to do anything improper to her. Zitri hesitated and said that she was not sure if it counted as such. Chan Yu immediately thought that his suspicions was right and cursed Garen in anger. Zitri then added that Master Garen offered to take her in as his assistant. Chan Yu trembled and reacted in disbelief, asking what she meant, and Zitri began to explain. The scene shifted to a quiet corridor where Zitri and Lona were standing together. As Master Garen entered, both of them moved aside to let him pass. When his eyes fell upon Zitri, he paused with a curious look. He remarked that there was something peculiar about her, then called out to ask why he did not recognize her face. Zitri bowed respectfully and explained that it was likely because she only recently started working as an assistant to Master Nox. She introduced herself as Zitri and began to offer a polite greeting. Master Garen told her to skip the curtsy and spoke directly, saying he required her to serve as his assistant. He said he could see a rare talent and ambition in her that met his standards. Zitri said she was honored by the high regard he held for her, but she served Master Nox. She said she must ask him to accept her deepest regrets. Master Garen looked at her in disbelief and asked if she really did not know who he was, demanding to know what this was about. Zitri quietly clenched her hands, as Garen questioned if his brother was lavishing money on her. Zitri said that it was about her resolve and that alone. Master Garen questioned if she meant her resolve and asked if she truly believed her lowly status allowed her the right to such a thing. Zitri apologized again and explained that she served Master Nox because he respected her resolve. She admitted she knew little about Master Garen beyond his reputation and said it was her wish to support Master Nox for the foreseeable future. Master Garen thought about her loyalty to Master Nox and wondered if she was out of her mind. Master Garen said that whatever amount Master Nox was offering her, he would triple it and began to ask how that sounded. Zitri bowed and offered her final apology to him. Later, Zitri told Chan Yu it was the main point. He requested her assistance and then offered a higher wage. Chan Yu asked how much higher, and she told him it was 3 times. Chan Yu thought that he possessed money, but the game had only just begun, and he could not afford to waste his budget recklessly. He wondered if he was in danger of losing Zitri's service. He might have to act. He rose from his bed and told her that if she wished, her wage could be tripled, and then asked if he was still her master. She stifled a laugh, and he looked at her in confusion. Then she quickly apologized to her master. Chan Yu thought he heard a faint snort and wondered if he imagined it, then asked her whether she already signed her form with Garen. Zitri calmly replied that she did no such thing. She had no intention of signing a different form. She assured him that she had no need for a raise. Chan Yu asked why she scoffed at his offer. Zitri replied that she could not tell him. He insisted that it was an order. She then admitted that a joke Lona made the other day suddenly flashed into her mind. Chan Yu wondered if a lie could be so half-hearted. Zitri chuckled. Chan Yu thought that he would not lose Zitri to Master Garen. Chan Yu said that Garen was crafty, and that if they met outside he would whoop his ass. He thought that he would do that after he grew stronger. The scene shifted to the grounds of Elydine Academy, where all the cadets were engaged in exercise and training. Chan Yu thought that during their first term at Elydine, they had to take 5 required courses. The first course was the history of the Arkheim Empire. By history, it meant the orally transmitted story of how the creator goddess Arden made the world and how their oldest unified kingdom came into being. The second course was horsemanship. The third focused on the Elydine codes of decorum and chivalry, and the fourth covered elementary magic. He then thought about the 5th and final course, which, to Nox's deepest regret, was physical training. All the cadets were running across the field, while Chan Yu ran behind them, out of breath, and thought bitterly about the exhausting drills. He considered how difficult it was to keep up with running and pull-ups, wondering if Nox could really do all that. He sat on the ground, panting and drinking water from a bottle, when the teacher approached him. The teacher looked at him with interest and remarked that it was curious, calling him Lienhaber and saying he seemed rather like a mayfly. Chan Yu coughed and asked what the teacher meant. The teacher replied that he noticed Chan Yu excelled in tasks requiring all his energy in a short time. He added that in physical strength, Chan Yu had a clear limit that he could never surpass, no matter how hard he tried. Chan Yu thought that he was a teacher at Elydine for a reason, and that he was sharp. He realized that Nox's highest stamina point could only reach 15 instead of the usual 30. It was one of the many effects of the trait known as life-limiting illness. Chan Yu stood up from the ground and said he thought teachers were meant to be encouraging. The teacher apologized but told him he should heed the advice. The more often he exhausted his body recklessly, the closer he drew to an early demise. Chan Yu thanked him for his ominous advice and thought that he would never be able to shake it off while his days were kindly numbered by the cursed game. At that moment, the stat window appeared showing that due to his trait, life-limiting illness, he was even closer to his death. Chan Yu groaned and told it to shut up. Paracelsus looked at Chan Yu and called him a hellish enigma. He remembered that the same Chan Yu who once dared him to a duel for the top position in the entrance exam was now pretending to be weak. He thought it must have been part of Chan Yu's cunning and deliberate plan. Chan Yu turned toward him and remarked that he was staring like an evil omen, warning that he would not allow him to issue another challenge. The scene then shifted to the marketplace where Rick saw Chan Yu and greeted him with surprise. He said it was a pleasant coincidence to meet him there and addressed him as the youngest Mr. Lienhaber. Chan Yu looked at him and thought about what he did to deserve such trouble. He felt frustrated and hated this game more than ever. Rick greeted Chan Yu with a wide grin, saying it was a pleasant surprise to meet him there and calling him the youngest Mr. Lienhaber. He added that it was some time since he last saw him. Chan Yu turned toward him and thought about Rick, whose full name was Rick Ausschultz de Nefer. He considered that if not for Louis, the eldest crown prince, Rick would have been the single worst ending ruiner in the game. At that moment, the stat window appeared, showing Rick's details. It listed his name as Rick Ausschultz de Nefer, male, 15 years old, a human devil man with the earth as his primary element, and no notable accomplishments. His traits were listed next. Among the positive were negotiator, silver tongue, and gift of memory. The neutral category was empty, while the negative included cunning, flip-flopper, honeyed tongue, heart of gall, betrayer, devil worshipper, wimp, and swindler. His attributes showed stamina at 4, MP at 4, luck at 3, willpower at 5, and charm at 12. His skills section revealed one passive ability, bargaining boost, and no active skills. Chan Yu swallowed hard and thought that later in the game, Rick would betray Eleanor and strike against the rivaling enterprise. He realized that Rick was the one person he should avoid at all costs. Chan Yu then asked if he was the servant who brought a gift the other day and wanted to know the reason for his presence. The stat window appeared, showing that his agitation was affecting his trait, gifted actor. Rick replied that it was nothing serious, saying he was only curious to see a noble like Chan Yu walking through the streets without attendants. He added that others might share the same curiosity. Chan Yu told him that it was none of his concern. Rick agreed politely, then smiled and said that since he was fortunate to see him, he could offer some help by taking care of certain concerns or purchases, mentioning that he had plenty of time to spare. Chan Yu responded with a faint laugh and asked whether the Rivalans usually allowed their servants such freedom. Rick bowed and said that the Rivalans were generous nobles who tended to overlook small lapses made by their aides. He smiled in a way that made Chan Yu suspicious. Chan Yu thought that Rick clearly approached him with some hidden scheme in mind and wondered what he was plotting. He decided that he would have to figure it out as soon as possible. Chan Yu then warned him that he had no fondness for unnecessary talk. Rick nodded quickly and said he would remember that in mind as they walked together. The scene then shifted to Eleanor, who was seated in a chair. A handmaiden approached and handed her a document, saying it was the report she requested. Eleanor took it, thanked her, and opened it. Inside was a picture of Knox von Lienhaber along with written details about him. As she looked at it, she thought about why he saved her life. She reflected that he had no reason to do so, since his family and her enterprise never shared any close business ties. Eleanor thought that if Knox wanted recognition, he would have accepted the prize from Vernon, yet he refused it. She clenched her hands and reflected that the Knox von Lienhaber she knew was not the kind to save anyone out of goodwill. The only thing certain was that the course of his actions changed after he returned from the Forest of Lost Children, though his true motives still remained unclear. Eleanor sighed and thought that as if she did not already have enough to worry about. Rick, too, was acting suspiciously, taking steps that made it clear that he was trying to gain influence within their enterprise. She thought that even if he managed to succeed, his power would still be limited, though the thought continued to trouble her. Closing the file, she rose from her chair and walked to the window. Her mind drifted back to a memory of her father's harsh words, when he shouted that she failed him and the family, and that she should capture Knox's heart at any cost. Tears filled her eyes then, and another memory followed, one of her mother weeping inside a church. Seeing her mother cry, Eleanor softly called out to her, and tears returned to her own eyes as well. The scene shifted to the marketplace where Rick and Chan Yu were standing. Rick stopped in front of a shop and began speaking with confidence. He advised that there was no need to spend money on costly orbs for magic studies since the Academy would later provide even better ones for free. He then added that for alchemy pots and similar items, only those made of reinforced steel were worth buying. He continued, saying that the ingredients could be taken from the school apothecary and that the shop in the corner had long-standing ties with their enterprise. He added that if he sought fair prices, they knew where to go. He paused for a moment, trying to recall if anything else came to mind. Chan Yu watched him closely and thought that, though it pained him to admit it, Rick showed impressive skill. His trait as a swindler, combined with his passive ability bargaining boost, made him sharp and convincing. Chan Yu thought that if Rick were not a devil man, he might have considered recruiting him. He then reminded himself that, unfortunately, he was one. Rick looked at him and asked if he purchased all the necessary items. Chan Yu replied that he indeed acquired everything he needed. Chan Yu looked at Rick and said that while he clearly yet to obtain what he required of him, he grabbed Rick by the collar and forced him still, demanding to know what he sought of him. Rick stammered, pretending not to understand, but Chan Yu struck him lightly, making him grunt in pain. Chan Yu asked if this helped and told him to get to the point to spare them both some time. Rick remarked that Chan Yu was not jesting about preferring to skip the bavardage and asked him to forgive his directness. At that moment, Chan Yu thought that there was a barrier, and by the looks of it, Rick summoned a muffling kind. Rick removed Chan Yu's hand from his collar and told him to break his tie with his family and join him in service to His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Louis. Chan Yu froze for a moment, clenching his jaw in disbelief. Rick smirked, but Chan Yu asked if he meant service to His Royal Highness and demanded what fool he took him for, and declaring that he knew of Rick's allegiance to the devil. Rick told Chan Yu that he knew more than he should. Chan Yu watched in silence. He then added that such knowledge would not please his master one bit. Rick said that he feared Chan Yu's knowledge would not please his master one bit. Chan Yu asked if he was certain that his master would truly grant him his wish. Rick replied that he was certain of it. Chan Yu loosened his grip and warned him that he hoped Rick would not come to regret his conviction. Rick adjusted his shirt and Chan Yu walked away, telling him that if he ever insulted his family or him again, he would pay with his life. Rick said that it was duly noted, sir. The scene shifted to the forest where all the cadets and the takoyaki head gathered. Takoyaki head ordered the cadets to hurry and gather, calling them scoundrels. One cadet whispered that the instructor seemed touched in the head. Another cadet corrected him, saying he meant bald on the head. A third cadet told them to be quiet, noting that calling a man with hair bald could be a harmless joke, while calling a true baldy bald was something else entirely. One cadet let out a confused sound, but Takoyaki Head interrupted with a sharp clearing of his throat to silence them. Takoyaki Head thought that a good teacher did not beat his students. He repeated the thought to himself. Takoyaki Head cleared his throat and announced that they must first discuss their classroom, or rather, their class field. He explained that before them lay the clarified field, its grass lush and green, offering one of the most splendid sights within the school grounds. It was on this very field, he said, that they would learn the fundamentals of horsemanship. He ordered them to mount the horses they either brought with them or borrowed from the paddock without further delay. Some cadets whispered among themselves in unease, one admitting he had never even seen a horse before, another wondering who among them actually owned one to bring. A few questioned whether it was even possible to mount a horse on the first try. One cadet muttered under his breath in disbelief, while another scoffed that horseback riding was nothing but a lark, complaining that she had not enrolled the academy to learn such simple tricks. Another cadet replied in a resigned tone that there was nothing to be done, since one either learned the basic tricks or faced expulsion from the academy. Chan Yu walked toward his horse and called it Carl, while the other cadets stood near their horses. Then Takoyaki Head said that they should begin. One of them whispered nervously that he might fall and asked another to hold his hand. Chan Yu looked at Paracelsus and thought that swordcraft was not the only thing he excelled at. He remembered that Paracelsus spent rough years wandering the eastern lands. It made sense that he was good at riding both horses and camels. A cadet, staring at Chan Yu, whispered in surprise that it must be hell and the devil. She wondered if that was an obsidian. She questioned how he came to own such a fine steed. Another replied that he was a Lienhaber. They might not have the wealth of the Rivalans, but they were still well off. Chan Yu thought that it was true. Carl was indeed one of a kind. He thought that anyone trying to beat this game 27 times would be a salty bastard. One cadet managed to mount his horse and said with pride that he did it. Takoyaki Head praised him and told everyone to continue interacting with the horse gently. He declared they all had the chance to grasp the basics. He added that they were ready to advance to something more enjoyable, a race. One cadet heard this and exclaimed, "A race." One cadet said that it was his first time on horseback, while another muttered in disbelief, wondering if the instructor was serious. A third cadet pointed at his horse and said he would be lucky to avoid being kicked to death, while another cursed under his breath. One cadet remarked that the situation was his companion's fault for provoking the baldy instructor by calling him bald. At that moment, Takoyaki head struck this cadet on the head, knocking him to the ground. He then announced that the rules were simple, saying that they were to ride their horses across the field, reach the nameless woods, and then return. He added that the first to return would receive additional points for the session and asked if he made himself clear. Chan Yu thought to himself that it was as clear as the shine on Takoyaki head's head, then muttered that it was not what mattered at the moment. Thalia asked him if he said something, to which Chan Yu replied that he did not and told her to mind her own affairs. Chan Yu thought that unlike the trivial skills they were learning in that lesson, the event soon to take place was of great importance. He considered it so because it marked the first appearance of a devil man. He reflected that its significance lay in the role of the protagonist, who was meant to play a decisive part in the battle against the devil man. He recalled how the plot unfolded, where Ludger, the devil man, appeared and trapped all the students inside the nameless woods. The students were supposed to fight back, with the protagonist leading them. However, Chan Yu realized that in this timeline, there was no protagonist among them, and the absence of a leader meant that no one could unify the group of reckless cadets. He wondered what they should do and how they could build a proper front against Ludger. At that moment, Thalia spoke hesitantly and asked if she could perhaps go with him. She quickly added that it was not because she was scared, only that they were uncertain, and reminded him that they all knew how dangerous the woods could be. Elena remarked that compassion amid competition was quite an intriguing choice. Chan Yu replied that what seemed more intriguing to him was her decision to interfere. Elena glared at him in silence while Thalia moved closer to her horse and admitted that Elena was not entirely wrong, saying that it was a race, but she was not very skilled at horseback riding. She then told Chan Yu that she should not trouble him with her lack of ability and urged him to go ahead. Chan Yu muttered that if he were her, he would not concern himself with the race. As he walked away, Thalia watched him and wondered what he meant by that. If not the race, then what else? All the cadets mounted their horses while Takoyaki head called out to confirm if everyone was ready. When he shouted the signal to start, all the riders drove their horses forward. One cadet cheered loudly while another mocked, telling the others to enjoy their first ride and their defeat. Carl, Chan Yu's horse, neighed restlessly, and Chan Yu assured him that he already understood. At that moment, the stat window displayed that Chan Yu's trait, ultrasensitivity to mana, could react with magic circles and make them visible. Soon, a red light began to spread across the ground, catching everyone's attention. One cadet looked around in confusion and asked what was happening, while the others stared in shock. Another cadet cried out that he could not move, and someone else shouted in fear, asking what it was. Chan Yu firmly warned them that it was called forced transfer and ordered them to stay still unless they wished to turn the entire field into their mass grave. One of the cadets screamed in panic, and in an instant, all of them vanished from the spot. Then Ludger the devil man appeared and declared that the time for vengeance finally came. Chan Yu warned them to stay still, saying that the field could easily turn into their collective grave if they did not. Chan Yu got off his horse, Carl. He tied a scroll to the saddle with steady hands and told Carl that he knew what to do. Carl seemed to understand the meaning and quickly ran off from the place without looking back. One of the cadets shouted in confusion, asking what was happening, and the next moment, all the cadets disappeared from the place. They found themselves lying and standing on the ground in a different place surrounded by trees. A cadet held her head and groaned that it hurt while wondering where they were. Another looked around and said it seemed to be a forest. Someone was unable to understand what happened and exclaimed in disbelief that they were riding their horses just moments earlier, while another said he still could not make sense of anything. One of them questioned whether it was part of their examination. Chan Yu thought to himself that it was indeed a forced transfer. He felt certain of his conclusion and knew he was right about it. Then Chan Yu said that the expression was not as stable as the one he saw when Noah transferred them, but he was sure it could be nothing else. Princess Penelope then asked him if he understood what was happening, and Chan Yu replied that he did not yet know, addressing her as Mom. Then Chan Yu said that the only thing certain at the moment was that an outside force intervened. Echidna asked him what he meant and insisted that if he had any knowledge beyond theirs, he should explain at once. Chan Yu told Echidna Zynos that she should know her place and asked if she thought herself on the same level as Her Royal Highness, adding that he was under no obligation to explain anything to her. Echidna gritted her teeth in silence. Elena then reminded him that he said it was a forced transfer. She added that, unless she misheard, he also mentioned an outside force. Then Chan Yu confirmed that he said it. Eleanor asked him what led him to that conclusion. Thalia admitted that she shared Eleanor's doubts, saying it was possible that one of their professors put them to a sudden test without warning. Chan Yu thought to himself that he despised how naive they all were, still looking at everything through a soft and hopeful lens. He realized that this was inner lunatic and that none of them seemed to understand how harsh the situation could truly become. Chan Yu said that they were caught in an extremely unstable hex. At that moment, the stat window showed that his trait, Gifted Actor, was activated. One cadet remarked that the crude expression of the spell made it clear that their safety meant nothing to whoever cast it. Then Fell remarked that it was an inelegant description at the very least. He believed the professors of Elidine would be unwilling to expose them to danger of this kind. He added that no one would dare to gamble with the lives of so many high-ranking nobles, and he declared that he agreed with Mr. Lienhaber, and then asked the others for their thoughts. Princess Penelope thought that, as much as she disliked admitting it, he was right. She noted that the expression was extremely unstable and that it was reasonable to suspect outside intrusion. She wondered if it might have something to do with her brother. Then Fell said he was certain they all agreed that they needed to leave at once. One cadet supported the idea without hesitation. Fell added that it would be unwise to remain at the core of a spell that felt so suffocating. Echidna remarked that the Sons of Darkness seemed to have taken it upon themselves to lead their class. She questioned whether he expected them to follow him on the basis of his baseless claims. Princess Penelope said it was enough. She told Echidna that all of their claims were reasonable. She explained that staying inside such a precarious vortex of dark magic was the same as giving up their own lives. Echidna tried to object, but another cadet quickly agreed that the expression of the spell was strange. A second cadet added that it was also inefficient. A third said that they could rely on Her Highness, believing she was far more advanced in the magical arts than any of them. Paracelsus watched them quietly. Then he drew his sword and swung it once, telling everyone to be silent. Echidna demanded to know what he meant by that. Paracelsus asked if she had no sense of smell. He noticed the strong scent of blood and added that the scent could only come from a monster of at least mid-grade and that it was coming from nearby. Chan Yu said that the danger was above. When the cadets looked up, they saw a large eagle circling over them. They all froze in shock as it suddenly dove toward them. Chan Yu stepped forward at once and struck the eagle mid-attack. He told everyone to ready themselves while he struck the eagle with swift force. He wounded it and the eagle fell to the ground in a single motion. He then said that it was an emergency situation and that he would lead them in the fight. A cadet asked in disbelief what he just heard. Another said that Nox von Lienhaber, whom she called a useless rake, was claiming command. A third dismissed it as nonsense. Princess Penelope looked at him in silence and thought that a monster took them by surprise. Yet the first to sense it was the disgraced son of the Lienhaber family. She kept watching him closely and wondered what happened to Nox von Lienhaber to bring him to this point. The scene shifted to the field where Takoyaki Head stood alone, checking his stopwatch as he muttered that not a single cadet returned. He stared at the empty field and said that he could not believe an entire class could be so hopeless on horseback. He added that such a thing never happened before. At that moment, Professor Lars von Celestia arrived on horseback, calling Vernon's name. Takoyaki Head asked if he planned to join his class and said he thought Lars already had the second ears to disappoint. Lars von Celestia told him that this was not the issue and asked where the first-year cadets were. Takoyaki Head replied that they should be somewhere on the field and hopefully still on their horses. He paused, thinking that something was not right, before asking Lars von Celestia why he came. Then Professor Lars von Celestia said that a man with devilish traits was seen on the campus only 3 hours earlier. He added that, to make matters worse, there was evidence that a colossal magical equation was activated on the Clarial field. Takoyaki Head said that it was a disaster, and that it happened just when the headmistress was away. Then he told Lars von Celestia that they needed to leave at once. When Horse Carl appeared, Takoyaki Head and Professor Lars von Celestia looked surprised. Takoyaki Head took the scroll tied to Carl's reins and said that the obsidian belonged to the white-headed cadet. When he read the scroll, he saw the words saying that a devil man appeared in the nameless woods and that immediate help was needed. He thought about the request for help, then said that the nameless woods made no sense. Professor Lars von Celestia urged him to hurry. Takoyaki Head and Professor Lars von Celestia mounted their horses and began to leave, while Takoyaki Head thought that if the message referred to the center of the woods, the ride would take 2 full days and that transferring magic would take even longer. He hoped that everyone would remain safe. The scene shifted to the place where all the cadets were standing around the injured eagle lying on the ground. Chan Yu kept looking at his sword. Echidna said that she hated to admit it, but his judgment was right. Chan Yu told her to spare him because he needed no apology that felt forced. He then addressed the Princess Penelopes and she asked what he needed. Chan Yu said that he wished to make another request and humbly asked her to give him the authority to command everyone present, believing that this was the proper way to follow imperial law. The Princess Penelope said that granting this could put him in serious danger, and that it would be safer if she led them as the one with royal authority. Chan Yu thought that he wished she would not argue. He then called Fel. Fel answered at once. Chan Yu asked him to recite the procedures for emergency situations. Fel responded nervously but agreed. He said that the highest priority was to protect the royal lineage and that the command must be handed to the most capable knight or magician present. Chan Yu said that she was the only royal among them. He thought that she would also become the wild card in their fight against devils, and that her thunder-type magic and the power of punishment she carried were abilities passed down only within the royal lineage. He said that this was why she must remain unharmed even if everyone else died, as the law of their empire required. The Princess Penelopes tried to object, but Chan Yu continued. He said that he already showed himself to be the most capable in battle by reacting with the quickest judgment and response. He said that he must ask her once again to grant him the life or death authority over all their lives, including her own. Chan Yu said that he must beg her once again to grant him life and death authority over every life, including her own. Princess Penelope stood in silence while Thalia swallowed hard and thought that he was ready to face all danger and lead them toward survival. Thalia said that his resolve showed that clearly. She thought to herself that she had been right in her judgment of him and that Nox was a paragon for all of their aspiring knights. Chan Yu looked at Thalia and wondered what was going on with her now. He then said that, as he declared, he would guide them out of danger unless someone objected. He added that anyone who believed themselves more capable could prove it against him, and that he would willingly give up leadership to whoever proved worthy. All the cadets remained silent as they looked at him. One cadet glanced at Princess Penelope with a smirk and thought that Nox declared himself the guardian of the royal blood and that if anything happened to her, he would face harsh punishment. The cadet thought that even if Nox achieved something, it would only be a small success and that he unknowingly accepted a poison duty. A cadet said that Chan Yu should go on and sign his own death warrant, calling him an impulsive fool. Chan Yu turned and glared at him, and the cadet thought with frustration that the sharp gaze felt piercing. Chan Yu said that he heard no objections, and that from that moment onward they were to follow his command or face punishment under military law. Princess Penelope and Echidna remained silent. Chan Yu said that they first needed to leave the clearing and asked them to follow him. As he started moving, Elena asked if he knew where he was leading them. Chan Yu said that he lacked any talent for clear explanations and that they should follow him and understand in time. While walking away, he thought that they would likely faint if he told them how many times he played that chapter of the game and that it felt natural because, as a player from outside, the game was his whole life. The scene shifted to Ledger, the Devil Man, who sat on his chair and watched a magical orb where several cadets were seen facing a monster. He said with a laugh that the sight amused him. At that moment, a dark red stone appeared, and a voice came from it calling his name. Ledger immediately rose from his chair. The voice ordered him to swallow all the humans of Elidine and to cut them down before they could grow. Ledger bowed and held out his hand as he listened. The voice said that if he obeyed, he might receive a fragment of power despite his worthless state. Ledger clenched his hand and said that he thanked his lord and would make sure his efforts would not be disappointing. The dark red stone then lay still on the ground. Ledger said that bringing chaos to Elidine was a task that suited him, and that those who had forsaken him would pay for it. He looked into the magical orb again and saw Takoyaki Head and Professor Lars von Celestia riding their horses. He spoke the professor's name as he watched. The scene shifted to a place where birds were flying and the cadets already brought down 3 monsters. Chan Yu said that they needed to divide their duties. He looked at Paracelsus and Fel and told them that they would follow and assist him. Paracelsus replied that Chan Yu defeated him, so he would stay with him for a while. Fel bowed and said that he would try to be helpful despite his clumsiness. Chan Yu thought that it was good because they were two of the strongest units at this stage and both were now at his side. He then said that there were only two ways to escape the woods. The field of magic could be broken from the outside, or they could dismantle it from within by killing the one who started it. Princess Penelope said that the second way could be dangerous. Chan Yu replied that it certainly was, but there was no third option. Chan Yu said that Vernon would take 2 days to reach them, even if he traveled straight from the Clariel field to the woods, so it would be wiser for them to try to eliminate the caster of the spell while ensuring their own survival. He thought that calling it wiser was an understatement because waiting for Vernon was never an option and killing the activator was the only way to escape, so he needed to deal with the devil man of the forest, Ludger. He then said that they should first find food. He looked at the monster wolves and said that they would be enough for 2 days. Paracelsus asked if he even knew what they were. Chan Yu said that they were boars and asked him not to make an issue out of it. Paracelsus admitted that Chan Yu was skilled with a sword, but said that he was clearly mistaken. He reminded him that this was not the peaceful forest of his estate where he and his noble friends hunted for leisure. He said that these were monsters and their flesh was poisonous. Chan Yu said that he already knew and that he was also aware that the surrounding grass was not something to consume without caution. Paracelsus asked what nonsense this was and whether Chan Yu knowingly suggested that they feast on poisonous meat, adding that even he never stooped so low in his days of hunger in the East. He asked if Chan Yu had no concern for the lasting stomachache they would endure. Chan Yu thought that a lasting stomachache was a small price to pay for monster meat and that he really should not make this one his enemy. He said that there was a way to neutralize the poison, and it did not require Paracelsus jabbering. He snapped his fingers at the grass and called on Leon von Marbus to summon the undead and protect the group from the monsters. Leon von Marbus acknowledged and said that it was noted. Chan Yu told Paracelsus to guard the princess and said that his sword-wielding hand was as nimble as his prattling tongue. Paracelsus trembled and said that he would beat him out of his wits once they were away from those woods. Then he walked away. Chan Yu thought that it was good and that it was time for the next step. He struck a stone to start a fire and placed the meat to cook. The cadets looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. One cadet wondered about its strange color, and another asked if they were meant to survive by eating that steak. Chan Yu sprinkled grass over the meat as it cooked. All the cadets reacted with confusion and surprise. One cadet pointed out that the meat changed its color. Chan Yu explained that the herb was meant to neutralize the poison in the meat. He said that the neutralizing effect of crimson rake grass worked against monsters of mid-low grade or lower. Because of that, the horn boar steak in front of them was now safe to eat. A cadet asked if they could truly be assured of that, and another cadet said she believed she once read about such grass. Princess Penelope wondered how he knew all that, and doubted he ever spent even a single day hungry while hunting for food in the wild. Chan Yu replied by asking how he would know, and he addressed her as Her Royal Highness. He then asked how she would prefer her steak cooked, lightly or moderately. He thought that well done was not an option because the game stated that cooking horn boar meat until well done would only ruin it. All the cadets were looking at the meat with uncertain expression. Princess Penelope watched it closely and swallowed nervously. Takoyaki and Lars rush on their horses and run very fast. Takoyaki asks the headmistress if she hears him, speaking through a circular device floating in front of him. He says it is the drawing of a mid-grade devil man, and that they determine it to be a dire situation requiring prompt action. He says that at present, Kalischa and he ride to the place where they believe their students are. The headmistress answers that she hears him. Takoyaki explains that it is an inevitable choice because all other capable professors are engaged in missions away from campus. He then wonders what noise he hears and suspects she might be eating biscuits, thinking it impossible even for someone as eccentric as her, and reminding himself that it is no time for such indulgence. Lars then asks the headmistress if she is having biscuits. The headmistress instead asks if they hear a sound. Both of them wonder what she means, and she laughs and says that they need not distress themselves because the students surely come back unscathed. She sits, eats biscuits, and records her message on a device. Takoyaki says that if the missing students were second years, they would not be so alarmed, but it is the first years who are lost, students who joined only a few days ago and are completely inexperienced. Lars agrees and says Vernon is right because the first years are untrained, even in the most basic defensive magic. Suddenly, the device signals them, and Lars says that she cuts the connection. Takoyaki replies that, of course, she does. He clenches the horse's rope, curses, and says she leaves him no choice. He then shouts that they must stay safe because he is coming for them. Takoyaki rushes toward another direction while Lars stands behind and calls after him. Lars thinks that Cadet Lienhaber and his cadet assistants must not meet their end there. Meanwhile, in the forest, all the cadets sit around a fire with food placed on a rock. They whisper among themselves. Chan Yu sits some distance away and pours out blood, which the cadets notice. Lion asks what he pours the boar's blood for. Paracelsus answers that monsters avoid places where they smell the blood of a stronger monster, and says he did the same in his days in the East. He adds that a traveler is most vulnerable when camping, and Lion agrees. Penelope Vaughn comes near Chan Yu and says she must thank him and offer him her gratitude, insisting it is thanks to him that their class remains safe. Chan Yu replies that he would not go that far because the woods still teem with monsters. The caster of the spell still walks alive, and the long night is not yet over. Some cadets fall asleep while sitting. Penelope says she knows all this and only means that they have not yet suffered any loss of life because of him. She also hopes he forgives Echidna's lack of respect, explaining that she is a victim of prejudices against families of darkness. Chan Yu thinks that this situation cannot be good, because the royal princess now worries about the feelings of a lowly Lienhaber. He tells her that she need not concern herself with his trivial emotions because even among the sons of darkness, he is called a black sheep, and that she risks her dignity by expressing gratitude to him. Penelope says that this seems to be the common opinion, but she thinks differently. She says that if joining hands with the devil is what saves more lives, she gladly does so. Chan Yu answers that this is a bold statement, and she says she is only jesting. He thinks she is not joking at all, and that her dangerous side is starting to show. He recalls that Penelope von Arkheim, the eldest princess of the Empire, is known as the benevolent princess, but is not without darkness. Most of all, she is a strict utilitarian, and another dangerous part of her nature is that she is willing to die for her beliefs. In other words, the benevolent princess can become a cold-blooded princess at any moment. Chan Yu holds a pouch in his hand and lifts it. He tells everyone that they now form groups of 4 and that each group pitches a tent. He says the pouch happens to contain some fabric for tents and asks them to come and collect their share. Penelope thinks that she is relieved she brought her subspace pouch with her. The cadets whisper among themselves, wondering who always carries tent materials with him. Others say that the Lienhaber family is like a strange world and claim that the family pushes their children off a cliff at the age of 5 and raises only those who survive. Chan Yu thinks that he has finally learned how terrible their reputation is and that he should not be surprised because they are a family of darkness. The cadets start making tents. Chan Yu says that he should be careful. Eleanor stands behind him and asks what he should be careful about. Chan Yu tells her never mind. He then tells the cadets that they must maintain constant vigilance and that they should alternate keeping the night watch. He thinks that he should get going. He thinks about episode 2 of the Elidine chapter, the one involving the Devilman attack, and notes that it never ends until the Devilman who casts the transfer magic dies. The cadets busy themselves with the tents, and some are exhausted and sit near the fire. Chan Yu takes out his sword and thinks that all of this means someone must kill that Devilman because that is the only way the story moves forward. A barrier forms in the forest. A cadet notices it and shouts about the noise, waking another cadet. Someone shouts for everyone to wake up. Penelope and the rest of the cadets wake up. Penelope asks what is happening and requests an explanation. The cadets say that a vast swarm of monsters rushes toward them. Everyone becomes alert and draws their swords. Xenos shouts that Her Royal Highness should stand behind her and positions herself in front of Penelope. Paracelsus takes out his sword and says they are discovered, and that even the horned boar's blood is useless against stronger monsters. A cadet looks back and asks the young master, as commander, what they should do. Thalia says that Nox is not there. A book page flutters. Lion says that Nox is away for a while and has entrusted him with commanding authority. Xenos shouts in disbelief, saying that Nox leaves right after his speech about protecting Princess Penelope. Lion agrees but insists that Nox does not flee. Xenos shouts that she is going to act on his command. Lion tells her to stop, saying that whether or not she has command, charging ahead is too dangerous. A monster steps forward. Many others appear as well, one flying while the rest gather in the forest. Eleanor says that Miss Xenos is right because they cannot withstand so many monsters. Lion replies that their numbers do not matter. He holds his book, stretches out his hand, and green-purple mana spreads around them. Penelope wonders about such an enormous amount of mana and questions where it comes from. Lion thinks that Nox von Lanehaber uses his curiosity against him. He recalls when Chan Yu gives him a purple stone and wonders who Nox really is and why he entrusts him with such responsibility. Lion says that he swears on the good name of the Marbas family that the outcome of this battle rests solely upon him. He stands before the monsters as they growl and try to break the mana barrier. But before they can overwhelm the cadets, a man in armor suddenly appears and kills a monster with his sword. He continues cutting down monsters, causing the rest to flee. Lion thinks that the responsibility indeed rests entirely upon him, Lion von Marbas. At night, in the middle of the forest, a cave stands surrounded by red magic, and a red symbol appears on the ground. Chan Yu steps onto the symbol. A status window informs him that his trait ultrasensitivity to mana becomes neutralized, and that mid-slow grade restraining magic is applied. It reports that his item, the ceremonial robe of lunatic, boosts his striking power by 20%. Chan Yu stands there holding his sword and asks if the Devil Man plans to remain in hiding indefinitely. The Devil Man, standing inside the cave, remarks that the situation is intriguing. He steps forward and says that Chan Yu is only a cadet in training at the academy, yet not only does he find him, but he even comes seeking a duel. Black and red mana surround the Devil Man. The status window informs Chan Yu that his trait Gifted Actor activates strongly. Chan Yu smiles and says that between the two of them, it is the Devil Man who should know his place, and that a duel is language far too lofty for someone of his filthy rank. The Devil Man clenches his teeth in anger and demands how Chan Yu dares speak like that. He rushes forward to attack. Chan Yu blocks his hand with his sword and throws him back with a swing. The Devil Man looks at his injured hand in disbelief and asks what Chan Yu is. Chan Yu responds that he does not owe him an explanation. The Devil Man, enraged, says that he must force a lesson out of that pert mouth of Chan Yu's. He charges again, his hand covered in magic. Chan Yu swings his sword at his right arm and cuts it off. The Devil Man panics and thinks that a step is skipped in his plan. Chan Yu says that the next part is now arriving. He thinks that it seems he does not even need to activate any additional skill. The Devil Man's severed arm falls to the ground. Chan Yu thinks that what the Devil Man sees now is simply a difference in class. The Devil Man may wield devil power, but at the end of the day, he is only a Devil Man. The Devil Man begins regenerating his arm and calls Chan Yu insolent, saying that it is presumptuous to believe one strike makes him the victor. He extends his regenerating arm to reach him. Chan Yu thinks that at this point, the Devil Man is no match for Nox. He blocks the long arm again with his sword. A status window informs him that his trait, Genius Swordsman and Fighter, activates, and that he thwarts the opponent's attack. Chan Yu says that he feels disappointed and forms black mana in his hand, striking the Devil Man. The Devil Man screams in pain. The status window shows Gifted Actor activating again. Chan Yu stands near the Devil Man as the latter collapses to the ground. Chan Yu tells him that if he ever believed he could defeat him with such childish maneuvers, he is mistaken. The Devil Man thinks in panic, wondering why he lunges so recklessly, questioning whether it is true that his plans are being thwarted. Chan Yu holds the Devil Man's regenerated long arm in his hand, while the Devil Man thinks that this humiliation comes from a drifting roach of the Lanehaber family. Chan Yu notices his expression. The Devil Man says that the blood of the Grand Duke flows through his veins, and that he does not tolerate this humiliation. Chan Yu raises his sword and says that he should put an end to it because he is growing weary of the Devil Man. Suddenly, Chan Yu hears a voice urging him to halt at once and calling him Cadet Lanehaber, insisting that the Devil Man is. He turns around and sees Lars arriving. Lars says that the Devil Man is an old pupil of his. Chan Yu asks for forgiveness. Lars says that he cannot apologize enough for putting Chan Yu through such trouble. but insists sincerely that the devil man, Cadet Ludger, is indeed his pupil. The devil man repeats Lars's words with mockery, calling the idea of being Lars von Celestia's pupil the most amusing thing he has heard in a long time. He demands that Lars look into his eyes and say he ever regarded him as a pupil, even briefly. He says Lars cannot do so because Lars is heartless. He claims he loses his arm fighting for the Empire, only for Lars to declare him worthless and have him expelled from Elidine. The devil man bursts with anger and demands whether that is how a teacher treats his pupil, asking if Lars thinks he will remain a fool forever. Lars clenches his hand and says that the devil man misunderstands his intentions. He explains that he has no choice except to expel him for his own preservation. He says he lost his own son to war and cannot bear to watch the devil man rush toward the same fate. He says that because the devil man persists, he is forced to use an extreme measure to protect himself. The devil man replies that a man's path belongs to no one but himself and accuses Lars of overstepping. He says it is Lars's arrogance that brands him a dropout and condemns him to a vagabond's life. Lars says that he never knew this outcome and owes many apologies for the devil man's misfortunes. He asks whether this is truly the branch of magic the devil man once hoped to wield, and whether this is the magic he used to discuss with so much passion as a student. The devil man recalls his memories, then smiles and says it pains him that it is now too late for him. Suddenly, he leaps from the ground and rushes toward Lars, shouting that it is not too late to take a companion with him to the netherworld, Lars von Celestia. Lars watches him approach and closes his eyes. When he opens them again, Chan Yu tells him that some wrongs are irremediable. Chan Yu stands before Lars with his sword and says that he also commits his share of wrongs. In the next moment, Chan Yu stands behind the devil man. The devil man angrily asks how such swiftness is possible. A status window informs Chan Yu that his trait gifted actor activates to the utmost extent and that his synchronization with Nox von Lanehaber becomes heightened. Chan Yu smiles and says that dragging others into one's downward spiral is quite out of fashion, and asks whether the devil man does not think so. Chan Yu attacks the devil man. The status window informs him that the synchronization between Nox von Lanehaber and himself heightens. Chan Yu smiles after cutting the devil man's arm. The status window warns him that he is in danger of losing himself in his character. Suddenly, Chan Yu strikes the devil man's body with his sword. The devil's man's body is cut through the middle, and blood splashes everywhere. Chan Yu stands there and glances back at the body as black mana releases from it. Lars watches while Chan Yu stands in front of him. The devil man's body begins to shatter. Lars sits on the ground, worried. He asks Cadet Lanehaber what he should do. Chan Yu replies that he does not quite understand. Lars explains that his research and publications were meant to serve the weak, but asks whether they ever truly serve anyone. He clenches his hand and questions the point of continuing his research if it cannot even prevent the death of his own student. He glances back at Chan Yu and thinks that he only now realizes his life has been leading to nothing, watching the sand pour from his hand. Chan Yu stands there, wipes the blood from his cheeks, and tells Lars to note the relation he had with the devil man. Lars thinks this is not good because one of his future papers will involve unlocking a system necessary for crafting and upgrading artifacts. He reminds himself that his research must continue, but he also wonders if this is the only reason Chan Yu cannot let him quit. The status window informs that his emotions interfere with his character, and Lars warns Lanehaber that his gifted actor trait is destabilized. Rain begins to fall. Lars admits that, to be completely honest, he does not care about appearances. Chan Yu thinks that he believes it is most logical to use him in this way. He tells Lars that he does not think his lifelong work is without purpose, though he wonders why he lets Lars sway him so. Lars says that Chan Yu has just witnessed how utterly powerless he is. Chan Yu agrees, saying that it is indeed disgraceful and even pathetic. He thinks that Lars is already woven into the fabric of his life, which is why every word and story from him sways him. Chan Yu tells Lars that he is lazy by nature and warns him not to burden him with too many tasks. Lars looks up at him. Chan Yu further says that he takes little pleasure in tea, but does not object to coffee. He says he does not need a salary nor much interest in glory. Lars asks what he is trying to say. Chan Yu replies that he cannot say the same about Lars's research. which is of great value and something he can vouch for. Chan Yu thinks that perhaps, as a former video game addict who sought refuge in an alternate world to hide from reality, he envies Lars for loving his work enough to want to change it. He kneels before Lars and says that from this day forth, he becomes his cadet assistant. Lars thinks that this changes nothing, absolutely nothing, except perhaps for the two men before him, one whose slouched shoulders he might never have noticed from outside, and the other, a defiant maverick. Chan Yu tells Lars that if he finds it necessary from time to time, he can shoulder some of the burden so that Lars does not cry within his heart while reflecting on the memory of his late son. Meanwhile, in the forest, heavy rain begins to fall. All the cadets stand near the dead bodies of monsters. Paracelsus puts back his sword and remarks that their precious young master is not the only one deranged. He thinks that whatever undead he summons under his command are far superior to ordinary undead, as if fundamentally different. Penelope glances at Xenos and says that it is unbelievable. She has never seen a legion of undead so destructive. She thinks that she is now certain the Marbas family is truly a family of darkness, as much as she would like to deny it. She adds that it is no mere hearsay that the Marbas family has returned and that Leon von Marbas should be remembered. Xenos responds that she notes this and shall keep an eye on Leon's activities, entering a state of vigilance. Leon observes the stone in his hand and thinks that it is a first-rate magic stone and that he cannot be sure whether he could have vanquished all the monsters without it. He closes his fist and remarks to Chan Yu that it is as though he has glimpsed the future. Suddenly, the cadets hear voices and curse under their breath, wondering about the source. Takoyaki arrives and shouts to ask if they are all well. One of the cadets tells him to keep quiet. Takoyaki grabs a cadet, scolds him, and asks whether any souls are lost. Penelope replies that no one is lost, though one cadet has separated from the group. Takoyaki asks Her Royal Highness to pardon his lapse in manners, explaining that urgency permits no better, and he clenches his hand. He then boldly asks who the absconder is. Penelope replies that it is Cadet Lanehaber and adds that if he does not mind her opinion, she believes he is not in danger. She says that it is entirely thanks to his wisdom that they remain alive and well. Takoyaki asks if this is true. Lion confirms that it is, noting that Chan Yu's magic stone proves to be most helpful. Another cadet adds that he also provides them with food and tents, so one could say he is not completely unhelpful. The cadets murmur among themselves, some saying that they begin to wonder whether Lanehaber is not altogether the scum they think him to be. Others comment that he could certainly exercise better restraint with women. A male cadet adds that he also lacks restraint due to his flirtatious nature. A female cadet replies that he is at least restrained toward helpers, but recalls that the other day he harassed an alien or a violet boy in an alley. Another cadet wonders whether this is true, concluding that it is not only with women that he lacks restraint. Takoyaki notices the cadets and thinks that the white head appears again. He observes that the magical barrier is broken and confirms that it was conjured through an extensive devil men's spell and can only be shattered from within. He thinks to himself that what happened is nonsense. It could not have been resolved so swiftly, leaving only the question of how it occurred. Later in the palace, Chan Yu sits on a chair and writes on a piece of paper. The status window informs him that his trait Gifted Actor activates and that his agitation subsides. Chan Yu thinks that after the recent commotion, he has become the cadet assistant under Lars's total authority, whose total authority is well known, given that Lars is a professor with serious boundary issues. The status window informs him again that Gifted Actor activates. Lars arrives and places a bangle on Chan Yu's arm. Chan Yu thinks that he needs Lars to continue his research because, without it, he cannot unlock the artifact system. He considers that NPCs dying is normally not something a player from outside would worry about, but since he is inside the game now, if he does not keep Lars alive, he does not want to imagine the hell he would face. Suddenly, Chan Yu irritably hits his elbow against Lars's face. Chan Yu apologizes, saying that he might have flinched a little too sharply because Lars has been so annoying, and he immediately corrects himself to say affectionate. Lars laughs and tells him it is quite all right, and that he need not trouble himself with excuses, adding that he knows Chan Yu does it on purpose and starts laughing. Chan Yu says that Lars is well aware of it and yet persists, showing no concern for depriving others of personal space according to imperial law. Lars rubs his nose and remarks that for someone merely pretending to be a stone-hearted rogue from a powerful family, Chan Yu sounds remarkably like one. He adds that the imperial law collapsed long ago, pointing to the lack of segregation between nobles and commoners. Chan Yu asks if Lars finds it fitting, as a professor at an academy directly under the throne, to take such a stance. Lars holds the bangle and replies that he does not care, and tells Chan Yu to go ahead and report him to higher authorities if he wishes. Chan Yu thinks that Lars is a deranged son of a witch. Lars, holding the metal bangles, mentions that he recently had an opportunity to offer recommendations to the royal family. Chan Yu stands behind him and watches. Lars explains that it means Chan Yu and Mr. Marbus now have the liberty to take an artifact from the royal vault at Eladian. The bangle in his hand grows giant and surrounds the purple mana. Chan Yu asks if he is serious. Lars confirms that he is and writes something in a book, explaining that his influence extends to such matters, and that Chan Yu need not feel uneasy because it is well within the scope of arrangements he can make for his dear cadet assistant. Chan Yu comes near him and asks who said anything about feeling uneasy. He clenches his hands and tells Lars that it must have required serious effort on his part and that he gladly accepts it. Lars asks why Chan Yu seems far happier now than when he agreed to be his assistant. Chan Yu smiles and says that he is simply mistaken. He thinks about the rare vault of Eladian, calling it a jackpot. Later, inside the palace, Chan Yu walks and observes the surroundings. He thinks that the vault is basically jointly owned by the royal family and the mega enterprise of the rebellion. He considers that, needless to say, there are formidable artifacts inside, and he knows which one will help him the most. He thinks that if he can get his hands on it now, it will exponentially accelerate his growth. Suddenly, he notices someone stepping into the room and glances back. Eleanor stands behind him and says that if she claimed she had envisaged opening the secrets vault at Eladian for him, she would be lying. She adds that he must have a persuasive teacher. Chan Yu glances back and thinks that he should think as he wishes. He considers that, of course, she enters with him. She is a member of the rebellion, and her family enterprise partially owns the vault. He hopes she does not stand between him and his desired artifact. Eleanor says that if he thinks she will begrudge him ownership of an artifact she donated, he is wrong, and that it has always been her intention to properly reward him for saving her life. Chan Yu angrily asks whether she is ever the pain on earth. She smiles and says that she believes Professor Celestia has informed him of the arrangement. She opens the door with a key and asks him to tell her which artifact he desires. Chan Yu smiles and says that he desires the easiest one. Then he apologizes. He notices that lots of precious swords and artifacts are placed inside the room. Eleanor wonders if she heard him correctly, asking if he really wishes to take that one. Chan Yu interrupts her and asks if she seriously wants him to repeat himself. She replies that she does not understand why he should covet such an old, battered item, asking if he collects antiques, and notes that it is certainly a fitting passion for sons of affluent families. Chan Yu asks why they do not skip to the part where she hands him the artifact. Eleanor smiles and says not just yet, explaining that she, as a patroness of the world, must first examine whether he is a fitting new owner of an artifact from this world. Chan Yu asks why he was not informed that there would be a test. She replies that she has the prerogative to test him as she wishes, and he surely knows by now that the influence of the rebellion enterprise reaches every corner of Eladian. She claps her hands. Suddenly, the door shuts, and Chan Yu glances back to see blue mana spreading around the room. He thinks that it is transfer magic, noting that if he had a penny for every time he sees it, he would be rich. Eleanor says that she sees he is not impressed. Chan Yu replies that he has suffered far worse lately. Eleanor nods and says that, at any rate, he should take a seat, and without delay, she will start testing his qualifications. Knox von Lanehaber. Chan Yu says to proceed and thinks that she probably acts like a lone shark. He closes his eyes and considers that the test can probably not be more than a few routine questions. Eleanor asks why he saved her life. Chan Yu wonders how the question is relevant. She replies that it lies wholly within her discretion to decide whether it is. Chan Yu joins his hands and says that, as he has already mentioned before, it was a monster, not her, that he saved. Eleanor claps her hands and says that she fears she might have forgotten to tell him that she never falls for a lie. She suggests that he may already know this, since he seems to know everything. Chan Yu swears under his breath and thinks about how he could have failed to consider this. He realizes the crucial difference between a gifted actor like him and a genius actor like Elena. A genius actor can see through other people's lies. He concludes that she is not bluffing and literally means what she says. Chan Yu mutters that she is ever the pain in the arse. Elena asks if she has not already heard that remark and whether he has run out of things to say. Chan Yu thinks, damn it, what should he do now? Elena remarks that one might say Chan Yu is in sheer panic. Chan Yu tells her to hush, thinking that it was equally a lie that she followed him just to hand him the artifact herself. Elena says that it is not important. She adds that what is important now is that if he fails to answer her question, he shall be disqualified. Chan Yu watches her in anger and thinks that he has taken so many risks for this artifact and cannot give it up now. He considers that if he just leaves, she will figure out certain things. He concludes that the only way forward is to take the bull by the horns. Chan Yu asks if she wishes to know why he saved her life. Elena agrees. Chan Yu replies that he saved her because he found it necessary for himself. Elena wonders what he means by necessary for himself. Chan Yu explains that he needed her as part of his plan. Elena questions him about his plan and says he owes her an explanation immediately. Chan Yu replies that he owes her no such explanation, following a rule of one question, one answer. Elena becomes angry and clenches her hand, saying that she will ask one more question. Chan Yu tells her to ask away. She asks whether the encounter they had at a ball when they were younger, and whether remorse for his behavior drove him to shield her from harm. Chan Yu denies it. Elena thinks that it is not an act of repentance and wonders whether she is merely taking part in his plan, questioning if he is speaking in dreams. Chan Yu insists that he has spoken nothing but the truth, a fact he believes she already knows. Elena says that secrets harm, especially when one keeps plenty of them. Chan Yu retorts that she is a fine one to say that. She turns his face and says that some say he has had a change of heart lately. Chan Yu asks for clarification. She says that she cannot believe it. Although he saved her life, his words are still engraved in her memory. Chan Yu interrupts her, telling her to do as she pleases. She asks for pardon. Chan Yu replies that she may resent or despise him and has full liberty to exhaust her mind as she likes, so by all means, she should do as she pleases. He mutters that, in any case, her feelings toward him will not change. He thinks that, in fact, they must not change. He stands from the sofa, bows his head, and says that if she has finished her inquiry, he must take his leave because he has obtained what he came for. Elena watches him and thinks that he has changed. Knox von Lanehaber. After that, Elena sits sadly on the sofa and takes tea while Rick stands behind her. Her shadow reflects in the tea. She asks why, of the many artifacts inside, he chose that one. Rick replies that it is not the worst choice ever, but it is not the best choice either. Rick remarks that if he may, he finds it hard to imagine what use a magical orb can be to a knight. Elena replies that she is racking her brains, but his motive eludes her. She thinks that he has far better items right in front of him, prime-grade swords, elixirs, shields, and armor, but he forgoes them all just to acquire a shabby war orb. She wonders whether he intends to impose a sense of debt on her, but she thinks it is not. Rick tells her that it is not necessary to dwell so deeply on his intentions, and that it is not as though he has done her harm by taking the orb. Elena thinks about whether that is a relaxed way of thinking, but she concludes that she has few alternatives. She asks about the Enterprise. Rick replies that it performs exceptionally well, that nobles of the Talonfeeder and within the capital's fortress purchase their goods in bulk, and that they have nothing to thank but her keen acumen. Elena replies that this is a relief, but she adds that he must keep his eyes fixed on Chan Yu, and if anything untoward happens, he must report it to her. Rick bows his head, acknowledges her instructions, and assures her that she can count on him. Meanwhile, Chan Yu sits and holds the orb in his hand. The status window informs him that he acquires a high-grade artifact, the prime-grade orb of the Great Sage. Chan Yu smiles at the sight of the orb. The status window informs him that the prime-grade orb of the Great Sage is a type of armament with high attributes. Stamina +1. Restrictions at birth must be 10 or higher. The special effect is that the owner acquires a passive skill, Magic Boost. He acquires this new skill along with the artifact. The skill, Magic Boost, is mid-grade, auto-calibrates magic skills of mid-grade or lower, and dramatically amplifies their effect. Chan Yu thinks that he is very lucky to have obtained the prime grade orb of the Great Sage so early in the game. Suddenly, purple and black mana release from the orb. He holds the orb in the air and thinks that Elena must have no idea what kind of gem it is, which explains why she does not know how to work it. The status window informs him that the artifact is in a dormant state and instructs him to awaken it to unleash its highest potential. Chan Yu thinks that to fully activate it, he must say the name of its first owner. By performing this simple act, the orb upgrades to a prime grade item. He recalls that the first owner of the artifact is one of the 4 sages who will reveal herself later in the game. He thinks that when he plays from outside, he often chooses to study under her. He wonders what her name is, but concludes that he cannot say it yet, as it is not yet time to activate the orb. If he awakens it now, she will learn of his existence. For the moment, he thinks the orb is good enough as it is. A lady servant stands nearby and asks why he chooses a magic orb, noting that the secret vault of Elidian holds countless formidable arms fit for knights like him. Chan Yu asks whether he has not told her before that he intends to wield swords and magic. He laughs and admits that he has not mentioned it after all, as he must have forgotten. The servant wonders to herself what they are to do with this mischievous young master. Chan Yu says that it is hardly news because he is the capital L, lout. The maid responds that he is also the capital L, libertine. Chan Yu replies to that accusation. He must plead not guilty. The maid tells him to spare her, saying she will hear it all. She adds that it is all in his blood, since Lord Lanehaber, in his prime, makes quite a colorful history with women, which he now regrets. Chan Yu notices her words and thinks that this is something he does not know himself. Then he lies down on the bed. The maid observes him and says that she suddenly remembers a letter for him, and that it is from the royal family. She adds that Miss Zanos says he is to break the seal in person. Chan Yu sits up suddenly and asks why the royal family is contacting him. The maid hands him an envelope and says that she cannot possibly know, but he will find out when he opens it. Chan Yu opens the envelope and thinks that he cannot afford any more twists in the storyline, and wonders why the royal princess is suddenly after him. The message states that Mr. Lanehaber is hoped to be well, and that by means of the message, his service in guarding the royal lineage from peril is formally acknowledged. It states that the princess intends to reward him in accordance with imperial law, and therefore, she grants him the privilege to petition His Royal Majesty in person for his desired reward. It further informs him that he and the princess shall depart for the capital Talonfeather 3 days hence at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that she trusts he will not spurn the gratitude of the royal family. It is signed with kind regards by Penelope von Arkheim. Chan Yu thinks that she wants him, a son of darkness, to appear in the capital, and he wonders how this is supposed to be a reward. The maid says that, considering the strife between the House of Darkness and the House of Sensitivity, this can easily be a cleverly masked snare, and she insists that he cannot risk this journey because it is far too dangerous. She holds his arm by his shirt. Chan Yu thinks that they can summon him anytime they want, leaving him with no choice. He tells Zitri that she will stay here. When Zitri asks Master, Chan Yu repeats that it is in order. Zitri stands there in worry. Chan Yu thinks about the stronghold of the Emperor, the Ban, and the Royalists at Talonfeather, which is ruled by a family of sensitivity, and he considers it akin to hell itself for families of darkness. Now that the royal family is summoning him there, he mutters in his thoughts, wondering what Penelope von Arkheim is planning. Chan Yu thinks that there are a couple of things a player should make sure of when playing Inner Lunatic. He thinks that a player must first find ways to make the most of their key traits. He reflects that if someone is a genius swordsman and fighter, they must consider becoming a fighter or a swordsman, and if someone possesses ultra-sensitivity to mana, they should choose a career as a wizard. In the middle of the forest, there is a cart, and Chan Yu sits inside it. He thinks that the second requirement is choosing a side. He thinks that a player must pick and join one of the many conflicting camps and make themselves a notable figure in one of them. He thinks that one such camp is... Penelope sits in front of him and asks if Mr. Lanehaber wishes to say something to her. Chan Yu replies that he does not, adding that a humble son of darkness has nothing to discuss with her. She tells him not to speak in such a way and says that being royalty does not grant immunity from emotional wants. Chan Yu looks at her and thinks that the royalists are the strongest of all camps, led by Princess Penelope. and that the opposing radicals are led by the families of darkness and lunatics. He thinks that there are also the enterprisers, whose ambition is to reshape the game through financial dominance. He reflects that each camp has its own story, but one thing is clear to him. The Lanehaber family and the Arkheim family are probably on the worst terms possible. Penelope then asks him if he feels as though he is walking into a lion's den. Chan Yu thinks that she is trying to sound him out, but he tells himself that he cannot back down. He says that he regrets admitting that it is true and that he is not entirely pleased. Penelope begins laughing and says that he need not feel uneasy and assures him that the sole purpose of their journey to the royal palace is to honor him for his valor. Chan Yu replies that even calling it a hoax is too weak a description. She asks if her life has truly been so pleasant. After that, they reach the royal palace, and Chan Yu asks what she truly requires of him. She looks at him and says that it is quite simple, and that she intends to make it even simpler. After that, they both stand outside the cart. Penelope says that someone has been informed that they are receiving a guest that day. Louis von Arkheim arrives there and says that he is surprised, addressing Penelope. Penelope and Chan Yu notice him. Penelope bows her head and says that it is an honor to meet him, addressing him as Your Royal Highness, and she adds that the youngest blade of the Lanehabers salutes his hospitality. Penelope then says that she is surprised because she believed he had only just departed for a campaign in the north. Louis smiles and says that the plan changes in the blink of an eye. He says that it appears they have a distinguished guest who deserves a fitting reception. He says that he will inform His Royal Majesty of their arrival, and then addresses Chan Yu. Chan Yu responds respectfully and asks what the prince requires. Louis says that he will make sure their paths cross often. Chan Yu bows his head and says that it is his greatest honor, while thinking in frustration that he wonders why he has to encounter this unhinged man at such a time. He thinks that Louis von Arkheim is the eldest son of the royal family and the only one ahead of Penelope in the line of succession, and that he is, of course, a never-ending ruiner of the game. Louis walks away while Penelope whispers with Xenos. Chan Yu observes Louis from behind. Penelope appears worried. Xenos asks her if anything is amiss. Penelope raises her hand and replies that nothing is wrong and that she is only a bit confounded by the unexpected circumstances. She apologizes to Chan Yu and says that he must be taken aback. She proposes that they find a more private place because they have matters to discuss. Chan Yu replies that, of course, he agrees. He thinks that she is feuding with her brother exactly as he has seen as a player from outside, and he thinks that their terrible relationship becomes his ticket to getting out of Talonfeather alive. After that, inside the palace at night, Chan Yu lies on the bed and thinks that his petition for a reward will take place the next day. He thinks that for now, he should take what little rest he can get, unless a deranged assassin comes knocking at his door. He closes his eyes. Suddenly, he twitches and notices someone stepping inside. He instantly sits up and holds his sword. He observes someone knocking on the door. Penelope arrives and says that it is her and asks if he minds her entering. Chan Yu sits on the bed and feels exhausted when he hears Penelope's voice. He opens the door and asks what brings her there at such a late hour. Penelope replies that keeping her waiting in the corridor is not the wisest choice and tells him to allow her to enter. She walks into the room. Xenos stands there and says that Her Royal Highness has an offer for him and that he will stand guard since the royal palace has prying eyes everywhere. Chan Yu nods in agreement and closes the door. Penelope removes the gown covering her head and Chan Yu tells her to make herself comfortable. He thanks her and thinks that the royal princess visiting at such an hour is alarming, though he suspects what the matter may be. Penelope sits on the sofa and says that he should not worry, for she does not intend to keep him awake for long if he gives a gratifying answer to her command. She adds that, depending on his response, he may never return to Elydian or the Lanehaber Manor again. She commands him, as the royal princess of the Arkheim Empire, to serve her and do her bidding from behind the curtain. Chan Yu replies that her demand is exactly what he expected. He says that she requires a discreet servant for her endeavors against her brother, and that if a scandal arises, her ties with the Son of Darkness can easily be denied. He says she likely thinks he is the perfect tool, the ideal pawn for her game of chess. He sits on the sofa in front of her. Penelope answers that he is correct. Chan Yu then says that, however, she should not assume he is without options. Penelope asks if there is a however, and Chan Yu replies that she is ill-advised to think he lacks choices. After that, in the royal palace, the king sits on a giant chair while Louis stands near him. Chan Yu kneels. The king is in very poor condition and mumbles something. Chan Yu says that his humble servant salutes his majesty, the son of Arkheim. The king raises his hand. Chan Yu notices him and thinks that Esteban von Arkheim, once called the Knight of Light and Thunder, gained great fame and founded the Arkheim Empire. But after losing his mind, he earned the disgraceful epithet Esteban the Dim-Witted. Esteban barely sits properly on the chair. Penelope arrives, bows, and greets the king as the son of Arkheim. Louis says that her presence is noticed, and that he has been informed that his majesty will grant her protector a wish. He declares this a fitting reward for protecting a royal from harm. Chan Yu bows and says he is humbled by such a generous assessment. While thinking that after Emperor Esteban lost his grip on power, Louis practically made himself the regent, which is why Chan Yu must be extremely cautious. Louis raises his hand toward Penelope and says that the throne shall grant the young cadet Lanehaber his wish to keep Penelope safe. He tells Chan Yu to speak his wish freely. Chan Yu replies that if the throne deems it appropriate, he requests a bath in the Ark River. Louis looks confused and asks what he means. Everyone present begins whispering. Chan Yu thinks their shock is natural, as the magical Ark River is reserved for royals and houses of sanctity. Because of its incredibly powerful magic, it grants a random boost to a tribute point. Louis smiles and thinks that the famed lout still does not know his place, acting just as impertinent as any child of darkness. A man shouts that the request is preposterous. Others shout that access to the Ark River for a son of darkness is out of the question. Another voice insists that the request goes beyond the pale, even considering the service Chan Yu rendered to the princess. Someone else says that they must remember that only houses of sanctity are entitled to the river, and another agrees. Chan Yu thinks that the expected backlash is only a euphemism, for he would rather not receive any reward, and he guesses it works fine. Penelope says who dares to raise their voice in the presence of his majesty, and Chan Yu wonders to hear her. Penelope adds that, unless she is mistaken, their monopoly of the river is enforced by practice, not by law. Chan Yu thinks about why she is taking his side and that she had better not be after him still. He thinks that she should stop. For now, he cannot accept her offer because he told her quite squarely. A man there shouts, but Penelope replies to Lord Goron and asks whether she has not made it clear that his shouting is not received fondly. Louis watches all this from upstairs. Chan Yu looks at Penelope and thinks of her haunting final remark from last night, wondering if this is how it plays out. He recalls how, at night, Penelope says that she should not wear out her welcome, and that he would do well to remember something. After that, she comes near him. Chan Yu lifts his eyes and looks at her as she says that he cannot evade the moment of choice forever. Chan Yu thinks that eventually he will be forced to join one of the two parties. He thinks that when the time comes, he has to choose Princess Penelope's party over the Ending Ruiners, but he cannot show his hand yet. Chan Yu asks whether his wish is granted. Sir? Louis watches him angrily and then smiles and says that there indeed is some truth in what his sister says. He adds that no law of their empire forbids sons of darkness from bathing in the Ark River. Everyone there wonders and starts whispering. Louis continues that it is bad form for him to go against a time-honored custom of the court and the royal family. He declares that Chan Yu is therefore tested, and that if he wishes to benefit from the Ark River's magic, he must prove himself worthy of it. Penelope wonders to hear from Louis. Chan Yu thinks that this is not what he expected, and that these game forks have an obsession with testing him. Chan Yu asks Louis, if he may be so bold, how he is tested. Louis clenches his hand and replies that Chan Yu is to duel with him. Chan Yu asks for forgiveness, and Louis replies that he hears Chan Yu is second to few in swordcraft, and that it seems only right for him to duel and prove it is no mere hearsay. He adds that the sacred river of their empire deserves to receive only the very best. Chan Yu thinks that Louis must think it is a clever idea, but he does not come here to play. Chan Yu replies that it is right enough. Louis smiles and tells him to meet him at the royal training chamber in an hour, and that he may take liberty in choosing a weapon. Chan Yu replies with thanks and says he strives to prove himself. After that, Chan Yu walks away. Penelope walks behind him and says that, whatever his aim is, she asks whether he seeks death. Chan Yu turns and looks at her. Penelope says that Louis makes little effort to conceal his true intentions, and that whether Chan Yu bests him or not does not matter, for he is only a pawn in Louis's game of show. She adds that Louis means to trample his rising reputation and to sully his family name. Chan Yu replies that he is well aware and that if he defeats Louis, it gives Louis the perfect pretext to purge the insolent, treasonous son of darkness. And if Louis defeats him, it becomes a boon for Louis's name, the vanquisher of rising talent. He thinks that Louis almost promotes that epithet himself. Penelope asks why he accepts the offer then. Chan Yu replies that indeed he does, and he asks her what if the duel can end another way. Penelope asks what he means. Chan Yu replies that if there is an option for him to win and avoid execution, he asks whether she supports his choosing it. Later, two maids put armor on Louis while a man stands before him. The maids dress him. Louis asks the servant girl if she knows who he is. The maid looks at him in worry, bows, and says that he is the second son of the Empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. Louis replies that it is correct, and that he wields unparalleled power in Talonfeather, and only fools dare treat him with disdain. He then says angrily that Knox von Lanehaber manages to do so in his peculiar way. The maid says that it is not worth burdening his mind with such trivial impertinence. Louis glances at her, and she suggests he not concern himself. Suddenly, Louis slaps her, and she falls to the ground. He asks whether she says he is concerned himself. He asks if that is how she esteems her son, lowering himself to a bantling of a dark family. The maid replies fearfully and asks forgiveness. Louis brushes his hair and says that all of them should take the cue. The maid trembles with fear. Louis says that his father used to be called the son of Arkheim, but he asks how much longer the waning sun shines. The girl says nothing. Louis adds that soon the glory of the Empire comes under the reign of a different sun, and for that, theatrics are required, which he shall demonstrate. He asks if he makes himself clear. The girl replies yes and says she will never repeat the mistake. Louis says she shall not. He then calls the majordomo, who bows. Louis looks at the maid and orders him to rid him of her. The girl panics. The guards grab her as she pleads for a second chance. Louis glances at her and asks how she dares to dream of a second chance when she is not him. He says noble birth is not the same as royal birth. The maid shouts for his highness, but the guards hold her tightly. Louis then says that Knox von Lanehaber, a budding sensation, is called such of late, and that it is time the Wonder Boy learns there is no talent great enough to reverse a preordained defeat. He says he cannot wait to see how Chan Yu's face contorts when he cries. After that, Chan Yu stands before Louis, while Esteban and Penelope sit on their chairs. Louis smiles at him and says they should give their best, and thinks that when he plays, he expects the best performance from his puppet. Chan Yu replies yes, your highness. A boy raises his hand and announces that the duel begins between Prince Louis of Arkheim and Knox von Lanehaber. Louis raises his sword, rushes toward Chan Yu, and thinks that, however talented Chan Yu is, he is only a whelp from a house of darkness. He believes Chan Yu cannot strike any blow against him at court with all the sacred families present. Yellow Mana releases from his sword. Chan Yu blocks the attack. Louis smiles and asks how a lowly mutt dares point his blade at a royal. Chan Yu presses against Louis, throws him back, and asks whether he needs to remind him that he commanded him moments ago to give his best. Louis looks at Chan Yu and thinks that the son of Arkheim deems himself worthy to cross blades with the crown prince. Louis asks him if he, an insolent wretch, thinks it wise to challenge the authority of a prince. Chan Yu wonders why Louis confuses him and says that he follows Louis's command in earnest. Louis asks if he chooses to act the fool, saying it gives him all the more reason to show no mercy. He swings his sword, and Yellow Mana releases from it. Louis thinks that whether Chan Yu makes his name at Elydian or not, he is at best a greenhorn and stands no chance against someone schooled in the classical royal arts. The referee looks at Louis and says that the duel concludes when one of the gentlemen finds himself on the ground or cries surrender, and that this simple rule requires no further explanation. Before he finishes, Louis rushes toward Chan Yu, Yellow Mana spreading around him. Chan Yu avoids his attack with his sword. Chan Yu thinks that one might expect Louis's skills as a fighter to be better, given that he is known as an ending ruiner. He thinks Louis is not the worst swordsman in the world, but is certainly no match for Knox. Chan Yu swings his sword and avoids the attack again. Chan Yu then notices Louis. Louis thinks blast and clenches his eyes, but when he opens them, he wonders to see Chan Yu placing his sword back into its sheath. Louis asks angrily whether Chan Yu takes issue with the duel. Chan Yu denies it and says he has no objection to the duel or its rules, but if a suggestion may be made, what makes a match thrilling is the prize contested. Louis asks what he means. Chan Yu proposes a simple wager. The loser must grant the winner a wish. He asks whether this piques Louis's interest. Louis looks at him, then smiles and thinks that the boy can hardly wait to grant him what he desires. Louis says it is not a bad idea and accepts it. Chan Yu adds that there is more, and that they might wait until the dust settles to name their desired prize. Louis says Chan Yu might, if he wishes, but he must brook Louis's impatience because Louis knows what he desires and names his prize. Chan Yu says as Louis wishes, sir. Louis declares that if he defeats Chan Yu is to serve him, not his sister. Chan Yu asks for pardon. Louis replies that he cannot act the fool now and asks what better explanation there is for his protecting Penelope in the forest. He claims Chan Yu is clearly smitten with her. Chan Yu thinks Louis loses his mind and gets it all wrong. Chan Yu says his sole intention is to respect imperial law and guarantees he has no ulterior motive and that there is no reason to believe otherwise. Louis says even better and speaks plainly, telling him to be a knight in his service, sever his ties with his family, and pledge allegiance to him, becoming his shadow. Chan Yu says he will do as Louis pleases, should Louis prevail. Yellow mana surrounds Louis's body. Louis thinks that if Chan Yu manages to harm him, Illidian, every lanehaber across the continent, and Penelope herself face his wrath. Chan Yu kicks the ground and says that when someone takes up a gauntlet knowing the fix is in, he has only his folly to blame. Louis draws his sword and rushes toward him. Louis thinks he can tell each piece of armor is a quality artifact that a sword cannot penetrate, and that the way he fights now, he cannot deal any damage. Louis attacks Chan Yu with his sword. Chan Yu smiles as the status window announces that his artifact, the prime grade orb of the Great Sage, activates. It states that to unlock its full potential, he must name its first owner and that he is given only one chance. It asks whether he would like to try. Chan Yu thinks the Great Sage will be astonished to find that the kid who ends up with her somehow knows her name, but that is a concern for another time. He must survive first. Louis turns his sword toward Chan Yu, and Chan Yu avoids the attack. Chan Yu thinks that this is the only way he can pierce through that ridiculously sturdy armor. Chan Yu states that the orb of Astrid von Kaliad answers to its new master. The orb shines inside the court. It notifies that the artifact, the Great Sage, glows, and Chan Yu's name is recorded in its memory. The artifact recognizes its new master, Nox von Lanehaber, and his magical qualities are temporarily boosted. Chan Yu swings his sword in the air, and purple mana releases from it. He holds his sword tightly and barely maintains his stance. Louis asks what this is. Chan Yu replies that Louis said he may take liberty with his choice of weapon, and that he does not recall being informed of any rule against magic. Louis clenches his teeth in anger and asks what is happening, while he thinks that this magic is no ordinary magic, especially since Chan Yu is a lanehaber. The purple mana from the orb spreads all around. Chan Yu asks whether Louis is familiar with a magic missile. Louis looks upward at the orb as it forms a whirl of black-purple mana. Numerous purple arrows release from the whirl and strike toward Louis. Chan Yu remarks that he wishes the Royal Highness good luck in dodging them. The arrows approach Louis. He worries that this is simply bizarre and that he does not understand. He avoids an arrow with a swing of his sword, but another arrow approaches from behind and strikes at his back. Louis thinks that the lanehabers are knights known for their swordcraft above all else, not magic. The ground around him collapses due to the magic. He worries and thinks that this is not just any magic. It requires tremendous talent, and many arrows also stand in the air. Chan Yu turns his hand toward Louis and remarks that he can practically hear the words forming in his mind, "Sir." The arrows again approach to attack. Chan Yu clenches his hand and says that the answer is no, and that he resorts to no expedient, unlike someone who chooses to hide in borrowed shells, rather like a hermit crab. Louis angrily asks whether the filthy dark blood is mocking his prince. Chan Yu replies that it is funny that Louis should accuse him of mockery after all that he has done to him. Louis asks what he means. Chan Yu explains whether he is suggesting that it was not Louis' plan to denigrate his achievements and humiliate the houses of darkness through this duel, crafting a contest inherently unequal. He asks where the sense of royal honor lies in it. Penelope and Xanos watch the scene. Louis is in very bad condition, and he clenches his eyes in anger. He then forms a square box with his magic in his hand. A blue mana spreads from the box everywhere and creates a circular barrier around Chan Yu and him. Louis angrily asks what Chan Yu says, and he thinks that this barrier should suffice to ensure the curve and his own privacy. Chan Yu responds by wondering what that is supposed to accomplish. Louis says that if he were Chan Yu, he would not wag his tongue so freely. He adds that he has heard of Chan Yu but never knew just how deranged he is, and now he seems deranged enough to confront him. He warns that once the duel concludes, all the knights serving the throne surround him and demand his head. Chan Yu smiles and says that he is sure Louis has heard the headmistress speak, and he asks whether she wishes an untimely death upon her favorite student. He then takes out the orb from his shirt. Louis asks what he is doing. The orb's mana also spreads. A voice from the orb says that Chan Yu, her favorite, talks in dreams, and whether dream talking or not, he has her attention now. Louis asks if that voice is the new headmistress. The headmistress from the orb states that she believes they have met before, and she warns that if Louis seeks to demean her not particularly favored yet cherished student with his princely authority, she swears upon her honor as a sage that she will bring ruin upon him. The headmistress appears from the orb. Louis stands in anger while Chan Yu smiles at the sight. Chan Yu then says that by letter, the throne wishes to receive him as a guest in Talonfeather to reward his valor in fighting for the survival of the royal princess. The headmistress sits on a sofa in front of him, smiles, and listens as Chan Yu adds that they mean to take his head, and she must already be aware. The headmistress eats biscuits and does not reply. Chan Yu says that few sons of darkness venture to the capital and return alive to tell the tale. While eating, the headmistress replies that he is probably right. Chan Yu then snatches the biscuits from her hand and asks whether this is the proper time for biscuits. The headmistress stands near him, tries to take the biscuits back, and says he must not fold her biscuits. Chan Yu begs for help, returns the biscuits to her, and says that as the headmistress of Elydian, a single word from her is enough to silence even the princess. The headmistress asks what of his well-deserved reward and states that good deeds must be rewarded, as it is an absolute rule. Chan Yu says he would rather forfeit his reward than be sent home with nothing but a silver plate under his lifeless head. He wonders how he comes to be entangled in such a quandary. The headmistress smiles and says that magic advances remarkably lately. Severed limbs now reattach within seconds, although a severed head remains a realm yet to be explored. Chan Yu smiles and asks if she is sure that this is the best advice she offers her student. She replies that he leaves her no choice and adds that there is a way for him to keep his prize and return alive, and she asks whether he is interested. Chan Yu replies that he is, but he wonders whether she is truly in earnest. She holds an orb in her hands, and the shadow of Chan Yu appears in it. Chan Yu thinks that Headmistress Trinity's crystal is a kind of remote communication device. He considers that what makes it stand out among artifacts for communication is its ability to transfer magic. She holds the orb, magic releases from it, and he thinks it also helps that Trinity is both a sage and the head of Elydian. Even a prince cannot take her lightly. Chan Yu mutters that even the headmistress can be of help once in a while. The headmistress replies that she hears him and assumes that he esteems her help little. Chan Yu denies it and says no, ma'am. Louis stands in front of Chan Yu, huffing. He says that, goodness, my dear headmistress, there clearly is a misunderstanding, and that if he had known Chan Yu was so dear to her, he would not have dared to act as he did. The headmistress tells him to quit his fawning and asks how he claims she is dear to him or headmistress to him. She adds that if she has ever made a dear friend, it is of his father, not him, and she does not recall having him as her student. She advises him to examine his breath before he addresses her, as it still reeks of pop. Louis becomes very angry. He apologizes, saying that if he can find any way to make amends, he would. The headmistress tells him to beg Chan Yu for forgiveness, which she says shall suffice. Chan Yu thinks that this is certainly more than he hoped for. Louis trembles and apologizes to Chan Yu. Chan Yu replies that it is kindly received and accepted, and he adds that his tolerance now has no bounds. The headmistress says that, of course, it does, calling him a brazen-faced knave, and she adds that he may now resume his duel. She says she will watch and that he must be fair, which means removing the barrier. Louis replies that he will, as she wishes. Suddenly, Chan Yu rushes and approaches Louis. Louis thinks this is very well, ma'am, but before he finishes, Chan Yu attacks him with his sword. Louis falls to the ground while Chan Yu stands near him. The crowd murmurs, questioning how he dares to act against the royal prince, and says that this is beyond the pale. Penelope wonders how he does it. Chan Yu asks what Louis is thinking and considers whether he has more than one life. Ma'am. Penelope replies that life-risking boldness alone does not let someone strike at a crown prince, and she says he must have some other card up his sleeve. She thinks it is preposterous, a son of darkness flaunting his power at the heart of the empire, and she assumes he has some force behind him. Penelope adds that she must keep him at her side by any means. Xenos replies that certainly, ma'am, he is still loath to admit it. But Chan Yu proves himself a force to be reckoned with, both in the woods and during their entrance ceremony. He adds that if this duel proves anything, it is that Chan Yu has no intention of joining her brother's side. Penelope smiles and says this is the perfect time to set one of her plans in motion. Xenos asks to which plan she refers, and Penelope whispers something in her ear. Xenos responds with ma'am and asks if she is quite serious. A guard shouts that His Highness must be taken to the physician's chamber at once and that there must be no after effects. The majordomo tells the maids to make haste and warns that absolutely no one must learn what happens there today. He asks if he is clear, and everyone replies that he is. Your Royal Highness. Chan Yu stands there while guards and maids rush toward the injured Louis. Later at night, Chan Yu sits on his bed with the orb placed beside him. He puts his hand on his head and says that it is close, and that Louis, that unhinged man, truly deserves the name-ending ruiner. He reaches toward the orb and thinks that its performance is worthy of the name of its first owner, and that the orb is not just useful now but remains useful until the latter half of the game. He holds the orb and says he simply cannot deny that it simplifies the duel for him quite a bit, although he does not dare dream of cheating like that again. Suddenly, someone knocks at his door. Chan Yu twitches his eyes and thinks someone is trying to get back at him already, far too quickly. He holds his sword and asks who is there. Penelope and Xenos stand behind the door. Xenos tells him that it is she, Echidna von Xenos, and that Her Royal Highness wishes to speak with him in private. Chan Yu wonders whether Echidna is someone Louis sends to harm him. He asks if it is required this instant. Xenos replies that yes, Lanehaber, this instant. Chan Yu thinks that it feels like more trouble waits at the door. He opens the door and says that she may enter. Penelope stands before him and enters the room while Xenos remains outside. Chan Yu asks what brings her there and adds that if she seeks to chastise him over the duel, he must inform her that they have an agreement. Penelope removes her gown from her head and asks why she would chastise him, saying there is no need for him to feign ignorance with her. Chan Yu asks what she means. Ma'am. Penelope replies that, in all honesty, she cannot picture her brother and herself breaking bread like merry siblings. Chan Yu says nothing. Penelope says she will find herself a seat, and afterward they both sit on the sofas facing each other. Chan Yu mentions that they are nearing midnight and adds that surely there are more suitable hours for conversation. Penelope denies this and says that now is the perfect time. Chan Yu thinks she must be joking, because casually dropping by at such an hour starts rumors, and he wonders what she plans to do if such rumors spread. Penelope says she guesses he is concerned about words getting out. Chan Yu replies that, if they are being honest, yes, ma'am. He adds that the royal princess staying with the son of darkness after midnight is scandalous in itself. Penelope replies that he thinks along the same lines as she does. Chan Yu asks her forgiveness. Penelope smiles and says that what a scandal it would be, and that words will spread, and for that reason, she comes. Chan Yu thinks he cannot understand what she means and asks her to explain further, saying he fails to understand and asks if she might enlighten him. Penelope says his name, Knox von Lanehaber. Chan Yu replies yes, ma'am. She closes her eyes briefly and then opens them, and says that she fears he will have to marry her. On the night of the blood moon inside the palace, some people sit around a table on chairs. Luna asks if it is true that their daring recruit sets off to Talonfeather for the Ark River. A man replies that it seems so, and that the royal family summons him. Luna asks if he is so naive as to obey and whether he has no notion of the humiliation that awaits him there. A girl smiles and says that this is why the young ones are not to be trusted. She is Marine, a member of Leonatic's High Council. Marine says she is sure Luna has her reasons for letting him in, but she has yet to see them herself. A boy beside her, Kyle, another council member, tells her to watch her tongue and asks when the Grand Mistress requires her permission in recruitment matters. Marine protests, but Kyle says impertinence is never acceptable, especially in an organization at odds with the throne. Madame Luna orders them to end the dispute over the recruit. Someone scratches a mechanical hand hook on the wall and steps inside. He says that, even so, there is some truth in Marine's words. He is Krigoyle, also a member of the High Council. He asks what prompts this sudden change of mind when they have not considered recruitment for a long time. Luna replies that she simply finds the boy intriguing. Krigoyle says he cannot imagine her developing romantic interest in the young boy and asks if her interest is directed toward his family. Madame Luna denies this and says the Lanehaber family has nothing to do with it. She adds that Theodore is in accord with them, yet the boy seems to have little affection for his family. Kyle says this is astonishing. Marine asks whether it would not be wise to be more cautious and questions why a Lanehaber would trouble himself to assist a criminal organization. She says they must ascertain his motives. Madame Luna agrees and says Marine makes a valid point. Luna then lays out the plan. They assign the boy his first mission so they can observe his performance and discern whether he might turn traitorous. Luna asks Marine for her opinion. Marine thinks that even though she did not receive a mission in her first year, she admits the plan is necessary. Marine replies that it is a sound plan. The boy council member concurs, Kyle seconds it, and Krigoyle supports it as well. Luna adds that Marine will take part, since the boy will need her support in the field and she is his superior. Marine glows with happiness and says she is indeed superior. She thinks about how beautiful the word sounds to her and thinks that, although she does not know who the boy is, he is about to see his superior set majestic examples. Marine then asks for details regarding the mission, the hidden underground stairs of Elydian. She says that according to a recent report, the governing body of Elydian uses those stairs as the hiding place for the Mana Stone of Payman, one of the 72 demons. Luna replies that the boy will be in charge of delaying the security forces while they break in and take the Mana Stone. She says she trusts Marine to support him. Marine happily replies that it is considered done and stands from her chair in excitement. A girl arrives and remarks that Marine is no longer at the lowest rank. She congratulates her. She is Isel, a member of the Leonatic High Council. She wishes Marine the best of luck. Marine salutes her and says she will make every effort within her power. On the other hand, Penelope tells Knox von Lanehaber that he has to marry her. Chanyu asks for forgiveness and asks if he may at least inquire about what prompts her to make such a hasty decision. Penelope answers that such an inquiry is unnecessary and says that he is surely aware of her tenuous standing within the royal court. Chanyu thinks that, of course, politics are involved, and for a moment, he actually believes she has fallen for that man's pretty face. Penelope explains that support for the royal family is divided between two factions and that many within the court whisper that her father is in poor health and may soon need to abdicate. She says that the real question is who shall succeed him when that time comes. One candidate is her brother, who is supported by his own faction and presently commands the greatest authority within the court. The other candidate, she says, is herself, Penelope von Arkheim, though she admits she has little support. Chanyu asks why she confides such a grave concern to him. Penelope holds a cup of tea and says that she stands on a fragile base of support, and it cannot be denied that her brother has a more legitimate claim to the throne, being the eldest child of the emperor and better connected with the aristocrats. She adds that discussions already take place behind the curtain regarding the rewards they will receive once he ascends the throne. Chanyu asks if she truly has the ambition to succeed to the throne. Penelope replies that in a way she does, but more precisely, she refuses to stand by while Louis drives the empire to ruin. She says that he must have noticed Louis's hidden beastliness and the way he regards his subjects as mere instruments. Chanyu admits that he has noticed and thinks that, from his own first-hand experience, Louis is aptly dubbed the ending ruiner. Penelope rises from the sofa and says that this is why she needs a strong backing. She walks toward him and states that she requires a force that Louis has failed to gather for himself, one that he cannot take lightly. Chan Yu understands that she means him. Penelope moves to the window, looks at the moon, and confirms precisely. Chan Yu hesitates and thinks he must escape from this situation, as getting entangled in her problems would leave him with no way out. Penelope continues, saying that searching for help is beyond her capabilities, and she is already betrothed, so Lady Steinleiner can neither charm nor impress her. A status window informs Chan Yu that he is agitated and that his trait performance for a gifted actor is affected. He thinks that she is determined to push her plan through and sees no way out. Chan Yu then asks whether her plan can survive his reputation, saying that an aide to the royal princess needs more than swordsmanship. Penelope glances back at him and tells him to listen carefully, then explains their plan. She says he saved her life in the nameless woods. Chan Yu confirms that he does. She reaches out and touches his hands, saying that his actions are even more remarkable because he is the son of darkness. Chan Yu admits internally that she is not wrong, though the situation feels strange. Penelope asks what their official explanation should be, whether he falls for her or she falls for him. Chan Yu wonders in disbelief and asks if she is serious. She replies that nothing in the world is strictly impossible. She holds his hands with both of hers and says that royalty has the privilege to choose their own match if proper legal channels are followed, and she adds that perhaps she will even fall for his charming face. At night, it is said that Chan Yu lies peacefully on his bed. Zitri comes to him and says that she does not quite understand what is taking place. She holds a journal and flips through the pages, which state that Her Royal Highness Princess Penelope declares immediate affection for a knight from a decadent family, and that she recently announced her plans for engagement. The chosen partner is announced to be Mr. Knox von Lanehaber, her classmate at Elydian and the youngest cyclone of the infamous House of Darkness. Chan Yu asks in surprise how a report or journal is already published, and says that Her Highness's proclivity gives him the shudders. Zitri says she hears that his visit to the capital is filled with events, but she scarcely begins to understand how they lead to such a conclusion. Chan Yu sits up and says that he now appears to be a pawn in the war of succession between two aspiring monarchs. Zitri wonders aloud about a war of succession, and Chan Yu explains precisely that Penelope needs to elbow her elder brother aside to seize the throne, and therefore she intends to make use of him. This, he says, is her justification for choosing him as her intended. Zitri says that it is sad that Prince Louis aggressively secures his hold within the royal court, though she never imagines that Her Royal Highness will strike back by allying with the family of darkness. Chan Yu murmurs that Penelope says she thinks highly of him. Zitri asks forgiveness, and Chan Yu replies that Penelope finds it promising that he is a well-known lout. Zitri smiles, and Chan Yu says that Penelope is sneaky because she knows he is a boor shunned even by his own family, and she takes full advantage of that. Suddenly, he notices something and grips his sword. Zitri asks him what is happening. Chan Yu stops her and looks outside the window. He wonders what appears at this hour and who it might be. He sees red mana spreading across the sky and a girl standing on the terrace of the building in front of his room. He thinks that the situation begins now and that the flash has begun. Marine then relays Madame Luna's orders, stating that for his first task, the new boy must establish contact with his colleague and superior, Marine, at the library. Chan Yu walks away while Zitri remains near the window, observing the scene outside. Marine sits on top of a building, watching the inside of Chan Yu's room through binoculars. She comments that he does not cut as dashing a figure as rumored, though he is still green. She wonders how he secures Madame Luna's favor when he appears sickly. She smiles and says that she will judge for herself whether he deserves to be the new face of Leonatic. In the royal court library, several people sit reading books. Chan Yu stands near a bookshelf while Xenos stands behind him. Xenos tells him that Celestia will return soon. Chan Yu replies that he is going to kick her the moment she arrives, then shuts the book. Xenos notices him. Lars enters and says that the headmistress requires his presence and requests Chan Yu to sort and shelve the scattered books. He hands Chan Yu a large stack of them and leaves, telling him to enjoy himself. Chan Yu silently curses him. Xenos reprimands him for using vulgar language behind a teacher's back and tells him to stop immediately. Chan Yu turns to her and asks what she knows about the life of a TA. Xenos asks if he needs a teaching aid. Chan Yu replies that the duties of a cadet assistant are far more tiresome than expected and asks her to stay out of it because he is on the verge of losing his temper. Xenos replies that she understands and agrees. After that, it is said that Chan Yu walks away while holding the box. From behind, Xenos calls to him and says that she has something to mention. Chan Yu notices her and says that if she has yet another irrelevant opinion, he refuses to hear it. Xenos denies that she intends to share any opinion and says that there is, indeed, great hostility between them. Chan Yu looks back and asks whether that is any wonder, given the way she treats him. She replies that, in any case, she must offer her apologies on Her Highness's behalf, and she dares not ask him to be understanding. Chan Yu asks her what she means. She replies that she is aware he is already promised to a girl and assures him that it is not Princess Penelope's intention to bring him misery. Chan Yu says that he is taken aback by the marriage talks, but what puzzles him now is why Xenos apologizes in Penelope's place. Xenos says that she asks him not to take it amiss, that she is not asking him to annul or dissolve anything, and that since he is a son of darkness, she only wants him to know that the princess normally does not wish unhappiness upon others. Chan Yu looks at her in surprise. Then he asks whether she truly holds Penelope dear. He thinks that he should have known that Xenos, too, is a round character with her own story, one he would never learn while playing the game from the outside. He feels something pressing on his chest and wonders whether this is excitement or some elevating sensation he has never expected from a game. Chan Yu closes his fist and says that she may save her concern, for he is sure Penelope gives the matter due consideration. Xenos wonders at his words. Chan Yu adds that all he can do at present is shelve the books, unless she intends to help, and she should mind her own affairs. Xenos wonders for a moment and then nods, saying that he has her heartfelt gratitude. Chan Yu asks her why she suddenly speaks so formally, saying that cheap titillations are not to his taste, and continues placing books on the shelf. Suddenly, he notices that one book turns red when he places it on the shelf. He glances at it and sees the title, which states that contact is established and a task is to be assigned by the Marine. He thinks that he would never have guessed they would contact him in this manner. Chan Yu excuses himself, saying he has a matter to attend to. Xenos tells him to do as he pleases. Chan Yu closes the door, thinks for a moment, opens the book, and reads that the Monostone of Payman, the demon sealed on the night of the previous carnage, is hidden beneath the grounds of Elydine, and that the organization intends to seize it. The message instructs him to assess and deliver internal information about Elydine and to restrain as many students and staff as possible. Chan Yu thinks that the first main episode of this hellish game now begins. At night, the maid girl becomes worried and asks in a frightened tone whether the young lady is all right. A girl covers herself completely with her gown. The maid remarks that it has been 2 days since she last left her bed and expresses concern that she might fall ill. The girl does not respond and continues covering herself with the gown. The maid thinks that she wonders how Princess Penelope comes to be entangled with Master Nox. She reflects that, while he could be charming, he is from a house of darkness, and knowing how His Grace dotes on Miss Thalia, she imagines that once the news reaches him, he will want Master Nox's head. She fears this could escalate into a feud between the two houses. The maid comes near the bed and tells the young lady that it is time she arose. Suddenly, Thalia removes her gown. The maid wonders and asks in surprise. Thalia emerges from the bed, turns to stand near the maid, and addresses her as Emma. The maid replies that she is present and thinks that the situation is frightening. Thalia states that today marks her first day as an adult. Emma asks what she means. Thalia explains that she has realized others may snatch what is hers from her very grasp and that she should have known her father was right. The only way to keep what is hers is to be strong. Then she smiles. Emma begins to speak, but Thalia interrupts her, asking whether she thinks the same. Emma does not respond, surprised. Thalia smiles and steps forward toward Emma. Emma thinks that Master Nox should run for the hills. On the other hand, Chan Yu reflects that Payman, the Grand Duke, is the one who unleashes the previous night of carnage. He recalls that Nox's mother is among its victims. He also notes that Payman reverses Noah's time, which leads to her current childlike appearance. Chan Yu thinks that the first main episode revolves around the mission to kill him, but he acknowledges that he does not yet have the power to do so. He considers that his chances are marginally improved thanks to the random stat upgrade he receives after bathing in the Ark River. He takes off his gown and enters the Ark River. The status window informs him that he is bathing in the Ark River, and that a hidden effect is activated. He dips his hand into the water. The status window informs him that he gains 2 attribute points at random. Chan Yu smiles and observes his wet hand. The status window informs him that he gains 1 point. Chan Yu remarks that, as if that were not enough, another hidden effect is activated. He acquires Draconic, the language of lost ancient magic. A beam of light appears in his hand. He thinks that apart from the marriage talk, it has been a productive journey. Marine stands above on a pillar behind Chan Yu and remarks that the place can be difficult to find. Chan Yu glances at her and asks whether she is a Marine. She confirms that she is, stating that her code name is Marine, and she adds that she notices he is being quite short with her, which she does not appreciate. She reminds him that she is his superior at Lunatic and also his senior in age, asking if he understands. She points her 2 fingers toward him. Chan Yu asks why that should matter and thinks that, to be honest, Marine is one of the lunatics he feels uncomfortable with. The status window informs him that her name is Marine, her sex is female, her age is 17, her race is human, and her primary element is water. It lists her accomplishments as part of Lunatic. Her traits are positive, cheerful, admirable, complete, trustworthy, gifted with sensitivity to mana, appealing, gifted, and an archer, neutral and negative, prejudging, sense of inferiority, bossy, and motion sickness. Her attributes are Stamina 12, Luck 6, Willpower 13, and Charm 20. Her skills include passive skills like Archery Boost and Auto Target, and active skills such as Water Shoot. Chan Yu thinks that she has a trait that is, in a sense, the most dislikable among the inner lunatics. Marine emphasizes that it matters because he is her junior, meaning he must address her as Miss Marine, and she starts smiling. Chan Yu remarks to himself that there it goes, thinking that no drum roll is necessary. It is bossy, damn it. Marine shouts that Chan Yu thinks she is a do-man drink. She bursts in anger and insists that he is wrong, explaining that it is only that the world needs her guidance. Chan Yu observes that she tends to gibber at length. Marine steps onto the ground and demands that he show more respect, reminding him that she joined Lunatic years before him and is his senior by 2 years. Chan Yu replies that he heard it the first time and asks whether she is so foolish as to expect respect from a non-lout. Marine insists that Lunatic is governed by strict rules among its members. Chan Yu interrupts her, noting that people are approaching and suggesting that they move to the hideout. Marine clenches her hand, snaps her fingers, and states that she gives him leeway only because it is his first task. A paper flashes above Chan Yu's head, releasing light from it. He notices it. Marine says that they can continue the discussion in the hideout and instructs him to dip the scroll in 2. Chan Yu holds the paper and smiles, thinking that it must be a low-grade transportation scroll, not so different from live action. He tears the paper into 2 pieces, and purple mana releases from the pieces. After that, they both disappear and reach a strange room. Marine notes that the others are simply getting used to the blasted magic scroll. She tells him to take a seat, taps her hand on the table, and says that she has provided a rough outline of their task, but repeats it just in case. She coughs slightly and asks whether he has heard about the Night of Carnage. Chan Yu confirms that he has. He explains that during that night, Headmistress Trinity, Celsus the Supreme, and his own father worked in tandem and narrowly succeeded in restraining the Grand Duke Payman. Marine agrees and remarks that Payman is highly dangerous, putting it mildly. She notes that he is a monster that 3 of the continent's mightiest can barely contain, and the real problem is that the stone he is sealed within was lost almost immediately. Chan Yu replies that lunatics have realized it has been lying beneath the academy, and it is their task to divert people's attention while their superiors destroy it. Marine compliments him for being a quick study and says he might turn out rather useful, even if he refuses to address her with respect. Chan Yu tells her to let go of her pity obsession. Marine angrily twitches her eyes and asks about his mention of a pitiful obsession. Chan Yu asks whether the time for action has been decided. Marine replies that it has been decided more or less and will take place during his evening study hall hour. She explains that it will be his charge to ensure that the students and teachers do not leave the hall. Chan Yu says it sounds simple enough, but asks whether it is plausible, questioning whether they can destroy the magic stone without giving Payman a chance to come back. Marine responds that he does not have the faintest idea of what a wonder Madame Luna can be, noting that she is the youngest of the three Supremes and the savior of the frustrating continent. She assures him that the thing he fears will not come to pass. Chan Yu thinks it would be ideal if things went as smoothly as Marine says, but he knows they will not. Payman will return during this episode. He reflects that the first chapter of the main episode, The Libranath and the Night of Carnage, discourages a great number of newbies from continuing. Even if Payman is not in his complete form, any slight mistake could blow the whole school to bits. To protect the units at Elydian, he realizes he must play both the protagonist and the villain perfectly. He concentrates eagerly on Marine and asks her to tell him the specifics of the task. On the other hand, Rick steps into a strange room where a circular mana crystal sits on the thick wooden stem of a tree. He comes near the crystal and announces that all is ready, addressing it as Your Grace, and notes that it only needs to show itself and lay waste to the real arm as it did last time. Black mana releases from the crystal in a massive amount. A voice emanates from the crystal, remarking that this magic is pleasing to its ears. It explains that some cursed riches prevent its complete resurrection, but this will suffice. Rick bows his head and affirms his obedience. The voice adds that should this plan come to fruition, Rick will shed his shabby guise as a devil man and be reborn a true devil, warning him not to disappoint it. Rick smiles. Meanwhile, in the palace, everyone stands around whispering. Chan Yu is also present. Xenos glances at Chan Yu and then turns her face away. Penelope watches Steeliner and expresses her regret over the circumstances, but she trusts that Miss Steeliner will understand, explaining that the human mind is ever unpredictable. Chan Yu addresses her as Your Highness and turns his head toward Thalia, calling her name. Thalia initially says nothing, then smiles. Chan Yu, bursting in anger, thinks that he totally forgot to check if she is doing all right. Chan Yu glances at Penelope and wonders how things end up like this. The cadets around him chat among themselves, saying that they hear the evening study hall will be reserved only for the 7 highest scorers in the class. Others comment that the evening study hall offers extra marks for attendance. One cadet complains that if he had studied a little harder, he could have made it into the group. Another cadet tells him not to exaggerate, saying he is nearer the bottom than the top. Some cadets remark that all the seats are claimed by lofty, important nobles, meaning common folk cannot join even if they have the marks. One cadet responds that he already knows that and asks what kind of fool they take him for, adding that the rotten blue bloods care for no one but themselves and that their grand talk of equality means nothing. Another cadet asks how this situation is any different from the world outside the school, but admits that none of them understands how the nobles think. A girl cadet asks whether the chosen students have been announced and what the criteria are. A cadet answers that the selection is based on marks. One of them begins to cry, saying the reminder hurts, and adds that one particular student is the last person he expects to see selected. Chan Yu steps in, hearing all their whispering. Every cadet looks at him in surprise. One cadet quietly mutters the Lanehaber brat. Chan Yu notices him and thinks that, of course, someone has to speak ill of him. He admits to himself that it never feels good to be talked about, but reminds himself that he needs to ace his exam. He considers why. The most important factor for fighting Payman, the newbie discourager, is grades. As odd as it sounds, if his grades are poor, he will not be allowed into the evening study hall group, and if he cannot enter the group, he will not be able to keep them inside during the coming incident. A cadet mumbles that Chan Yu is a wretched poser. Another cadet says that being good-looking and well-supported does not make him the best, while a third argues that it actually does. One cadet bursts out in anger, demanding why the other is defending Chan Yu and calling him the foe of every man. A cadet from behind asks if he lives in a cave, insisting he hears no news. He tells them that Chan Yu is chosen to wed the royal princess and could lop off their heads in an instant. Everyone reacts with shock. Another cadet warns them to mind their tongues because Chan Yu might hear them. Chan Yu thinks that he can hear all 3 of those morons perfectly. He takes a breath and reminds himself that he must stay on good terms with the lunatics, since once he attempts to cut ties with the Lanehabers, they will be his only way out. He glances at the system and thinks that on the 7th and final night of the study hall sessions, Payman will surely return, and he must stop him from getting his way. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Chan Yu wonders whether he should check the rest of the group. He checks the list and sees that he is in first place, Leon Marbus is in second, Penelope is in third, Thalia is in fourth, Xenos is in fifth, and Eleanor is in sixth. Chan Yu thinks he knows this situation from TV shows, calling it the equivalent of his current girlfriend versus his ex. He considers it the worst, especially because he believes he has done nothing wrong. Thalia smiles and says that she understands Penelope, and that unless she speaks out of turn, she might even say Nox is a man of great virtue and that she finds the trait appealing. Penelope expresses gratitude for her understanding. Thalia, however, says she cannot give way without resistance. Penelope and Xenos stand and watch her. Thalia explains that her family attaches great meaning to hard-fought prizes, including men. Penelope replies that she wishes her the best of luck, adding that she hears Thalia's betrothal is a decision imposed by her family. She walks closer to Chan Yu and says it seems genuine feelings are involved. Chan Yu responds that the feelings are not of the kind he appreciates, and he glances at Thalia. A flash then appears before him and instructs him to return to the hideout, saying further details of the plan will be shared and urging him to make haste. Chan Yu notices it, and he is transported to the hideout. Marine sits on an upper platform and addresses him as new kid. Chan Yu looks at her. She asks who he really is and jumps down, saying she hears rumors about his match with the princess. She asks whether he thinks it is wise to get married amid such chaos and whether he has lost his mind. Chan Yu answers that she has clearly heard the news, but he himself does not fully understand the situation either. He says the only conclusion he draws is that the princess intends to use him to keep the prince in check. Marine asks whether he thinks she summons him just to hear some trade excuse. Chan Yu responds that she summons him to discuss their task. Marine shouts that she has heard enough and insists she must get her answer. She says she is tasked with assisting Madame Luna and declares that she does not allow anyone of doubtful loyalty to join a mission. She points her finger toward Chan Yu. Chan Yu asks whether she is doubting the judgment of her superiors. She replies that, as his superior, she has the freedom to assess him, and she shouts that she must determine whether he truly deserves a place among them and whether he will avoid becoming a burden. She draws her sword, and Chan Yu draws his as well, saying he hopes she does not come to regret her decision. Marine then takes an arrow from her back. As Chan Yu watches, she shoots the arrow at him and says the same to him. Chan Yu avoids the attack by swinging his sword, and she is surprised. She attacks Chan Yu again and shoots another arrow at him. Chan Yu glances back in surprise. Marine says she will show mercy and adds that she hopes luck favors his survival. Chan Yu thinks that Marine is not bluffing. He reflects that the Seafolk are one of the legendary tribes whose lineage records are now lost, and he considers that she is their descendant. He thinks that the destructive power of her water shot is beyond imagination, and that even the head of the lunatics has difficulty defending against it perfectly. The status window informs him that his trait-gifted actor is strongly activated. He thinks that the best course of action is to avoid provoking her, yet he also considers that he does not currently have the means to earn her trust. He thinks that if he tries and fails, the episode is likely to be ruined. He concludes that this means he must choose the best possible option available to him. Chan Yu mutters that he defeats her decisively. He swings his sword and says that a purple mana surrounds him. Marine wonders that Madame Luna may hold him in high regard, but to others, he is a subordinate. She says that if she were in his place, she would think twice about her attitude, and she claims that she is justified in demanding his explanation. She asks what sort of tie he has with the princess and why he is at the center of the mayhem. Chan Yu hits his sword on the ground, and the water spreads everywhere. Marine shouts that she is to believe it is merely a coincidence. Chan Yu replies that all he hears is that she does not wish to place her trust in him, and he asks why he should bother to explain. Marine holds her bow and says that she wants to see how long he stays haughty and arrogant. She shoots a water arrow at him, and the water spreads between them. Chan Yu stands in the water and says that he needs only a narrow opening to reach her. He swings his sword on the water, and the water disappears. Marine falls on the ground, then shoots another arrow at him, and says that she knows from the beginning he does not fall for it, and she asks if he thinks the petty trick is effective. She shoots another water arrow. Chan Yu glances at the attack, and the status window informs him that he has activated an active skill, the time of genius, and time starts flowing slowly for him. He thinks that he does not want to reveal his hand so soon, but he cannot help it now. He moves his head aside and avoids the attack. Marine wonders how he evades an arrow shot from less than 10 yards away. Chan Yu raises his sword and strikes the ground, and the water spreads again. Marine worries as the water forms a whirl from the ground to the ceiling. After that, Marine asks what that is. She walks toward Chan Yu and says that such power is not in the grasp of a 15-year-old. She asks what business he has with the lunatics and what his true intention is. Chan Yu looks at his sword. Marine smiles and says that it does not matter. If he does not confess, she will find out for herself. She shoots many water arrows, and they form a whirl around Chan Yu. Chan Yu forms a purple mana in his hands, and many purple arrows are released, colliding with the water arrows. Marine continues attacking him with water arrows while he blocks her with his sword. Marine thinks that even if he does not intend to take advantage of them, his talent poses a threat to Madame Luna should he ever change sides. She wonders whether he shows mercy to her, why he is not using his full strength, whether this is part of his plan to turn them into tools, or if it is because she is his fellow lunatic. Chan Yu turns his sword toward Marine and asks if she means to continue, saying he grows weary of having to restrain himself. Marine angrily asks how he dares to speak that way to his superior. She thinks she cannot defeat him and wonders why, asking herself if he is far more talented than she is. She thinks that one thing remains clear. If she fails to do her best, she will suffer the harm, or worse, all of the lunatics will suffer together. She mutters that she cannot accept Knox von Lanehaber as one of them and thinks that, as remarkable as he is, his conduct and intentions remain shrouded in mystery. She places an arrow on her bow and says that this is why, according to the codes of the lunatics, she must rid them of him here and now. She throws a water arrow at him. She thinks that the attack coming is the secret skill of the Seafolk, Watershoot, and believes that with her current defenses, she will drop the moment she takes it. Chan Yu thinks about whether he can dodge it and admits that he cannot be certain, so he thinks that this leaves him no choice. As the water arrow approaches Chan Yu, a barrier forms around him, and a sword falls nearby. Marine wonders about it. Luna arrives and asks what is happening, telling Marine that she instructs her to complete her duty with her subordinates, not to kill one as a warm welcome. She stands at the top of the place. Chan Yu glances back at her. Marine becomes panicked and says that Madame Luna has arrived. Chan Yu greets her by saying good evening. Luna says that the daring boy must also answer her and adds that if he fails to give a satisfactory explanation for his actions, they will both suffer her rage. Luna asks again what the meaning of Marine's actions is. She jumps down to the ground and says that Marine's duty is to divert the Academy's attention away from their undertaking, and she adds that she does not recall asking Marine to stir up a fuss of her own. Marine says that she should be forgiven, explaining that she only wishes to be sure that Chan Yu's loyalty to their cause is genuine. Luna asks whether her own judgment as the leader is not sufficient in that matter and says that it is not Marine's place to question it. She lifts her swing and says that she merely alters the course of Marine's arrow, and even that chips her dagger. She says that it seems Marine is willing to endanger Chan Yu's life should the worst come to pass, and she asks whether that is true. Marine shamelessly says nothing. Luna glances at Chan Yu and says that she understands and also believes that he has yet to show any true resolve to serve the group, but she adds that Marine has overstepped her bounds. She says that there is only one circumstance that warrants the murder of a fellow lunatic and asks if Marine has not forgotten it. Marine says that she has not, and that it is the betrayal of a fellow lunatic. Luna tells her to take heed, saying that this is a warning and she must not repeat this error. She glances at Chan Yu and says that the same warning applies to him as well. Chan Yu replies that he keeps it in mind. Marine stands there sadly. Luna then asks the new boy if he cares for a walk, and Chan Yu says he would like that. At night, Luna walks through the street while Chan Yu walks behind her. Luna says that she hopes he understands that she has to chastise them both to maintain a sense of hierarchy within the group. Chan Yu replies that if his feelings were so easily wounded, his hard-earned reputation as a lute would not survive. Luna agrees and looks at him. Chan Yu adds that she need not worry about him and thinks that Marine surely has her own reasons to harbor doubts concerning him. Luna says that she must ask once again for his understanding and explains that Marine has endured trying times she cannot discuss. She says Marine has not always been so aggressively distrustful. She smiles and says that Chan Yu owes her a life because she just saved his. Chan Yu looks at her. She says that had Marine's arrow found its mark, Chan Yu would certainly perish, and she adds that it is quite terrifying. Luna says that she sees he is not shaken. Chan Yu replies that he is used to flirting with death. She smiles and says that he is a bore and that now she sees why Marine despises him. She says that one arrow once secures Marine her robe and position in their cause. She explains that Marine is not the strongest combatant, but when she shoots one of her elaborate shots, the havoc it unleashes is enough to trouble even her. She admits she herself may have difficulty deflecting one if it flies directly toward her. Chan Yu thinks that although he has just seen the arrow ruin Luna's dagger, something does not seem right. He wonders why such a powerful archer never appears in the main episode. He thinks about the sea folk, who possess the utmost mastery of water and archery, and remembers that Marine is the last of her people. Luna says that this is the secret to Marine's power, but then suddenly stops speaking. Chan Yu notices this and thinks that even among the long-gone tribes, the sea folk are the most remarkable, though he has only read about them in guidebooks and never seen them himself. He mutters that the next time they brawl, he must not let Marine have time to draw her bow. Luna says that he must not think of brawling in the first place and asks whether he has not heard her. She puts a finger on his forehead and tells him he is fortunate to be alive and that Marine's powers bring grave danger when she goes berserk. Chan Yu moves back and brushes his hair. He smiles and says that he has only now realized how vast the garden is. He thinks that one intense arrow shot could be another card up his sleeve. Chan Yu moves forward and then looks back at Luna. Luna tells him that he is strong enough to overpower Marine before she loses control, and she adds that he is cold and dispassionate, his blade swift and without falter. Chan Yu replies that he suddenly feels he is receiving undue compliments. Luna says that this is why he will do her a favor and adds that as he fulfills this task, if Marine shows any sign of giving way to rage, he must slay her, since only he can do it. Later, during the study hour, a professor writes on the board and tells the students that to become accomplished knights and magicians, they must learn to unlock all 3 centers of energy in their bodies. He adds that natural talents influence their progress, but only diligence helps them succeed in unlocking them. Chan Yu, Penelope, Xenos, Thalia, and Lion sit in the classroom. Thalia sits on the upper side and looks at Chan Yu below. Chan Yu looks back at her and thinks about what he has even done wrong and why she could not at least tell his ex-fiancée, his bride-to-be, before doing this. Penelope asks Chan Yu if the scalding, piercing gaze is not too much. Chan Yu irritably replies and asks if she is serious. He thinks that sitting with her during study hour is the last thing he has in mind. He recalls Penelope coming to him and telling him that since they are engaged to one another, if they are seen sitting apart, suspicions will grow. Chan Yu thinks that a royal princess should know better than to mix public and private matters. Penelope smiles and says that their match is marvelous, and adds that now that he is promised to her, her brother will find it difficult to demand his head. Chan Yu thinks that this is unfortunately true. Penelope looks at Thalia on the upper side, and Thalia looks back at her. A girl then walks downstairs. Chan Yu looks at her and asks if she is who he thinks she is. She replies that she is Iana von Sater and says she is pleased to make his acquaintance. Chan Yu thinks that Iana von Sater is the next house leader of the Saters, a family of succubi who, with the skill of seduction, steal men's hearts and then boost their own power through influence. Chan Yu turns his head and says, "Right." Seeing his reaction, Iana becomes worried. Leon says that, voluntary or not, attending these nighttime lectures is tiring, as if their morning lectures are not taxing enough. Xenos replies that they will be all right eventually. Chan Yu mutters that with 3 more lectures left, he finds that unlikely. Leon looks back at Chan Yu and asks how he means that, because he does not understand. The chandelier suddenly falls from the ceiling and shatters on the ground, and everyone there stands from their seats in shock. Thalia wonders what in the world is taking place. Chan Yu thinks that the situation is obvious, as it is the main episode involving the battle against the return of Payman. On the other hand, Payman is shown standing in front of Rick, a peering giant with 3 horns on his head. Rick smiles and says that the event now begins, addressing Payman as his lord. Later, Chan Yu sits with Marine and explains that, in short, the lunatics assign them the task of creating destruction, so their superiors can destroy the stone. Marine replies that he catches on quickly. She adds that when she casts a spell to sever the study hall from the outside, he must prod his classmates into confronting the labyrinth that unfolds before them, and he must hold them off for as long as he can. Chan Yu recalls the moment when the chandelier falls in the study hall and thinks that Marine is doing her job well. He considers the goal clear and believes that he must tell the others as much as he can. He tells everyone present that, for safety's sake, they ought not to stay there unless he misperceives. 2 charms have been activated. He adds that one is a fielding charm that traps them inside and severs their connection to the outside. Chan Yu glances at Lion, and Lion tells the others that the second charm is a shuffling charm that randomly changes the order of floors, meaning they must undo it to escape. Chan Yu thinks that the situation is inconveniently clever, and tells them to undo the shuffling charm first. Penelope agrees, saying he is right since they lack the means to breach the field cast upon them. Iana says she shares the same view and believes that this type of shuffling charm is commonly used against buildings. Chan Yu notices her contribution and wonders why she suddenly tries to help, since she is not one of the characters who actively participate in this episode. He questions whether the original storyline even remains intact. He then tells everyone to listen, saying that, as Marbaz explains, they must undo the charm. Thalia asks how they should undo it, and Chan Yu replies that it is simple, they must figure out the single demand the charm makes and fulfill it. Chan Yu thinks that Thalia is no help as she dislikes thinking hard. He tells them they have 2 choices, either satisfy the charm's demand or forcefully shatter it. Thalia becomes confused, and Lion says that, to put the idea plainly, the wiser choice is to follow the charm's instructions. Chan Yu replies that they must first understand how the area is affected. He instructs them to divide into 2 groups, survey the area, and gather again in exactly 1 hour. Marine approaches them and thinks that this situation confirms her suspicions. Chan Yu may actually have the means to surpass her. She notes that he is not swayed by the grand spell and even earns the confidence of the others. Marine stays in the study hall watching them and then jumps onto a large sculpture of a woman, standing on its head. She says that she will now see how well they manage in their first attempt inside Zone 2 of the labyrinth. She thinks that the Labyrinth of Dreams and Seduction, a hallucination spell, will unhinge their minds and fill them with pleasant delusions. She covers her face with a mask, pours blood-like liquid onto the ground, and makes signs with her hands. She thinks that even the brightest students of Elydian will struggle against its pressure, and she expects the spell to hold them off for at least an hour. The red liquid spreads everywhere, and everyone becomes bewildered. Marine says she trusts the new boy to resist the spell's influence and twitches her eyes. Lion, Chan Yu, Thalia, and the others fall to the ground and become unconscious. Chan Yu shakes slightly, and Marine remarks that she crafted the spell so he is able to withstand it. She adds that she must intervene before the situation spirals out of control. At night, Luna and a boy stand in the air, observing the palace below. Luna observes the palace and says that they should begin. The boy replies that he agrees, "Madam." A spiral wheel of mana forms toward the main door of the palace. They both enter the palace. The boy asks if Luna is sure that she can face a fearsome foe. Luna replies that she is well aware. They enter a room where a man asks them to announce that they have arrived at the shelter of the fallen. A barrier of mana forms in front of them, but they cross it and enter a room where a giant mana crystal stands, covered by barriers from all sides. They hear a voice welcoming them, saying that it knew they would be intrigued. Trinity stands in front of them and identifies Luna as the Mistress of Lunatics, the latest addition to the 3 Supremes, and the last heiress of the Blade of Moonlight. Luna asks Trinity to step aside, warning that the magic stone will bring chaos upon the world, and she draws her sword. Trinity smiles and tells her that she already knows the answer. Luna raises her sword and swings at Trinity, but she is surprised to see Trinity disappear from the place. The boy and Luna glance back as blue mana around the crystal releases arrow attacks at Luna. Luna avoids the arrows by swinging her sword and shattering them. Trinity stands behind Luna and says that she finds great thrill in engaging fierce enemies. She adds that Luna and Payman are among the mightiest, even among devils, and she enjoys dueling them. Luna asks if that is the reason Trinity condones his return before her eyes, so she can engage him again and display her superiority. Trinity smiles and asks what Luna would say if she called him a sweet child. Luna replies that she will take Trinity's life. Trinity laughs and asks why she would take her life. Luna replies that she does it for herself. She rushes toward Trinity to attack. The stones start rumbling as the boy places his hand on the giant stone. Rick stands in front of the stone, which starts shattering, and Payman begins to appear. Later, they reach a sea where water is everywhere. Chan-yu stands at the edge of the water and observes the area, wondering where he is. Suddenly, he notices a fairy standing on the water. He looks at her, puts his hand forward, and thinks that he must go after her and speak with her. He runs toward her on the water. She walks on the water and says that she has lost something precious, and he can help her retrieve it. Suddenly, he notices that she has disappeared. He starts weeping and looks at the place where the fairy was standing. He cries and thinks that she should come back to them. Suddenly, he opens his eyes when Thalia jerks him and calls his name. He finds himself sitting on the ground. Thalia sits near him, and Xenos stands nearby. Chan-yu wipes his tears and asks if he has been weeping. Thalia, with tears in her eyes, says that he has, and she thought they were losing him. Chan-yu thinks about why he is weeping and wonders what just happened in that dream. He does not remember clearly, but he thinks he sees a woman and wonders if he was trying to say something to her, concluding that he might have been. He glances at Thalia and Xenos. Chan-yu stands up and says that he imposes a ghastly sight on them and suggests forgetting it and moving on. He thinks that it is not the time to get lost in thoughts. They all enter the second area. Thalia swings his sword at a monster. Lion releases green mana from his hands at the skeletons. A demon walks toward them and attacks. The skeletons also attack the demon and kill him. The demon falls to the ground, and all the skeletons rush toward his body. Iana releases purple mana from her hands and shoots purple mana arrows at the monster's face. Chan-yu thinks that it is hardly something to fret over, though Xenos also uses her magic. Suddenly, Chan-yu steps on her foot. She angrily asks what he is doing. Chan-yu apologizes and thinks that he should not forget to be a troll and slow them down. All the demons are killed, and their body parts fall to the ground. They all stand there. Leon remarks that it seems they have cleared the second area as well. He huffs, exhausted. Iana stands behind Lion. Penelope comments that Mr. Marbas seems weary. Iana looks at Penelope and admits that the fault is entirely hers, saying that she weakly lacks in skill. She adds, addressing Mr. Lanehaber, how dare she ask if he is failing? Chan-yu replies that he is perfectly well and says that she insults him by comparing him with these weaklings. Thalia looks at him and reminds him that they found him in tears less than 3 hours ago, adding that one might say he is being grand. Penelope remarks that another might say it is not proper to speak thus of her intended. Xenos smiles and apologizes for her impertinence, asking Penelope to forgive her rudeness. Chan-yu looks at her irritably. Xenos explains that it concerns her because they suffer greatly in this area, and she assumes that the next area holds something far worse. Chan-yu replies that he can imagine that and thinks that it is time for him to step into the spotlight. He notes that the third area features the highlight of the labyrinth, the boss monster, and guesses that it is him. On the other hand, near the giant mana crystal, Rick says that at least the Lord shall return to this realm. From an orb near him, Louis calls and asks if Rick hears him. Rick replies that he does and reassures Louis that he need not worry, as things are going splendidly. Rick holds a bottle of red liquid. Louis says that he had best act quickly, as this could be his only chance to rise as a hero. Rick acknowledges and says that he duly understands. Rick thinks that Louis is a fool to dream of single-handedly overpowering Payman and restoring his tarnished honor. He glances at the bottle of liquid, thinking that Louis is surely bound to be weaker upon his return and that he cannot engage a grand devil alone. Rick pours the red liquid from the bottle, thanks Louis for making his job easier, and throws the bottle on the ground, which breaks into pieces. The giant mana crystal starts rumbling, and Rick stands in front of it, opening both arms. Blue flashes appear from the crystal, and Payman's hands appear. Payman stands there. Rick welcomes Payman back and introduces himself as Auschultz de Nefer, a devil man at Payman's service, bowing his head. Payman curses the wretched form he inhabits and asks if he should celebrate merely because he has returned. He asks Al Schultz if he spoke. Rick confirms that he did. Payman says that he smells the unmistakable and familiar scent of a human and asks if it belongs to one of the three who imprisoned him. Rick confirms that it does, and Payman becomes angry. The status window informs Chan Yu that he has activated his artifact Moon Shadow, and that his clone is being created. It tells him to customize the appearance of the clone. Chan Yu thinks about what happens to the boss monster that used to guard the final chamber and reflects that his classmates will not get to meet it. The clone stands in front of Chan Yu and asks why. Chan Yu smiles and says that he killed the boss monster, explaining that the reward is too sweet to pass up. After that, Chan Yu stands before a giant monster lying on the floor. The status window informs him of the monster's name, Lanehaber, its primary element, darkness, and its lack of accomplishments. Chan Yu thinks that this is how he gains less than one random attribute point. The status window continues informing him of his traits, positive ones such as genius, swordsman, fighter, ultra-sensitivity to mana, perceptive eye, gift of memory, heart of steel, gifted actor, and neutral manifestation of darkness, and negative ones such as life-limiting illness, sickliness, cold hands and feet, and possession. It further informs him about his attributes, willpower, hidden attributes, and skills. It also states that his death from the life-limiting illness is scheduled in 147 days. Chan Yu observes the window and thinks that it is a welcome addition to his recent gains in stamina and MP. He reflects that reaping rewards is good, but his duty as a lunatic is to stall his classmates in the labyrinth, and to fulfill this duty, he devises a plan. He summons another version of himself with Moon Shadow, tweaks the clone's appearance, and places him where the boss monster once stood. After customizing the clone, he lets it walk into position. Chan Yu thinks that since the clone is technically another version of himself, it will be stronger than the monster, though not stronger than him. Thalia asks where he has been, and Chan Yu steps in and says that it is none of her business. He thinks that he will simply play along with the situation and run out the clock. The clone stands before the group and declares that they shall not pass, surprising everyone. Thalia wonders who he is. Chan Yu tells them to wait and thinks that the clone can think and judge on its own. But since it is still a copy of him, the more it talks, the more likely they are to notice their similarities. Lion shouts that they should not address the clone and comments on its mana, saying it cannot possibly belong to a human. Chan Yu looks at him and wonders what he means. Xenos exclaims that she shares the suspicion and claims that the clone's face looks far too unpleasant. Chan Yu glares at her and again wonders what she means. Thalia repeats her question, asking who the clone is. The clone replies that his name is Shane and claims to be a roving magician who passes by the Elydian Yard when a charm activates, engulfs him, and brings him here. Alina remarks that he seems vaguely familiar. Chan Yu thinks that the clone is giving too much backstory. Chan Yu draws his sword and declares that the clone is nothing but a monster. He insists that they should not listen to its tale and should simply slay it. He thinks that if the clone keeps talking, his deception will be exposed soon. He strikes at the clone, but the clone dodges. Chan Yu rushes forward to attack again, but the clone saves itself. Chan Yu comments that the clone appears quite strong. Elena forms magic in her hand and remarks that the clone seems strong to her as well. She throws her magic at it, causing the clone to fall. She then says that Chan Yu's blade has grown weary. Many human skeleton monsters surround the clone. Thalia rushes toward him and swings her sword, but the clone moves aside and avoids the attack. The skeletons also rush forward to strike, but the clone escapes and forms magic in his hand, throwing it at a skeleton and shattering its body. Thalia charges again and aims for the clone's neck. The clone barely saves himself by moving aside. Thalia grows angry and rushes once more. She strikes her leg against the clone's body, and both the clone and Chan Yu begin coughing at the same time. Thalia looks back at Chan Yu as the clone sits in front of them. Thalia wonders what the matter is with him. Elena asks if something is amiss. Chan Yu denies it and says that nothing is wrong. He thinks that he is sharing his powers with the clone, meaning he can only use 50% of his usual strength, and that whenever the clone takes a blow, he feels the pain as well. He thinks that the situation has become more complicated than he planned and wonders if he can last an entire hour like this. Meanwhile, Luna continues fighting with Trinity. A huge explosion occurs behind Luna. She looks back in surprise, and Trinity also turns. They both see Payman standing there. Luna clenches her teeth in anger. Trinity remarks that Luna has ruined everything for all of them. Luna turns to her and asks whether the redemption of mankind is beyond her interest. She wields her sword and raises it. A pillar of red mana releases from the blade and forms a circular barrier around her. Trinity thinks that, as expected, Luna was not giving her best when fighting her. She reflects that many times she attempts to destroy the burdensome stone, but ultimately admits that there is only one way to dispose of a demon duke in a seal: to wait and strike once he is released. She confesses that she does not expect him to return so soon, but since she comes to witness what Luna can do, she decides it is right to reveal her own strength as well. Trinity forms a wave of magic with her hand. Luna swings her sword forcefully at the demon while Trinity continuously throws magic toward Payman. Payman remains standing, and Luna struggles to land an attack. One strike hits Payman's shoulder, causing a large explosion. Luna wonders at this, and Trinity watches. Payman says that a powerless witch and a young girl disappoint him deeply. He declares that if there is no one else, the chamber shall become their grave. He begins growling, and afterward, fire spreads everywhere. The clone named Shane throws his magic while Thalia avoids him with her sword. Her blade strikes Shane's arm, and he falls to the ground. Many skeletons surround him and begin attacking and striking him. Lion holds his magic book and says that they must make certain to destroy Shane, insisting that he is the one filled with sinister mana and must not be allowed to escape. Chan Yu notices this and thinks that Lion appears more fired up than usual, but concludes that he has stalled them long enough. He releases magic from his hand, and suddenly, the ground begins collapsing. Everyone looks on in shock as the ground shatters. Eleanor's foot slips, and she falls into the opening while shouting. Thalia calls Eleanor's name in worry. Shane jumps from the stones toward Eleanor. She closes her eyes, and when she opens them, she sees Shane asking if she is all right. He catches her in his arms and protects her. Eleanor asks why he saves her. Shane jumps from the giant stones and brings her to a safe place. He asks if she is hurt and gently places her on the ground. Eleanor keeps staring at him and holds his hand without speaking. Chan Yu notices this and thinks in disbelief that his persona from the outside world seems to have transferred to the clone as well. He knows the clone is technically him, but believes something is seriously wrong. A chill runs down his spine, and he thinks that Payman must be running wild, that it is the only explanation. Chan Yu suddenly runs off. Thalia shouts after him, asking where he is going. Chan Yu grips his sword as he keeps running. He thinks that Payman is rampaging, and that if he fails to stop him, the entire game will be as good as over. He wonders where everything begins to go wrong. Meanwhile, the place is heavily destroyed. Luna stands tiredly, holding her sword. She looks around and is surprised to see one of her men inside the giant stone. She rushes toward him. The man tells her that he is all right, but that Payman remains their most pressing concern. Luna turns to Trinity and says that she will demand an explanation for this later. Trinity replies that Luna's priorities are misplaced and that this is no time to look away from Payman. She releases a large wave of magic from her hands. Luna notices her condition and thinks that Trinity keeps a calm face, but her mana is nearly spent. She realizes that casting the freezing spell again may push Trinity to her limit, and she knows she herself is in no better condition, having already used the moonlight blade twice. She grips her sword tightly. Payman smiles and says that they are weak, very weak. He finds toying with them entertaining, though not enough. The walls begin rumbling. Payman remarks that to keep him from seeking greater pleasure, the young ones over there must be their pupils. Trinity and Luna watch him. Trinity smiles and says that he has grown vile, almost repulsive, since they last met. Payman is surrounded by fire, and flames release from him. He states that the frailty of their kind and their powerlessness against beings like him remain absolute. He throws a fire attack at Luna. Luna cries out in worry and rushes forward, standing in the air. She looks at Payman and swings her sword at him. Trinity also stands in the air near Payman's head, forms magic in her hand, and attacks him. Payman declares that such attempts do not work. He puts his hand forward toward Trinity. His body starts shattering under her attacks. Trinity thinks that she failed to save others on that past day and begins coughing as blood comes from her mouth. She recalls the day when fire spreads everywhere, people rush to protect each other, and Luna holds a baby while shouting. Luna sits and calls out for her parents, then begins crying as she sees their dead bodies. Trinity reflects that she seeks the greatest power because she cannot endure losing more. Yet she finds herself defeated by a devil. She attacks Payman again, but then collapses to the ground. She notices Luna rushing toward the demon to continue fighting and thinks that they are already beyond saving. Luna sees someone else attack the demon as the fire spreads. A blue mana clashes with Payman's flames, and an explosion follows. Watching this, Luna thinks she recognizes the attack. She glances at Trinity. Trinity asks what happens. Chan Yu tells her that she cannot submit again and reminds her that she has already lost her family, questioning whether she will lose her student as well. He arrives there, and Luna looks at him. Chan Yu says that she will be left with no soul to depend on. Trinity asks how he learns such things. He replies that he, Nox von Lanehaber, swears upon the time-honored dark blade of his family that he will slay Payman here and now. He raises his sword, and black-purple mana releases from it. Later, in the forest near the mountains, Chan Yu stands holding a mask in his hand. He thinks that Shane is safely back with him, but says that it is far from important now. He mutters in frustration. Marine stands behind him. Chan Yu wonders how Payman returns to such great power. Marine thinks about what they are supposed to do now. She considers that Payman equals Madame Luna in power, leaving them with little or nothing they can accomplish, so she feels that only one option remains for her. Marine says that as his superior, she swears to see Nox von Lanehaber out alive no matter the cost, and insists that it is her duty. Chan Yu tells her to dismiss the idea, saying that he does not intend to escape and that a Lanehaber never abandons his duties, no matter what comes. Marine argues that this task is far beyond their abilities. Chan Yu replies that Madame Luna is in mortal danger. Marine twitches her eyes at his words. Chan Yu thinks about how Luna becomes the leader of the lunatics on her own and how she saves Marine's life. He reflects that she must have earned Marine's admiration and complete trust, and he decides to explore all her traits one by one. He mentions that he hears it is Madame Luna who frees Marine from a torturous life in a laboratory. Marine stands behind him silently. Chan Yu looks back and thinks that he is the lord and the villain of this game. He asks Marine if she intends to leave her savior to face such a cruel end. Marine clenches her teeth and asks what his plan is, reminding him that Payman is a demon whom a sage and two supreme swordsmen can barely repel. Chan Yu points out her special arrows. Suddenly, both of them notice some disturbance behind Chan Yu as red-black mana spreads. Marine covers her face with both hands while Chan Yu wonders what it is. Marine asks about the phenomenon. Chan Yu states that Payman must have escaped his seal, and that joining forces is their only way to defeat him. Marine asks if Madame Luna tells him about her water shots. Chan Yu questions whether that is something to fixate on at such a moment, and thinks that she is hesitating. Marine explains that those are the same arrows she almost killed him with earlier that night, and that she loses control after releasing them, risking his life. Chan Yu thinks that she inherits all the powers of Seafok. He tells her that she flatters herself and that it takes far more than her rage to harm him. He turns back and tells her to ready her bow, thinking that once she begins raging, even he cannot stop her, but they must still proceed. He holds his sword. Marine grasps her bow. Chan Yu looks at her, smiles, and asks what is delaying her, teasingly wondering if she has grown fond of him already. Marine hesitates. Chan Yu asks whether she will regret it. She places an arrow on her bow. Chan Yu asks her honestly whether she thinks he will regret anything. Blue mana surrounds Marine's body. Marine says that she never wants to withhold a retort and now understands why Madame Luna calls him the daring boy. Chan Yu says that it is a nickname he could do without. He raises his sword as yellow mana spreads around them. Purple mana releases from Chan Yu's sword. The status window states that the Stormbringer absorbs his magic to the absolute limit, and it also states that his magical capacity suffers temporarily with severe limitations, while his sensitivity to mana decreases. Marine holds her bow and counts down from 3 to 1 as she shoots an arrow. The blue and purple mana collide, and when they do, fire explodes everywhere. Chan Yu holds his sword while the purple mana continues to release from it. Marine keeps shooting arrows. Chan Yu clenches his teeth as Marine sends an arrow toward him. He smiles and remarks that she is a terrible superior. Marine stands behind him preparing another shot. Chan Yu comments that she sends murderous arrows toward her own subordinate. Suddenly, he moves aside to avoid Marine's attack. He glances back and asks whether the satyrs do not take pride in their place within the triumvirate of dark families, adding that one might think she takes an odd interest in watching others expose themselves. Iana steps forward, saying he notices her following him and that it is embarrassing. Chan Yu replies that it does not matter and asks her to grant him a favor. He dodges another of Marine's attacks while thinking that Marine's power roughly matches that of Paracelsus and Lion. He asks Iana to use her seduction magic to control Marine, thinking that Iana may dampen Marine's rage. Iana responds fearfully but agrees, saying she has no desire to die either. She joins her fingers and asks him to promise that he will help her replenish her dark magic later. Chan Yu thinks that, knowing how succubi replenish magic, he is not pleased, but he shouts that she has his word and orders her to begin. Iana looks back at him while Chan Yu says he must go and stop the one in the distance. Marine stands before Iana with her bow raised and attacks. Iana dodges the shot, frightened, but then complies and raises her hand. Later, destruction spreads everywhere. Chan Yu notices an orb among the stones and thinks of Noah von Trinity. He recalls the lore mentioning the death of her family and friends and believes that, although she seems deranged, she is deeply tormented. He tells her that she cannot submit again and thinks he must encourage her to hold on for now. He adds that if she loses her student as well, she will be left with no soul to rely on. Trinity watches him from behind. Chan Yu looks back and thinks he must stop her from falling into despair. He declares that he intends to slay Payman here and now and begs her to lend him her support. Trinity asks whether it is his doing. Payman asks if he is the one who deflects his fire and comments on a familiar scent, mana drenched in profound darkness and dead swords. Payman releases a surge of black-red mana. The status window states that the opponent imposes a negative trait, terror, on him. Trinity and Luna look at Payman angrily. Payman says that Chan Yu is the son of Theodore. The status window states that Chan Yu's negative trait is cancelled by his trait Heart of Steel. Chan Yu holds his sword firmly as purple mana releases from it. He circularly swings the sword while Payman stands before him. The swing of the sword strikes against Chan Yu's hands, and he remarks what if he is what Payman claims. Payman twitches his eyes. Chan Yu smiles and remarks that Payman, the Grand Duke, is described by his father as one of the meaner demons sealed away, and his father does not forget to add that the Grand Duke is a title far too generous. Payman responds that he sees a brat who cannot control his brash tongue. Chan Yu thinks that Payman is extremely short-tempered in real life as well, and he decides to use that to his advantage. The status window states Payman's age, sex, and demon type, and states that his primary element is fire. It also states Payman's accomplishments as one of the 72 demons and lists his traits, neutral, negative, attribute, stamina, and willpower. Chan Yu thinks that, of all the characters he has seen so far, Payman is the strongest by a landslide. He thinks that Fire of Reckoning is the attack he has just deflected. It shoots in a straight line and burns away the life energy of its target. He thinks that Scourge of Flame is a damage over time skill that is not always effective, but is lethal when it is. Condemnation, he thinks, is a sword attack performed with a blade forged from flame. He concludes that every one of Payman's skills is monstrous. Luna speaks to Chan Yu and asks what he is doing there, saying that the place is not suited for him. Chan Yu looks back and turns toward her, thinking that Luna and Noah can overpower Payman easily under normal circumstances because they are equipped with power and proper items. Since they are not, he thinks they must accomplish the task with what he currently has. Luna says she knows a way to subdue Payman, asks him to give it a chance, and tells him to join her. Chan Yu replies that, of course, she does, and he reminds her that he has already given her his word. Payman holds his fire sword and says that Chan Yu dares to look aside while engaging him. His sword releases fire as he rushes toward Chan Yu and strikes. Chan Yu blocks the attack with his own sword. The status window states that the shock affects Chan Yu's trait performance for gifted actor. Chan Yu tries hard to avoid the diamond attack and thinks that the strike is condemnation. He thinks that Marine is essential to his plan, and he is certain she can overcome the wounds of her past and master her power. Luna approaches Payman from behind. Payman notices her as she raises her sword to attack him. Payman blocks her strike with his fire blade. Luna tells him to remember that he engages her as well. She then tells Chan Yu that he may as well try his plan rather than let them perish together. Chan Yu asks Professor Trinity if she can afford 2 more grand-scale spells. Trinity sits behind him. He looks back and requests that she cast a grand barrier over the entirety of Zone 1 so that no one can cross it. Trinity looks at him while he stands, holding his sword, purple mana surrounding him. Trinity asks if he wishes for her to protect his classmates as she forms magic in her hands. Chan Yu turns toward her and tells her to think as she will. She asks whether he simply cannot stand being honest and forms a wheel of magic from both hands, calling his behavior endearing. Chan Yu rushes forward as Trinity's magic causes an explosion. Payman declares that he has had enough of childish tricks and takes a powerful strike. Luna falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Chan Yu ascends upward and raises his sword. Payman remarks that Chan Yu presumes to think he can delay his advance. Fire spreads across Payman's body as he attacks Chan Yu. Chan Yu blocks the strike with his sword while fire continuously pours from Payman's weapon. Chan Yu smiles and mocks that such a pitiful level of power belongs not to a Grand Duke, but to a nameless lesser lord at best. Payman replies that Chan Yu parries a few strikes and now thinks himself on par with his father. The status window states that Payman imposes a negative trait, terror, on Chan Yu. Payman says Chan Yu must wish he were stronger, and claims that Chan Yu's father was leagues superior and yet could only seal him briefly rather than slay him. He smiles and warns that Chan Yu will be crushed before he has time to scream. Chan Yu remains surrounded by purple mana, trying his best to withstand the attack. The status window states that the negative trait terror is cancelled again by his trait Heart of Steel. Chan Yu smiles and says that they will see about that. The status window informs that the artifact Stormbringer drains all the mana Chan Yu consumes. Chan Yu smiles while holding back Payman's attack. Suddenly, Chan Yu swings the sword at a 90-degree angle very strongly and misses Payman's attack. Chan Yu coughs, and blood comes out of his face and mouth. Trinity stands in the air and forms a barrier with her magic. Chan Yu thinks that Noah's barrier is now complete, and they are almost there, very close to putting an end to Payman. She thinks that she is almost at her limit and tells herself to come back already. Marine. She thinks that in the storyline, Marine is just a minor character and is programmed to die and disappear early in the game, but she wishes more for her. She wonders who she is to wish things on their lives. The status window informs a warning that the mana is depleted and Stormbringer requires an alternative source of power, and that the remaining lifetime decreases rapidly. Chan Yu thinks that Marine deserves to live and deserves to fight for her life. Chan Yu rushes toward Payman and approaches him to attack. She attacks Payman while Payman avoids her attack with his sword. Chan Yu continues to think that Marine should come back to them. After that, Marine is shown standing in a long cylindrical test tube in a laboratory, where many physicians stand outside and observe her. Marine closes her eyes and thinks that she remembers the day she was born, when the first breath she drew carried a foul smell. She thinks that the putrid air reeks of chemicals, a scent she later learns to identify. She thinks that she sees an entire column of contaminant pods similar to hers, dreadful equipment she instinctively fears, and later the children who become subjects of it. As she watches, knowledge and language are forced into her head, and even before she fully masters the information thrust upon her, she realizes that the laboratory is the house of her birth, and she must prove herself in front of them because that alone is the way to survive. Marine is then shown lying on a bed when someone asks her, H210, if she hears them. She opens her eyes and says that H210 is the name she is given for reasons unknown to her, as they are trying to reenact the power of tribes long gone, and among the many subjects they keep, countless are orphans of war. A physician says that they will try moving one of her cubes. She thinks that she cannot do anything except put on a bright smile and act like the most useful one among them all. She thinks that she must prove she has the best command of the Seafork power so that she can stay, unlike the children who vanish overnight. Then one day, a lady arrives there and greets her by saying that her name is Jay, and that it is a pleasure to meet her, and from that day, she will be staying with her. Marine thinks that her stay with Jay begins without her having any say in the matter, and she feels like a cow bound for the butcher with nothing she can do except act meekly and obediently. Jay says that the place is so dull and that Marine is a saint to endure it. Jay asks her to tell him something about herself. Her preferences perhaps? Jay also says that H210 is such a sober and lacking name, and asks if she does not think so. She comments that Marine's hair is shiny and blue like aquamarine, and she asks if she can call her Marine. Marine thinks that she never holds any expectations from the people she meets, because she is only a test case, a curiosity in a menagerie. But she considers Jay different, because Jay treats her as a human, not a tool, not a subject, but a human girl. At night, Marine asks Jay why she is kind to her, because she hears others call her a monster who is force-fed the traits of a seafolk. Marine lies on the bed beside Jay and says that she is a weapon meant to be sent to war and to her death. Jay looks at her lovingly and says that Marine shares a secret with her, so she must share one of her own. Jay says that she works there because her own family is held captive by them. Marine asks if Jay misses them. Jay replies deeply by asking whether Marine would not miss her if she leaves her side. Marine holds Jay's shirt tightly and asks if Jay is leaving her. Jay responds that Marine's reaction shows how the family feels. Marine asks if that means Jay is her family too, and if that is the reason she is kind to her. Jay replies that, of course, she is Marine's family, and she adds that she has another reason to keep her safe. Marine asks what the reason is. Jay replies that Marine is a child and says that adults must protect children, just as Marine will protect the little ones younger than herself. Marine replies that she remembers, and she thinks that peace of mind slowly takes root in her as she stays by Jay's side. She also thinks that the power of the seafolk grows within her. She wonders if there is ever a time in her youth happier than the moments she shares with Jay, and she thinks that there is never such a moment. However, she thinks that, like all fleeting joys, her happiness is taken away by a ridiculous turn of events. Suddenly, a group of royals wearing gowns arrives and asks Jay if they must wait forever for Marine's awakening. Jay sits on the ground while holding Marine. Jay replies that she has already made the matter clear. A man says that the royals wish to employ the seafolk specimen in their efforts to extend power. Jay replies that they must stop calling her a specimen because she has a name. Jay says that the girl is Marine, a human who thinks and feels. Marine hugs Jay with tears filling her eyes due to fear. A guard says that Jay must know what she holds in her arms is a weapon meant to be wielded in times of turmoil. He firmly holds Marine's hand and orders her to rise to her feet at once, calling her a weapon. Jay shouts for him to stop. A boy slaps Jay across the face and orders her to stay silent. He commands that she be taken away and says that a violation of royal military law must be met with summary execution. Jay falls to the ground and starts crying as two guards take her away. The guard orders them to take Jay away immediately. Jay shouts for them to let her go. Marine says no, frees her hand from the guard's grip, and tells him to stop. The guard draws his sword and says that the weapon now has emotions and allows them to sway it. He adds that they will see how those emotions sway Marine and cuts Jay's arm in front of her. A guard says that a tool must function as intended and reminds Marine that Jay still has another arm left. Marine wonders how they can do such a thing. She thinks that she may be a tool, but Jay is not. She thinks that Jay is one of them and questions what gives them the right to hurt her. The guard replies that she has no right to question him and orders her to obey and come with them as a weapon. Marine becomes angry and denies his command, saying that he and the others are the real weapons. Marine uses her seafolk magic and spreads water everywhere. Jay shouts for Marine to stop. Marine forms a bow out of the water and shoots an arrow at the guards. After that, in the evening, Marine lies on the ground outside an old building. She stands up and asks herself whether she is outside. Suddenly, she notices Luna arriving there and calling her H210. Marine looks back at her. Luna comes near and says that Marine is called that name, according to the report. Luna introduces herself as Luna, the leader of the lunatics. Marine wonders who Luna is and worries about what happens to the laboratory. She also searches for Jay and shouts while asking Luna if she knows where Jay is, explaining that Jay is a brunette who cares for her. Luna tells Marine that Jay is dead. Marine wonders about the word dead. Luna confirms it and says that Marine must know the truth of her death, telling her that the one who killed Jay is Marine. Marine murmurs that it cannot be true. Luna says that it is their goal to raid the royal laboratory where stolen children are used in vile experiments. She adds that when they arrive, their intervention becomes unnecessary. Luna recalls how she walks inside, and someone raises her hand and begs her to take Marine with them and keep her safe. Luna says that Marine falls to the fury of a raging seafolk. Jay insists that it is not Marine's fault, that Marine is only a child who suffers at the hands of adults, and that she is forced into experiments. Jay protects Marine by saying she does no wrong, she takes no life, and she begs lunatics to take her away so that Marine can live a normal life. After recalling the memory, Luna tells Marine again that she killed Jay and all the others. Marine wonders whether she killed Jay. She thinks that Jay becomes the victim of her attacks. She thinks she uses the power forced upon her in order to protect Jay, yet she fails to save her. She thinks she has become a machine of death just as others intended. Luna tells Marine to join them and become a lunatic. Marine twitches her eyes and looks at Luna. Luna says that joining them is the only way to avenge the pain caused by the royals. Marine thinks about the devil Jay warns her of when reading old tales, the devil that finds someone at their weakest and tempts them with a sweet proposal. She feels she has no choice. Marine says that she will go with Luna and thinks that even though vengeance may drag her further into misery, she must do it. Marine says that she will join and become a lunatic. She thinks that the weight of her pain and guilt over Jay's death leads her to accept Luna's offer. Luna steps closer. Marine thinks that Luna's offer may be a temptation, but it is also a path to redemption. Luna tells her that she may call her Madame Luna and explains that, as a lunatic, she will be judged only by her power, which Marine clearly has in great amounts. Marine thinks that she must make use of her power, even if it is not her true birthright. Luna places a hand on Marine's shoulder and says that once she learns to control her power even partially, she will be promoted. Marine thinks that even if guilt makes her reckless like a moth drawn to flame, she clenches her hand and resolves to fight for Luna, who saves her, and for Jay, who dies because of her. In the present time, Luna falls onto the ground and opens her eyes. Iana greets her pleasantly. Marine thinks that the girl is Iana von Sater, but she is confused because she only uses her water shot. She wonders how Iana is still alive if she just goes on a rampage. Iana tells Marine that she understands her confusion and explains that she restrains Marine with her own power, so Marine does not need to worry about her rampage. Iana thinks that seduction, the power running in the Sater family, would be enough to control Marine's fury, and she assumes that Nox calls Marine to her side for that exact reason. Marine glances back and asks where Nox is. Iana tells her that he joins the battle. Marine wonders about it and rushes away, saying that she must go. Iana tries to warn her that it might be dangerous. Meanwhile, Chan Yu sends signals to Marine and tells her that Luna is not dead and neither is the headmistress. Marine says that he means Madame Luna and adds that Chan Yu is not dead either, since he is reporting to her. Chan Yu replies that he is not and says he trusts that Marine now understands the situation. He believes she is still under the influence of the Sater seduction. Marine flies into the air and asks what if she is. Chan Yu responds that she must shoot at him. Marine is confused. Chan Yu explains that if she shoots at Payman directly, her aim will fail because Payman is too swift. He tells her to shoot at him when he holds Payman, as that will make the attack land. Marine asks why he offers himself for sacrifice. Chan Yu questions who says he is sacrificing himself. Marine answers that he does, since he asks her to shoot an arrow at his back. Chan Yu tells her to trust him and says he will not die. After that, Marine arrives at the battlefield. She asks Chan Yu if he is sure. He confirms it. Marine says she does not know why, but when he says he will survive, she feels an indescribable relief. Chan Yu replies that he cannot let her down and tells her to brace herself because he will strike Payman to hold him still. Marine forms a water bow in her hand and moves toward Payman to attack. Payman says that if he fully regains his power, the vermin would now be pulp under his feet. He remarks that he grows weary of this farce they put on. Chan Yu stands there holding his sword and notices it. Payman attacks Chan Yu with fire, but Chan Yu barely saves himself by moving aside. The barriers of Trinity begin cracking. Chan Yu becomes tired and huffs. Luna steps forward and tells Chan Yu that he surely notices as well, daring boy, that Trinity's barrier is almost splintered. She adds that her mana will be completely spent at any moment, and at best, she can withstand 2 more bursts of Payman's flames. Luna asks Chan Yu when he intends to set his brilliant plan in motion, and what she is to do to help. Chan Yu clenches his hand and tells her to break Payman's defense just once, the advanced magic surrounding him, his threefold barrier. He thinks that the barrier is actually dampening the intensity of Payman's own attacks so much that even he could parry them, but that shows how thick and sturdy it is. He thinks that his plan will be for nothing if they fail to lift it. Luna holds her sword and says that Chan Yu's plan had better work, as red mana releases from her sword. Payman, surrounded by fire, remarks that she is barely old enough to know the time of day. He moves from his place and says that they forget themselves by challenging him. Luna says Moonlight Blade, the third way, turns her sword toward him and calls out splitting the moon. Payman looks at the moon, which begins to split. His outer layer of body starts splitting. Luna slashes her sword at Payman but falls. Payman comments that it is impressive, but she fails to reach him. Chan Yu stands behind Payman in the air and approaches him to attack. Payman says that they have only torn down his outermost layer, lowly creatures. He holds his fire sword, races toward them, and swings at Chan Yu. Chan Yu sends a signal and tells Marine to act now. Marine throws her magic at them. Chan Yu asks Payman who is racing toward doom, and remarks that he himself is not. The status window informs Chan Yu that he has activated his active skill, Time of Genius. Chan Yu counts 3 and thinks that according to the lore, Seafolk arrows travel at about 250 miles per hour, and the distance between Marine and him is less than 1 mile. He counts 2 and calculates that it will take about 3 seconds for the arrow to reach him. He thinks that he is not a mathematician and is unsure if his calculation is correct, but he must trust himself because his instinct has kept him alive so far in this world. Then Chan Yu counts 1 and moves aside as the arrow approaches Payman. The arrow strikes Payman, who wonders at it as blood comes out of his mouth. Chan Yu looks back at him and thinks that, of course, he is exhausted too, having used mana-depleting skills too many times without a break. After that, Payman declares that Chan Yu fails, as his innermost layer remains, and victory is his. Chan Yu asks who says he is done trying. The status window informs him that he puts on his artifact, the ceremonial robe of a lunatic, and that Stormbringer will absorb his life force to the absolute limit. It informs him that the special effect of his ceremonial robe of a lunatic is activated, boosting his attack strength and activating the active skill limit breaker. A lot of purple-black mana releases from Chan Yu's body. The status window informs that the target is exceptionally strong, and that the finishing strike might drain an extreme amount of his life force. It also warns that the Ring of Black Flame cannot absorb the life force of an opponent defeated using Limit Breaker, and asks if he wants to continue. Chan Yu smiles and says that he is willing. He raises his sword and forms a well of mana at the tip. Payman looks at him and says that vermin always remain vermin. Payman holds his fire sword, rushes toward Chan Yu, and swings at him, saying that he changes nothing. Chan Yu fights back with his sword, and purple mana releases from it. Suddenly, Payman's sword starts shattering and then breaks. Payman wonders what happens, while Chan Yu rushes again and strikes many times. As he declares the first sequence and the first wave of the Dark Blade, he notices something and moves in again, stating that it is the annihilating stroke of the Dark Blade. He slashes Payman in the middle of the body. Payman shouts as blood pours out of his body, and he slowly begins disappearing. While vanishing, he cries that he cannot go, that he will not be sent back, and that Chan Yu dares too much, calling him a little one. After that, Payman disappears completely. Chan Yu stands there, tiredly holding his sword. The status window informs that his remaining time has greatly reduced. Then the gown on his body starts disappearing, and he falls to the ground. The status window informs that he has less than 30 days left to live. Marine wonders if she is to believe that this is the power of a Mary's cadet at the academy. She sees a giant red stone, and red mana releases from it. She thinks that Madame Luna once told her how fast her arrows fly. She asks herself how he dodges at such close quarters, and whether human reflexes allow such swiftness. She remarks to herself that the new boy might have power beyond reason. She thinks that his talent may far exceed that of Madame Luna, and even his own father. She wonders why he keeps his monstrous power to himself, and believes that making it known would only invite trouble, so he chooses to suffer the undue reputation of a lord. She realizes that this explains his questionable closeness with his chambermaid. All the puzzle pieces fall into place in her mind. She flies in the air and says that for a boy comely to a fault, He knows his way around deceit. She thinks that no matter his good news, in his and Madame Luna's company, she will see her wish fulfilled. She wants to see the dim-witted Emperor Esteban cast down from his throne, and of course, kill his daughter Penelope in the process. Trinity and Luna stand near the red stone and observe it. Luna steps close to Trinity and asks why she condones Payman's return, suggesting that she intends to destroy his monostone once and for all. She remarks that it seems odd that Trinity, who suffered most at the hands of devils, allows his return, unless it is simply for vengeance. She thinks it may be out of confidence, verging on arrogance. Trinity smiles and explains that, in part, it is for vengeance, though it is a great shame that her power forbids her from acting otherwise. She tells Luna that this is all. Luna replies that she understands, but she would appreciate an explanation next time. Trinity replies that she is glad Luna understands. Luna says that for the next battle, Trinity must recover her strength as best as she can, because stronger enemies approach, and she begs her to be prepared. Trinity waves her hand and says there is no need. After that, she sits near Chan Yu and says that the boy will be safe under her watch. Luna looks at her and thanks her, then says until next time. Trinity looks at Chan Yu and smiles, telling him that she owes him one, her cherished student. The barrier in front of Trinity starts cracking, and after that, it completely disappears. After that, Takoyaki, Lars, and a lot of cadets arrive there. Takoyaki looks at Trinity and murmurs to himself, asking if the headmistress is all right. He comes near Trinity and says that they kept the monostone under the campus museum, and asks how it was restrained or broken. Trinity smiles and explains that it simply comes about. Takoyaki wonders how it could simply come about and what happens for it to come about. Lars wonders about his cadet assistant and asks what happens to Chan Yu, seeing him lying unconscious on the ground while some cadets observe the area. Takoyaki says that even in a weakened state, Payman must require tremendous effort to destroy, and he asks whose triumph this is. He asks if Trinity is alone, and Trinity smiles, telling him to presume further. Takoyaki thinks that the expression on her face shows she is determined not to tell him. He asks how he is to report the matter to the throne, and he looks at Lars. After that, Takoyaki shouts at Lars that he is at his wits and must do something. Lars replies that he must do what is his duty and report. Trinity steps aside and thinks that, indeed, the restraint cannot simply come undone, so they must be behind this. She thinks the royals are involved, and that there must be an infiltrator, a foul devil-worshipping rat who has the audacity to break into her academy. In the palace, Thalia says that he has not awakened for 3 days now. Zitri denies it, insisting he cannot be and must not be. Thalia says they can delay no longer and that she shall write to her father to have an elixir prepared immediately. Zitri says that they should continue to watch the course of his recovery. Elena remarks that, like a moth to the flame, danger arose, and he could not help but run straight into it. Lion replies that they should not be too harsh and that he is certain Chan Yu has reasons. Thalia insists she can wait no longer and must write. Zitri asks her to wait. Inside the room, Chan Yu opens his eyes and observes them from the window. He says to himself that for the first time in his life, he is scared of getting off his bed. He thinks that he actually recovers at an almost freakish pace. The status window informs him that the blessing of moonlight surrounds him, and the blessing of frost surrounds him. He thinks that he cannot fail, with their double blessing around him. He considers that the Academy is obligated to side with the throne, and he is a member of a rebel organization. He wonders if Noah helps his recovery to draw out information about the lunatics from him. He thinks he must run out the clock and stay there as long as possible. After that, he closes his eyes, feeling the cold breeze blow from the windows. At night, Chan Yu opens his eyes and thinks that he has fallen asleep. He notes that there is no more noise and at least some peace. He rises from the bed. Eleanor stands near him and says that she knew he would be awake. Chan Yu looks at her and asks what she wants at this unholy hour. Eleanor mutters that he needs to answer only one question. The man they run into in the labyrinth, Shane, is precisely what connection he has with him. Chan Yu wonders at her question. Chan Yu asks what Eleanor means to say. Eleanor asks if anyone has told him that when he lies, his pupils and hands tremble ever so slightly, although he manages to maintain a calm voice. Chan Yu thinks that she is a genius actor and that there is no way he can fool her as a mere gifted actor. He decides that if he cannot pull cheap tricks, He should at least see where she is going with the conversation. Chan Yu admits that she is right, and Shane does have some relation to him. Elena asks if it is a blood relation because she notices their eyes look quite alike. Chan Yu wonders at her assumption. Elena continues by saying she understands that Shane must be a remote cousin whom his family keeps in secrecy, claiming that his family rears talented cousins who drift from the succession line like hunting hounds. She suggests that Shane is one such case. Chan Yu thinks that although the Lanehabers are awful, even they do not do something like that. Elena explains that something is amiss from the beginning and that Shane seems to have no intention of hurting them. Chan Yu asks her to be direct and what it is that she wants from him. Elena replies that she wishes only to thank Shane in person, saying that their encounter is brief, yet she grows fond of him and plans to incorporate him into her enterprise. Chan Yu asks if she expects him to arrange a meeting for them. Elena confirms it and insists that Shane must know his talent is highly appreciated. Chan Yu asks whether she is so arrogant as to think she can snatch away the talent his family holds. She responds that Shane will be expected at their headquarters in a week. She stands, winks, and wishes him a swift recovery before taking her leave. Later in the palace, Zitri walks behind Chan Yu and says that his actions are far too reckless, and he oversteps the bounds this time. She reminds him that she implores him many times to show better restraint. She further adds that it will not surprise her if his father wishes to chastise him privately. Chan Yu requests that she send no word to his father because he does not need a fuss. Zitri apologizes and admits that she has already sent a letter since it is her duty as his assistant to account for his whereabouts. Chan Yu shuts the door and thinks that he should have remained unconscious longer. He rests his head against the door. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying good morning. He looks to his left and finds Iana standing there. She reminds him of his promise, saying that for their kind, succubi, there is only one way to replenish dark mana, and she trusts he will not go back on his word. Chan Yu thinks that the moment of truth comes, remembering that succubi are known to drain energy from men, though in this world, the method remains tame and PG-13. He reassures himself that he should not worry. Chan Yu asks her how he might keep his word. Iana asks him to hold her hand for about 10 minutes and clasps her hands together nervously. Chan Yu asks her if it is sufficient, and she excitedly confirms that it is, at least she believes so. Before they begin, Chan Yu asks why she followed him the other day. At that, Iana's hands tremble, and she replies that as scions of darkness, she has certain curiosities about him. She says he has changed lately, and he is once far more. Chan Yu interrupts, taking off his coat, and asks if she means far more loutish, lecherous, and boorish. She denies she means that and claims she speaks amiss. Chan Yu sits on the bed and tells her to make haste and claim her mana. Iana agrees, moves closer, and sits beside him. Chan Yu gives his hand to Iana and closes his eyes, thinking that Iana von Sater is not as naive and innocent as she seems. He remembers from countless experiences in the game that she has a completely different side to her. Iana holds Chan Yu's hand. Chan Yu tells her that he grants her 10 minutes, no second longer. Iana remains silent as a mana surrounds her. Chan Yu watches her, and she smiles. Chan Yu stands from the bed and says that he believes her time is up and that he may take his leave. Iana clenches his arm and says that he will not leave, claiming that 10 minutes is far from enough. She places her finger on Chan Yu's hand and begins blushing. The status window informs Chan Yu about Iana von Sater. Her sex is female, age is 15, demon type is Scubus, primary element is darkness. Her traits include positive traits of captivating, beauty worshipper, born beautiful, seductive, ultra-sensitivity to mana. Neutral traits include split personality. Negative traits include timid and lonely. Her attributes are stamina 7, luck 8, willpower 6, charm 26. Passive skill is pheromone overload. Active skills are seduction and blood. The status window notes that this character is under the influence of split personality, and her personality may act unexpectedly. Chan Yu thinks that her erratic trait, split personality, is frustrating and wonders why his mana is drained, realizing it will take him a while to recover. Iana throws Chan Yu onto the bed. Chan Yu tells her to calm herself and warns that she will come to regret that. She asks if he does not find her ill with the table, remarking on how strange it is that no man so far has ever. Iana lies on Chan Yu's body and asks if she may interest him in a fantasy, questioning how he would paint the woman of his dreams. Chan Yu tells her to stop. She moves near his face and whispers that a little kiss harms nobody, claiming that he should now put his desires at ease. Suddenly, Marine arrives and forces open the door, shouting at him, calling him a little scoundrel, and rallying with a chit while his superior strains herself cleaning up the mess. Iana jumps and wonders who she is. Marine forms a circular mana of water from her hand and throws it at Iana. After that, Iana falls unconscious. Chan Yu asks what Marine has done. Marine replies that he should not worry, explaining that he simply gave his sweetheart a tiny blast of mana, and that she will suffer no lasting harm. Chan Yu sits on the bed, watching Marine. Marine smiles and asks if she just saved his hide. Chan Yu looks back and admits that it pains him to admit, but she did. Marine asks how he fares. Chan Yu stands from the bed, puts on his coat, and replies that he fares quite well, even after having his mana drained by her. Marine looks at him and says that she owes him her life. Chan Yu replies that he only sought to save his own and asks to be spared. He walks toward the door while Marine clenches her teeth and watches him angrily. Then she smiles from behind and says that he should watch his tone when speaking to his superior, who is 2 years his senior. Chan Yu glances at her and smiles. At night, Theodore sits on a chair while Luna stands in front of him. Theodore says that she is saying his son cleft payment in two and sent him away. Luna replies that this is correct. A guard standing nearby looks at Luna and thinks that Master Nox did it and shudders at the thought. Theodore smiles while the guard wonders what maelstrom this will bring upon the family. Theodore asks that even he cannot claim to know his son's every thought. He thinks that he is inclined to believe Nox seeks to avenge his mother. He remembers that on the night of carnage, Nox sees her life taken before him, and it drives him to the brink of delirium, leaving him uncontrollable. Theodore believes Nox is too afraid to trust anyone by his side, but he now comes into his own and delivers his mother's vengeance by his very hands. Luna says that she believes he is not speaking the truth. She thinks that although she may not grasp Theodore's intentions, she knows of the power that flows down his bloodline, the manifestation of darkness. She knows the manifestation takes place when the host is driven to a dire edge. She states that although Nox is his son, Nox now becomes a lunatic, and she will not let him suffer, nor let Theodore push him to that edge. Theodore responds that the truth, if any exists, is that no father fully fathoms the workings of his son's mind. Luna asks if he now acts the part of a loving father, and if he is aware that his eldest son is now in league with the royals, demons conspiring to strike against them. Theodore states that then the continent shall be drenched in blood. Luna replies that he does well to remember their agreement. She declares that she slays anyone who stands in the way of her plan, even his son. She adds that such is the way of a lunatic, and he respects it as agreed, and any fatherly affection he holds, he lets go. Theodore stands from his chair and thinks that he needs no reminder of all this. He exists for the dome of the Empire and the 72 demons. In the palace, Eleanor says that she finds Shane intriguing, and is delighted to have him in their enterprise, and she assures him the payment is to his liking. She places a contract on the table and asks if she may, addressing him as Shane. Shane, sitting in front of her, replies that he has duties to his family and regrets not being able to accept. Elena responds that Nox mentions Shane's family and assures him he need not concern himself, as Nox is happy to exempt him from those duties. Chan Yu, in Shane's perspective, thinks that he wonders who says what and feels that although he kills the boss monster and pretends to be it to hoard rewards, this becomes too harsh as he now has to work for the Rivalin Enterprise. Eleanor introduces herself and gives permission to call her Eleanor, but Shane replies that he feels more at ease calling her Miss Rivalin. She responds that he is different yet resembles his cousin in some ways. She pushes back her hair and tells him she hopes not to resort to certain measures. She mentions that Shane's family is notorious for foul dealings and suggests that Lanehaber's entering the Elydian grounds on a secret mission is something the headmistress might not like to hear. Shane responds that he does not expect her to be someone who preys on others' weaknesses. Eleanor sips her tea and states that she has every reason to be so because she is a merchant. Shane asks what other choices he has. Eleanor puts her cup down and replies that he has none, and he must sign the contract. She places her hand on the contract. Inside the palace, tea and some food items are placed on the table. Eleanor sits on the sofa. Rick, from behind, remarks that Shane is quite someone she seems fond of and adds that he does not recall her ever personally inviting a potential recruit to tea. Eleanor glances at him and asks if he has a say in her tea invitations. Rick replies that he would not dare to dream of interfering and assures her that she need not worry, as she knows he is not foolish enough to overstep. Eleanor comments that she wishes his cunning tongue would stop. She thinks that his behavior is suspicious, especially since the headmistress disposes of payment, and a troubling sense grows in her. Even though she tries not to rush to conclusions, Eleanor advises Rick to watch his steps wherever they take him. Rick smiles and states that he thanks her and cannot ignore the advice from their chief. After that, he walks away and thinks that he is right about Knox von Lanehaber. He considers Knox a threat and decides that he must eliminate him without delay, along with the Crown Prince. He believes that whatever aim the Lanehaber family has, they shall not attain it, and declares inwardly that their end is near. Knox von Lanehaber remains the new name Chan Yu is given in a new world. He knows that it once belonged to someone else, but he took it from him, and by no w he gets used to carrying that life as his own. Much has happened since he took on Knox's life, and more people than he expects promise to stand with him. Yet with every success he achieves as Knox, he feels himself sink deeper into loneliness. The status window asks if he wants to play again. He recalls sitting on a chair and wondering where he was. He observes the area and thinks that it looks like his room before he gets pulled into the game, but he feels strangely out of place. He places his hand on his head and realizes that it seems obvious. A hopeless game addict, detached from the world, suddenly gets a new chance at life. He questions who he really is, what connection he has with Knox, and how he ends up living Knox's life. He admits to himself that he knows the truth all along. His pain still chains him because he fails to escape Knox's shadow. Doubt torments him, whether he is doing the right thing, whether he belongs here. He opens a bottle of tablets, swallows many of them, and falls unconscious in the chair. He recognizes that this is what gnaws at his soul the most. He admits at last that he is still an outsider in this new world. He does gain new bonds here, and they transform him into someone no longer like the Knox he once knew. Theodore addresses him. He demands an answer and states that Knox personally strikes Payman down at the risk of his own life. He asks if vigilance for his mother drives him to act. He mentions the night of carnage when Knox witnesses her death alone and declares that Knox's mind has ever since remained in disarray. Chan Yu wonders how the real Knox would answer. Theodore insists that Knox merely feigns forgetfulness. Chan Yu thinks that he is done torturing himself with such questions. He suddenly rushes forward and asks if his father still believes he is hiding his power, as he attacks Theodore. Theodore responds that he does believe it and utters Knox von Lanehaber's stroke of annihilating darkness. Chan Yu declares that the name belongs to him from the beginning and defines who he is meant to be, the butt of countless ridiculous villain roles destined to die in the end. Maids and nobles whisper among themselves, questioning how he became a leading student at Elydian. They accuse him of bribing the teachers and claim his victories come from superior weapons. Chan Yu notices the whispers and thinks of himself as a walking corpse, endlessly dodging danger. Theodore announces that he will show how the famed stroke should be done and attacks Chan Yu with his sword. Chan Yu comments inwardly that he is like a terminally ill player barely keeping the story alive. He plants his sword into the ground and sits. The status window informs him that his genius trait activates. Chan Yu turns his sword and realizes that he understands the power of desperation. If there is one thing he must overcome to wield it fully, it is his impending death. The status window advises him to extend his lifespan immediately. After that, Zitri points at the map on the table and states that they are already deep in the northeast of Chaders. Chan Yu stands near her. Zitri asks if he is certain they should proceed. Chan Yu replies that he stands firm and that they continue their march northeast. Another guard behind Chan Yu mentions that it is a dangerous move, saying that even if magical beasts do not frighten him, the kingdom of Tahalan should, since his family is at odds with it. Chan Yu responds that this is the reason they continue, and that they press onward into the kingdom. He orders them to send a missive at once and instructs them to inform the kingdom that a Lanehaber approaches, advising that they be prepared to greet him. The status window informs that there is a warning saying he has 27 days left to live. Chan Yu thinks about how things get this bad. He thinks he feeds Stormbringer a good chunk of his life to send payment back, and someone approaches this worn-out guy whose days are numbered. Iana, the newly awakened succubus, and Eleanor, dead, seem set on luring his alter ego, Shane, into her enterprise. He wonders why these things keep happening to him when he needs to extend his lifespan or face his death. The status window informs his name, pendant, or fire spirit. It describes the accessory item as high grade, with the element fire, and the passive skill acquired is elemental evocation advanced. It states that the restriction is that the wearer must have Eleanor's love or favor. The special effects are that it binds to equipment and grants the magic skill. Elemental evocation allows a contract with a fire spirit, and the spirit's grade scales with the user's stamina level. Wearing it shares the user's location with Eleanor. Chan Yu looks at the pendant and thinks she can track him only after he puts it on. He places the pendant on his shirt and thinks if a guy is any luckier. He considers it still an OP item because he can summon a high-grade elemental spirit at stamina level 15, and once he reaches MP level 20 and stamina level 15, he forms a contract with the elemental spirit king, Salamander. He thinks the problem is that this little thing binds to equipment, which means Shane cannot wear it because Shane is only an alter ego. He does his packing. After that, he puts on his coat and thinks he cannot wear it either because it gives away that Shane and he are the same person. He thinks he should not dare try to fool Eleanor because none of his tricks work, as he is only a gifted actor and she is a genius actor. He holds his luggage and walks while he thinks. He goes home to do serious brain work while they fix the school, so he has 2 weeks to figure something out. He remembers he has not gone to the Lanehaber Manor in a long while. He comes out of the palace, and a cart stands waiting. He sits on it and thinks a long-awaited reunion awaits with all his supporting units, maybe Luna, May, and Elena. He thinks he should brace himself for Theodore, who bombards him with questions about the mayhem. But the more urgent problem remains that the status window informs him he has 27 days left to live. He smiles and thinks he should do something quickly. On the other hand, Iana lies on the bed. She looks worried and moans. She sees a dream in which her mother asks her if she still cannot steal a man's mana and claims she calls herself the heiress of the household. Her mother laments the demonic blood passed to her and orders her out, saying she does not suffer her presence. Suddenly, Iana wakes up frightened. She holds her head and asks what she does to Mr. Lanehaber. She recalls getting close to him and thinking that a little kiss harms nobody, and she should claim hers. She feels ashamed and lies on the bed, saying she does not say that. Then she falls to the floor, tries to stand, and moves near the mirror. She sees her shadow in a short, beautiful dress inside the mirror. The shadow smiles and says it takes her long enough to notice. After that, Chan Yu reaches Lanehaber Manor. Zitri and Chan Yu step out of the cart. A guard standing there asks if it has been long since he last beheld him and asks if he is well. Chan Yu replies naturally and asks where his lordship is, saying he seeks an audience. The guard says his lordship is in his study and promises he inform him of Chan Yu's return at once. After that, Chan Yu walks from there. 2 maids standing nearby whisper and ask each other if they guessed who is now a leading student at Elydian, saying it is Master Nox. Some guards there suggest others use their heads and claim he must bribe his teachers. They add that his victory over Master Allen and Hats owes entirely to a superior weapon. Chan Yu continues walking from there. A guard later tells him he may enter. The door opens, and Chan Yu enters the room. A strong purple mana spreads all over the space. Chan Yu looks at Theodore and thinks this monstrous aura is overwhelming, and wonders how he even stays on his feet, the last time he stood before him. Theodore says that Nox, his son, indeed grows stronger and remarks that the report speaks true because he can stand firm against his mana. Chan Yu replies that such a welcome is unnecessary for Theodore to assess his power and adds that he makes it clear that he intends to do nothing to harm their family. Theodore responds by asking if that is why he is betrothed to the royal princess and slays Payman. Chan Yu twitches his shoulder. The status window informs Chan Yu that his agitation affects his trait performance for gifted actor. Theodore asks why he senses that his son conceals much from him. Chan Yu replies that the only credit he may claim is for the final stroke, and he says he is simply fortunate. Theodore shouts that he dares to seek to deceive him. He stands from his chair and says that the collective opinion of their homagers is that Chan Yu must not go without punishment, which he will accept most graciously. Theodore adds that before Chan Yu does so, he must ask something. Chan Yu asks what his lord wants. Theodore explains that he knows a way to absolve oneself of all deceit and wrongdoings, a way that grows stronger and soars to a height no soul dares to look upon. He recalls that Chan Yu once said he has no desire to claim the house leadership. Chan Yu replies that he has no such desire now, his lord. Theodore chuckles. Chan Yu wonders what he just sees and thinks that Theodore von Lehnhaber does indeed chuckle. Theodore says that he must enlighten him. He grabs his scarf from a guard, places it on his shoulder, and says that Chan Yu clearly has not the first idea but turned down the offer. He turns back and tells him to follow. After that, they both stand on the large ground. Theodore holds his sword and says to draw his blade. Chan Yu looks at him and takes out his sword. Theodore says that Chan Yu must parry his sword and that they should begin. Chan Yu asks how he could hope to match Theodore's skill. Before he finishes, Theodore attacks him with his sword. Chan Yu barely saves himself by stopping Theodore's sword with his own. Theodore says he shall, of course, grant the mercy of restraint. Chan Yu continues trying hard to avoid the attacks. Theodore swings his sword while Chan Yu falls, and a purple mana spreads across the ground. Chan Yu again avoids Theodore's attack with his sword, though his feet slip. Theodore stands and says that this is the second of their family's time-honored techniques, the raining strokes of annihilating darkness. He asks what Chan Yu says and if he has caught his interest. Chan Yu, huffing, stands and says he can only say it is now his turn to advance. Theodore and Chan Yu swing their swords and attack each other. Chan Yu smiles while looking at Theodore. Theodore swings his sword again and attacks Chan Yu. He looks at him and chuckles. Chan Yu becomes angry and approaches him to attack. He slashes his sword, and a purple mana releases from it. Theodore notices him and attacks with his own sword. Chan Yu falls to the ground. Theodore says that if that is the extent of him, then Chan Yu has his pity. A guard arrives and says that it is Master Nox whom Theodore faces, and even Master Garen struggles to withstand such strokes. Theodore replies that he thinks he has forgotten for a moment that this is no proper duel, and he calls it truly remarkable. He turns away and says he believes this will do for the day. Chan Yu stands and says that he asks forgiveness, but it will not do. A purple mana was released from his body. Chan Yu stands holding his sword while a massive amount of purple mana spreads behind him. He says that this humble son has yet to learn anything. Theodore glances back at him and says, "Come then." Chan Yu rushes toward him with his sword. Theodore blocks his attack with his sword. Chan Yu remains forcefully suspended in the air while attacking his father. They both continue giving their best strikes. Theodore asks if he is asking for more and says that his boldness does not displease him. Chan Yu replies that he takes those words as permission to continue. He swings his sword at Theodore. Then Chan Yu falls back again. Theodore stands there and says that in return, Chan Yu must answer him this. He strikes Payman down at the risk of his life. He asks if it is vengeance for his mother that stirs him to act. Theodore says that Chan Yu knows well what he is about to do, and he knows his mind has remained in disarray ever since. He adds that he is certain Chan Yu merely feigns forgetfulness of the accident. Chan Yu stands in front of Theodore and does not say anything. Suddenly, he rushes forward with his sword and asks if Theodore still believes he hides his power. Theodore replies that he does. Chan Yu raises his sword to his shoulder. Theodore says that he does the stroke of annihilating darkness. He avoids Chan Yu's attack by swinging his sword and says that this is their famed stroke of darkness, and he tells Chan Yu to observe so he may show how it is done. Chan Yu stands there with his sword while Theodore makes a forceful movement and attacks him. Chan Yu falls and sits on the ground while holding his sword. He looks at Theodore and smiles. The status window informs him that his genius trait activates. Chan Yu turns his sword again. The status window informs that he acquires the second way of Vanquisher, raining strokes of annihilating darkness, and states that facing an opponent beyond his skill unlocks a deeper understanding of his blade. Chan Yu swings his sword at his father again. Theodore stops the strike by placing his own sword in front of his mouth. Theodore thinks that one look is enough for Chan Yu to grasp the second way of their dark blade. He then swings his sword at Chan Yu, and Chan Yu's sword falls to the ground as he also falls and becomes exhausted, huffing for breath. Theodore says that he challenges Chan Yu as both a father and a lord, and that one day Chan Yu will tear his heart from his chest with that very sword. He adds that Chan Yu will end him to deliver the justice he deserves for failing his mother, and he will wrest the house leadership from his grasp, as Theodore trusts he will. Chan Yu recalls when the status window asks him whether he wants to play again. He now sits and thinks about where he is and whether it is his room before he gets pulled into the game. He wonders why he feels so out of place there. He finds it odd and thinks that it does not take a genius to see that he gets disowned by his family, loses all his memories, and discovers that he has a terminal illness on top of everything. Chan Yu holds his head and thinks if it is even possible for everything to fall apart all at once like that, and if all of it is just some strange event. He wonders what his name is in that world and questions why he does not remember it. He sits on the ground and thinks that his name is Knox von Lanehaber. After that, in the palace, Chan Yu lies on the bed and opens his eyes. Chan Yu thinks what that is. He sits up in his bed and thinks that it is some kind of dream, and he is sure about it, and that it is about something really important. Suddenly, he glances to his left side and notices Zitri, Elena, and May standing there. Chan Yu takes a long breath and tells them to speak one by one in turn. Zitri says that not a single day passes without him causing alarm, and that it would be a blessing of the heavens if she were not struck dead by surprise one day. Chan Yu replies that he does not intend it. Elena says that he must not put himself in such danger. She holds his hand, places it on her face, and asks if he realizes how much worry he causes them. May asks Elena if she is drunk again. Chan Yu pulls his hand back and says that he hears her clearly, and she must let go of his hand now. Elena asks him to stay for just one more tender moment. Zitri says that he is ill at ease. Elena starts crying and protests. Chan Yu thinks that this is new and wonders if she has missed any chance to give him trouble. He thinks that it is amusing, but decides to return to business. Chan Yu announces that their arrival is opportune, and he has a command. He orders them to prepare themselves to accompany him to Cheddar's and says they will depart tomorrow. The maids appear surprised. Chan Yu thinks that it is time to set his plan in motion, and that he has no chance to extend his life since the combat with Payman, so he must hunt powerful monsters in Cheddar's as soon as possible. He remembers the reminder that he has 27 days left to live. He dismisses them and says he needs rest. Zitri bows and promises to see to the preparations. After that, Chan Yu looks outside the window. Someone knocks at the door. Chan Yu asks who is there. The new maid says that she is Lona, and she has a matter that needs his attention. Chan Yu invites her inside. She enters, stands there, and starts crying. Then she sits on a stool near his bed and says that she has her suspicions about the night on which her ladyship loses her life. Chan Yu replies that she does not. Chan Yu thinks that Lona has lost her memories of it. Chan Yu recalls the past, when it is night outside a horrible palace. A demon stands there and says that he smells their blood and adds that they foolishly think a flimsy door can stop him. Chan Yu's mother holds him in her arms while Luna stands nearby, looking frightened. His mother uses her magic circle to attack the demon. She places Chan Yu behind her with Luna and tells the demon that he has come for only one life, and that is hers, and that he must stop the senseless slaughter. The demon replies that she is mistaken. He grabs her neck with his hand and says that if she thinks her feeble light can repel them, she is just as wrong to believe they come for her alone. His mother shouts that Luna must look after Knox, who bears power beyond his own grasp. She says that if Luna needs her help, all of his memories will fade. She snaps her fingers and says that once they do, he will no longer be the Knox they knew, and she asks if Luna will still care for him so that he may one day return to their side. After that, the demon kills Chan Yu's mother. Sunshine comes in through the window. Lona says that she knows what she has done and that she spreads nasty words about him. She adds that it is the best she can do to spare him from the family feud and the succession conflict, which tears at her heart to do, but she must protect him. She says that it was the last promise she gave his mother, but now she sees no further use in it. She says that if he remembers it all, every truth she hides, every lie she tells in good conscience, she shall not dare beg to remain at his service. Chan Yu asks her to enlighten him and asks how that is a problem. Lona replies that she has just confessed to all her lies in good conscience. Chan Yu says that all she speaks of lies in the past. He explains that he does not despise her despite her best efforts because he remembers the countless hours she tends him through each night of sickness, her defense of him in moments when she mutters, and even after her biting remarks. He says that now he finds she even carries guilt on his behalf, and although she thinks her efforts missed, they landed somehow. Chan Yu tells her that it is time to let down the burden, and thinks that he knows he is not the one Lona serves at this moment. Lona starts crying and says, "Master." Chan Yu thinks that he must know how deeply Theodore adores his wife, how much Knox loves his mother, what exactly Lona feels for him, and above all, why Knox has to be the villain of the story. It is proclaimed in the name of Lanehaber, with the blessings of the House Lord, that Knox von Lanehaber declares the formation of a troop for the purpose of combating demons. Chan Yu further states that anyone who wishes to take up arms beneath his banner has a trial 7 days from now in the afternoon at the octagonal training hall of the Lanehaber estate. He announces that those who defeat him in a contest or win his favor enter his service and receive monthly wages paid in imperial silver. Citizens watch the banners on the streets, and everyone wonders. A boy from the crowd asks what kind of nonsense it is. Others claim that their tiny lordling simply gets bored and fancies himself something great. More voices argue that only fools join such a mad rebellion. A man from behind mentions that monthly imperial silver is a worthy reward and asks who among them cannot defeat Chan Yu in a trial. He claims nobody values Chan Yu and boasts that even his baby daughter can beat him. The crowd laughs. A boy wearing a gown arrives and remarks on their sharp tongues. He steps out from a doorway and says he could gamble on their quick wits. He throws a bag of coins on the table and adds that he bets only a few of them pass Chan Yu's test, if any at all. A man in the crowd says that someone so rich seems quite ignorant of their young Lanehaber. The boy simply smiles. When another man asks what he finds funny and others warn him for his gold, the boy laughs loudly. He removes his gown and declares that they must worry for themselves instead. The crowd recognizes him and murmurs that it is Master Grain, who they believe to be away on a quest in Cheddar. Grain steps forward and states that he keeps everything he has with him, and in return, they must keep his wager alive. He throws another bag of coins, and the crowd gasps at 50 imperial gold. Grain announces that this is the amount he places behind his brother's victory. Later, Chan Yu stands on a stage before a large crowd of citizens. He holds his sword and looks at it. People in the crowd whisper about whether he is truly the infamous young master. Some say his bearing changes, and that he ranks high as a student at Elydian, while others laugh and call the rumors lies, suggesting he only tricks and fools others. Chan Yu wonders where such a huge crowd comes from. He thinks he posted the job at the right place and time, but he does not expect this many. He questions whether his reputation has suddenly risen. Then he notices Grain in the crowd and realizes that Grain raises the stakes without any order from him. Chan Yu asks if this is the entire group that comes forth. A guard replies that there are 1,192 men and 126 women. Chan Yu thinks that perhaps it is not a bad thing, because more applicants mean more talent to choose from. A man from the crowd asks Chan Yu to quit stalling and tell everyone what trial awaits them. Chan Yu observes the man and thinks that the man has an arrogant attitude, has all his muscles in the right place, and handles mana impressively. He concludes there is no way this man comes hoping to join his unit. He suspects that his eldest brother sends the man because Garen becomes aware of Chan Yu gaining influence. He thinks Garen tries to keep him in check by sending someone of that caliber. Chan Yu announces that the rules are simple. They must face him and attempt to kill him, employing all means at their disposal. He adds that even if they succeed, his family does not hold them accountable. The man stands before Chan Yu holding a sword. He thinks that Chan Yu is the weakest trash of his family and that the task seems easy when Garen assigns it. He wonders why Chan Yu appears so confident. Garen arrives and commands the participants to ready themselves. He signals for the match to begin. The man rushes toward Chan Yu and thinks that Chan Yu cannot match his speed and dares to gather a troop. He claims he must show Chan Yu his place and compares him to a proud pup that makes the best broken dog. Chan Yu steps back and avoids the attack. He remarks that the man's movements are too wide and asks if that is how he normally fights. The man bursts with anger as powerful mana releases from Chan Yu's sword and spreads across the area. Chan Yu attacks him, and the man's sword falls far away. The man glances behind him toward his fallen sword. Chan Yu places his sword at the man's neck and states that he gives him one more chance. He commands the man to come at him with all his might, otherwise he warns that he will remove his arm or more. The man sits on the ground and refuses. Chan Yu asks if he is deaf and orders him to pick up his sword at once. The man shivers with fear and apologizes. Suddenly, Chan Yu punches him in the face and throws him aside. The crowd wonders at his actions. Chan Yu remarks that cowards are the least useful among rebels, and then he asks who stands next to challenge him. The crowd murmurs. Garen stands among them wearing a gown. He thinks that Chan Yu grows stronger in such a short time and that there is nothing left for him to teach his brother. He thinks he sees profits coming from wagers placed on Chan Yu, but his true reward is far greater. He believes that Nox is the only lever of influence he can pull in the family, and since Nox reveals his true power, his reputation will rise and carry Garen's along with it. The crowd claims they must withdraw. One man admits he is a fool to think he is suited to join a troop. Another says his only talent lies in growing beets and carrots. Chan Yu orders them to halt. He declares that he does not tell them to leave, and they enter the trial under contract. He warns that if they flee, he personally ensures their lives sink beneath hell. He swears this upon his good name. Chan Yu then begins to fight the participants. He rushes toward a boy who shouts for mercy. Chan Yu attacks him and throws him away. Another boy runs, and Chan Yu points at him and says he is approved. The boy protests, saying he is not deserving, but Chan Yu insists that approval is his to give. He smiles and tells the boy to consider himself fortunate, though Chan Yu adds that he will see him twice daily until his last breath. The crowd shivers with fear and regrets entering. Later, Zitri, Elena, and Mei stand in a cart traveling through a forest. Elena tells Chan Yu she has a question meant only for him and laughs. Chan Yu, who sits on a horse, asks Mei to ensure Elena recovers from her stupor before she speaks. Mei agrees and forces Elena to drink a liquid. Elena protests but eventually agrees, and even with her senses restored, she states that her question remains. She asks what draws Chan Yu back to Chaders, noting that he even pays for land acquisition there. Chan Yu replies that he plans to see the land flourish. Elena argues that the land lies barren and overrun with magical beasts. Chan Yu tells her to set her worries aside because he has plans in mind. Elena compliments his firm resolve, saying it enchants and bewitches. Mei touches her face and warns her that she is going too far. Chan Yu thinks that once again, Lona surprises him and that she does not have to come. He thinks that she serves the family, not him personally, and wonders if she still feels guilty about what she does to him after Nox's mother dies. Lona asks Carl if she will ever be allowed to mount his noble back. Chan Yu thinks that he worries for nothing and concludes that, all things considered, assembling the troop for fighting monsters goes well. A guard walks beside Chan Yu's horse and says that when Chan Yu adds Chaders to his domain, he has no idea of his intentions, but Professor Lar's latest writings open his eyes. He says that his master truly inherits his father's wisdom and insight and that it is marvelous. Chan Yu asks the guard whether the wisdom of silence gets lost on him. Chan Yu thinks that, except for Christopher, everything is fine. Chan Yu remembers the moment when they leave the palace. He looks at his father and thinks that his father sends one of his best knights with him, and that Theodore must be worried about him. He thinks that although Theodore is a talented knight over 7 feet tall and a perfect bodyguard, he does not have to be such a chatterbox. Chan Yu looks back at Mei. She says that the place has grown much since they left it. Elena says excitedly that many things have changed. Christopher says that he expects swifter progress, but he supposes it becomes inevitable since the proper development of the land only began recently, and commoners fear settling on lands held by a family of darkness. Chan Yu replies that he believes the same, and that is why he brings his troops. Christopher proudly says that he knows his master has a solution in mind. Chan Yu replies that, naturally, he does, and that another task remains if they want Chadar to prosper. Christopher asks what task that might be. Chan Yu answers that they must hunt the monsters in the land to reduce their numbers. Chan Yu thinks that, for reasons he does not share, the prosperity of Chadar matters to him. The status window informs him that he has 10 days left to live and advises him to extend his lifespan immediately. Chan Yu thinks that he must stay alive first to make prosperity happen. Later, Garen stands outside the fort while Chan Yu also stands there. A wooden box full of golden coins is placed near Garen. Garen says that all the gold belongs to Chan Yu and begins to laugh. He further says that he does not dare claim the fruit of his favorite brother's efforts and that it is only right for Chan Yu to take the gold. Chan Yu thinks that just when he is about to get angry at Garen for earning gold using his reputation, he does not expect such a high level of flattery. He wonders if Garen is really handing over all his earnings to him, but decides that he plans to use Garen anyway. Chan Yu asks about the progress of development in Shadows. Garen replies that not much changes changed, and they still do not see many immigrants arriving. He states that the public sentiment becomes more favorable and that many young men consider settling in Shadows since Professor Lar's publication. But when the barren soil, magical beasts, and lack of paved roads are taken into account, the potential alone does not attract settlers. Chan Yu says that this is no cause for worry because he does not bring his troop for nothing. Garen responds that if Chan Yu says so, then it must be true, and he assures his support. He asks when Chan Yu plans to begin his actions and suggests resting for the day after the long journey. Chan Yu refuses and says that they will depart immediately. Meanwhile, Theodore says that he does not understand why Christopher chooses to join Nox in his challenge. Christopher stands with his head bowed before Theodore. Theodore says that they show Christopher goodwill, and that he sees no reason for Christopher to leave. Christopher answers that he sees hope in Chan Yu's talent, which overwhelms him, and he becomes certain that Chan Yu is the key to perfecting his own swordsmanship. Holding his sword, Christopher says that this is a sufficient reason to follow Nox and help perfect his blade, and he requests this for the sake of his own growth. Theodore asks if Christopher refers to the technique Blossom in Snow, preserved in northern swordsmanship. Christopher nods and confirms it. Theodore then agrees to allow him to go. Christopher thinks that his mission is to help Nox become the greatest swordsman of their time, but then questions what he now witnesses. He asks if the others already know about this development. Zitri says that she notices Nox's fascination with magic lately, but does not expect him to reach such a high level. Chan Yu forms a wheel of magic in his hand, and purple mana spreads over the fort. Gnolls gather and growl. Chan Yu stands atop the fort and unleashes magic onto the ground, causing attacks to strike the beasts. May asks if he becomes even stronger in only a few months. Elena, watching as well, refers to him as Master Nox. The status window informs that he defeated a gnoll and extends his lifespan by 2 hours. Chan Yu thinks that only 2 hours is too little, and that it cannot be correct. He recalls that gnolls are stronger mid-grade monsters, and that the lore states the Ring of Black Flame grants lifespan according to one's strength relative to the enemy. He wonders how he forgot that and realizes that he has become much stronger. He snaps his fingers, causing a pillar of purple mana to fall and form a circle around the gnolls. The status window then informs him that he now has 14 days left to live. Chan Yu thinks that only 4 days remain after all that destruction, so it is time for him to come up with an emergency plan. He stands on top of the fort. Christopher and the May watch in surprise as Elena runs toward Chan Yu and hugs him, saying that he sets her heart aflame. Christopher says that the feat is remarkable, and until now, he has only witnessed Chan Yu's talent in swordsmanship. Meanwhile, May pulls Elena away and takes her aside. Christopher says that Chan Yu makes him wonder if he even has any limits. Chan Yu thinks that he has never shown them his magical abilities before. Inside the fort, Chan Yu says that he is grateful for Professor Lars's teachings for strengthening his mastery, and that some theorists prove to be the finest teachers of magic. The maids stand and watch him. Chan Yu asks if they do not believe him and says that so be it if they doubt. Zitri says that they should leave that matter for now and focus on a more urgent concern. She states that they are already far in the northeast of Chaders as she points to the map. Zitri asks if he is certain they should continue. Chan Yu replies that he remains firm in his decision and says that they continue marching northeast. Christopher says that the plan is dangerous because they soon confront beasts of much greater threat. But then he recalls Chan Yu's magic and starts laughing, saying that his worries mean nothing now. He further adds that if the magical beasts do not frighten Chan Yu, then the kingdom of Tahalan should, because Chan Yu's family remains in conflict with it. He says that entering their borders may lead to dangerous encounters and begins to suggest caution. Chan Yu interrupts him and says that they should continue their march. Zitri and Lona show their surprise. Chan Yu says that they proceed forward into the kingdom and that a message is to be sent at once, so they are prepared to greet the son of Lanehaber. Later, in a palace, a red-haired boy sits on his bed. He stands and walks to the mirror, where his gown slips from his body. An old man arrives and tells him that they await the arrival of the Lanehaber boy soon, saying that he is as presumptuous as they come and believes his father's influence protects him there. The prince asks if the old man knows Theodore von Lanehaber. He says that the night when Theodore kills his father and brothers remains fresh in his memory, as does the face of each man who shields him from that blade. He says that the people may blame the old man for assuming a regency he never deserves, but he knows the old man acts only in his best interest. He raises a knife and says that his only intent is to lighten the burden of a prince who still suffers in agony from his loss. He recalls the boy's name as Knox von Lanehaber, and says that once he slays him, Theodore will feel the same pain and worse, the suffering that has been his life. The old man nods and says that he sees to the boy's reception as he deserves, and tells the prince that he must be weary from the weight of his decisions. He wishes that the prince's rest is fitting, while a snake-like tongue briefly slips from his mouth as he smiles. Outside the palace, guards patrol the grounds. One guard points his spear and demands a stranger's name. Chan Yu and his troops walk toward them. Chan Yu replies that he doubts he must give his name and removes the cloth covering his head. The guard immediately apologizes for his rudeness. Chan Yu says that standing beneath the scorching sun angers him so greatly that he may soon lose all decency and spill blood. The guard panics and offers to lead them inside at once, and then escorts them into the palace. The status window informs Chan Yu that he has 9 days left to live and advises him to hunt monsters to extend his lifespan. He thinks that the desert leaves him with almost nothing to hunt, but he believes his plan will make up for lost time. He thinks he must retrieve an item from the ancient remains north of Tahalen, and if he defeats a certain person there, he will gain lifespan and strength quickly. Suddenly, the status window informs him that a penalty triggers because he has fewer than 10 days left to live, and that he gains the negative trait death countdown. He starts coughing. The status window informs him that all his physical abilities have weakened by 20% and that the activation of his negative trait, sickliness, increases greatly. He feels dizzy. Lona rushes to him with tears in her eyes and asks what is wrong. Chan Yu thinks that he must push through the debuff. He quietly tells her not to say anything and reminds her that they came here for his recovery. She agrees. Later, inside the palace's main hall, the prince and princess sit above on the sofas while Chan Yu stands below with his group. Christopher whispers that great caution is required from that point onward, but assures Chan Yu that with him at his side, he has no cause for concern. Chan Yu walks toward the stairs as the prince and princess notice the group. The princess appears worried. The prince begins by welcoming Mr. Lanehaber, saying they have received his message. But before he finishes, Chan Yu draws his sword and swings it at the table, breaking it into pieces. Chan Yu says that a mere prince, not even the king of a vassal kingdom, dares to greet the son of the ruling family while remaining seated. The prince is stunned. Chan Yu demands to know whether he intends to have his kingdom erased from the map and commands him to kneel and beg for pardon or be the first to be erased from the world. On the other hand, a guard questions Theodore about why he does not prevent Master Knox's quest to Tahalen. Theodore asks what the guard means. The guard asks if Theodore does not want Knox to succeed him, and says that Knox may face great danger during that expedition. Theodore replies that he would have stopped Knox if he believed him incapable of protecting himself. He also says the guard reads his thoughts clearly, explaining that he indeed intends for Knox to inherit his title and his study, which is why he dislikes exposing him to unnecessary attention. Until Knox reaches sufficient power, self-preservation is difficult. The guard says he believes that is why Theodore assigns a Knight of the Dark Blade as Knox's protector and mentions he knows the Lord prefers certainty. Theodore stands from his chair and states that the knight has great achievements in battle, and if danger befalls Knox, he will act without hesitation. The guard agrees and expresses confidence in Theodore's judgment. After that, Theodore stands near a window and recalls the day he fought Chan Yu. He tells him that he challenges him as a father and a lord, and that one day Chan Yu will pierce his heart with that sword and deliver justice for his mother's death. He tells him to seize leadership of the house from him and says he trusts that Chan Yu will do so. Theodore then remarks that his downfall draws near. The guard looks at him and says he remains by his side until the end. Chan Yu thinks that there are two moments when gamers cannot help but reveal their true selves. The first is when their weapon breaks mid-upgrade, and he considers that no explanation is needed for this. The second is when they face someone far stronger than themselves. He observes that this clueless punk is sliding him, not realizing that he could take him out with a single swing. Chan Yu absolutely hates guys like this. He notes that the boy's name is Cushion Adrian, whose entire family Theodore has killed except for him and his little sister. Chan Yu understands why Cushion resents the Lanehaber family as a whole, but he believes Cushion cannot afford to show his emotions like this. He thinks that Cushion is merely a prince of his vassal kingdom. However, since Chan Yu needs him on his side to collect the hidden item from Tahalin, he reasons that he must knock him down a peg to make him more manageable. Chan Yu tells Cushion that he would be wise not to make him repeat himself. Cushion smiles and apologizes, saying he did not intend offense with his seated greeting and bows on his knees. Chan Yu does not reply. The status window informs him about Cushion, noting his primary element as earth, his accomplishments as a direct descendant of Tahalin's royal lineage and candidate for the throne, his positive traits as genius, poisoner, gifted danger man, average fist fighter, and serious, his neutral trait as loyal, his restrained trait as yet to find someone worthy of his loyalty, partial trust in court at 40%, and skills as magician and cram. His passive skills include poison boost, while his active skills include poison, danger, and intermediate fight. The window also warns that Cushion is brimming with hatred toward Chan Yu's family. Cushion looks at Chan Yu, who smiles and tells him that he may rise. Chan Yu then sits in front of Cushion and the princess on the sofa, thinking that Cushion's personality can be summed up with a few keywords: pessimistic to a fault, self-loathing, and immature. He recalls how Cushion's trust in Cramser, his regent and right-hand man, led to corruption and suicide in his 27th run. Chan Yu believes that this time he can prevent all that tragedy and thinks he would not have bothered coming if he could not. Cushion asks politely if he may inquire about the reason for Chan Yu's presence in Tahalin. Chan Yu replies that he is sightseeing and exploring the ruins, and tells Cushion that this is all he needs to know. He instructs Cushion to maintain proper manners until he departs from the kingdom. Cushion raises his hand and assures him that he will comply. While Cramser rings a bell in his hand, Cushion reminds him to ensure Chan Yu's comfort during his sightseeing and to secure any needs. Chan Yu interrupts and tells Cushion that he will select who shows him around. He points to the princess and says that she will escort and guide him through his rounds. Cushion questions whether she is suitable, but Chan Yu asks him if he doubts his judgment. Cushion denies it and agrees to see to her best comfort. The princess, Arya, confirms she will comply. Meanwhile, Lona whispers to Zitri, wondering if Chan Yu has finally awakened to his taste for maidens. Zitri asks what they are supposed to do, saying that she has received no training for this. May places her hand on Elena's face, saying she will not allow interference. May hushes Elena, telling her it is not her place to interrupt. Chan Yu observes them and thinks that all hell is breaking loose. He acknowledges that he cannot blame them for acting that way, but he considers the current task far more important. He senses that it has already taken hold of the princess. Chan Yu tells everyone to make their way, allowing all to withdraw except for Elena. She excitedly agrees. Chan Yu instructs her to come with him and tells Christopher to accompany them. Christopher solemnly swears as the proud head knight of House Lanehaber to bind himself to Chan Yu's command with utmost honor. Zitri asks Chan Yu if he will be all right without her company. Chan Yu replies that she flits over him as if he were a child and tells her to put her concern aside, assuring that he ventures forth with careful design. Zitri becomes sad upon hearing him. Chan Yu, Christopher, Arya, and Elena walk through the fort. Elena looks at Arya, and Chan Yu tells her that perhaps she also senses it. Christopher interrupts and explains that the young princess is Arya Adrien, the only sister of Prince Cushion, widely known for her exquisite beauty at present. Chan Yu remains focused and stays straight to the point. Christopher adds that Arya is under the sway of a controlling enchantment. Chan Yu confirms this and says that he now intends to see the sorcery broken. Christopher warns him that the sorcery binding her is dark magic, a form of curse, and if she suffers any affliction, the entire kingdom will rise against him. Chan Yu replies that they should first find a place that affords them privacy. They enter a fort, and a girl inside greets the travelers, bowing her head and saying that she fears her humble place may not meet their noble standards. Chan Yu thinks that there are 3 things to be done. First, undo the curse binding area. Second, unlock one of Elena's skills. And third. Suddenly, the girl asks how the preparations for the revolt are progressing and rushes from her place to attack Christopher. Christopher avoids her attack with his sword, and she leaps onto his blade, continuing her assault. Christopher tells her that by leaping straight into a blade lock, she should mind her manners. Elena interjects that anyone who threatens their master must face her, and she forms 3 vessels of magic. Chan Yu thinks that he is beginning to see the wisdom in hearing him and wonders what she will do. He also considers that this encounter is a meeting with a special unit, Lies. Chan Yu recalls when Professor Lars tells him that to undo a spell, one must trace its magical equations in reverse, like unraveling a ball of unruly yarn. The professor explains that it sounds difficult because it truly is, and it is no easy feat by any measure. Therefore, he concludes that it is best that Chan Yu not attempt it. He says the best hope lies in commissioning true experts, especially the rare and elusive elves. Meanwhile, Elena and Christopher stand before the girl. Chan Yu commands that they sheath their swords. Christopher reminds him that she has just attempted his life, but Chan Yu says it does not matter and orders them to give him privacy, as he wishes to speak with her alone. Christopher then tells Elena that she should step outside. Chan Yu corrects him and says that Christopher is the one who must leave. Christopher becomes confused and asks if he is not Chan Yu's sworn shield, bound by his duty. Chan Yu tells him to go and says that Elena stays, and if any danger arises, he will protect her. As Christopher leaves, Elena blushes and says she will stay 1,000 times for her master. Later at night, Lies tells Chan Yu that he speaks as if he knows who she is. Chan Yu confirms that, as a matter of fact, he does. He asks if she is not a member of the Estals, the lowest elf tribe, and calls her Lies the Grand Elementalist. Lies admits he uncovers enough and says she will not trouble herself to hide her true form. Chan Yu calls that a wise decision. Lies then says that Chan Yu, with silver hair and lavender eyes, must be Master Nox of House Lanehaber. Chan Yu confirms this and says he knows about the revolt she is assembling, and that the cellar of this inn serves as its headquarters. Lies demands that he state his business. Chan Yu says he needs her to undo the curse upon Arya. Lies reminds him that she is a rebel, and he expects her to help the royal princess. Chan Yu responds that her revolt becomes the undoing of the kingdom. Whether it triumphs or fails, he says it ends with the kingdom falling to the empire. Chan Yu asks whether the outcome they both fear is not something neither of them desires. Lies replies that he speaks much and yet does not state his business. She says that his house leads the attack that brings ruin upon the kingdom, and she asks what purpose he now has in seeking to undo the curse upon the princess. Chan Yu thinks that her question is valid and that she is right to be curious, but he decides he cannot share his entire plan with her. He changes the subject. The status window informs him that his trait-gifted actor activates. Chan Yu then claims he knows what this kingdom means to her. Lies asks what he could mean. Chan Yu thinks she is only putting on a brave face and is shaken, and he knows this because, as a player from outside, he knows why someone called a Grand Elementalist lingers in such a desolate backwater. The status window provides a side story titled Serene, the Thief of the Desert. It explains that elves are known for their sensitivity to mana, but even among them, Lies is different. When it comes to summoning elemental spirits, she is a genius. As a young girl, she interacts with countless spirits, and by the age of 16, she successfully forges a contract with a top-grade spirit. That is how she earns the epithet Grand Elementalist. But the window reveals that talent left unguarded becomes a curse. A genius born into the powerless Estal minority has no choice but to live on the run to avoid a terrible fate. Spirit magic is far more useful than summon combat skills, so her life becomes a constant flight, from one greedy kidnapper to the next, from one kingdom to another. As fate has it, she arrives in the hell in one night while hired swords pursue her, and her life is in danger. Then, from the shadows, she receives help. The helper's name is Serene. With Serene's help, Lies finds in something she has never had before, a settled life. Serene is a natural leader whose charisma gathers street children under her care. She protects them and ensures they are fed. Lies looks up to her in admiration but worries for her. One night, Serene sits with Lies near a fire. Lies asks whether the thieving must continue and whether there is truly no other way. Serene explains she is certain there is not. Without stealing, the children do not live to see another day. Theft is punishable by law and extremely dangerous, but Serene remains determined to support the unfortunate children. Lies decides she must find a way to free Serene from this path. She devises a plan to transform their worn-down quarters through magic. She plans to build a small inn, modest but warm, so they can make an honest living together. But Liza's dream never sees the light of day. Before she can even show Serene the new inn, Serene is gone, executed on the gallows. Chan Yu states that the kingdom is rotten to its core, but if Lies chooses revolt, it falls under the control of Arkheim. Lies asks what Chan Yu thinks causes so many orphans in the kingdom and drives them to the outskirts. She states that it is the empty throne, with no sovereign to keep the nobles in check, and the nobles seek only their own gain. Lies shouts that if the royals seize the chance to correct matters, they would not be in this terrible condition, and Serene would still be by her side. Chan Yu replies that he agrees. Lies asks what he means and whether he even knows whom she speaks of. Chan Yu advises her not to let her anger bring ruin upon her cause and calls her a liff. He tells her to think of a way to protect all the innocent, insisting that revolt is not the right answer. Chan Yu steps forward and tells her to think about how she might honor Serene's life. Chan Yu continues saying that he knows Serene is both a friend and a savior to Lies, and that he also knows she is dead. He adds that although the war contributes to her death, a revolt only worsens the situation. Lies asks him what alternative he suggests. Chan Yu says that he intends to raise the royal prince to the throne and ensure he rules properly so that the kingdom recovers in time. Lies shouts that he speaks nonsense and insists that it is already too late. She argues that a prince with the courage to rule never allows the kingdom to fall into ruin, and she claims only insurrection can save it. Chan Yu asks what happens after that and says that Lies would want Serene to live with her, but Serene would have refused because she loves the kingdom. Lies remembers Serene saying that she imagines the Hell Inn becoming a beautiful place someday, even if not soon, and that she stays because her heart belongs there. Lies asks how Chan Yu knows this, then begins crying. Chan Yu asks whether Serene wishes for the kingdom to collapse and tells Lies to consider one final question: whether she holds an innocent child responsible for her suffering. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Prince Kushan sits on his bed holding his head and asks Kramzar what he is supposed to do. He says that if Arya is taken as well, he cannot endure it. Kramzar replies that it is too early to worry since all necessary measures for her safety are underway. Kramzar thinks privately that the Lanehaber boy is dangerous and must be removed for the safe return of Duchess Grimmery. Kushan says he is a coward because Chan Yu takes Arya before his eyes, and he does nothing to stop it. Kramzar believes Chan Yu must have a scheme behind taking Arya. Kramzar proposes slipping poison into Chan Yu's supper and says that while Chan Yu suffers, Kushan may kill him with his father's dagger. He shows Kushan the dagger. Kushan rises from the bed and holds the weapon. Kramzar claims this is the only way to protect Arya and keep her safe. Later, as Chan Yu and Zitri walk in the palace corridor, Kramzar approaches and addresses Chan Yu, saying he is invited to a supper arranged in his honor. Chan Yu asks what kind of man Kramzar is. Kramzar introduces himself as the court magician, serving at the order of the prince. He then observes that the princess is not present to escort Chan Yu. Chan Yu replies that he has already found her and that she remains at the inn. Kramzar laughs and acknowledges his reply. There is a long dining table with many food items placed on it. Zitri and Lona eat happily, while Elena and May also enjoy the meal. Zitri smiles and remarks that the parrot on her arm is the friendliest creature alive. She adds that it is clever and repeats every word she says. She smiles again and thinks she would be delighted to take it home. May observes that the food contains many useful ingredients, something one would not expect to find outside the dessert. Lona whispers to Chan Yu, asking if he is faring well. Chan Yu replies that it is needless to ask. Kramzar laughs and comments that he is glad Chan Yu's stay in Tahalan has been enjoyable so far. He offers to lift his spirits further with a special dish, presenting moonsteel scorpion stingers. which he says is a Thalian delicacy reserved only for the most distinguished guests. Chan Yu eats the scorpions, and Cramser hopes that the dish is to his liking. At night, Cushion stands outside Chan Yu's room. The door opens slightly, and he wears a mask, thinking that one step will complete his plan and that his father and brothers will soon be avenged. He opens the door with his hand, thinking that it will soon be the vile Lanehaber's turn to suffer, and that this plan cannot fail. He enters the room and stands near Chan Yu's bed, thinking that if all goes as Cramser intended, the brat should now be fully under the venom's sway. He raises his knife, thinking that a single stab, clean and without fuss, will suffice, and he mutters that Chan Yu should blame his father as he dies. Suddenly, Chan Yu opens his eyes and stands firm in his place, causing the knife to hit the bed. He asks what this uncommanded visit is and grabs the knife from Cushion's hand. Cushion glares at him angrily, but Chan Yu throws him away. Cushion rushes toward Chan Yu with his sword, but Chan Yu moves aside slightly to avoid the attack, then punches him in the back and throws him away. Cushion shivers and asks how Chan Yu survives, and Chan Yu explains that he survives the deadly scorpion venom, and that there is no secret to share with the one who served it to him. Cushion starts shuddering again, and Chan Yu forms his sword in his hand with magic, asking Cushion if he would not agree, while turning his sword toward him. At night, Chan Yu and Elena walk down the street. Chan Yu calls Elena, and she responds respectfully. He explains that the liquid he holds is moonsteel scorpion venom, which remains harmless on its own, but may turn deadly when taken with certain foods. He further tells her that Cushion intends to attempt his life by tampering with his supper, so she must have the antidote prepared. Elena asks how he is so sure that Cushion will act. Chan Yu thinks that he sees Cushion use this same trick countless times. He asks when she has his permission to question his command and orders her to speak less and brew more. Elena replies inwardly that he is always forceful and wonders if she will ever learn to restrain herself before him. Chan Yu thinks that even if Cushion calls soldiers for backup, it does not matter because he has support as well. He thinks about the Order of Darkblade, the finest knights under the Lanehaber family's command, and assumes Theodore sends them without informing him. He thinks sarcastically that Theodore's fatherly love is touching enough to make him cry. He acknowledges that the knights are top tier with steel, but they cannot fool someone like him, who has beaten the game many times already. With them behind him, he feels secure even if an entire troop comes after him. Chan Yu states that it is foolish to attempt the life of a Lanehaber and asks if Cushion truly believes he can avenge his father by killing him. Cushion lies on the floor and glares at Chan Yu with anger, declaring that Chan Yu must not sully his father's name. He suddenly rushes forward and swings his knife at Chan Yu. Chan Yu sits low and avoids the attack, observing Cushion's moves. He thinks that Cushion is merely a spoiled brat without real talent and wonders where this swordsmanship comes from. He smiles and thinks that Cushion is still a prince of a kingdom, so he has the basics of sword fighting. But he judges Cushion's technique as intermediate at best and thinks he does not even need to use real skills to defeat him. Chan Yu throws Cushion down and turns his sword close to his face. He demands that Cushion confess who stands behind the plot. Cushion insists that no one is involved and that he alone devises the plan. Chan Yu asks if he intends to guard the secret with his life. Then Chan Yu calls Christopher. Christopher arrives excitedly, declaring loyalty and readiness to follow any order even through fire. Chan Yu tells him first to stop his excessive speech and second to make Cushion kneel before him. Christopher presses Cushion's head down and speaks mockingly while obeying. Cushion continues to stare angrily at Chan Yu. Chan Yu asks why Cushion looks upon him with such blame and bitterness and questions who, in Cushion's eyes, ruins the kingdom, his sister, and himself. Cushion stays silent. Chan Yu says that if he does not answer, then he will ask another question, whether Cushion claims to do justice to the throne that is his birthright. Cushion retorts that Chan Yu presumes to preach despite being the youngest born and untouched by duty or burden. Chan Yu responds that a person does not need to carry luggage to know it is heavy. He asks if Cushion knows why he has not slit his throat yet. He says that Cushion's throne, though fated, still holds power capable of bringing worthy change. Cushion asks why Chan Yu calls it worthy and says that it is not worth what he ever asks for. Chan Yu replies that whether he asks or not, the worth and responsibility belong to him from birth, and if he does not bear the burden, no one else can shoulder it in his place. Kushan tries to argue, but Chan Yu tells him to be the king and claim the throne that is long his. In return, Chan Yu promises to share long overdue truths. Kushan lowers his gaze in shame. Chan Yu tells him to consider this the first truth. He then notices that Zitri and Elena are secretly watching from behind a pillar. He declares that he causes no harm to Kushan's sister, not at all. Zitri and Elena feel shocked to hear this. Kushan asks for clarification. After that, in the palace, some dancers perform while the royals sit and enjoy the display. One royal asks what business the Laneheber boy has in their kingdom. Another replies that his own search for an answer brings no better result. The first royal shouts that nothing is amusing and claims Chan Yu insults the entire kingdom by bringing his own crops, regardless of the grand house he hails from. An old man advises that they must care because Chan Yu is the son of Theodore von Laneheber, and suggests they remain silent for now and observe. Another royal agrees. Kramzer arrives and claims that this moment is a heaven-sent opportunity. The old man asks how that could be so. Kramzer states that it is time to dispose of the prince and that they must not let this stroke of luck slip by. The nobles look at one another in surprise. One calls the idea preposterous, while another argues that they should at least listen. A third suggests waiting. Kramzer asks if they have already forgotten the shame that the prince brings upon them. A man in the crowd says he remembers the prince kneeling and will never forget it. Another old man calls it a grievous shame for a prince to bend the knee before a foreign lord while public resentment remains high. Kramzer then proposes eliminating the prince and the Laneheber group. An old noble questions how they can hope to survive such a scheme after slaying a Laneheber. Kramzer explains that Chan Yu consumes deadly venom that night and that the prince himself volunteers to finish the job. An old man exclaims with excitement that they can blame the prince for the death, and in the chaos that follows, they can strike against the royal bloodline. He laughs and praises Kramzer's cunning. Afterward, Chan Yu and Kushan part the curtains and look at the many people gathered in the main hall. Chan Yu asks how Kushan finds this truth. Kushan replies that he finds it foul and revolting. Chan Yu tells Kushan that he knows deep inside who leads their parents to such a tragic end, and that he can no longer pretend. Chan Yu says Kushan knows who brings their kingdom to ruin, and it is none other than his cowardly brother, the royal prince, too weak and too timid to take up the crown. Meanwhile, Kramzer tells Arya that her brother is the one responsible and calls him the so-called prince. Arya thinks that every word Kramzer speaks is a lie. Kramzer urges her to let go and place her burdens upon him, promising her peace and oblivion wrapped in sweet dreams. Arya thinks that his words are mere illusions, yet she cannot cry out or free herself, and she wonders if this is truly her end. Suddenly, she hears a voice calling her name and asks who is calling her, while she feels as though she is floating in deep water. Crying, she begs the voice to let her out. The voice says that it will do so if she wishes, although it intends to regardless of her wish. Arya realizes her strength returns and wonders what is happening. Meanwhile, at night, Chan Yu stands with Christopher, while Kushan sits on the ground and admits that he trusts every word Kramzer tells him about the kingdom's condition, virtues, morals, and the state of the people. Chan Yu states that Kushan lets others judge on his behalf, and has no one but his own weakness to blame. Kushan replies that he knows and feels the pain of realizing how much harm he allows to spread and does not know how to correct it. Chan Yu tells him that he will find wise counsel in Arya and Lies, who arrive at that moment. Arya calls her brother and smiles. Kushan looks at her in disbelief, asking if she is well and noting that her warm smile returns. Chan Yu explains that he finds her under Kramzer's spell of influence. Kushan looks back in shock and asks if Kramzer is truly capable of that. Chan Yu confirms that Kramzer is a devil-worshipping sorcerer. Kushan holds his head and says he cannot believe it. Chan Yu replies that the enchantment affects him too, though not as strongly, and that the headache he feels is the sign of the spell breaking. Chan Yu states that soon, Kushan will be free entirely and understand what he must do. Kushan, holding his aching head, sits on the ground. Then he notices Lies. Lies punches him in the face and warns that if he fails the final chance given to him, she will see his head mounted on the palace tower. She demands whether he knows what his weakness and Kramzer's tyranny cost her. Chan Yu thinks that her anger is expected and justified, and that everything wrong in the kingdom starts with Kramzer. It is stated that Kramzer was once only the court magician, but he rose to regency through his talent for brainwashing. Once he gains influence over the crown, he begins corrupting the entire kingdom. While his political schemes are evident, few people realize that he is a devil man. His hidden ambition is to revive Gremory, one of the 72 demons. Led by his manipulation, the king and queen of Thalion declare war on the Arkheim Empire. As Kramzer intends, the Hymean court becomes furious and orders the Lanehabers to subdue and crush Thalion. Theodore, Rodwell, and Christopher lead the Order of Dark Blade into the kingdom and wage war without mercy, taking countless lives, including the life of the Thalion king. Chan Yu thinks that he is shocked when he learns this backstory, realizing that Liza's wrath and Cushin's frailty also trace back to Kramzer's plot. Chan Yu tells them that their suffering comes from the same tragedy. He explains that in war, no one truly wins or loses, and no one is fully guilty or innocent. However, he warns that this does not mean they are free to cast their grievances upon the wrong person. Lies shouts that there is no hope left in the kingdom because Cushin still fails to gather his resolve. She says that if he had even a shred of courage and sat upon his rightful throne, none of the poor children would have died, and Serene would still be alive. Chan Yu responds that even if they believe change is too late, they must grow by casting off the faults of their past. He tells her that even in grim reality, they must press onward, and urges Lies to do the same. Lies begins to weep and admits that she knew from the start that Cushin and Arya are not villains. She states that they are simply like her, grieving after losing loved ones, weighed down by duty, and wishing desperately to run and hide from the world. Arya tells her brother that this time she stands beside him. Cushin thinks that even so, he is still holding on to something worth protecting, and he smiles while thanking his sister. The system informs that his trait of restraint has been removed, and his loyalty rises to unwavering devotion toward Chan Yu. Chan Yu thinks that he no longer turns away from reality and that he successfully gains Cushin and Lies as allies. He believes they will become two of the strongest units because he intends to support them just as he supports Marine. Lies thanks Chan Yu and says her anger now takes a just path, noting that he is not as the rumors describe him. Arya expresses her gratitude for saving both her and her brother. Chan Yu replies that he only calls them upward and that they climb out of their own despair. Meanwhile, the citizens of Thalion gather and chant to dethrone the worthless prince and declare Kramzer as their new ruler. Chan Yu, Cushin, Arya, and the others stand above the crowd watching. Chan Yu smiles and says that gratitude is too early. He commands them to prepare because the time has arrived to drive out their true enemy. One man from the crowd demands that the princes and the prince be removed, while another shouts that this land is not for the useless royals to inherit and orders that they be found and brought out, declaring that only one man can survive them all, the Grand Regent Kramzer. Kramzer thinks about the time it takes for him to reach his current position. He recalls that a rare few are born with extraordinary gifts or noble blood, while the rest, the great many, are born into lives far beneath. He reflects that the life of a low-born with little station and talent is as barren as the desert. He remembers that as a child, he heard a voice telling him how weak he is, and his ears twitch at the memory. A lady standing nearby tells him that she sees fiery desires in his eyes, though his feeble gifts and low birth chain him fast, keeping him far beneath his peers. She says that he is to wander the desert with his ambition unfulfilled, doomed to be forgotten. She adds that she alone, Gremory, sees the injustice and believes that opportunity must be given to all alike, and she promises to grant him his chance. Kramzer reflects that all he endures to climb from the filth of his birth to the heights above, all the men he crushes beneath his feet, and the countless times he soils his own soul, finally bear fruit to fulfill his dreams. With the great power granted by the Grand Duchess, he vows to become a man unlike any other and sees the kingdom as his own. A man from the crowd asks whether the prince has been found, and another tells them to seek him out immediately. Kramzer steps forward and declares that it will not be necessary, addressing Cushin Adrian. Cushin asks what Kramzer thinks he is doing, while Kramzer studies him. Cushin thinks that only that morning, he was but a dejected boy consumed by fear, a timid bird hiding in its shell, terrified of the world, and wonders where this new boldness comes from. Kramzer realizes that the spell he cast upon Cushin and his sister is broken and wonders what has taken place. Cushin accuses Kramzer of betraying his trust. claiming that Kramzer never meant to serve the kingdom and that all he ever seeks is to seize the land built by Kushan's forebears. Kramzer smiles and says that if Kushan thinks he sees clearly, he must disagree. Kramzer claims that Kushan is the one who has squandered 2 years in vain and dares him to look behind him at the people, who stand seething with anger at his failure. He remarks that the graves burn in their eyes and that even Kushan's father curses him from the grave. Kramzer thinks that at this rate, the angry mob will tear Kushan apart with their own hands and that he himself need not soil his hands. Chan Yu arrives and declares that he does not take pleasure in meddling in the affairs of another house, but he must speak the truth. He stands near Kushan and says that the kingdom shall never run short of jesters, for all he hears now is broad jest. Kramzer looks at him and asks what he means, thinking that this insolent man speaks out of turn and questioning what he is without the shield of his family. Kramzer formally asks Mr. Lanehaber to explain what part of what he hears strikes him as a jest. Chan Yu smiles and remarks that for one who invites ruin to this land to dare mention the deceased king, he is truly the proud lapdog of his devil mistress, Kramzer. The crowd wonders. One of the men from the crowd asks what he says about a devil mistress. Another asks what that is supposed to mean. Chan Yu tells them that they are despicable fools and that they do not see that they commit grand treason. He tells them to use what little wit they have and think. He asks the crowd when their late king and queen sought conflict with the empire, and when the kingdom fell into the Hyemia court's ill favor. He says that it all begins when Kramzer becomes the court magician. The crowd looks angrily at Kramzer and murmurs. They murmur that indeed the late majesty never sought war until 2 years ago. Another says that the king declares war the very day Kramzer rises to power. The crowd starts throbbing their heads and asks what this splitting pain is. Kushan thinks that it is the same pain he suffered many moments ago and that this vile witch bewitched not only him and his master but the entire court. Kramzer shouts that they should not hear a word Chan Yu says and calls him a Lanehaber, a son of the house that brings their kingdom to ash. Kramzer further asks on what grounds Chan Yu brands him a pawn of a demoness. He warns that if Chan Yu speaks another word of slander, he may not vouch for his safe return. Chan Yu calmly says that Kramzer vouches for his safe return and calls it grand. He jumps to the ground near Kramzer. Christopher shouts and asks why his master casts himself into danger. Chan Yu asks what danger he talks about and says he only sees a flock of bumbling cowards too craven to face a single unarmed youth. He asks if they begin this uprising without the courage to die for their cause. Chan Yu further says that they prove themselves parasites of the Thalian people, fools of Kramzer, and vermin. He forms his sword with his magic. The crowd wonders how he dares. Another says a son of an invader has no place here. A man rushes toward Chan Yu and says that Chan Yu stands with no aid if they strike now. Chan Yu notices him and says he sees a sword in his hand. Chan Yu swings his sword and kills the man. Chan Yu says he takes it as their resolve to fight. The crowd shouts that he cuts the man in two, and that even a Lanehaber has no right to murder one of them. They say he must pay for meddling in their affairs. Chan Yu then replies that they should think twice and see who truly points his blade at him, blinds their sight, and clouds their judgment. Kramzer watches angrily. Chan Yu looks back and calls Kushan Adrian. Kushan jumps there as well. Chan Yu says that if a new moon is to rise above this hellish night, he proves it himself, and he asks Kushan if he does not think so. Kushan holds both swords and says of course. He agrees. He rushes toward the sky. An explosion of fire appears in the sky. The crowd wonders what it is. Lies commands the people of Thalia into battle. The crowd rushes forward with their swords. Kramzer calls them base-born curs. Elena and May throw glass jars filled with mana at the people. Arya and Christopher also fight. Kramzer notices them and thinks that it is not good if he fails to find a breakthrough soon. Kramzer forms a magical circle and says that someone will have to die for him. He throws the spell at May. Suddenly, Chan Yu stops the magic with his sword and stands before the May. Chan Yu looks at Kramzer angrily. Chan Yu swings his sword while Zitri stands behind him and worries for him. He looks at Kramzer. Zitri calls him master, but Chan Yu looks back at her and tells her to stand back. Kramzer thinks about how such a thing is possible when Chan Yu shatters his magic with only one stroke. He wonders how the Lanehaber brat dares. The old people rush toward Kramzer and shout that he must save them. Kramzer throws them away with his magic and tells them to keep away from him. Cushion wonders if Kramzer raises his magic even against his own people. Lies replies that Kramzer means to open a portal to flee and that they must stop him. Kramzer releases his magic and thinks he must retreat so that he may regroup his forces. Suddenly, with purple mana, his magic shatters. Kramzer wonders what becomes of his portal. Chan Yu smiles and asks if that is the best a proud court magician can summon. He holds a purple magic circle and calls the magic shamefully crude. Kramzer thinks that this cannot happen and that Chan Yu cannot invert the equations so quickly just by glancing at them. Chan Yu steps toward him and says that if Kramzer must know, he owes his failure to a certain professor at Elydian. He thinks about Professor Lars, who is obsessed with magical theories and says that his obsession pays off. Chan Yu grabs Kramzer by the cloth and tells him to see clearly with his own eyes. All the people turn their faces toward Kramzer and wonder. Chan Yu lifts him above the ground and tells the crowd that it is proof that Kramzer is a devil worshipper. Kramzer orders him to stop at once. Mana releases from his body, his veins appear, and suddenly his eyes become black with red dots. He throws a mass of blue mana from his mouth. An old man from the crowd asks what horror overtakes Kramzer's face as his mana spills forth. Chan Yu tells the people that their court magician Kramzer is a devil, a man of filth, and that by following him, they are lower scum still. Kramzer grabs Chan Yu's hand and asks how he dares to disgrace the Lanehabers. He asks if the ignorant wretches know whom he serves. He says it is none other than Grimory, one of the 72 demons of old. Horns appear on his head and long teeth as he tells them that a servant of a Grand Duchess stands before them, and that once she learns they harm her most faithful servant, she will act. At that same moment, Chan Yu drives his sword into Kramzer's body. Kramzer shouts for his life to be spared and promises to share everything he has: gold, glory, the kingdom, and even the power of the Duchess. Chan Yu pulls out his sword and says none of that interests him, then cuts Kramzer into 2 pieces. Suddenly, Kramzer's body begins to disappear. Cushion wonders what it means. Chan Yu explains that Kramzer's deal with Grimory might give him fearsome power, but in death, his body and soul remain enslaved to her. He adds that the remaining filth are her spawn, and if they live, Thalia never sees a new dawn. Chan Yu calls Cushion and lies, saying it is time to conclude the revolt. Cushion rushes forward and kills Kramzer's followers. Chan Yu also kills them with his sword. A status window informs him that by killing an enemy, his lifespan increases by 4 hours. Chan Yu thinks that Kramzer's minions are still humans, and that a human existence extended by killing other humans is a seriously twisted way to live. The next day, Rodwell arrives with the troops and observes the situation, where many bodies lie on the ground. He thinks that he rushes to Tahalin to protect Master Nox, but he feels he comes only to see the kingdom's turmoil being quelled overnight. Rodwell observes Cushion and addresses him as Prince Cushion. Cushion asks if his name is Rodwell Durnarock. Rodwell replies that greetings may wait and asks where Master Nox is. He warns that if Cushion harms him, the Order of the Dark Blade ensures Cushion follows him soon enough. Before Rodwell draws his sword, Chan Yu arrives and tells him to sheath it. Rodwell calls him Master Nox. Chan Yu stands with the maids, his clothes covered in blood. Rodwell says that the whole house lies restless with concern for his safety. Chan Yu responds that he can tell by the number of knights Rodwell brings with him. Rodwell says that it is a necessary action to protect the lineage of the Lanehaber family. Chan Yu asks whether Rodwell gives no thought to the punishment that awaits, saying it must be Rodwell's decision, since his father would not dispatch an entire order. Chan Yu adds that if his father seeks to chastise Rodwell, he will tell them Chan Yu summons him, and he merely obeys. Rodwell twitches his eyes and says that Chan Yu's concern honors him, but he states they come by force and under his lordship's command. Chan Yu asks if his lordship obeys Rodwell, and Rodwell agrees. Chan Yu thinks that this is something he never expected. Rodwell asks what brings him to keep company with Prince Cushion. Cushion answers that it is his resolve. Chan Yu and Rodwell look at him. Cushion says that Chan Yu saves both the kingdom and him from the depths of ruin, and that only thanks to him, he sees the true virtues of a king. He adds that even a lifetime does not suffice to repay that debt. Cushion kneels before Chan Yu and asks him to accept his loyalty. Chan Yu says that the king of Tahalin pledges loyalty to a Lanehaber, and that too to the disgrace of the house. He says Cushion must prepare for a lifetime of scorn from his subjects. Cushion replies that he is prepared, as his loyalty is to Chan Yu alone, not to the Lanehaber house. Lies stands beside Arya and smiles, saying they also follow in kind, and asks Arya, as Her Royal Highness, to join. Chan Yu looks at her and thinks that he gains 3 more units for Team Nox. Rodwell stands behind Chan Yu and thinks that the lingering doubt he has about Master Nox now completely vanishes. He thinks Chan Yu claims responsibility for his subjects and earns their lifelong loyalty, and he feels that Chan Yu is being born anew as a true leader. The status window informs that a negative trait, the countdown, is active, and that all physical abilities are diminished by 5%. The window says it disappears only when Chan Yu extends his lifespan by more than 30 days. Chan Yu thinks that the trait appears when he has 10 days, and he questions why removing it takes 30 days, calling it inconsistent. He thinks he should have written to the game maker when he had time. Lona stands behind him and asks if he is alright. Chan Yu nods and replies that they are concerned. He then thinks that very soon he will gain a significant amount of lifespan. The status window informs that Chan Yu has 9 days left to live. The next day, in the desert, he sits on a horse and coughs. He thinks that he begins a run with a time-limiting illness, the worst trait in the game. Elena rides behind him on her horse and says that she should have known he was unwell, and that he chose the desert instead of taking a well-deserved rest. She adds that her lap is always his to rest on. Chan Yu tells her to keep such thoughts to herself, while Cushion notices her behavior. Chan Yu thinks that his life has become rough since he cannot even say aloud that he feels unwell. Some men start preparing a small tent. One of them says that he prepares it at once so Chan Yu may rest his weary body. Chan Yu tells him to stop, saying their excessive patience annoys him, and he thinks that none of them are serious and that he should ignore them and focus on the positive. He thinks about Gremory, the demon of anguish and honesty among the 72 demons. He thinks she is the only one who stays out of the main story and that most players do not even notice her existence. He understands why, as she hides deep in the desert behind a strong barrier. But he thinks that as an old-timer player, he knows how to use her to gain an advantage and that he needs her power more than extra lifespan. Chan Yu rides the horse again. Later, the group stops at a location. Chan Yu steps down and orders them not to act on impulse and to follow only his instructions. Christopher agrees. Cushion promises that his word is his bond. Elena smiles and says she obeys if he wants her to. Chan Yu recognizes the advanced barrier and says that this is where Gremory hides herself. He asks whether the power is ready and forms purple mana in his hand. Elena excitedly replies yes and casts a spell, saying she summons the spirit of the earth, Gnome, to bind to her will. A status window shows Elena's information. Female, age 21, half-elf, wood as her primary element, cheerful, genius potion maker, gifted craftsman, open-minded, average spirit summoner with a newly unlocked trait, neutral as unaffected and fool for love, and negative traits as arrogant and drunkard. A swirl of blue magic forms upward as she continues the summoning. The status window states that the unit receives a boost when under contract with the spirit of the wood element. Chan Yu thinks that elemental evocation is the least popular combat style because it requires high attribute points despite modest attack power. However, he recognizes Elena as a real talent capable of using it as a sub-profession, unlocking new skills with training, and potentially becoming gifted. He thinks this is why she is one of his favorite units when he plays the game externally. He compares her mastery to Lies, whose primary element is fire, and thinks that Lies is stronger, but since they are in a desert, fire is not the best choice. He thinks that Lies' help can wait until he awakens his own evocation power. Elena spreads her magic widely. A status window states that a contract with the spirit gnome is established. The gnome appears in a cat-like form. Christopher comments that this is a gnome and sits near it. Chan Yu confirms and explains that although gnomes are usually depicted as tiny old men with mustaches and hats, the game redesigns them into a cute form because the target audience is young girls. Elena asks if he does not say that she does well, calling him her love. Chan Yu is sitting near the gnome and replies that she is quite brave in abstaining from drink. Elena shouts that she means she summons the spirit with great effort. Chan Yu stands and places his hand on Elena's head, saying that she does well. After that, Chan Yu tells Cushion and Christopher that they must stay mindful of one another's presence, and that they tie a rope around their wrists so that the moment they sense danger, they tug at it. Elena blushes because Chan Yu praises her. Chan Yu places his hand on the purple mana. The status window informs that they have entered the domain of Gremory, the demon of anguish and honesty, that they are trapped within the desert maze, and that failure to escape results in their death. Chan Yu says that they hold fast and do not let the sandstorm lead their way astray. A sandstorm occurs. Chan Yu thinks that it must be Gremory's plan to block their way with the storm, a clever strategy because the gates of the ruins shift location every hour. He thinks that it is not a problem for them because the gnome guides the way. The gnome runs. Elena holds Chan Yu's hand and says that it bids them follow. Chan Yu tells her that they go, but they do not join hands. They follow the gnome and bind themselves with the rope attached to it. The gnome stops near a destructive place, and Elena sits near it. Christopher wonders if it is a dune. Chan Yu replies that it is indeed a dune. Christopher and the others stand at the edge of the pit. Christopher says that one misstep may be their end. Elena communicates with the gnome through gestures. Christopher asks if the gnome advises Miss Elena. Suddenly, the gnome rushes forward. Elena remains bound with it and follows it, asking the others to do the same. Chan Yu thinks that he does not expect this. They are all dragged by the gnome's rope. Christopher laughs and says that it reminds him of his training days when his fellows gave him a thrilling ride by pushing him down a cliff. Chan Yu thinks that it is actually bullying. They all jump into the pit. Christopher asks if he is alone in sharing this deadly fall. Chan Yu forms magic in his hand and thinks that large teachings come in handy again. He creates a barrier of purple mana on the ground, thinking that the shield is not ready for combat, but it prevents their fall. They stand safely inside the barrier. They observe the place. Christopher says that the ruins are grand and that he marvels at Chan Yu's choice of magic and how remarkable it is. Cushion interrupts him and tells everyone to stay alert as something approaches. They hear growling noises. Many giant spider demons appear. Chan Yu says that they are insect monsters and that there are far more than he expects. The insects move toward them. Christopher says that none of the pests dare touch their master while he watches, and he slays them all so that Chan Yu does not need to worry. Chan Yu draws his sword and says that he stains his hands if he must. He thinks that every minute of life matters to him now. They all prepare to fight the insects with their swords. Meanwhile, Gremory sits on a rock and opens her arms. She says that in the hands of Cramser, her cause triumphs, but a young wretch from nowhere interferes. She clenches her fist and says that if he sets foot in her domain, and he shall suffer her greatness, facing the ordeal of the ruins, their anguish, and their honesty. The status window informs that Chan Yu now has 14 days left to live. Chan Yu swings his sword at an insect and kills it. The status window informs that his negative trait, the death countdown, is still in effect, and that he must extend his lifespan beyond 30 days to remove it. Chan Yu thinks that the death countdown is an annoying debuff that suffocates him on multiple fronts, gnawing at his attribute points and placing restraints on his movements. He thinks that after killing so many monsters with this debuff active, he is only at 40 days, which he considers barely an improvement. Later, they kill all the insects. Cushion says that it seems they subdue all within sight. Chan Yu thinks that Cushion is surprisingly skilled, but Christopher is even more impressive. He thinks that Christopher is Theodore's favorite for a good reason. Christopher's freezing blade style consists of 3 sequences and 9 waves, embodying both power and finesse. Chan Yu thinks that after seeing this technique in action, he believes Christopher more than deserves his Order Master title. Chan Yu tells Elena that she does well, and that they owe her much for summoning the spirits and for her other efforts. Elena smiles and says that she does what she can for him, calling him her love, and says that May should be glad that their many experiments bear fruit. Chan Yu thinks that May goes through an endless cycle of being poisoned by Elena's concoctions, then healed and poisoned again, and he considers it true dedication. Elena tells the others to follow her. They all stand outside a giant door. Elena opens the door. A giant white dragon-like demon roars inside. Cushion observes that demon-occupied ruins show no end to the beasts. Christopher draws his sword and says that Prince Cushion may step aside, since he is still ready for battle and intends to lay the beast down. Christopher swings his sword at the demon's body, but the demon remains unaffected. He stands in front of the demon, wondering how this can be, thinking that he severed it with his own eyes and clearly saw its legs. Chan Yu tells him to steel himself, explaining that most things here are illusions and that they must determine what is real and what is not. Chan Yu walks on while Christopher remains in surprise. Chan Yu thinks that this is where old-timers' knowledge proves useful. He reflects that in these ruins, knowing what to look for prevents wasting time wandering and fighting illusions. Elena worries and asks Chan Yu what gives him such confidence in his path. Chan Yu thinks that the first thing to look for is the mounted worshipping sculptures, which lead directly to the boss chamber. He further thinks that the monsters in this chamber are all real. He notes that objects like rings on the 4 fingers of the sculptures attract real monsters through the special mana they emit. Chan Yu reflects that this maze uses all manners of tricks to blur illusion and reality until victims lose all sense of the outside world. He thinks that these so-called ordeals of anguish and honesty have nothing on him and that their whole setup cannot mislead him, as he already knows the correct path. Chan Yu opens a door and sees a skeleton with horns sitting on a giant chair. The skeleton comments that they have reached his chamber against their best interest and says that he sees no reason to hide any longer, declaring that this ordeal may be their last. A sandstorm occurs again, and Chan Yu and the others stand ready. Chan Yu thinks that they go out in quite the fashion. The status window informs him that his understanding of illusions negates any damage and that he is not poisoned or harmed. Chan Yu swings his sword, declaring that he has had enough of this phantom ordeal and commands the skeleton to rise and face him. The skeleton stands and remarks on their bravery, noting that Chan Yu did not end Kramzer by mere chance. Red-black mana releases from his body. Christopher wonders and asks what manner of master this is. Chan Yu tells him that she is the Grand Duchess Gremory. The skeleton transforms into Gremory's true body. Chan Yu states that the tragedy of Tahalin began with her and that it shall end with her. Gremory comments that it is curious that he is the first to elude the harm of her illusions within the ruins and that she may even ask him for the secret. Kushan accuses her of being the demon who twisted Kramzer's mind and plotted to consume his kingdom, declaring that her deceit ends now and that they will no longer be her fools. Gremory responds that he misunderstands her, calling him foolish, and claims that humans are rigid in hierarchy and are inevitably doomed, explaining that, as the demon of honesty, she speaks no lie. She adds that reality often lashes harder than illusions and that what she showed Kramzer with all the good within her was simply how nature runs its course. Kushan shouts, asking what good within her served and why she acted as she did. Chan Yu tells him that this is enough, noting that asking a demon why she acts is a fool's game and that the answer is obvious. Gremory notices Chan Yu, who asks if her actions were for her revival. She responds, impressed, that unlike the prince, he knows a bit more than he should, and admits that he spoke true. Chan Yu smiles and remarks that she also spoke true when she said he knows a thing or two, and he challenges her to see what else he knows. Chan Yu tells them that a tale comes to his mind of the archangel who sealed Gremory away. Gremory wonders how he comes upon this knowledge and questions if he is but a mortal. Chan Yu replies that he is indeed a mortal who knows all her weaknesses. Gremory declares that she has had enough of his insolence and reminds them that a Duchess of Hell can easily dispose of lowly creatures, forming a circle of red magic in her hands. Chan Yu responds that he has had enough of her farce and grace. He touches his sword and remarks that he has known, even while playing along with her pitiful ordeals. His finger begins to hurt and bleed from the sharpness of the sword. Gremory wonders that within this chamber, where she remains bound, she is forbidden to harm any human by her contract with the Archangel. She falls to the ground, binding herself with many chains, and states that the cut is Chan Yu's own doing, not hers. Elena wonders if it is true that a demon is barred from harming humans. Christopher remarks that this explains everything, noting that it clarifies why a Grand Duchess of Hell merely sits by, letting them be undone by illusions. He observes that Chan Yu knew of her weakness from the beginning. Chan Yu tells Gremory to answer his questions if she wishes to live. He turns his sword toward her and asks first what the name of the angel who sealed her away is. Gremory replies that she would not waste a thought remembering the name of some angel. Chan Yu tells her that perhaps he may set an example, recalling that he once slew a demon as slow-witted as her. He remembers that the demon's name is Payman. Gremory says that she may still carry the image of the Archangel in her mind. She notices the sharpness of Chan Yu's sword near her neck. Chan Yu tells her that if she is eager to cooperate, she must now speak all she knows and all she has seen. Gremory thinks that no mortal dares humiliate a Duchess of Hell in this way, but his speech, his bearing, and his familiar gaze make him a threat she cannot ignore. Gremory tells them that the Archangel had great white wings about 2 yards long, if she recalls correctly. Chan Yu asks what else is new, warning that demons have horns and that jest will cost her time, not earn it. Gremory says that she cannot believe his impertinence. She looks upward at Chan Yu and states that it comes to her now that the Archangel resembles him greatly, noting his beautiful lavender eyes, resplendent as amethyst. In countless stories, angels represent pure goodness, and they are always in conflict with demons, who embody evil. It is explained that the game Inner Lunatic also features angels, but their presence seems suspicious because they remain absent from the main story. It is said that angels are mentioned only in item descriptions, almost like hidden clues. After studying every detail in the game, it is concluded that the angels are connected to a grand secret behind the world's design. The lore states that Gremory is sealed in the ruins for ages, and an archangel locks her there. It is believed that if anyone knows about angels, it is she. Gremory mentions that the archangel resembles the listener, especially with lavender eyes like amethyst. When she is asked if she knows anything useful about the angel, she responds that she remembers only a blade of light striking her and sealing her demonic power. She says that the woman from the heavens leaves her alive only with the words that a chance for repentance finds her one day, and she questions why she is still left to live. It is thought that lavender eyes are a trait known in the game for the House of Lanehaber and their angel named Theodore, which creates suspicion of some hidden connection. The listener says that a favor is needed, and Gremory asks if the answers she gives are not enough. The listener says that the favor is to face the ordeal of anguish and honesty. The status window states Gremory's qualities. She is among the 72 demons and has various attributes. Her positive traits include being a gifted sportsman, a fighter, honest, generous, and possessing a tongue of truth. Her neutral trait is purity and evil. Her negative traits include being tearful, anguished, and flippant. The listener thinks that the trait of tongue of truth is enough reason to spare her life because she can never lie, which makes it easier to manipulate her. When asked to explain the ordeal, Gremory says that it is a test requiring one truthful answer. She says that the chamber of trial requires a stake, and the reward increases with the value of the stake. Christopher expresses that the ordeal seems deceptive. Gremory says that the question always concerns someone the participant knows, and the answer is delivered to that person. She gives an example that if someone thinks about abandoning a companion, that truth reaches him like a devilish whisper. Christopher becomes worried. When asked how failure occurs, Gremory answers that speaking anything but the truth causes failure. She reminds us that the more precious the wager, the greater the reward, but the question becomes crueler as well. Chan Yu thinks that the ordeal sounds simple, but the anguish comes after answering the question. It is suggested that the questions may ask whether someone aspires to kill the emperor and seize his power, whether they secretly wish to betray a lover, or whether they want to slay their own brothers to take the glory for themselves. It is explained that the moment someone agrees, the truth reaches those people, and it is likely that they attempt to kill the participant before the story reaches its final chapter. On a continent drenched in blood, opening one's heart means exposing the most vulnerable weakness for others to exploit. Yet, Chan Yu considers that he is not afraid of taking risks. He thinks that if the ordeal exposes everything, he is ready to wager everything. Chan Yu smiles and moves forward. The status window informs the user that the chamber of trial opens and asks what they will bet. He says that he stakes his life and all the remaining days he has left. Elena calls out to him in fear. He stands at the chamber's edge while black mana flows outward. The status window states that he bets his life, Nox von Lanehaber's remaining days, and that he chooses the hardest level of the ordeal. It warns that failure results in immediate death. Chan Yu stands before the chamber while Gremory stands behind him. She says that the wager is beyond anything she imagines. She adds that she may now destroy him with a single question and asks if he is not afraid. He tells her to proceed. Gremory responds that Nox von Lanehaber's remaining days now claim his ordeal and asks whether he will slay his father, Theodore von Lanehaber, should it become necessary. Chan Yu pauses and widens his eyes. He thinks that he prepares himself for many possible questions, perhaps about ending the royal bloodline or trusting his subordinates, and he believes that he does not care if others hate him because of the answer. He thinks that he must do it for them and for the story to continue. He reminds himself that he is simply Chan Yu playing the role of Knox von Lanhaber, and that being hated is not a new experience for him. However, he wonders what this question means to him. He questions what Theodore represents for Knox, or even for himself. Gremory demands an answer and repeats whether he will kill his father if required. Chan Yu thinks that this is another reminder of his purpose. He believes he is a stranger in this world, one who intends to recover his memories, discover why he is brought into the game, and ultimately leave this place. Because of that, he answers that he is willing to kill Theodore von Lanhaber and claims he will slay anyone who stands in his way. Black mana surrounds both of them as she stands before him. He glances behind himself. Meanwhile, Theodore sits elsewhere, writing on paper. Rodwell asks if he is well, but Theodore does not respond. His eyes widen as Rodwell watches him silently. Rodwell informs Theodore von Lanhaber that Knox, his son, decides to kill him when he deems it necessary. Rodwell asks if Theodore feels unwell, mentioning that his complexion changes, but Theodore tells him to ignore it and claims that he is fine. Theodore reflects that he always expects this moment to arrive. He thinks about the secret, or curse, that every head of the Lanhaber house carries. He considers that everyone before him tries to break free, yet no leader has ever escaped it. He believes there is only one way to end the curse that plagues their bloodline. He must die by his son's hand. Only then, he thinks, will the cycle finally end. Even so, Theodore admits inwardly that knowing his fate brings no comfort. He watches Knox grow stronger and more ambitious, and secretly wishes he could pass on the family mantle with pride and happiness, like other fathers do, rather than having it torn from him through death. He calls himself foolish for believing he can suppress all emotions unfit for a Lanhaber, because time proves that impossible. He clenches his left hand into a fist and orders Rodwell to walk with him. As they walk, Theodore asks how much time remains. Rodwell is confused, so Theodore clarifies that Rodwell recently returned from Chaytor's and must understand how deeply Knox resents him for failing his mother. Theodore asks how long before Knox drives a blade into his heart and takes leadership of the house. Rodwell answers that he can only guess, but believes the moment approaches sooner than they expect. Theodore accepts this and concludes that his remaining days continue to shrink. Meanwhile, Gremory claims that even as a demon, she cannot understand the darkness of Chan Yu's thoughts and questions how a son can be so ruthless to his own father. Chan Yu simply orders her to speak less and provide the reward. She snaps her fingers, and the status window states that he acquires the Mirror of Imprisonment, with its type, grade, restrictions, and effects listed. She warns him to treat it with caution. Chan Yu holds the mirror and smiles. The status window explains that any target sealed inside loses all power and cannot escape without the owner's consent. Gremory asks why he looks at her like that and whether he intends to use the mirror immediately. Chan Yu answers that he uses it against Gremory, the demon of anguish and honesty. He turns the mirror toward her. The status window announces activation of the mirror with Gremory as the target. Dark mana surrounds her as she cries out in protest. The status window then declares that his negative trait, Death Countdown, is lifted, and his life extends by 131 days, leaving him with 145 days remaining. Chan Yu states that she is now within their control. Gremory vanishes before them. Chan Yu instructs Christopher to take her as their prisoner and claims she will become their guide in the war against demons. Inside the mirror, Gremory shouts angrily and attempts to assert her title, but Chan Yu raises the mirror upward and tells her that her new world grows harsher whenever she dares to protest. Christopher questions whether it is wise to keep a demon imprisoned and worries about how Theodore will react. He insists that the demon should be eliminated immediately. Chan Yu responds that no one must mention this matter to Theodore and declares the subject closed. Elena agrees, stating that she fully trusts his judgment. Christopher loudly states his agreement as well, yet attempts to continue speaking. Chan Yu thinks she does not offer much firepower in battle since most of her abilities are stripped away, yet she still serves as a guide in their campaign against the demons. He also thinks that thanks to her, he does not worry about dying anytime soon. He assumes that his ring gives him a huge reward for defeating a proper demon instead of weak ones. He decides it is time to return home. He reflects that the uprising in Tahalin is settled, and his lifespan increases significantly. He orders Kushan, Arya, and Lies to focus on stabilizing their kingdom for now. Once everything calms down, he plans to have them study at Elydian. He includes Alina and other units as well, since they all need proper training. He considers that the rule of 3 spots per family does not affect him because they are not his family, and being a rich nobleman, he claims he can always find a way around the enrollment system. Kushan states that he waits for his next command, and Chan Yu assures him that he will receive it soon. Chan Yu inwardly complains that he needs a long break from the desert, claiming that he is tired of swirling sand and that even seeing it makes his skin feel dry. He plans to take a long bath the moment he returns to the manor and then collapse into his soft bed, believing that he has earned his rest and refuses to let anyone disturb him. Upon arriving at Elydian, Thalia greets him and says it has been a long time since they met. Chan Yu asks why she is there and what occasion brings her. Before she answers, a man appears and remarks that Chan Yu captures Thalia's heart instantly. He compliments Chan Yu and states that he reminds him of his youthful self. He introduces himself as Lober von Steeliner, leader of the House of Steeliner, the strongest duke in the Empire, widely known as the Knight of White Flame, and, most importantly, Chan Yu's former fiancé's overprotective father. Chan Yu bows and asks what honor causes the visit. Lober states that he comes to continue their marriage talks. Chan Yu is surprised and thinks that his engagement with Thalia ended long ago. He tells Lober that he cannot discuss such a serious matter without consulting his father. Lober insists that Theodore agrees to this visit, and he demands Chan Yu's own opinion since he has plenty of time to wait. Chan Yu responds that very little remains to discuss because he lacks the authority to refuse the royal princess's proposal. Lober suggests that his words sound like a cowardly attempt to avoid the subject and accuses him of influencing the princess to break off the engagement. Chan Yu panics internally, remembering Lober's brutal reputation in the game and fearing that one wrong word leads to a beating. Thalia tries to stop her father and tells him to ease up on Chan Yu. Chan Yu feels grateful for her timely intervention. Lober laughs and immediately backs down upon Thalia's request, proving he adores his daughter deeply. Chan Yu thinks that the situation becomes inevitable once Penelope forces the engagement on him. Still, he wonders how Lober intends to oppose the royal family and what convinces Theodore to allow this. Purple mana surrounds his head as Thalia secretly explains that she only requests a simple call, but her father insists on accompanying her. She assures him that she tries her best to prevent it. Chan Yu recognizes that she does not lie. Lober affectionately calls Thalia his little puppet and explains that he only wishes to learn more about the young Lanehaber, and thus she should not feel pressured. He states he knows the royal proposal does not come from her free will, and insists that he is here only for a conversation. Chan Yu lowers his head and wonders why he receives such a dramatic welcome, and thinks hard about how he can escape this situation. Zitri explains that Master Nox receives a letter that prays it finds him in good health. The letter states that an urgent matter troubles the entire manor. The Duke of Steeliner and Lady Thalia arrive unexpectedly to reopen the matter of the broken betrothal. The writer of the letter asks Nox to return as soon as possible. Zitri stands before Chan Yu and clarifies that Mr. Ernarock sends the letter to Tahalin after they have already begun their journey back. She adds that the agreement between the Duke and Theodore concerns the annulment of the betrothal to Princess Penelope and the continuation of the original engagement with Lady Thalia. Chan Yu comments that he feels trapped between a royal princess and a duke's daughter and suspects that his only option for survival is to flee. Zitri remarks that the Steeliner family clearly refuses any rejection. Chan Yu agrees and says that the best he can do is carefully choose his words to avoid angering the Duke. Zitri advises him to make it clear that he never intends to break the engagement of his own will. She also states that they will make sure the servants remain discreet so that the Duke develops full trust in Nox. Chan Yu expresses his appreciation and thinks that Zitri's calm efficiency in damage control demonstrates her genius as an assistant. He mentally notes that her trait is one of the rarest in the game, and that she appears far earlier than expected in the original storyline. He reflects that his engagement to Penelope is forced on him, and ideally, Theodore would defend him by claiming that the House of Laneheber has no choice. The problem, he thinks, is that Theodore must already know, thanks to Gremory's whisper, that Nox plans to kill him if necessary. He wonders how he can even face him, let alone ask him for help. Lona then sarcastically asks how many women he is courting, claiming she soon loses count. Chan Yu responds that his loyal servants appear eager to witness the depths of hell, and he commands Lona to clean the path below for his arrival, joking that he will follow her soon. Suddenly, someone knocks at the door and asks if Nox is inside. Thalia announces herself and politely asks to enter. Lona collapses in dramatic shock while Zitri crouches beside her. Zitri quietly asks Chan Yu what he intends to do. Chan Yu states that he has no choice but to speak with Thalia. He thinks that she holds the key to solving the situation and decides to rely on his hidden strategy. He urges himself to use his appearance to charm her and find a way out. Chan Yu opens the door and politely asks why she is visiting. Thalia nervously explains that she wishes to ask whether he would like to take a walk with her, while inwardly admiring how unusually handsome he appears. Chan Yu suggests taking a stroll while Lober hides behind a pillar, observing them. He notes that it is an unusual hour for such an activity. Lober glares at Chan Yu, and Chan Yu thinks that this only makes the situation more charming as he walks with Thalia. Lober considers that he cannot allow this reckless young man to remain in the estate, fearing that he will ruin everything. He thinks of the boy as a villain and resents his audacity. As Chan Yu and Thalia walk down the street, Thalia remarks on the beauty of the moon and stars, likening the stars to delicate embroidery. Chan Yu thinks about whether they really look that way and answers that they do. He internally wonders why, despite playing the role of a villain, people treat him as if he were decent. He reflects that this is the consequence of being lenient with certain units he was not supposed to favor. Chan Yu asks Thalia if she will be alright with their situation. Thalia looks back and asks for clarification. Chan Yu explains that if their fathers agree to proceed with their engagement, they will not only be breaking his betrothal to the princess, but also defying her command. Thalia considers this and thinks it is a grave insult to their house. She recalls her father asking why the House of Lanheber has remained silent on the matter. She then requests privacy to discuss the matter alone, and Chan Yu agrees. Rodwell arrives and informs Thalia that he has waited long, but the engagement between her and Master Nox will proceed as planned. Her father stands beside Rodwell. Thalia confirms this with excitement. Lober reassures her that everything will return to normal. Thalia hugs her father joyfully, expressing that she could tie his cravat forever, and is filled with such joy that she cannot think of anything else. Still, she wonders how Chan Yu's betrothal to the princess will be resolved and what her father and Lord Lanheber have discussed. Chan Yu reflects that the important matter is neither the royal command nor her family's honor, but how she feels about the engagement. Thalia admits that she is not a perfect bride and that the complexity of such tasks troubles her, but she cannot say that she dislikes the idea of marrying him. Chan Yu thinks that Thalia appears as a user from the outside world, and he reflects on how, in his final moments, Nox would disregard pleading eyes and let twisted obsession drive the sword into his heart. He notes that they are like specters cursed to haunt each other forever. Yet, he recognizes that the Thalia in front of him is the one he remembers from outside the game. Thalia observes that Chan Yu has a goal to fulfill. She notes that she has seen him striving to excel at the academy, spending nights in the library, practicing endlessly in the training hall, and realizes that he chases his dreams with all his heart, leaving little room to care for others. She expresses that speaking occasionally and sharing a little time is enough for her for now. She reminds him that the title of Nox von Lanheber makes the waiting worthwhile. Chan Yu acknowledges the subtle yet profound difference between the girl in his memories and the one standing in front of him, noting that she remains utterly innocent. Thalia holds Chan Yu's arm, hugs him, and smiles. She tells him that she has an elder sister who is very strong, perhaps not quite at his level, but for reasons she does not understand, her sister dislikes her. She says that he may think she is foolish, but she still wishes to reach her and speak with her. She wants to hear directly why her sister resents her. She adds that she must become strong, stronger than her sister, to achieve this. She believes she has no talent like her father or her sister, but she insists that one day she will stand where they stand. She declares that she will not give up, neither on her sister nor on him. Thalia recalls a moment in the palace where she tells her father that she is no longer a child and he must not cling to old memories. Lober cries and says it feels like only yesterday she clung to him and wanted no one else but her papa. He asks if she is certain that the boy has done nothing wrong to her and warns that he will not tolerate Chan Yu hurting her. Thalia defends Chan Yu, insisting he would never hurt her and that he is more gentle and considerate than her father thinks. Lober takes her hand and advises her not to let her sister's coldness wound her, telling her that both daughters are precious to him and that her sister is merely tired and scarred by her past. He assures her that in time, things will change. Thalia responds that he should not worry, as she will grow strong enough to earn the right to speak with her sister as she should. She believes she can do so now thanks to him. Chan Yu encourages Thalia to follow her own path if she wishes, telling her there is no need to rush into hardship and that he believes she will reach her goals. Thalia wonders at his reassurance, and he states that the Thalia he knows is among the strongest women he has ever met. She smiles and remarks that she even has a supportive future husband. Later in the palace, Lober declares that he has made a mistake and demands to know where Chan Yu is, claiming he will personally behead him. The guards urge him not to act rashly, and Thalia calls out to him. Eventually, Lober stands before Chan Yu. Chan Yu bows and expresses that he wishes to apologize for causing concern. Lober replies that since Thalia trusts him, he will not cause Chan Yu unnecessary trouble. He acknowledges Chan Yu as the rightful son of Theodore, head of the Houses of Darkness, and states that he knows of Chan Yu's intentions against the throne. Lober tells him that he hopes for his success in this difficult endeavor, because the unity of their houses depends on it. Chan Yu thanks him and thinks that suddenly everything makes sense. The private conversation Lober had with Theodore must have revealed his plans for rebellion. People in the world believe that Goddess Arden created humankind. Lanehaber Manor, like many others, has a temple dedicated to her, and that is where the secret engagement ceremony takes place. Chan Yu stands in front of Thalia while holding her hands. Thalia whispers that she never imagined her father would insist on a ceremony and apologizes to him. Chan Yu tells her that she need not apologize since she does not plan any of this with her father. The priest instructs them to exchange the tokens of the sacred promise. Chan Yu thinks that the engagement ring contains a bit of mana and can temporarily boost her depleted mana by up to 10%. He puts the ring on Thalia's hand. Thalia looks at it, while he thinks that he keeps the ring stored for now because it may help when things become difficult. Christopher loudly expresses joy for his master, saying he is overwhelmed by the sight of this golden engagement and by Miss Thalia's shining splendor. He declares that he gives his whole heart to this blessed occasion. Zitri interrupts and whispers something into his ear, causing him to immediately fall silent. Chan Yu wonders what she says to silence him so effectively and feels glad he chose her for the task. Lona cries as she claims she always knew a lady would eventually make an honest man of him, though she still feels strangely wistful. Zitri whispers, asking if he will truly be alright since the ceremony occurs without the princess's knowledge. Lona laughs and says Zitri ought to understand her master better, predicting that he will still see the princess on the side and several other ladies as well. Chan Yu thinks that his loyal servant clearly needs another noogie. Lona holds a wine bottle while crying and bids farewell to her love. May tries to stop Elena from drinking, saying that this is the worst day for her to do it. Suddenly, the doors burst open and a horse enters, holding a rose in its mouth. Lona shouts Carl's name, while Chan Yu wonders why Carl must always be so dramatic. Lona rushes toward Carl to hug him while Theodore rises from the bench. Chan Yu notices Theodore behind him and thinks that the Duke basically gives him a silent insult. Theodore walks away, and Chan Yu wonders if he catches a faint smile and questions whether Theodore feels proud. Lober expresses that Chan Yu's suffering brings him joy and then flashes his sword, asking if Chan Yu promises to cherish and care for Thalia. Chan Yu gives his word and thinks that Lober does not need to show his sword to prove the point. Lober insists that Chan Yu will eventually fall in love with her because loving her becomes inevitable. Chan Yu realizes that Lober understands he does not truly love Thalia yet, and that his emotions remain scattered. He concludes that he must finish this game-like situation to prevent hurting Thalia for good. Chan Yu orders everyone to prepare for departure and asks Thalia if she will accompany them. She excitedly agrees and prepares to go to the academy. At the academy, Professor Lars cheerfully welcomes them back just in time, saying he has many ideas to share. He tells them he recently presented their writings before the scholars. Chan Yu responds politely and thinks that the second chapter of the main story begins, meaning a new set of classes and challenges awaits. He reminds himself that this is a school-based world, and he needs to endure the lectures to gain stat boosts. He also thinks about enrolling all his units in the academy as soon as possible. Lars asks if Chan Yu can guess who contacts him, and reveals that the dwarves reach out by magical means. Chan Yu is surprised, and Lars explains that dwarves are a race in this fantasy world known for their unmatched metalwork. He adds that some dwarves already open shops in District 4, inspired by Chan Yu's writings, and now craft and reinforce items using monster materials. Chan Yu thinks that crafting and reinforcement finally unlock and reflect that his luck stat still seems useless. While walking with Zitri, Chan Yu thinks that those unlucky days are over, and he is about to gain a powerful equipment boost. Zitri praises the positive changes and says she feels proud to serve him after once worrying so much. Chan Yu tells her to save her concerns for things that truly matter. He notices she appears more hopeful now and thinks rescuing her from her tragic path is one of his best decisions. He decides to fully embrace the main storyline while also resuming his playful approach to the world. They enter a weapon shop where a dwarven craftsman works. Chan Yu states he wants service, and the man snaps that Chan Yu should behave respectfully if he dares to interrupt him. Chan Yu considers knocking some sense into him, but simply says he needs gear, addressing him as a dwarf. The man insults him back, claiming nobles expect weapons instantly without offering anything in exchange. Chan Yu tosses valuable materials before him. The craftsman stares in shock, asking where someone like Chan Yu obtains such rare items, and Chan Yu says the materials should be enough for gear. The craftsman finally allows them inside and introduces himself as Arthon while demanding not to be called a dwarf, saying such wording is disrespectful. Chan Yu casually replies noted dwarf, which alarms Zitri. Arthon angrily shouts that Chan Yu might as well call him a stump or a thickhead. Chan Yu inwardly laughs, remembering how dwarves are extremely easy to irritate and how players in the game constantly tease them for fun. He thinks it is a shame that the game's units treat dwarves as nothing more than weapon-making machines. Chan Yu says that he has teased Arthon enough and asks how many nobles from the academy come to his forge before him. Arthon replies that Chan Yu is only the second velvet-bottomed brat to show up with a heap of matri hold. Chan Yu asks what Arthon has just called him. Zitri tells Mr. Arthon that she assures him her master is quite courteous and that calling him a dwarf is only a passing jest. Arthon starts laughing and says that a courteous young master is fresh news, and he does not hate it. He asks which house Chan Yu hails from. Chan Yu replies that it is Lanehaber. Arthon thinks in surprise whether he has really said Lanehaber. He asks Chan Yu what sort of gear he might need. Chan Yu asks what the sudden change is and whether something is the matter. Arthon replies that he is quite polite by nature, in effect, and he starts laughing. Chan Yu thinks that he knows why Arthon changes his tone so fast. He thinks that a few years ago, the Dwarf King started a war, and Theodore crushed it and nearly wiped out the entire dwarf race. He thinks that this information does not come up yet, but Arthon is from the same bloodline as the fallen king, and that is why he freezes the moment he hears the family name. Chan Yu shows him the paper and says that nothing is amiss, and he thinks as much. Chan Yu tells him to forge a suit of armor for him. Arthon wonders what these materials are. He says that 2 hearts of griffin draw out the power of wind to the fullest, 3 feathers of griffin give speed, and the cores of stone and iron golems keep it balanced and tough. Arthon says that it is a bit fancy but clever, and that even most dwarves do not have the sense to dream it up. Chan Yu thinks that, of course, they do not, since this is the magical combination he discovers while testing every possible mix like a true old-timer. He thinks that this means the time of a genius lasts 10 minutes now. Arthon says that there is no time to waste, and he gets right to forging it. Eleanor arrives there and says that he does not, and that he regrets informing him, Mr. Dwarf, that this arrangement goes against his contract with them. Eleanor asks whether she needs to remind Chan Yu that her enterprise request holds priority. Chan Yu wonders about Eleanor. Arthon mumbles that he gets the armor done quickly and then gets to Eleanor's order. Eleanor denies his words and says that he prioritizes her order as per their contract. and she tells Mr. Lanehaber that the volume of their order is quite large, so even if he places his request now, he will wait no less than 3 months. She further says that it is quite unfortunate for him. Chan Yu thinks that Elena usually does not make business connections with dwarves this early and wonders if this is a butterfly effect from all his meddling. The status window informs that Arthon's primary element is earth. His age is 24, and his accomplishments are legitimate compared to the higher members of the dwarf royal line. His positive traits are that he is a genius artifact maker, a genius craftsman, and he has the blessing of the dwarf king, in effect, which elevates him to a tier higher, though optimistic and veiled. His neutral traits are that he is a flip-flopper with a simple nature, and his negative traits are that he is strong against the weak yet weak against the strong. He has a sense of inferiority, self-blame, burden, and forgetfulness. The status window also informs about his attributes and skills. His passive skill is the blessing of the dwarf king, and his active skills are hammer swing and heavy strike. Arthon puts his hand on his head and says that he forgives, and tells Chan Yu not to think less of his kin because they are normally sharper than this. Chan Yu thinks that this thick bastard messes up his plan, and that Arthon is the only one in the game who is both a genius artifact maker and a genius craftsman, so no one else can make that armor. Elena says that it seems Chan Yu is determined to commission this dwarf in particular. Chan Yu thinks that Elena has an impeccable knack for spotting genius, and she usually warms up to anyone with shining talent. But Nox might still be an exception for her because with him, it looks like her hate wins out. Chan Yu asks what if he is determined. Elena replies that she proposes a solution. The Rivalan Enterprise yields its place of priority on the condition that the Nox Enterprise sells to them the monster it secures in bulk. Chan Yu thinks about what the Nox Enterprise even is and realizes that it was founded by that sneaky and resourceful son of Theodore. He thinks that it works out this time anyway. But Elena clearly jumps the gun with Arthon and makes a deal without securing enough remains. He thinks that he should have seen through her trick sooner, since almost all the monsters that remain at this stage come from Cheddars, and with harvesting of raw materials under his control, she never stands a chance of getting enough items made, so she is doomed from the start. Chan Yu says that they are in for a long discussion and tells her to take a seat, and he invites Arthon as well. Elena asks whether he just calls the dwarf by his name, especially someone like him. After that, they all sit while Zitri stands near Chan Yu and Arthon sits near Elena. Elena says that naming an enterprise after his own forename is a bold move, and she cannot imagine how he gains approval for a new enterprise so easily. Chan Yu replies that he manages. Elena says that annexing the whole of Cheddars into his domain and now forming an enterprise without her knowledge shows her how far she still has to go in gathering intelligence. Chan Yu thinks that maybe she is just being unfair to him. Elena directly states that all monster remains from Cheddar, which he puts to market, will be purchased by them, and she assures him that they do not haggle because the owner of their enterprise is at stake. Chan Yu thinks that Elena jumps at any chance that makes her richer. He thinks that when she was young, her father, Clarkson, was too busy being rich to give her affection, and now she expresses that lack in a twisted way, always trying to grab more and control everything. He thinks that she is a sad person in many ways, and he feels bad that Nox adds to her psychological mess with that trauma at the party. But he also thinks that selling the entire output to a single family is the last thing a sane person does. Chan Yu thinks that if a merchant family monopolizes raw materials, he knows the other houses do not get their goods made in time. He thinks it might be worth considering if he is after quick money and nothing else, but he is not. His goal is to distribute artifacts to all his units so they all have a chance to raise their stats. He thinks that is why he gives Grind clear instructions before leaving Cheddars. Never sell too much in one deal, spread out supplies over time in tiny portions, and never let any one house handle more than 15% of the supplies. He believes that is how artifacts reach more people and save countless lives. He also thinks it helps him when capital becomes important in Chapter 3 and in Elena's storyline. Chan Yu says he does not comply, and that he sells at most 15%. Elena asks why and says that he takes her for a fool, because she knows well that Cheddars and his storerooms brim with monster remains. She says that what he presents on the market is only a fraction of the whole. Chan Yu says that it does not matter because he does not seek gold. Elena asks if she should believe that after he does so much to cultivate the barren land of Cheddars. Chan Yu replies that not all things are bought with gold and says he does not expect her to understand. Eleanor watches him angrily and says that she cannot claim she knows what grand design he pursues because he is no longer the man she once knew. She clenches her hands and asks what he truly seeks if not gold. Chan Yu replies that it is not her concern. Eleanor says that they speak of business, and Chan Yu replies that if his terms displease her, so be it, and that he finds another dwarf even if it takes 3 months or 3 years. He thinks it is tough luck for Eleanor because this game of chicken belongs to him. He thinks she does not know Arthon is the only dwarf who can make his dream armor, and business talk is a war of information where she lacks the crucial knowledge, so she is bound to fold to his bluff. Eleanor says that the priority is his as long as he sells the promised 15%, because they cannot proceed with artifact production without the raw stock. Arthon wonders if that means he receives permission to forge Chan Yu's gear first. Eleanor agrees and says he may see to Chan Yu's gear first. Arthon says the craft spreads fire in these stairs and asks what they are waiting for because the workstation calls. He points outside. Chan Yu says to tell it to hush and let the crafting fire rest for a while because they first see to reinforcements. He holds a shining mana crystal in his hand. Arthon asks if that is a reinforcement stone. Chan Yu says it is a bluish stone that monsters drop at a low rate, and that even though it is valuable, it can easily go to waste because the success chance is not clearly defined in the game yet. Arthon shouts for Zitri to stop her master because if his hand slips, then his head slips from his shoulders. Zitri says that her master is the most reasonable gentleman, and he surely has a plan beyond their grasp. Eleanor, from behind, angrily repeats the word gentleman and turns her head away. Chan Yu thinks that the flattery is over the top even for him. But the time comes for the task that brings more joy and despair than any other, reinforcement. Chan Yu says Arthon may begin with this and shows a jacket. Arthon asks if the jacket is part of the Elydian uniform and says that a single reinforcement stone does not suffice. Chan Yu tells him to try 100. Arthon shouts in shock. Eleanor asks why 100 stones are on his uniform and what joke this is, and she asks how his fledgling enterprise can afford so many. Chan Yu replies that Eleanor is paid when he says the work is complete, without delay. Eleanor and Zitri both wonder. Arthon replies that he works as Chan Yu wishes. Arthon starts working with full power. The status window informs reinforcement successful, +1 uniform. Suddenly, the blue mana spreads around, making Zitri and Eleanor wonder. The status window informs that reinforcement is successful, +2 uniform. Arthon cuts the stone, and strong purple mana releases from it and spreads everywhere. The status window informs that the Elydian Academy uniform, Noble, is successfully reinforced, +3. Arthon holds the jacket and asks if they all see that he succeeds, calling it a sight. Chan Yu tells him that 97 more remain. Arthon wonders. Chan Yu says that a long day lies ahead and tells Arthon to hammer on while he holds many stones in his hand. Arthon starts working on the jacket again with his hammer, and he works very hard. He says that by the forge the stone shines brightly. The status window informs that the Elydian Academy Noble uniform is successfully reinforced to +15. Arthon says with excitement that this must be a craft fit for the Cavern of Kings and Wonders, since when reinforcement becomes so easy. He says that Chan Yu might be the luckiest, even among gold-credited lords. Chan Yu silently agrees and thinks that it could look that way only because Arthon does not know how upgrading works in the game. He thinks that with Arthon's genius trait and his own luck stat at 10, success is guaranteed up to +7. After that, he thinks that the odds drop by 5% with every upgrade, and when it reaches the final +25, the odds nosedive to a miserable 1%. He thinks that is how it works for prime grade artifacts, but this uniform caps at +15. In other words, he thinks he now holds a fully upgraded uniform and considers it worth it, since he wears it all the time. He notes that it boosts both physical and magic attack by about 30%. The status window informs that he successfully upgrades the item to its maximum level, and he earns an extra skill slot. Chan Yu thinks that even if a skill slot is added, it is called awesome. He says that now they proceed to the next item. Arthon says that he does not feel this proud in many moons. Chan Yu replies that he would not wish to end his run here and asks if a mere uniform does justice to a master smith's pride. Arthon asks what he means and angrily asks what the flashy thing in Chan Yu's hand is. Eleanor says from behind that she recognizes it. Chan Yu holds an orb and thinks that Eleanor feels it familiar, and he knows it is the prime grade orb of the great sage that he took from her vault. Arthon begins working with the hammer on the orb. The status window informs reinforcement successful, plus 10 prime grade orb of the great sage. Arthon asks how many reinforcements he hammers today and says his hands still tingle with the thrill. He says that Chan Yu has great luck. Zitri says that the heavens favor her master today, and she trusts he does not tempt them further in a gambling house. Chan Yu holds the orb and replies that now only the heavens decide. Arthon starts laughing. Zitri says beginner's luck never lasts and reminds that gambling ruins countless households before his. Arthon raises his hammer and asks if Chan Yu has no more precious things on him. He says the hammer hums, and he feels he could reinforce all the gems in the world today. Eleanor mutters that this cannot be. She asks how he stakes such a precious artifact without hesitation and reminds him that he must be aware of the risk, because the orb can be destroyed if it fails. Chan Yu thinks that her face makes him want to gloat all day and believes she deserves it for poking around in his thoughts daily. He says that the orb becomes his the moment he leaves her vault, and that how he uses it is no business of hers. He says that if she has no further matters to discuss, she must excuse herself. He also asks if she has forgotten that his craft is Arthon's foremost priority now. Eleanor watches him angrily. Chan Yu thinks that it goes without saying that Eleanor is not on his side yet. He thinks she is not Thalia, and given what happens between her and Nox, he cannot ask her to join his side. He thinks he must not make her an enemy either because she leads the rival in Enterprise, which always stays neutral until late in the game and then sides with whichever faction benefits them. He thinks a time will come when he convinces them to join him, but now is not that time. Eleanor says that she leaves then and says it interests her no more to stay for business, but he refuses to share. Zitri asks if she may escort her safely back to the academy. Eleanor smiles and asks if her name is Zitri, and says she does not need to show fake politeness. She flips her hair and says she has an unfortunate knack for spotting feigned kindness. Chan Yu thinks that it sounds about right for a genius actor, and that if Zitri tries too hard, she makes her guards brace themselves instead of lowering them. He considers the vixen of gold frightening and feels that the more he learns about her, the more terrifying she becomes. Chan Yu asks if they shall return to discussing his armor. Arthon replies that they shall and says he raises Chan Yu's hopes high because he forges him the finest work of his life. Chan Yu agrees and politely requests that Arthon proceed. He shows the sword named Stormbringer, which is passed down from the first Lanehaber. He says that it is an item even he does not know exists. He explains that his father bestows it upon him and that it is a special blade that absorbs his mana and channels it manifold. He says he wants to learn more about it. Arthon takes the sword, observes it, and says he wants to have a good look at it. His eyes widen suddenly, and he wonders about something. He asks Chan Yu if he has ever heard the tale of the White Dragon. Chan Yu asks about it and thinks it is a beast of old, once called the ruler of the skies, but long vanished without a trace. He thinks he never comes across it or hears any mention of it in his previous 27 runs. Arthon states that he reckons the sword is made from the scales of that dragon, and says the touch is unmistakable, as he recognizes the scales of his far-off ancestors. Chan Yu thinks it makes sense, as he believes dwarves are capable of turning dragon scales into a weapon. He thinks the sword is far beyond what he imagines. Arthon complains that the sword is in a dreadful state, and asks what Chan Yu does to chip the white dragon's scales. He says the sword must have seen fierce battles. Chan Yu thinks for a moment, appreciates Arthon's assessment, and continues thinking that the sword hides a big secret he must investigate. He decides to dig deeper into the reason Theodore gives him this sword, the first Lanehaber, the white dragon, and the purple-eyed angel Gremory tells him about. Later in the Elydian Palace, many cadets gather. Takoyaki asks if everyone is present. Vernon introduces himself as their instructor in swordsmanship and other things. He says that they are going to learn the standard imperial swordcraft of Arkheim. Chan Yu stands among the cadets listening. Vernon says the style is famous for swift tempo and precise strikes. He adds that in swordsmanship, nothing teaches better than live examples. He points to Chan Yu and Paracelsus and orders them to step forward. Both ask if he means them. Vernon also calls Thalia forward, saying among the sword-wielding lot, she alone shows some discipline. Thalia responds with yes, sir. Chan Yu, Thalia, and Paracelsus stand in front of Vernon. Vernon thinks that even as their teacher, he must admit these three are his troublesome group. Paracelsus, the genius swordsman popular among the common people. Thalia, the hidden talent overshadowed by her elder sister. And Chan Yu, the top student of the year from the House of Darkness. Vernon angrily tells them to follow his moves with absolute attention and says they learn by taking hits. He orders the three of them to charge at him all at once. Paracelsus and Thalia prepare their swords. Paracelsus comments that it might be interesting. Vernon calls Chan Yu first. He attacks. Chan Yu blocks his sword. Vernon thinks Chan Yu's strike cracks the wind even with a wooden sword and finds it impressive, but still light compared to his father's. Vernon swings at a high level and moves behind. Chan Yu falls to the ground and thinks it is time he stretches his arms and legs a bit. He thinks the next blow is tough to parry, even for his opponent.